Chapter 1. The fastest fall from grace in history. Playing is one thing, but don't take photos at entertainment venues, you idiot. Su Luo was curled up on the sofa, angrily cursing as he watched a video on his phone. His handsome face was somewhat distorted with rage. The phone emitted loud music, and the video appeared to be from a high-end club. In the video, a tall man dressed in a sharp suit, with the collar slightly open revealing his collarbone, was sitting among a group of elegant women. They were well made up, exuding a sophisticated aura, and it was evident from their attire and accessories that they were well off. However, at that moment, the way they looked at the man was devoid of the usual restraint. Their gazes were filled with desire, like hungry wolves facing lambs. At this point, the scene changed. The man stood on a makeshift runway, illuminated by spotlight. Through the light, it was clear that he had a face that seemed to have been favored by the heavens. His eyebrows were thick and well-shaped, his eyes long and deep-set, with a nose straight and high like a mountain peak, and his facial features flowed smoothly, resembling a perfectly sculpted model's face. After the fashion show ended, the man blended back into the crowd, holding an exquisite tray as he served drinks to his guests, during which he was frequently taken advantage of. Su Luo recognized the man in the video very well, because it was him. More precisely, it was the previous owner of this body. That's right, Su Luo was a time traveler. Ugh. The emotional fluctuations made Su Luo, who had just crossed over, feel a bit dizzy. Fragments of memories were piecing together in his mind. He extracted a few keywords. Orphan, dropped out of high school to wander society, male model, trainee, debut. Su Luo muttered to himself. This seems to be the growth experience of the previous owner. From male model to trainee, then debuting and becoming a top star with millions of fans. To be precise, a former top star, because this body now belonged to a problematic artist. Aside from sharing the same name and somewhat similar looks, the growth trajectory of the previous owner was completely different from Su Luo's. As a time traveler, Su Luo could have enjoyed everything that came with the identity, becoming a walking money-making machine and reaching the peak of life. However, all of this was ruined by video. The memories gradually became clearer. Su Luo scrolled through his phone and quickly found the trending topic, spotting his name trending for a whole week. Exposed. Top star Su Luo was actually a male model in nightclubs before his debut. Suspected video leaked. Su Luo's assistant exposed chat records, crying that he was sexually harassed by Su Luo during work. Dongwang Entertainment announces termination of contract with Su Luo. Wow, this guy managed to sweep the top 3 trending topics all by himself. Do you even understand the value of a top star? Su Luo chuckled bitterly, curious to click in and browse the comments below. Sure enough, the White Lotus and hardworking persona are all just packaging grabs popcorn. He's such a good actor, he looks innocent and harmless on camera. But who would have thought he was a nightclub male model before his debut? Isn't that acting skill enough to crush those award-winning actors? Su Luo's face is simply the epitome of a male model. Why can't I be the rich woman? Su Luo has collapsed. All sorts of scandalous information have been exposed, and he's even accused of sexually harassing his assistant. The fact that Su Luo was a nightclub male model before his debut is basically confirmed, especially with the video leak. And the assistant also exposed chat records with Su Luo, even threatening him that if he didn't accompany him, he would make it hard for the assistant to find work. Chat records could also be photoshopped. Is the one above a fan of Luo? You're so good at washing things clean. Which girl would joke about her innocence? Su Luo searched for the previous owner's social media again, and the comments from fans were even harsher. I like you for 432 days, but I never expected you to be this kind of person. Su Luo, you disgust me. Scumbag, deceiving my feelings, spit. Goodie, Su Luo. Most of the previous owner's fans were female. These fans turning against him and unfollowing him were powerful in their attacks. They not only cursed under Su Luo's social media, but also ran to official accounts like People's Daily and Sheep Vision News to comment, calling for the official ban on problematic artist Su Luo. They perfectly illustrated what it means to turn love into hate. But to be fair, from the perspective of an observer, the previous owner wasn't exactly a problematic artist. After all, being a nightclub male model before his debut wasn't illegal aside from work. He had no personal contact with clients. The previous owner was indeed a legitimate male model, and his work mainly involved runway shows, dancing, and chatting and drinking with guests. However, for an idol, the identity of a nightclub male model was enough to be fatal. After sorting through the memories, Su Luo learned that the previous owner's growth experience was quite tragic. He grew up in an orphanage, dropped out of high school, and began wandering society at the age of 17. He had done jobs like handing out flyers, washing dishes, and working as a waiter, sleeping in cheap hotels and park benches, enduring a lot of hardship. Later, due to his outstanding looks, he was introduced to work as a nightclub male model that IT was a legitimate high-end venue, and Su Luo had a considerable income every month. However, the high income didn't lead the previous owner astray. What Su Luo admired was that, while working, the previous owner anonymously donated the money he earned to the orphanage. He hoped that the living conditions of the younger siblings there could be better and that they wouldn't have to live like he did at AS. For why he chose to donate anonymously, it was because the director had always told those children, when you grow up, you must be a good person, learn to love yourself and love this world. The previous owner knew that his work wasn't honorable and didn't dare tell anyone. He was afraid the director would be disappointed in him. Later, by a stroke of luck, the previous owner met the first benefactor of his life, Sister Rongrong. This person was an agent and part-time scout for a third-rate entertainment company, Fido Entertainment. She discovered the previous owner. After that, the previous owner began his trainee career. After 3 months as a trainee, for reasons unknown, this group of trainees was sold to Dongwang Entertainment when the previous owner was 19. Dongwang Entertainment is one of the 3 giants in the entertainment industry, an institution that combines artist training and management. Simply put, a company specializing in cultivating idols. After entering Dongwang, the previous owner and others were sent to participate in a talent show. Unexpectedly, as soon as the show aired, the previous owner, with a face favored by the heavens, topped the trending topics on social media that many dreamed of. The social media platform nearly crashed that day that AS expected. The previous owner seamlessly debuted with 2 other trainees, forming a group named Light Mirror, abbreviated as LM, meaning light and realm. However, due to the previous owner's overwhelming brightness, the other 2 members were often overshadowed and neglected by the public. Sometimes, netizens would express their surprise, saying, "What? This group actually has 3 members? Where did the other 2 come from?" That year, the previous owner perfectly embodied the phrase debuting at the peak, enjoying boundless glory. The biggest winner was naturally Dongwang Entertainment, which made a fortune from this. But the old company, Fido Entertainment, was not happy. They privately contacted Dongwang Entertainment more than once to discuss matters. The gist was that they had cultivated talents who made so much money for you, yet you only gave us this little, which isn't quite right. Su Luo didn't know how much Fido Entertainment demanded, but he guessed it must have been a sky-high price in any case, Dongwang Entertainment didn't give in and instead declared, "If you have the ability, go ahead and sue us in court." This infuriated the old company, Fido Entertainment. "So you want to play like this? If I can't have it, neither can you." So, before his debut, a video of his modeling days was leaked. Su Luo had no idea when it was filmed. Wife fans and girlfriend fans were outraged. They never expected that the brother who told them to study hard, work diligently, and love themselves was actually. It's easy to imagine how many times those rich women had discarded him before his debut. It turned out that his brother was someone who could be used for money. As a result, the female fans all turned against him. But that wasn't the end. After the male model incident, someone online claiming to be a former assistant released a video crying about being sexually harassed during their time working together and shared chat records as evidence. Thus, Su Luo became the fastest rising and also the fastest falling top star. In just 3 days, he lost 5 million followers. Dongwang Entertainment cursed their bad luck, never expecting Fido Entertainment would even have such a video. In addition to losing followers, Branzi had previously collaborated with demanded compensation for breach of contract, a refund of a certain percentage of endorsement fees, and payment for damage to brand image. Dongwang Entertainment also proposed to terminate the contract with Su Luo and reclaimed his Weibo account. In this way, he became a victim of the struggle for capital interests. That video likely existed in the phone of the person Su Luo considered a benefactor, Sister Rongrong. Fido Entertainment probably never expected it would come in handy one day. The situation became widely known. What would happen if the director of the orphanage and the younger siblings found out? Under such multiple blows, Su Luo took a large amount of sleeping pills and died. Before his debut, it's true that he worked as a male model. Although the profession isn't very glorious, morally there's nothing wrong, and he didn't break the law, so he naturally doesn't count as a problematic artist. And the so-called sexual harassment is completely fabricated, Su Luo murmured. Even if people don't believe in my character, they should believe in my taste. As for the so-called assistant online, he didn't even recognize him, and his appearance was ordinary, the kind that you wouldn't recognize even if he was lost in a crowd. This was clearly a backup plan from Fido Entertainment, afraid that Su Luo wouldn't die completely. Su Luo tolerated all of this. But seriously, what the hell is this accusation that I applied itching powder on a disabled old man's back? Are they really going to pin any crime on me? Forget it. Should I sell pity and redeem myself? After all, the reason he became a male model was that life had forced him into a dead end. This was Su Luo's first thought, but he quickly dismissed it. Let's not mention that his Weibo account was reclaimed. Selling pity would be no different from tearing open the scars of his past. He was already gone, and it was too late to say anything. It was better to preserve the last bit of dignity for his past self. He was a poor child. But this is no different from starting in hell for me. Those brands demanding compensation, adding up, he'll need at least 2 small goals to cover the expenses. Su Luo quickly opened his mobile banking app to check his balance. 1,230,000. It's hard to imagine that this is all the money a top star has in his account. Su Luo realized after thinking it through. Before his debut, he signed a trainee contract with Donghuang Entertainment, which was the lowest tier. Later, after becoming a top star, they had to renegotiate the contract. The new contract hadn't been finalized yet, and then the scandal happened. The money he earned before was mostly taken by Donghuang Entertainment, while he donated most of it to a charity foundation for the construction of Hope Primary Schools, allowing many children in impoverished areas to attend school. Another part was still donated to the orphanage. His belief was that everything he had was given to him by everyone, and he should give back to society. So, he didn't have much money. He even sold one of his apartments and was now renting. In this situation, going to a 3rd or 4th tier city for gigs is going to be tough. Or should I retire and go back to being a male model? After all, I was once a top star with a layer of gold over me. The appearance fee should be several times higher. But being a male model for a lifetime, even if I work my ass off, I can't earn this much. Just as Su Luo was pondering, a mechanical synthetic voice echoed in his mind. Resentment collection system has been bound. Beginner gift pack has been issued. Opening beginner gift pack. Chapter 2. You don't want your husband to lose this job, do you? Acquired musical skill. Immersive voice. Immersive voice. When the host sings a song, the audience will involuntarily be pulled into the emotional vortex of the song, resonating with it. Evaluation. Who says there's no real empathy in the world? In the face of emotions, all techniques pale in comparison. Acquired song. I once thought of ending it all, including lyrics, composition, and arrangement. Song copyright has been registered with Asian Music Home. In an instant, Su Luo felt something added to his mind, and his throat felt itchy. System? After realizing it, Su Luo was first stunned, then revealed a crooked smile. That a crossover system. I am the chosen one. After some inquiries, Su Luo initially understood the system's functions. The resentment collection system. As the name implies, as long as Su Luo's actions can evoke resentment, he can collect resentment points, provided it's voluntary. For instance, Su Luo's scandal breaking the hearts of millions of female fans was accidental. He was the passive party, so it doesn't count. Resentment points can be used to open treasure chests. Treasure chests are divided into 3 levels: beginner, intermediate, and advanced, corresponding to the required resentment points of 100,000, 1 million, and 10 million. The better the quality of the treasure chest, the richer the rewards. This means he has to walk further down the path of offending people. Su Luo was amused. As for retiring, if the system came, he would still be a male model. That would be a waste of the system. Of course, he would continue to make money in the entertainment industry, as this way, he could also find better ways to collect resentment points. Filming dramas was out of the question. The time from shooting to airing was too long, and he couldn't directly obtain resentment points. So, it's best to appear on variety shows, where he could perform freely, and the production and airing times were shorter. That's the best choice for obtaining resentment points. However, in Su Luo's current situation, who would dare to hire him in the entertainment industry? Su Luo opened his phone contacts and called a few producers he had previously collaborated with. After some communication, the outcomes were not optimistic. Who wouldn't want to keep their distance from a fallen top star? Just being able to take a call was already very good. When they heard Su Luo asking about the possibility of collaboration, they couldn't help but complain in their hearts. Is this guy crazy? Although the official didn't name and ban Su Luo, those crazy haters were already at a point where they wouldn't stop until Su Luo was done for. Anyone who dared to help Su Luo would be standing against the largest group of haters in the entertainment industry. Not to mention, just one person reporting him would be enough to make them suffer. Su Luo frowned slightly. He finally dialed a number saved as Sister Hong. Sister Hong was the manager of the resource department at Dongwang Entertainment. Luo Zai? The call connected, and an emotionless voice came through. Sister Hong, it's me. As soon as she picked up, Su Luo breathed a sigh of relief. He already had an idea about how to negotiate. Sister Hong sounded a bit impatient. What's the matter? I'm very busy because of your situation. The whole company is in a state of chaos. Su Luo said, can you arrange a show for me? I happen to have a song. Sister Hong was so angry she laughed. Luo Zai, are you mistaken? Do you know how much loss you've brought to the company? It's already good that the company hasn't discussed compensation with you. You can forget about the entertainment industry while you're still young. Why not leave and return to your original line of work? At least that way, you still have a chance to pay off your debts. I'll find someone to support you when the time comes. Hongjie scoffed, recalling how the person had acted pure in front of her, only to be a male model behind her back who could be bought off. What a fake White Lotus. Upon hearing Su Luo's "oh," Hongjie was about to hang up the phone. Suddenly, the voice on the other end said, if you don't help me, I'll tell your husband about how you seduced me. I heard that your brother-in-law is at a crucial point in being promoted to station director. You wouldn't want your husband to lose this opportunity, would you? Su Luo's memory was still cluttered, with information from 2 years ago still stored away. This included records from his trainee days, where Li Hong flirted with him late at night on WeChat. The content was explosive. The texts were hard to look at, and the even more shocking pictures and videos were included. Who would have thought that Su Luo would become a top star in the future? This resentful woman had even complained to Su Luo about her incompetent husband back then. In comparison, the young and handsome Su Luo captivated her immensely. Li Hong's threats and temptations didn't work on Su Luo, but manipulating other trainees was still no problem. If memory serves correctly, aside from the unhappy couple's life with her incompetent husband, his career was actually thriving. He had already reached the position of deputy director at Xingqi television station. The current director was aging and was already planning for retirement. Li Hong's husband naturally became one of the candidates. Of course, many were eyeing that position. All that remained on the other end of the phone was heavy breathing. This crazy woman. Hongjie ground her teeth, not expecting that the usually harmless little sheep would suddenly turn and bite her. Dad, I'm just joking with you. Why take it so seriously? Su Luo, you weren't like this before. Let's talk calmly. You want to be on a show? No problem. Give me 5 minutes. Li Hong knew her private life was not proper, not only as a trainee. She had hidden it from her husband and used her position to make deals with various artists. As the manager of the resources department, any little bit of resource she casually leaked when she was happy was enough to drive those 4th and 5th-year artists crazy. If these things got out and were caught by someone with bad intentions, it would be over for her. Hong's husband had worked hard for most of his life. Aiming to sit in that position, he was on the verge of achieving his ambitions. And if it were to fall apart because of her issues at this crucial moment, Li Hong was sure her husband would fight her to the death. What surprised Li Hong the most was that the once gentle little sheep, Su Luo, would now use these matters to blackmail her. Is this still the same Su Luo? He seemed like a completely different person. Su Luo had already collapsed. His reputation no longer mattered to him, as he had nothing to fear with so many lice. Li Hong's resentment value, 100. During the wait for the results, Su Luo received a system prompt that brightened his eyes. 5 minutes later, Li Hong's call came in. I checked, and most of the music variety shows are already fully booked with guests, and contracts have been signed. However, there's a new music competition show in preparation. Well, if you're willing, I can let you participate as a contestant. Li Hong quickly explained. This is the only way. The mentors for that show have already signed contracts, so it's impossible. According to your requirements, there are no suitable shows available right now. Su Luo wasn't picky, as long as there was a show. What's the name of the show? The Final Singer. Chapter 3. There's no such thing as a first-round elimination. Donation certificate? After hanging up the phone, Su Luo began searching for information about the program Final Singer online. After grasping the basic information, Su Luo couldn't help but sneer. Li Hong's arrangement for him to be on this show was indeed not for good intentions. Final Singer is a music competition program jointly created by Kiwi Video and Starlight Entertainment. The show conducts open auditions to select a total of 36 contestants from the public. Among the 36, there are amateurs, internet celebrities, and trainees who have not debuted. The 36 selected contestants must go through elimination rounds including upgrade battles, ultimate battles, advanced battles, and finals to finally select the overall champion. To prevent any unfair practices, the program will be broadcast live throughout, except for the audition phase. Additionally, 3 music mentors will be established, with their votes accounting for 50 of the total, while the other half will come from audience votes. Contestants cannot sing their representative works or cover other songs. They can only sing their unpublished original works. The focus is on exceptional professionalism. Su Luo is self-aware. As an idol who gained fame based on looks, he has no real works. His only professional training was the 3 months spent as a trainee before debuting. So, unless something unexpected happens, the only outcome for Su Luo on this show is to be eliminated in the first round. The most disgusting part isn't this, though. The most disgusting part is one of the 3 mentors on Final Singer, named Fu Xingyao. Fu Xingyao is a member of the LM boy group, which Su Luo is also a part of. When they first debuted, Su Luo was so popular that the other 2 members had little presence. Typically, during shows, only Su Luo would speak, while the other 2 could only nod along. This disparity led to a poor relationship between Su Luo and the other 2 members. If memory serves, when Su Luo's scandals were exposed, Fu Xingyao even posted a Weibo criticizing him. Although he didn't name names, the implications were very clear. The gist was that someone in the team was using their fanbase to disregard the other 2 members, acting like a big shot and controlling the program's director to cut the other 2's footage. Once this Weibo was posted, everyone knew Fu Xingyao was talking about Su Luo. Then, with this maliciously fabricated Weibo, Fu Xingyao successfully fed off Su Luo's popularity, causing Su Luo to lose fans while he gained 1 million fans in 3 days. Coincidentally, the show Li Hong arranged for Su Luo has Fu Xingyao as a mentor. If this isn't intentional, what could it be? One can only say the intentions are somewhat sinister. It doesn't matter. As long as there's a show, it's fine. If there's no system to go on, it would be like being a clown stepped on. Now, as long as he doesn't get eliminated in the first round, it's pure profit. If he wins the championship, that would be even more of a windfall. Su Luo lightly hummed a tune. Once, I also thought about Ending It All is a somewhat well-known song on Earth. Originally sung by a famous singer from Neon. The song conveys the message that beneath the seemingly indifferent life lies sorrow and sadness. Yet even so, the world is still worth looking forward to. The original singer was in the darkest period of her life when she performed this song, so the emotions were interpreted perfectly. Once released, the song topped the charts on popular radio stations and miraculously lowered the suicide rate in Neon. It was later widely spread globally, covered by many artists, and eventually used as a theme song for a domestic film. With such a song in hand, a first-round elimination is impossible. At worst, he could retreat from the industry and go back to being a male model. Soon, Li Hong sent Su Luo the director's contact number. Su Luo immediately called. Su Luo? Hello, Director Wang. Wang Xuejuan exchanged a few pleasantries before getting to the point. Our program will start live broadcasting in a week. In a couple of days, I will arrange for someone to come and sign the contract with you and shoot a pilot episode for early promotion. You can start preparing what song you'll sing once you're on stage. By the way, your remuneration is 500,000 per episode, and after elimination, it will be settled based on the number of episodes recorded. Okay, thank you, Director Wang. 500,000 to have a top-tier celebrity record a show is an excellent deal. To Su Luo, this is like a slave wage, but it doesn't matter. Meanwhile, far away at Star City TV, after hanging up the phone, Wang Xuejuan's assistant immediately approached him. Director, Su Luo is quite a hot potato right now. Although he has a lot of traffic and is still trending on Weibo, that's all black traffic. He wanted to persuade the director to think carefully. Everyone envies Su Luo's traffic, but his army of haters, who turn from love to hate, is no joke. That's an army of millions. One person reporting could kill this show before it even airs. Did Su Luo have evidence of Dongwang Entertainment's tax evasion? Otherwise, why would they push an artist who has already collapsed and terminated their contract into the spotlight? Wang Xuejuan pondered for a moment and said, "Who cares about white traffic or black traffic? As long as there's traffic, it's fine. We also stand to gain. With Su Luo's traffic boost, we can at least save on promotion costs. If he isn't afraid of losing face, we have nothing to fear either. After all, he'll be eliminated in the first episode. Our show is live, and we won't give him any backdoor access. It's only natural for a little fresh meat with no works to be eliminated. By the way, if I remember correctly, Fu Xingyao was in the same group as Su Luo before, right?" The assistant nodded, confirming. Wang Xuejuan, looking like he had everything under control, instructed, "You should give Fu Xingyao a heads up. When the show starts, let him be as sharp as possible in his evaluation of Su Luo. No need to hold back. In front of the live audience and the entire internet, let us eliminate him." The content of mentor Fu Xingyao commenting on his former member Su Luo will definitely be interesting. The assistant hesitated and asked, "Should we inform Yi Longyue and Song Yunqi?" Yi Longyue and Song Yunqi are the other two mentors. The configuration of mentors for Final Singer is 2 females and 1 male. Wang Xuejuan shook his head. No need. They just need to maintain a professional perspective. Eliminate whoever should be eliminated. The assistant hesitated. What if? He wanted to say, what if Su Luo advances? Wang Xuejuan's expression showed some dissatisfaction, as if to say, what chance does Su Luo have? I understand. The assistant immediately replied, secretly thinking he was overthinking it. Su Luo likely knew he couldn't survive, so he wanted to join the show for one last payday. In the past few days, not only was Su Luo's name still trending on Weibo, but his topic was also steadily outputting on social platforms like Notes and Little Red Book. Brands that Su Luo had previously endorsed would pop up from time to time, adding fuel to the fire. Senmo Glasses demands Su Luo return part of the endorsement fee. Sheng Dilan Ice Cream's legal department threatens, if Su Luo does not pay a 5 million breach of contract penalty, they will sue immediately. Qianwei Beer. Every time there was a related Weibo post, Su Luo would be dragged out to be criticized. They throw poop at me, and I make egg tarts with it. Oh. A sudden urgent doorbell rang. Who is it? Su Luo, who had played games until 3 in the morning the night before, hummed a little tune, reluctantly getting out of bed to open the door. As soon as the door opened, a large group of people outside, armed with cameras, immediately pointed their lenses at Su Luo. Su Luo, still slightly drowsy, instantly became alert upon seeing this commotion. He tensed up and instinctively took a step back. What is going on? Are the haters real in person? Is someone opening boxes at my home? In the vigilant gaze of Su Luo, a middle-aged man spoke up. Hello, I'm Yesya, the associate director of the Final Singer program. Director Wang arranged this earlier, so we are here today to sign the contract and shoot the pilot episode. The other contestants have already finished filming. Can we come in? Su Luo pretended to be calm and nodded, secretly relieved and wide awake. Come in. After getting Su Luo's consent, Niesya waved to the crew. The filming team streamed in, immediately entering work mode, setting up equipment in various corners of the living room. Niesya was also quite unreserved, looking around and rummaging, trying to dig out something useful from the room. Before coming, Niesya had thought of several titles, such as After the Male Model Incident. Numerous bottles of alcohol found in Su Luo's home, suspected to be drinking to soothe sorrows. Unfortunately, Niesya's thoughts fell flat. The house seemed to be rented. Just a small space. All details were crystal clear. The 30-square-meter apartment was dominated by white, with floor tiles as smooth as a mirror, no hair in sight. Towels in the bathroom were of the same style and color. Toothbrushes were arranged in the same direction. Even the clothes in the wardrobe were organized by color and season. A typical case of severe obsessive-compulsive disorder. It is worth mentioning that before taking medication, the previous occupant had carefully cleaned the house, even packing up the trash that needed to be thrown away. Did they not want to trouble others, even in death? Su Luo sighed silently. Niesya noticed that there seemed to be 2 empty bottles of sleeping pills in the trash can. He glanced at Su Luo. Can we film this? Feel free. Su Luo shrugged. and to cooperate with the recording, he went to change clothes in the room. A close-up of the sleeping pills in the trash can. After getting Su Luo's consent, Niesya directed the staff to shoot. What is this? At this moment, Niesya picked up a certificate from the table, and after seeing the content, he was momentarily stunned. This was actually a donation certificate. Didemere, Su Luo. In the great journey of illuminating the future through education and building dreams with love, you are like a warm and steadfast torchbearer, dispelling the darkness on the hopeful path for countless children. You selflessly donated 500,000 RMB to this foundation on January 15th, 2028, specifically for the construction and development of Hope Primary Schools. This certificate is specially issued. Lu City Foundation. Looking at this recent donation certificate, Niesya was a bit lost in thought, sensing a different kind of flavor. This item was very topical. So, Niesya waved for the photographer to come over for a close-up. Hey, you can't film this. At this moment, Su Luo, who had just changed clothes and came out of the room, snatched it away. You can film anything else, but not this. Saying this, Su Luo put the certificate into a box. I don't know if I misjudged, but in those few seconds, Niesya seemed to see a thick stack of certificates like this. Gulp. Niesya swallowed hard, his mind in turmoil. Joking, right? This guy donated all the money he earned? In this industry, a donation amount of 5 million is not considered much. Many celebrities engage in charity, but they want the whole world to know about it. Su Luo, who hides it instead, was a first for Niesya. He almost wanted to grab that box and dig out the secrets inside. What pity, he didn't capture it just now. What was inside? Niesya couldn't help but ask. After locking the small box, Su Luo casually explained, "It's nothing, just some certificates and photos from school." Niesya was still not giving up. "Can't we film it?" Su Luo replied. "Next time, mainly there's nothing to film. The things in there could be said to be trump cards. Used well, they could have a remarkable effect, but now wasn't the right time." Soon, Su Luo signed the contract. Just as previously agreed, 500,000 per episode, with payment settled after elimination. After signing the contract, Niesya and the others left that day. The next day, the preheating preparations for the Final Singer program began. The official Weibo of Final Singer had over 1 million fans, and the latest post was the announcement of the mentor lineup. So most of the attention here came from the fans of the 3 mentors. Soon, the production team released the pilot episode filmed yesterday, accompanied by the text. There are 4 days left until the program starts. Are you ready? The more than 1 million fans of Final Singer received the information simultaneously, and one after another, they clicked on the 15-minute-long video. Then, Chapter 4 Su Luo, See You Live. Binhai University, Girls' Dormitory. The walls are adorned with numerous posters of the LM boy group. This poster is Li Mengming's favorite, but that damn guy is standing in the center position, instantly ruining the aesthetic. Thinking of the videos circulating online these days, the more Li Mengming looks at Su Luo's face, the more she dislikes him. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, she picks up a marker and colors Su Luo's face black. The poster is left with only the other 2 members, Fu Xingyao and Li Sheng. Without that dog Luo, it's indeed much more pleasing to the eye. Li Mengming's lips curl slightly. To be honest, she is a fan of LM, which means she is actually a fan of Su Luo, and her affection for the group is merely an extension of that. Previously, Li Mengming didn't know much about the other 2 members of LM. She believes that most fans are just like her. Initially, she was drawn to Su Luo's looks, but as she learned more, she discovered that this aloof and handsome guy is actually a pure little puppy. During interviews, he said that he appears cold because he's afraid of saying the wrong thing. When asked why he entered the competition, his eyes were as clear as a college student's. Oh my God, what a foolish handsome guy. Because he is too innocent, he often gets pranked by the production team. When asked what he most wanted to say to his fans, Li Mengming still remembers Su Luo's answer. Learn to love yourself. That sentence struck Li Mengming's heart at the time. So, even after the group was formed, in her eyes, there was only Su Luo. However, now Li Mengming is a fan of Xingyao, a member of the group. Learn to love yourself. Thinking of this phrase coming from the mouth of a male model from a nightclub makes her want to laugh. What pure little puppy. I see a double-standard dog. After becoming famous, he relies on his many fans to maliciously suppress the other 2 members. Ugh, disgusting. I really don't know how much suffering Fu Xingyao, such a good kid, has endured. The more Li Mingming hates Su Luo, the more she feels sorry for Fu Xingyao. If it weren't for Luo dog collapsing, who knows how much more Fu Xingyao would have to suffer. P.S. Such a pitiful child. Li Mingming looked again at the tweet Fu Xingyao posted, which accuses someone in the group. It was through this tweet that she became a fan of Fu Xingyao, mostly out of pity for this big boy, male green tea. Li Mingming casually retweeted Fu Xingyao's tweet and added a line, taking an LM's Heartbroken Girls. Just then, Li Mingming received a push notification from the Final Singing King program team updating their dynamics. As a fan of her brother, Li Mingming had been looking forward to his performance as a mentor for the first time after debuting. So she had also been eagerly anticipating the broadcast of Final Singing King. Li Mingming started watching the 15-minute trailer. At the beginning of the video, the mentor lineup comes into view, just as announced before. They are Yi Longyue, Song Yunxi, and Fu Xingyao. The footage of the three will intersperse with some previous experiences. Then comes the introduction of the contestants. Li Mingming doesn't know any of the contestants, but there are still a few handsome guys that catch her eye. This also makes Li Mingming look forward to it. The video is down to the last 2 minutes. When that familiar face appears on screen, Li Mingming's eyes widen instantly, and she exclaims, "What the hell? Luo dog." Li Mingming's fists tighten. The official Weibo of Final Singing King has over 1 million followers, and more people are noticing Su Luo, who is the final highlight of the video. As a result, the comment section of the program team has completely collapsed. Luo dog hasn't been banned? How did a rotten apple get into such a good pot of soup? Is your production team really willing to eat this kind of black traffic? That's too ugly. You want to invite artists with bad reputations, right? Reporting. We came to see Yi Longyue. Can someone please roll away? When it was Luo Dog's turn to be introduced, why did the cameraman specifically give a close-up of the empty sleep aid bottles in the trash can? Is it a blatant attempt to market Su Luo as a poor person who attempted suicide or suffers from severe depression, needing sleeping pills to sleep? Am I the only one who finds this funny? In a boy group, Fu Xingyao is now a mentor, while Su Luo is a contestant. There's no harm in comparison. Is Su Luo here to embarrass himself? Does he not know how he became famous? Is this the kind of show he can participate in? Has he no shame? If he can last through the first round, I'll eat my hat. The comments section, apart from Su Luo's haters, also includes fans of the three mentors and onlookers who love drama. It's already very clear that Su Luo will participate in the recording of Final Singing King as a contestant. Su Luo's haters are going crazy, blasting the production team with criticism, even calling for the show to be taken down. The situation is escalating. Now, any topic related to Su Luo is unusually hot. No need to spend money or hire online commenters. This trailer quickly shot up the Weibo trending list to the 9th position. In almost an hour, it rose a rank. Soon enough, it achieved its goal and reached the top of Weibo's trending list, sparking widespread discussion among netizens. Seeing that the timing was right, Wang Xuejuan, the director of the program, immediately had someone post another tweet. The official Weibo of Final Singing King, dear audience friends, thank you for your enthusiastic attention to the trailer of Final Singing King. Recently, discussions about the contestant lineup have been heated, and here, our production team solemnly states that since the preparation of the program began, we have aimed to create the purest, dream-seeking space for original musicians. The subsequent competition will be presented in a live format, and our three mentors will uphold the principles of fairness, justice, and openness, using their professional musical knowledge and rigorous judgment to safeguard every contestant's musical dream. They will never waver because of certain individuals. The three mentors will account for 50 of the voting, while the remaining 50 will be decided by the public jury, audience. This is a stage for original musicians, and on this stage, the winner takes all. At the same time, we welcome anyone to supervise. This statement was beautifully put and received a lot of likes, essentially saying that the program is absolutely fair. Even for Su Luo, without any works, he must be eliminated. Coupled with the production team's deliberate guidance, public opinion is shifting in another direction. Su Luo, who became famous solely based on looks, participating in such a music competition program, will be eliminated in the first round. I suddenly began to look forward to Su Luo being eliminated in the first round. Me too, haha, after all. He was once a top star. It would be funny if he got eliminated in the first round. Hee hee, especially if he were eliminated by Fu Xingyao, a member he once suppressed. Yay, our Fu Xingyao can take revenge himself. This is what we call the wheel of fortune turning. Not only do people want to see Su Luo eliminated in the first round, but they also want to see Fu Xingyao, who was bullied by Su Luo in the past, personally eliminate Su Luo, completing his revenge. Just thinking about this makes Su Luo's haters and Fu Xingyao's fans feel incredibly excited. The worse Su Luo loses, the more embarrassing it is for him. The more excited they become. Even bystanders are getting involved, wanting to see Fu Xingyao and Su Luo share the stage. The show's effect will definitely be explosive. Just like that, before the show even aired, the reservations for Final Singing King had already surpassed 3 million in just one day. Director Wang Xuejuan was grinning. Who said Su Luo was no good? Su Luo is fantastic. Luo dog. Oh Luo dog, this is your downfall. Watching this kind of show live would be too regrettable. It must be experienced offline for it to be thrilling. Li Mengmeng, who had already turned dark, turned off her phone and thought about how satisfying it would be to see Su Luo's embarrassing appearance when he got eliminated in the first round in person. She felt a thrill at the thought of stepping on Su Luo's face in her high heels. Even if she didn't attend class, she had to get a ticket for the live event. Looking at the poster where she had doodled on someone, Li Mengmeng sneered, "Fortunately, I have plenty of money at home. Getting a live ticket is a piece of cake. Luo dog, see you at the venue." Chapter 5. Well, gathering Su Luo was also paying attention to things online, feeling no fluctuations in his heart, and even wanted to laugh a bit. As soon as the ticket sales for Final Singer opened, they were sold out in an instant. As a contestant, Su Luo had already arrived at the Star City television station building in advance. He was going to have a simple rehearsal here, gain a basic understanding of the competition system, confirm the performance song with the music director, and practice with the band. Since Su Luo was a last-minute addition, he was the only one during the rehearsal. He did not see any other contestants. For the past 2 days, he had been shuttling between the television station and the hotel. Soon, the day of the recording arrived. At 7 in the evening, the audience entered Hall No, 1 hour early. To ensure the smooth progress of the program, mobile phones and recording devices were not allowed inside during security checks. There were a total of 800 live audience members. Final Singer officially began its first live broadcast. Now it was 10 minutes of advertisement time. The online streaming channel had opened, and users were gradually entering the live room. The number of online viewers had surpassed 1,000. It reached 10,000. 50,000. Over a million. Director Wang, the number of online viewers is increasing rapidly. 2 million, 3 million per million. The excited reports of the staff came through the intercom. Wang Xuejuan clenched his fists excitedly. It's happening. Get the 3 mentors ready. Are all the contestants in the waiting area? Yes, they're all in the contestant waiting area. Good. The program had not yet started. The audience below was very lively. People had already started chatting with those next to them. There are so many people. This ticket was really hard to grab. I had to ask many people to get one. Sister, are you a fan of Longjia? Yes, are you too? I'm here for Yunhee. Sitting in the front row, the meticulously dressed Li Mengmeng was also looking for her allies. Is there anyone here like me, coming to see Luo Dog get eliminated? As soon as Li Mengmeng spoke, it directly drew out Su Luo's haters. Me too. I'm a lifelong hater of Luo Dog. Actually, I used to be a fan of his looks. Who isn't? What works does he have? Can his songs even be listened to? Aren't we just pouring our money into boosting his sales? What strength does he have? If Luo Dog didn't look decent, he wouldn't have been able to debut as a male model before. And with just this face, participating in such a competitive program is just a way to embarrass himself. Li Mengmeng was pleasantly surprised to find that there were quite a few of Su Luo's haters present today. The female fans had spent real money on Su Luo. So when he fell from grace, they felt betrayed, like they had been stabbed in the back by a scumbag. Soon, Li Mengmeng gathered her comrades on the same front. We're all on the same side. Once Su Luo gets on stage, let's intentionally boo him and give him a taste of defeat. How about that? Then, after his performance, let us not vote for him and let him go home in the first round. Okay, it's settled. No one votes for Luo Dog. Absolutely. If Luo Dog gets even one vote, I'll wash my hair upside down. In the waiting area backstage, the atmosphere was a bit strange. Bro, did you really spend 2.5 years as a trainee? Wow, 2.5 years without debuting? That's not good. At this rate, the fresh meat will turn into old dried meat. From Rant's resentment value 100, Su Luo exaggeratedly shook his head. Seeing that the contestant next to him was not responding, he took out a bag of sunflower seeds from his pocket and looked at the boy on his left. Bro, want some? 5 Spice flavor. Not a fan? I have the original flavor too, freshly fried today. Give it a try. Then I'll eat it myself. Crunch, crunch. Su Luo started to munch on the sunflower seeds by himself. The sound of him cracking seeds was quite annoying to Ding Yifan, who was memorizing lyrics. As a seed contestant heavily promoted by Starshine Entertainment, he couldn't afford to be complacent even with the advantage of the company and the program leaking questions in advance. Who wasn't here aiming for their debut? This might be the only chance in their lives. But looking at this guy, Su Luo, everyone else was memorizing lyrics, thinking about how to introduce themselves on stage to be remembered by the audience. Only this guy was acting like it was nothing, still munching on seeds. As expected from what was said online, planning to cash in one last time before retiring. But that's fine. While he still has some popularity, he could just be a stepping stone for my debut. Ding Yifan looked at Su Luo with pity, no longer paying attention to this slacker, and turned back to continue memorizing lyrics. Damn it, what were the next lyrics again? From Ding Yifan's resentment value, 120. Another resentment value was added, and Su Luo became even more enthusiastic about munching. Just like that, within a 5-meter radius centered around Su Luo, it became a vacuum zone. Some were filled with curiosity, while others looked disdainful. Su Luo showed no sign of restraint and continued to crack seeds even more energetically. The nature of the system determined that Su Luo was destined to walk the path of offending people all the way. This feeling was simply so cool. No need to maintain a persona, no need to act deliberately, just do whatever he wanted. It was simply too enjoyable. In another area of the waiting zone, a handsome boy elbowed his companion and whispered, "This is Su Luo, a top-tier star actually participating in the competition with us. Don't you think it feels like a dream?" His companion rolled his eyes. "Huh, a top-tier star, just like us, a contestant. Don't you find that funny? Plus, look at him, still munching on seeds before going on stage. Clearly, he has already given up. Don't waste time on a star who has already fallen. It's better to focus on those who pose a threat to us. Who do you think is the biggest threat? Ding Yifan, Zhou Yun, Diang Yi. Huh? Why those 3? The handsome boy looked confused. His companion squinted. Because all 3 are trainees from Starshine Entertainment. What does that have to do with anything? This program is produced by Starshine Entertainment in collaboration with Kiwi Video. I've heard rumors that. What rumors? The handsome boy pressed. His companion cautiously glanced around, seeing that the program hadn't started yet and no one was paying attention to them, then boldly said, Ding Yifan just signed with Starshine Entertainment. Look at him. In terms of looks, he's only second to Su Luo in here, right? Plus, this guy graduated from Central Conservatory of Music. His skills must be strong. I heard Starshine Entertainment made this program just to promote Ding Yifan. So do you think Ding Yifan would come unprepared? The handsome boy was shocked. Whoa. Then what about the others? Hurry and memorize the lyrics. Think about how to speak when you get on stage. His companion was a bit annoyed at the questioning. Anyway, everyone poses a threat, except for Su Luo. System, how much resentment value do I have now? Su Luo asked inwardly. Soon, a personal panel visible only to him appeared. Host, Su Luo age, 22 looks, 90 out of 100 singing skills, 31 acting skills, 20 resentment value, 320, only 320? A basic treasure chest costs 100,000 to open. Su Luo smacked his lips, thinking about how to milk these people for more, then turned his head to look. Goodness, they were all 5 meters away from him. Damn, is it necessary? Just as Su Luo was complaining, the 10 minutes of advertisements ended, and the program had already started. Chapter 6. The more they condemn me, the more it proves I'm right. Dear audience friends, hello everyone, I am the host. Welcome to the live stage of The Final Singer. And I also thank the audience watching the live stream online. Here, there's no hierarchy based on seniority and no complicated human relationships. The host, dressed in a well-fitted suit and styled hair, passionately addresses the audience to boost their enthusiasm. Then, he briefly explains the competition rules. Out of 36 contestants, more than half will be eliminated in the first round. Only 12 contestants can advance to the next round. It's quite cruel. In this first round, the 36 contestants need to perform their unpublished original works, and then 3 mentors, along with the audience both on-site and online, will vote to determine the winner. That's the rule for the first round. Next, let us invite our 3 mentors with a round of applause. With veins bulging on his neck, the host waves his hand, and the large screen in the center of the hall immediately switches the image. The first mentor to appear is the vocal mentor, Yilongwe. From the enthusiastic cheers of the audience, it's clear how popular she is. The contestants in the waiting area can also see the live performance on the big screen. As Yilongwe appears, the contestants shout in unison, "Goddess." Su Luo, munching on sunflower seeds, nods in agreement. She is indeed very beautiful and has a bit of Lu Yifei's vibe. Yilongwe is likely the most senior among the mentors, standing in the center of the stage. She resembles a green bamboo standing tall in the cold night, her tall figure exuding a cool and aloof aura. With a typical oval face and slightly upturned eyebrows, she often looks at people with a hint of indifference. She wears a long black coat, casually tied at the waist to accentuate her slim figure, paired with a white shirt and tight jeans that wrap around her curvy legs. Yilongwe sings her signature piece, called Cold Plum, with a strong classical style. Su Luo praises her, saying her singing style is somewhat reminiscent of Wang Fei. Just as he finishes speaking, Su Luo notices a malevolent gaze directed at him. Hearing Su Luo mumble, Ding Yifan frowns deeply. What is this guy mumbling about? What Lu Yifei, Wang Fei? He's never even heard of them. How can this little diva be judged by him? Su Luo speaks without considering others. Ding Yifan feels quite dissatisfied with his comments about his idol. The next to appear is the dance mentor, Song Yunqi. With a round, doll-like face, she has deep dimples when she smiles, radiating youthful energy. She has a completely different style from Yilongwe. Su Luo remarks, if I remember correctly, Song Yunqi seems to be a mix of Xia country and Goryeo. As a member of a girl group that debuted in Goryeo, Song Yunqi sings and dances on stage, her figure very alluring, driving the male fans wild. Next up is the all-rounder idol who debuted from a talent show, the rap mentor, Fu Xingyao. The host shouts, and the female audience members scream. Fu Xinjiao, who debuted together with his previous group, is naturally good-looking and has skills to match, having undergone professional training, so his singing and dancing are quite impressive. As Fu Xingyao makes his entrance, the director's team starts to stir things up. The camera first sweeps over the audience, capturing the reactions of the female fans. Then the screen shifts back to the contestant waiting area. The camera scans the faces of the 36 contestants one by one. To get a good shot, these contestants deliberately show exaggerated expressions of shock and admiration at Fu Xingyao's performance. All right, stop, Wang Shuejuan says into the intercom. The big screen finally stops on Su Luo's face. Clearly, the production team wants to capture his reaction. Su Luo's biggest hater, Li Mengmeng, glares at his face. Gritting her teeth in anger, Luo, dog. When it's Su Luo's turn, the image shows him seemingly unaware of being filmed. Compared to the contestants sitting upright, he appears very relaxed, casually crossing his legs while munching on sunflower seeds and occasionally asking the neighboring contestant if they want some. As if feeling thirsty, Su Luo picks up a green bottle of drink from the table and takes a sip, looking utterly blissful. This green tea is amazing. Su Luo smacks his lips and suddenly looks at the camera, seriously stating, I only drink Kong Shui Fu green tea. Kong Shui Fu green tea is one of the sponsors of the final singer. Aside from Su Luo, no one else would get the double meaning of this sentence. Su Luo's actions, however, provoke a lot of people's dislike. Other contestants were expressions of disbelief, thinking, how could this be acceptable? Clinging to the sponsor's leg. Why didn't I think of that? No wonder he was a top-tier star before. He really knows how to play the game, sponsor daddy. Look at me. Ding Yifan's expression is somewhat displeased, thinking what a clown, trying to win over the sponsor's favor, thinking this will prevent him from being eliminated. In just a few seconds, the online audience's activity noticeably increases, and the comments become more frequent. Wang Xuejuan is very pleased. Su Luo's haters and Fu Xingyao's fans can't sit still. Su Luo is really trying too hard. Does he think this makes him look unique? It's hilarious. Does he understand what respect is? Someone is singing on stage, and he's down there crossing his legs and eating sunflower seeds. Can't we disqualify someone like him? Hurry up and eliminate Luo Dog. I really don't want to see him for a second longer. A member of a group. No wonder Fu Xingyao can be a mentor while Su Luo is just a contestant. The head of the haters, Li Mingming, expresses her dissatisfaction. Is he not even pretending anymore? Before the scandal, he was clearly a polite and humble boy, and now, he really knows how to act. If it weren't for the video leak, who would have thought Luo Dog was a nightclub model before debuting? Thinking this way, Li Mingming finds it less strange. Meanwhile, at the mentor's table, while the camera hasn't shifted back yet, Song Yunxi blinks her beautiful eyes, her lips curving slightly. He's quite an interesting person. While he sits there eating sunflower seeds, we have to perform on stage. If it's intentional, then he's very clever. Song Yunxi feels a bit envious. Then rests her chin on her hand and speaks fluent Mandarin. I heard Fu Xingyao was in the same group as him before, and they seem to have some conflict. I'm looking forward to what will happen today. Regarding Su Luo's recent events, Song Yunxi has already heard about them from her manager. Although she is surprised by his past as a male model, she doesn't find it too strange. After all, many entertainers have done various jobs before debuting. For her, the online gossip is just something to enjoy. Sister Longyue, what do you think of this person? Song Yunxi turns to look at Yi Longyue sitting to her left, who has been silent. Song Yunxi has just returned to develop her career and doesn't know much about Su Luo, but she is quite familiar with Yi Longyue. After all, before Song Yunxi debuted, Yi Longyue was already a rising star in the music scene of Xia country. She tries to find a topic to connect with this beautiful, talented elder sister. Yi Longyue shakes her head and says, I haven't collaborated with him. As a mentor, I only need to pay attention to who sings well. Hearing this response, Song Yunxi's eyes sparkled. Wow, even her way of speaking is so cool. Su Luo couldn't hear the boos from the live audience or online, but he knew he had definitely attracted a lot of hatred. From live audience Zhang San's resentment value, 113. From live viewer Li Si's resentment value, 70. From live viewer Zhang Juanhao's resentment value, 91. From live audience Liao Lin's resentment value, 100. The system's notifications kept coming. With a racing heart and trembling hands, Su Luo checked his personal panel. Host, Su Luo, age, 22 appearance, 90 out of 100 singing skills, 31 acting skills, 20 resentment value, 25,136 in such a short time. Su Luo had actually gained over 20,000 resentment points. Su Luo was delighted. So, the more she condemned me, the more it proves I did the right thing. Chapter 7. With millions of fans, Su Luo returns as a contestant. On stage, after a song ended, there was a warm round of applause from the audience. Fu Xingyao revealed a sunny boy's smile before sitting down at the mentor's table. To Su Luo, this smile seemed very fake, like someone who had practiced it in front of a mirror thousands of times. They had both been in the same group before, and based on his memories, Su Luo felt he knew this person quite well. But later, when the previous owner of this body fell from grace, Fu Xingyao posted a baseless message on his Weibo, and Su Luo realized he didn't know this person at all. After the male model incident erupted, Fu Xingyao had been eating human blood buns for several days straight, and his latest Weibo post read, I thought loneliness and pain were essential lessons to becoming a qualified idol. But you made me understand that some people's brightness is maintained by extinguishing others, combined with Fu Xingyao's previous complaints about his unfair treatment. This Weibo post almost revealed Su Luo's ID number. This person could pretend even better than himself. Before the fall from grace, he had been calling him Luo Gu with great enthusiasm. Su Luo had treated him well, genuinely considering him a friend, even fighting for more screen time for him during variety shows. But after the fall, Fu Xingyao was sure that the former was hopeless for a comeback. So he stopped pretending and directly capitalized on the heat by eating human blood buns, writing sob stories, maliciously fabricating facts, and seeking sympathy. A pure male green tea. On stage, the host came up and said a few words without dragging things out, continuing to the next segment. which was the contestant performance. The first contestant was Yu Ran, a personal trainee who had practiced for 2.5 years. Let's welcome him with applause. The appearance of the trainees was all quite good. After 2.5 years of training, Yu Ran had accumulated a certain fan base. He was now singing an original song he wrote himself called Meeting You. The lyrics and composition were just average. Before he started singing, Yu Ran cleverly said that this song was dedicated to his fans and those who supported him. It was essentially a love confession song, with greasy lyrics and a common arrangement. But it was very good at pleasing girls. After singing, it was time for the mentors' comments. Among the 3 mentors, only Fu Xingyao voted, saying he also came up as a trainee and hoped Yu Ran would continue to work hard. Song Yunqi's comments were more tactful, simply saying that his singing skills needed improvement and that his originals should be based more on his own ideas. Yi Longyue was more direct, not only pointing out how many notes Yu Ran had missed during the performance, but also bluntly stating that this song was entirely to please the audience and that she could write 50 songs like this in a day. This left Song Yunqi beside her stunned, thinking, wow, did she really just say that? Yu Ran on stage looked quite embarrassed. Then the host announced the vote count, displaying the total on the big screen. There were 481 votes in total. The next contestants, even those who had millions of fans online before participating in the show, didn't surpass Yu Ran's vote count until Tao Jun came on stage. As expected from a trainee of Starshine Entertainment, his stage presence crushed the previous contestants by several levels. His singing was stable, and his movements were powerful. His final vote count was 961-235. During the mentors' comment segment, both Fu Xingyao and Song Yunqi voted for him, except for Yi Longyue. The contestants went one by one to sing a song, followed by mentor comments and voting. The process was quite tedious. Su Luo didn't even know how many contestants were ahead of him. As time passed, Su Luo unknowingly leaned back in his chair and fell asleep. Of course, the production team didn't miss this opportunity. So, on the big screen appeared a scene of Su Luo dozing off in his chair. This was in stark contrast to Ding Yifan, who was energetically singing and dancing on stage. The audience couldn't help but comment. Ding Yifan was giving it his all, sweat pouring down his forehead, his eyes shining, and at the end of his performance, he executed a difficult side flip, barely catching his breath before hitting a high note. From his angle, Ding Yifan couldn't see the big screen, so he thought the audience's commotion was due to his performance. He beamed with confidence, eager to hear the audience's reaction. I mean, he's just giving up, about to go on stage and still sleeping? I am impressed. His heart is so big. Look at the other contestants preparing, and what is he doing? Just lazing around. And he looks so comfortable sleeping. Can you believe it? Oh, Ding Yifan finished singing? How did it end so soon? I just realized it, but whatever, let's applaud first. Most of the audience's attention was drawn to Su Luo, and they were busy criticizing him. It wasn't until someone began to applaud that they suddenly woke up. What? The performance is over? The delayed applause from the audience made Ding Yifan frown slightly. It wasn't until the host came on stage that Ding Yifan had the chance to glance at the big screen behind him. Then he saw that damn guy sleeping. Ding Yifan's face twisted with anger. He had worked so hard on stage, flipping and hitting high notes, only to find the audience's attention wasn't on him. Had he performed for nothing? The host cleared his throat. Ahem. Well, let's have the 3 mentors comment on Ding Yifan's performance. Ding Yifan took a deep breath, putting a smile back on his face. Fu Xingyao, with a look of disgust, turned his gaze away from the screen, cursing under his breath that Su Luo was trying to carve out a unique persona. Director team, can you please stop giving this guy camera time? Then, Fu Xingyao took a deep breath and said, You sang very well. It's clear you have solid basics. Your physical training time should be short, but I can see you have a bit of martial arts background. Your movements are very smooth, so I'm giving you my vote. Thank you, teacher. Song Yunqi added, I agree with Fu Xingyao. Her response was very brief, sounding quite perfunctory. Ding Yifan's smile began to fade. He knew that Song Yunqi hadn't been watching during his performance. Next up was Yi Longyue. She bit her lip in silence for a moment, her gaze shifting from the big screen. Ding Yifan, I know you. I also graduated from Central Conservatory of Music. I heard you were admitted as the top student in your major, so your skills should be fine. Ding Yifun's smile was just starting to rise when Yi Longyue's next words darkened his face. But I'm very sorry, I got distracted during your performance. So I don't know how you did. I only heard the last high note, and your breath was quite steady. However, I still can't give you my vote. It's not your fault. It's my personal oversight. I'm sorry. Yi Longyue was very honest. She admitted she got distracted. Song Yunxi stifled a laugh. Sister Longyue, you were also watching Su Luo sleep just now, right? This person is so funny. Yi Longyue felt a bit embarrassed. I was drawn in. Wake up. It seems like we're about to go on stage. Su Luo felt someone shaking him awake. He opened his eyes to see a somewhat shy doll-like face. When Su Luo opened his eyes, Lu Ziming quickly sat back in his seat. Su Luo sat there in a daze. Lu Ziming thought Su Luo was still asleep and quietly reminded him, the camera has been filming you all this time, so maybe you shouldn't sleep anymore. How about you wash your face? What's going on, bro? Su Luo shook his head, his eyes still showing signs of sleepiness. Grievance value, 95,136. How did my grievance value rise so much just from sleeping? Who's on stage now? Su Luo rubbed his face. He roughly guessed what was happening, but to be honest, he really didn't mean to. Lu Ziming said, it's Ding Yifan. He's currently in first place with 1.32 million votes. Su Luo instinctively said, oh, thanks for waking me up, sis. Lu Ziming opened his mouth, feeling a bit wronged. I'm a guy. Oh, sorry, bro, I thought there were no girls in this show. Su Luo looked at Lu Ziming in surprise. This boy had a baby face, very fair skin, and relatively long hair. Most importantly, his voice was very clear and sounded quite feminine. Lu Ziming shook his head. It's fine. I'm used to it. Su Luo found this boy quite interesting, so he tried to get closer. Lu Ziming, are you very nervous? Lu Ziming said pitifully, yeah, it's just this few now. I might be up next. Su Luo said, you can't go on stage like this. You need to relax your voice when singing. Being too nervous will affect your performance. Lu Ziming whispered, I don't want to be like this either. Su Luo's eyes shifted. Then he got up and walked to a certain place. When he returned, he had a bottle of liquor in his hand. Can you drink? Lu Ziming shook his head. That's okay. Su Luo held the bottle up with both hands, found a good angle, and seriously said, Jin Xiaoxiao Baijiu, inherited ancient brewing techniques, scientifically researched formula, strictly controlled quality. Comfortable to drink without harming the body. Plus, a little alcohol helps singers warm up their voices. If you drink a bit before going on stage, you won't be so nervous. Su Luo opened the cap and handed it to him. Lu Ziming blinked and said, are you reciting an advertisement? Soon, Lu Ziming was on stage. This guy's voice was very distinctive, leaning towards the feminine side, which resulted in a higher pitch. His advantage was that his vocal range was wider than most male singers. The downside was that his songwriting ability was quite average, likely ranking among the lowest of all contestants. However, his voice helped him achieve a surprisingly good ranking, 8th out of 36 singers. Barring any accidents, he should be able to advance. Lu Ziming even received good feedback from the little diva Yi Longyue, who said if he improved his songwriting ability, his future achievements would be even greater. One of the mentors, Song Yunxi, suddenly sniffed the air. I smell a strong liquor smell. Lu Ziming, did you drink? Lu Ziming shyly replied, I drank, a little before going on stage. Who told you to drink? Song Yunxi chuckled. How much did you drink? Your face is so red. Su Luo gave it to me. I drank a bottle, but I feel it really helped. I wasn't so nervous going on stage. Lu Ziming was already slurring his words, swaying slightly. Upon hearing Su Luo's name, Fu Xingyao frowned. The audience below would have rushed up to stab Su Luo if they could. What the hell? You actually let a kid drink. I knew this was something that jerk would do. Ah, Ziming baby, please stay away from Su Luo. Luo dog, hurry up and go on stage. Face me. The head of the haters, Li Mengmeng, twitched her mouth. What the hell? If I'm not mistaken, Jin Xiaoxiao is 40-degree liquor. And Luo dog actually tricked him into drinking a whole bottle. Meanwhile, in the contestant waiting area, from live audience Wang Wu's grievance value 113. From live audience Zhang San's grievance value 75. From live audience Lin Yuan's grievance value 91. From live audience Li Ziqing's grievance value 100. To this, Su Luo looked helpless. I just let him drink a little. who knew he'd down a bottle. After the host got the cue card, he stood back on stage and announced, "Next, let's welcome our next contestant." He is known as the man who unified the aesthetic of Xiaohua, debuted through a talent show, has millions of fans, and is returning as a contestant, Su Luo. Let's welcome Su Luo. Chapter 8, A Song of Destiny. What has Su Luo truly experienced? Bang! The stage lights turned on once again. All cameras focused simultaneously on the center of the stage. Under the spotlight, Su Luo's exquisitely sculpted face appeared on the big screen. He smiled slightly at the camera in front of him. "Hello, everyone. I am Su Luo, who reached the peak upon debut and returned as a contestant." His self-deprecating introduction made the contestants in the waiting room burst into applause. Seeing the face that countless dreams had trampled under her high heels, the head of the anti-fans. Li Mingming perked up. "Here it comes." "Who?" As if receiving some signal, a wave of boos surged towards the slender figure on stage. Su Luo's anti-fans were terrifying. Song Yunxi felt that her fans were exaggerated enough, but she didn't expect Su Luo's anti-fan group to be even scarier. If it were her, she probably wouldn't even be able to sing. Yi Longwei remained expressionless. Fu Xingyao, a former teammate now turned mentor, smirked slightly, feeling somewhat pleased. He anticipated seeing anger and frustration on Su Luo's face. Only then could he feel that he was no longer just a supporting character. Director Wang Xuejuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was eager to see what reaction would appear on Su Luo's face. Countless cameras were ready to capture Su Luo's expressions, eager to create a buzz. However, they were disappointed. The smile on Su Luo's face remained undiminished, like the warm sun of spring. Only when the boos began to diminish did he slowly raise the microphone. "Don't stop. Keep going." The first to jump out was Li Mingming, as if she were demonstrating against Su Luo, shouting the boos at the top of her lungs, her voice sharp enough to cut through the air. "Boo!" The boos that had just subsided rose again, this time even more powerful. It was as if they were challenging Su Luo. Who's afraid of whom? This time, it lasted a full 3 minutes. The host looked at Wang Xuejuan with a questioning expression, clearly asking if he should go up and take control. However, the latter shook his head. Gradually, the audience's stamina began to wane. Just as the boos started to diminish, Su Luo raised the microphone again. "Haven't you all eaten? Speak up." "Boo." The boos started again, but this time it ended quickly. Ugh. Li Mingming's rebellious mindset kicked in, and as soon as she opened her mouth, a wave of nausea washed over her, and she quickly waved her hand. "No, I almost threw up." "Ugh, I'm feeling nauseous too." Waves of dry, heaving sounds came from various corners of the audience, and for a moment, the scene became somewhat chaotic. Seeing this, Su Luo revealed a triumphant smile. The online viewers in the live stream were dumbfounded, and the barrage of comments rolled frantically. Su Luo received a continuous stream of resentment points. Resentment points from on-site audience member Wang Miao, 120. Resentment points from on-site audience member Ma Gong, 100. Resentment points from on-site audience member Li Mingming. Su Luo silently thought. Check resentment points. A line of numbers appeared. Resentment points, 105,220. Su Luo's smile grew even broader, breaking 100. 000 meant he could draw a prize after singing. Su Luo slightly raised his chin, looking at the audience below, as if he were seeing a field of green leeks. "Welcome, Su Luo. This should be our first meeting. I didn't expect you to be so funny and humorous in person." Wang Xuejuan hurriedly urged the host to take control of the stage. The interaction between Su Luo and the audience had created excellent program effects. But now he was worried that if things continued like this, the audience would all be made to vomit by Su Luo, and that would truly be an accident. Wang Xuejuan couldn't help but complain his heart. Where did Su Luo get all these flashy moves? He seemed like the introverted child the circles used to talk about. He was completely different from what he had imagined. The host asked, "What original song do you have for us today?" Su Luo replied, "Once I thought about ending it all." "All right, let's hand the stage back to Su Luo." After successfully bringing the rhythm back, the host walked off the stage again. Su Luo turned around and nodded at the band behind him, signaling that they could start. The barrage in the live stream was lively. Even before Su Luo began to sing, some had already declared a death sentence. The title of this song seemed like an inner monologue. Suddenly, they were curious to hear what he was going to sing. They hoped he wouldn't have any expectations of Su Luo. They had heard his songs before and could only say that they couldn't be listened to without electronic music. To protect their ears, they suggested turning their phones to silent mode. A traffic star relying on looks, what singing skills could he possibly have? He could only play with the song title. I see. Su Luo seems to want to sell his misfortune with this song title. After singing, will he establish a persona as a severely depressed patient? It would be better for Su Luo to skip the singing part and just get eliminated. After all, the result would be the same whether he sang or not. A gentle string background, a simple yet heartfelt piano melody captured the audience's ears while creating a subtle sadness. On a stage illuminated by a single beam of light, Su Luo slowly began to sing. I once thought about ending it all. When I heard the seagulls' mournful cries, floating endlessly between the waves. Please take away my unbearable time. As Su Luo began to sing, the atmosphere shifted. Closing his eyes, fragments of memories from his past flashed through his mind like a slideshow. Those memories became clearer, as if Su Luo had personally experienced them. After dropping out of high school and struggling at the bottom of society, he was impatiently waved away by passers-by while distributing flyers. While washing dishes, his hands became red and swollen from long exposure to dish soap. Later, when he became a male model, even though he earned a high income from his looks, the feelings of inferiority and insecurity never dissipated. Every time he anonymously donated to an orphanage, he would fall into deep contemplation, hoping the children wouldn't repeat his suffering. But wasn't he also struggling alone in the dark, hiding this disgraceful job from everyone? He feared being exposed, afraid of those strange gazes like walking on a tightrope. Trembling with fear, I once thought about ending it all. When I saw the apricot blossoms bloom, wrapped in the mottled spring light, sleeping under the shade of the trees. Could I turn to dust and never question the reason? With no flashy singing skills, Su Luo's voice was very plain, paired with the piano melody, as if narrating an ordinary event. That was the heartbreaking past of his former self. The old bicycle gradually rusted. The dark lighthouse, the abandoned port. A person stood on the cold street, wanted to set off, but not knowing where to go. The shadow of yesterday still lingers today. If you don't change now, don't expect to wish for the future. I know it all, but Su Luo's voice began to rise and fall. Hidden within the song was a trace of imperceptible emotion. That was grievance. From being a male model to later being lucky enough to be discovered and stepping into the entertainment industry, he thought he had welcomed the dawn, but unexpectedly fell into a deeper quagmire, reaching the peak upon debut, yet becoming a victim of capital interests and struggles. The video of him as a nightclub male model leaked, and the so-called assistant slander turned his world upside down. Seeing the overwhelming online insults, the massive unfollowing from fans, and the disdain from the company, he felt like he had returned to square one, or even worse than square one. That sense of despair, of being abandoned by the entire world, enveloped him once again. The predecessor knew that his previous work was not glorious. Even later, he did not get lost in the intoxicating world of wealth. He donated all the money he earned to orphanages, foundations, and even built many Hope primary schools. He hoped that the younger siblings in the orphanage would not end up like him. He wished for the children in impoverished, mountainous areas to have books to read. In fact, if given the choice, he also wanted to study. It was precisely because he had been through the rain that he wanted to hold an umbrella for others. In the final scene, after finishing mopping the floor, he went downstairs to throw out the garbage, laid out plastic sheets on the ground layer by layer, and turned on the air conditioning to cooling mode, setting the temperature to the lowest. The purchased aroma was deliberately placed at the air conditioning vent. After doing all this, he lay down on the bed, waiting for the countdown of life to end. Even in the last moment of life, he remained quiet, not wanting to trouble anyone. Su Luo wanted to hug this poor big boy. Under the spotlight, Su Luo opened his arms as if to embrace someone, and the shadow beneath his feet made the same gesture, seemingly responding. I once thought about ending it all. The hollow heart could no longer bear it. Curled up in a dark corner, sinking in memories, decaying. What is there to retain after waking from the dream? In that painful and oppressive slideshow, the most profound scene for Su Luo was when that so-called black spot video was leaked. Watching the flood of insults and curses online, The predecessor curled up in a corner with his phone, silently crying. There was not a single person he could trust, not a single person he could rely on. But he was only 22 years old. He could have ignored the insults online. What he feared was whether the younger siblings in the orphanage would despise him if they saw that video. He feared even more to see the disappointment in the eyes of the kind old director who taught him to love himself, well, since childhood. When he finally gathered the courage to leave this world, all that remained was the ease of relief. These experiences are enough to make even an observer's heart ache. Under the buff of voice in a strange realm, Su Luo's singing created an emotional vortex that silently spread throughout the entire studio. The 800 audience members on site, as well as millions of viewers online, resonated with him. Who will delve into my pain? All of this is merely a battle with myself. Regardless of winning or losing, the outcome is absurd. I know it all, but I once thought about ending it all. When I couldn't meet you, having someone like you exist in this world quietly awakened the joy that slept deep in my heart. Having someone like you in my heart made me start to look forward to this world. Bang! The stage lights lit up again. Su Luo raised his head to look at the spotlight above. His lips moved slightly. In the predecessor's dark life, he never waited for the dawn that could shine upon him until the moment he closed his eyes. After the song ended, Su Luo bent down to thank the audience, tears falling from his chin, unable to tell who was crying. Everyone on site looked at the handsome face filled with tears on the big screen. Between his brows seemed to be an unresolvable fatigue. The thin figure on stage inexplicably made people's hearts ache. The despair in the lyrics inevitably made people curious about what he had experienced. The head of the anti-fans, Li Mengmeng, had already cried her exquisite makeup into a mess. Her lips trembling, shouting without regard for her image, Su Luo, don't cry. Chapter 9, Beyond Control, Rebirth from Fragmentation. A video of Su Luo as a male model before his debut is exposed. Su Luo becomes the fastest top celebrity to fall from grace in the history of the entertainment industry. Subsequently, scandals emerge, including sexual harassment of an assistant, being difficult to work with, and bullying teammates, leading to Su Luo becoming a target of online hate. Fans unfollow and turn against him, losing all public favor. The company terminates his contract, his social media accounts are reclaimed, and brands demand compensation. Each incident is a significant blow. The song I once thought about ending it all, sung by Su Luo, carries a melody and lyrics that, under the enhancement of the voice of the scene buff, reveal despair and sorrow in every line. The whirlpool of despair pulls the audience deeper in, even evoking some sympathy for this young man. Given Su Luo's experience and the obvious title of the song, one can't help but wonder, Su Luo, does he really consider giving up on life? He looks so pitiful. Song Yunqi's nose has a faint pink hue, her eyes filled with sympathy. Su Luo doesn't seem to be as portrayed online. Hearing this, Fu Xingyao snaps back from his shock, furious. A single song has stirred your maternal instincts? Pitiful? This guy is not pitiful at all. Can't you see he's just playing the victim? Damn it. This BYD is more dramatic than I am. Trying to gain sympathy and change public perception with this song? Fu Xingyao's gaze towards Su Luo turns cold. Damn, where'd he dig up this song? Fu Xingyao must admit, the quality of this song is very good. Without a doubt, it will become a hit after this episode airs. Therefore, Fu Xingyao absolutely does not believe that this song was written by Su Luo. Having been a team member, Fu Xingyao knows very well that Su Luo's strengths lie solely in his looks. His singing and acting skills are utterly lacking. This song must have been ghostwritten. No matter what, Su Luo must be eliminated. The song is good, but his singing is average. With a cold sneer, Fu Xingyao plans to critique Su Luo harshly later, focusing on his singing skills since the song's quality is good. Eliminating Su Luo while feigning sympathy would also allow him to enjoy a wave of negative attention. Killing two birds with one stone. Fu Xingyao's plan is quite calculated. Sister Longyue, what do you think of Su Luo's performance? Sister Longyue? Song Yunqi quite likes this song, as it seems to make one forget the negative news about Su Luo online. After calling out a couple of times and receiving no response, she turns around to see Sister Longyue in a daze, only pulling her attention back when Song Yunqi calls out again. Yi Longyue feels the same way as Song Yunqi. She gets immersed in it and senses that Su Luo is different from what is said online, but she can't quite pinpoint how. Frankly speaking, she really likes this song. Very much. It is a desperate ballad, filled with both despair and redemption. It is a confession from someone who feels hopeless about the world, someone who wants to self-destruct. The lyrics references to old bicycles, dark lighthouses, abandoned ports, and broken kites amplify the sense of loneliness. Yi Longyue seems to see someone on the verge of breaking. It's Su Luo, who looks like he's about to shatter, making one want to hold him carefully. The first half feels oppressive, lonely, and cold. Yet within the despair lies a hint of redemption. To have someone like you in my heart makes me start to look forward to this world. This is Yi Longyue's favorite line in the song. Like a beam of light shining through the darkness. In a desperate life, hope is seen. The reason Yi Longyue loves this song so much, even feeling an impulse to create her own version, is that similar works on despair and redemption either remain emo or pour out motivational quotes. I once thought about ending it all as different. Its title is straightforward, making one think it must be filled with despair and oppression. However, upon listening carefully, one discovers the glimmers of hope within despair. Su Luo's rendition imbues it with his unique emotions. It's not about waiting to be rescued from a cold, lonely ocean, but rather a rebirth from fragmentation. What seems like despair is actually redemption. Su Luo's emotional delivery is sincere and rich, hard to surpass. Only such a mindset can convey these feelings. Yi Longyue reflects on the recent events surrounding Su Luo and can't help but sigh. This song seems to fit the theme of my new album. Yi Longyue falls into deep thought. Song Yunxi opens her mouth, feeling a bit wronged. Why is Sister Longyue ignoring her? Is that Su Luo? Where's the music director? Get him over here. Director, what's wrong? Music director Zhang Wei is somewhat confused, not knowing why Wang Xuejuan is so anxious to call him over. Wang Xuejuan frowns. Have you been overseeing Su Luo's rehearsals these past few days? Zhang Wei nods. Wang Xuejuan asks, then why didn't you tell me Su Luo had this performance? Zhang Wei is speechless. You usually don't come to watch the contestants' rehearsals, and you said not to bother you with these trivial matters. Wang Xuejuan waves his hand impatiently. Forget it. Honestly, what do you think of Su Luo's song? Very good. Zhang Wei's response is quite conservative. Compared to today's noise, this song I once thought about ending it all is incomparable. Wang Xuejuan raises an eyebrow. Su Luo can write such high-quality music? Zhang Wei remains silent for a moment. It's hard to say. The emotional lyrics of this song resonate with Su Luo's experiences and mindset. It's like he's writing about himself. Under such circumstances, he might have actually written it. This is quite bizarre. Wang Xuejuan glances at the backstage barrage, which is exploding in numbers, feeling that things are slightly beyond his control. Is he singing about himself? How heartbreaking. Could it be that Su Luo really thought about ending his life? Of course, Su Luo has plenty of haters, quickly overshadowing the positive comments. Crying? Are those tears real? Everyone wake up. Don't forget, Su Luo was a male model before his debut. He is the best at acting. Don't be fooled by him. Don't vote for Su Luo. Let it be eliminated in the first round. I bet he'll start to play the victim, build a depression persona, and then confess to his past misdeeds, all to continue making money in the entertainment industry. Just watch. The contestants' waiting area is divided into two sections. One side features the highest vote getters, while the other contains those who have no chance of advancing. At this moment, everyone's attention is drawn to Su Luo on the big screen. Gasps of astonishment arise from the waiting area. How'd he write this song? It makes me want to cry. The top three from Starshine Entertainment are not feeling great. Tao Jun confidently states, Su Luo definitely couldn't write this kind of music. It's likely a ghostwriter. Jiang Yi speculates. His singing skills are average, but the quality of the song is solid. He can't possibly advance, right? The current top vote getter, Ding Yifan, feels a surge of crisis. But upon remembering Su Luo's current public image, he relaxes. The host hands Su Luo a tissue and then turns to face the judges, waiting for their comments. Su Luo thanks him, still unsure how he ended up in tears. Does Voice of the Scene amplify the emotional impact of the song, making the performer feel it as well? Song Yunxi spoke sincerely. To be honest, I was completely immersed in it just now. This song is beautiful and very moving. Most people have experienced lows in life, gritting their teeth and pushing through. When you look back, you'll realize it wasn't a big deal. As a body language coach, I believe this song can be interpreted even better with movement. I look forward to your next performance. Song Yunshi's seat lit up, indicating she voted for Su Luo. Fu Xingyao picked up the microphone, about to speak, and everyone was eager to hear how he would comment on Su Luo. The screen had already switched to his face. At that moment, Yi Longyue's voice came in from off-screen. What Yunshi said is also what I want to say. As a vocal coach, I need to give an objective assessment. Su Luo, you actually don't have much singing skill. Upon hearing this, Fu Xingyao's eyes lit up. Yes, just like that. Make it sharper. However, Yi Longyue changed her tone. But I think this song doesn't need too much singing technique. Excessive technique would actually ruin the emotion. You have your strengths, which is that you sing with a lot of feeling. It's clear that you put your heart into it. In a word, in the face of emotion, all techniques pale in comparison. I really like this song. I hope you can maintain your strengths while also finding time to improve your singing skills. Yi Longyue's comments were very fair. She acknowledged Su Luo's performance while pointing out his shortcomings. Yi Longyue put down the microphone, and her seat lit up as well. Both Song Yunshi and Yi Longyue voted for Su Luo. This put Fu Xingyao in a difficult position. He didn't want to see Su Luo on this stage. Fu Xingyao was afraid that Su Luo would turn his fortunes around with this program. Over the past few days, Fu Xingyao had been throwing dirt on Su Luo. Benefiting from his negative publicity, Fu Xingyao couldn't sleep if Su Luo wasn't out of the picture. He originally wanted to make a big deal out of Su Luo's singing skills, but Yi Longyue's words blocked his path. Su Luo's song was indeed of high quality. Fu Xingyao admitted, with Song Yunshi and Yi Longyue voting for him. If he didn't vote, he would inevitably be accused of trying to take revenge on Su Luo, lacking vision and being petty. Even if he voted for Su Luo, it didn't mean Su Luo would advance. After all, the mentor votes only accounted for half. The other half depended on the live audience and online viewers' votes. Did Su Luo still have fans now? His public image had probably been ruined in recent days. If I vote for Su Luo, I can still gain a reputation. Soon, Fu Xingyao made his decision, and his seat lit up. All three mentors voted for Su Luo. Suddenly, Wang Xuejuan's voice came through the host's earpiece. The host looked at Su Luo, then at Fu Xingyao, and picked up the microphone as instructed. So, Su Luo, do you have anything you want to say to the three mentors? Although it was addressed to the three mentors, the screen only showed close-ups of Fu Xingyao and Su Luo. The entire venue fell silent. Chapter 10. Is Su Luo apologizing? Why is Fu Xingyao the one facing public disgrace? As the director of this show, Wang Xuejuan knows very well what the audience wants to see the most. Both are members of the LM group. One is thriving and serving as a mentor, while the other is surrounded by scandals and has returned as a contestant. The two are in vastly different situations. Not to mention, there have been certain unknown events between them. One has collapsed, and the other is stepping in to deliver the final blow. Their relationship is quite delicate. Although Fu Xingyao's management company wants to capitalize on Su Luo's negative publicity, they had specifically consulted with the program team before recording. Su Luo can only be eliminated by Fu Xingyao, and after Su Luo's elimination, they must arrange a segment for Fu Xingyao to shine. The management company plans to let Fu Xingyao benefit from this situation, stepping on Su Luo to advance further in the entertainment industry. However, as the director of the show, Wang Xuejuan must also seek some benefits for himself. He thought it would be best to take this opportunity to extract some explosive news from Su Luo and Fu Xingyao. Su Luo is not a fool. He knows what these people are thinking, mostly wanting to see him make a fool of himself. Since that's the case, the entertainment industry is all about who can act better. After calming down, Su Luo's expression became peaceful. He faced the two female mentors and sincerely said, "First of all, I would like to thank the three mentors for their recognition and for your fondness for me. I have taken in Mentor Song's advice, and I will consider incorporating dance elements into my future performances to strive for better results. I appreciate Mentor Ye's valuable suggestions. This is indeed my weak point, and I will work hard to optimize my singing skills." Song Yunshi was very satisfied with Su Luo's attitude, thinking that at least he was a former top star and did not have a hint of arrogance. He could lower himself to participate in the program as a contestant and was able to take in suggestions. I told you, Su Luo is not as terrible as people say online. This goddess of the means homebody and means goddess, with a smooth career, still has a bit of innocence in her character. Yi Longyue nodded slightly and said softly, "You can come to me privately regarding vocal issues." After Yi Longyue finished speaking, suddenly, Su Luo turned his attention to Fu Xingyao and picked up the microphone. Additionally, I would like to take this opportunity to say a few words to mentor Fu Xingyao. Fu Xingyao suddenly called out, stiffened and instinctively looked at Su Luo. The two briefly locked eyes in midair. The next second, Fu Xingyao nervously averted his gaze, watching Su Luo's face, which seemed to be smiling, but not really. Fu Xingyao felt a sudden pang of unease. Song Yunshi had a subtle expression and was secretly excited. The front row of the audience was ready for gossip. On the other side, the director's team. Seeing Su Luo skillfully creating topics for the show, Wang Xuejuan was all smiles. Su Luo would eventually be eliminated anyway. It will be best to expose some juicy news before that, to help boost the show's popularity. This way, it could be considered a use of resources. And after that, letting Fu Xingyao eliminate Su Luo and shine would not be considered a breach of agreement. I win the topic popularity, and Fu Xingyao can also step on Su Luo to advance further, killing two birds with one stone. As for Su Luo's situation in the industry afterward, what does that have to do with me? Having been bullied like that before, Fu Xingyao could still overlook past grievances and give Su Luo a vote. That's a broad-minded perspective. Suddenly, I kind of like Fu Xingyao now. To be fair, Su Luo's performance this round was indeed good. Fu Xingyao did not deliberately withhold his vote because of being bullied by Su Luo in the past. His broad-mindedness would only lead to a better future for him. Truly impressive. Without comparison, there is no harm. Su Luo must be very ashamed right now. This is called retribution. Su Luo, what do you want to say to Fu Xingyao? I predict Su Luo is about to apologize, confess, and then play the victim. Many viewers in the live stream were captivated by Fu Xingyao's actions, feeling that he had a great mindset and character. Similarly, this was also the sentiment of Li Mengmeng, the leader of Su Luo's haters. Li Mengmeng felt quite pleased. See, this is the difference. I was blind before, but this time I've finally chosen the right person to support. Both online and offline audiences were very curious about what Su Luo would say to Fu Xingyao next. Su Luo pretended to ponder for a moment and slowly spoke. A lot has happened during this time, and I have come to understand many things. In the past, I was young and ignorant and made many mistakes. Due to some personal reasons, I hurt the public's feelings and let down my fans' trust. Here, I sincerely apologize to the fans I have hurt. On the big screen, Su Luo slightly bowed to the audience, appearing quite formal. However, as he bent down, no one noticed that the corner of Su Luo's mouth had already curled up slightly. First, he wanted to lure them into a false sense of security, making the enemy lower their guard. Song Yunshi was momentarily stunned. It turns out he was really just using the stage to apologize to the fans. It seems Su Luo still really wants to regain the fans' trust. As an artist, Song Yunshi could understand Su Luo's actions. It seems there's no gossip to be had after all. Song Yunshi felt a bit disappointed. Yi Longyue had not expected anything. She was not interested in these matters and was thinking, after the recording, should I talk to Su Luo about the copyright for I once considered ending it all? It turns out he was really just apologizing. Looks like I was overthinking it. Fu Xingyao was initially taken aback, but then breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't even know what he was worried about. In the director's team, Wang Xuejuan nodded slightly, although there wasn't an unexpected explosive segment. Su Luo's first public apology after the male model incident is still very topical. With Su Luo's popularity, the show should also be able to ride a wave of trending searches. Everyone present, including online and offline viewers, could even guess what Su Luo would say next. The classic, generic apology template for artists. The flavor is just right. I guessed it right. From the moment Su Luo finished singing and cried on stage, I knew this guy was absolutely going to apologize next. playing the victim as long as he still wanted to make money in the entertainment industry. Besides my fans, I also want to apologize to someone seriously here. Su Luo took a deep breath and spoke in a low voice. Xingyao, I'm sorry. His tone was very serious, very earnest in his apology. Fu Xingyao's face already showed a displeased expression, clearly apologizing to me, yet not looking at me directly, but rather at the camera. Fu Xingyao was very unhappy. However, Su Luo's next words surprised him greatly. In the past, I was arrogant and self-righteous. Regarding external commercial activities, I was never on time, causing great distress to the team members. Xingyao, I shouldn't have suppressed you, nor should I have intentionally let the director cut your scenes while filming or participating in shows, undermining your efforts. Su Luo's voice was sorrowful, with a hint of tremor, and his expression was filled with deep regret. Onlookers believed Su Luo was genuinely apologizing. Only Fu Xingyao was left dumbfounded. Their essay saying, "Those who wronged you know better than you how wronged you are." To be fair, among the 3 members of the LM group, Su Luo leads by a wide margin in terms of fan count, popularity, and topic discussions compared to the other 2 members. Fu Xingyao was very displeased, but did not show it. Because Su Luo had never looked down on them or suppressed them just because he was famous and had a higher status. In fact, Su Luo had been quite generous, always trying to secure more screen time for Fu Xingyao and the other 2 members, whether in filming or variety shows. He would stand between the 2 people, so even if the director wanted to cut them out, there was no way to do so. Because of his relationship with Su Luo, Fu Xingyao also received more resource advantages from the company. But resources are limited. If Su Luo consumes a lot, the other 2 would get less. Fu Xingyao thought he would likely only be a background character for Su Luo, the kind that no one pays attention to. Unexpectedly, Fido Entertainment actually exposed Su Luo's photos and videos from his modeling days before debut. Just like that, Su Luo became the fastest fallen top star in the entertainment industry. With Fido Entertainment, they even slandered Su Luo, making it impossible for him to clear his name. After the male model incident was confirmed, Fu Xingyao was convinced that Su Luo had no chance of rising again, and at that time, various marketing accounts and unrelated 18-line stars came out to ride on Su Luo's popularity. This made Fu Xingyao restless. He thought about getting help from someone powerful behind the scenes, and since it was unlikely they would meet again in this lifetime, Fu Xingyao felt justified in benefiting from Su Luo's misfortune. In this regard, Fu Xingyao definitely had an advantage over anyone else. Simply because he was a member of the same group as Su Luo, he could casually sell a sob story, claiming that he had been bullied by Su Luo before. Whether it was true or not, outsiders wouldn't know. The truth and lies were all based on his words, right? What kind of apology was he giving me? Fu Xingyao felt strange, but still pretended to be magnanimous, smiling and saying, it's all in the past. What does it mean to have a broader perspective? Just as the online live stream's comments were about to heat up, unexpectedly, Su Luo's apology had just begun. He maintained a bowing posture and said with emphasis, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been jealous of your better performance in the company's annual assessment and locked you in the dance practice room. Then played a prank on you wearing a ghost mask, causing you to wet your pants and making everyone in the company laugh at you. I'm sorry. I was too immature at that time. Originally, I thought the next part would be a formulaic apology." What? Song Yunqi was somewhat uninterested, but after hearing Su Luo's sincere apology, she immediately perked up. Is this for real? Yi Longyue suddenly came back to her senses, her moist lips slightly parted, her expression surprised. Su Luo's voice clearly reached everyone's ears. The director team was whispering among themselves. Director Wang Xuejuan gasped, both surprised and delighted. Wait, this guy dares to say that. All right, Su Luo, underestimated him. What do you want to say next? Don't hold back, just say it. Wang Xuejuan was very excited. He heard the echoes of trending topics. Su Luo undoubtedly gave him a huge surprise, making him look forward to even bigger revelations from Su Luo. At this moment, a middle-aged woman in a suit and glasses stormed up to Wang Xuejuan. Director Wang quickly cut off Su Luo's remarks just now. Wang Xuejuan glanced at Fu Xingyao's manager and shrugged. This is live streaming. How can I cut it off? Yuan Xiaohua was quite domineering, pointing her finger and saying, then interrupt with an advertisement and quickly get Su Luo off the stage. Don't let him continue to talk nonsense. Did you hear that? Wang Xuejuan was very displeased with her commanding attitude. Damn it. Are you the director, or am I? Both sides are just getting what they need, and now you're trying to control me? Wang Xuejuan said bluntly. The innocent will clear their name. If there's nothing, what are you afraid of? Yuan Xiaohua was quite angry. Su Luo is slandering Xingyao. He wants to smear dirt on our Xingyao and make him lose face. Do you know how many fans this will cost, Xingyao? Do you know how much damage this will cause? Wang Xuejuan laughed. Isn't it you guys who were throwing dirt on Su Luo? You. I'm calling my boss right now. Just wait. Yuan Xiaohua directly pulled out her phone in front of Wang Xuejuan. Go ahead. Wang Xuejuan didn't care at all, continuing with the filming. Regarding Su Luo's remarks, the online live stream had already exploded. Fu Xingyao was once scared to the point of wetting his pants by Su Luo. Su Luo is too despicable. He deserves to fall. But still, I care more about Fu Xingyao, such a big person, and he still wet his pants. Thank goodness it wasn't me. Fu Xingyao is too pathetic. True fans wouldn't feel embarrassed. They'd just feel more pity for the pigeon. On stage, Su Luo was still apologizing. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have added triple concentrated plum juice to your iced Americano on the day you had a wire stunt, causing you to spray while flying up in the air. It was my fault that the crew laughed at you as the human fountain. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have put a out-of-order sign on the bathroom door, making you have to squat behind a potted plant. Su Luo spoke without pause. These words seemed like they had been drafted in advance. His voice went from low to loud, just like his attitude in the apology, becoming increasingly sincere and genuine. When hearing about the human fountain, Song Yunxi couldn't help but laugh out loud, because she was wearing an earpiece with a hidden microphone. Her laughter was particularly clear and echoed throughout the studio. Because of her laughter, the live audience couldn't hold back either, with several people laughing out loud. Holy crap! A human fountain! Wow! Flying while spraying? I can picture it. Ha! Although Fu Xingyao is very pitiful, I just can't help but laugh. Don't blame me. It was Yunqi who laughed first. Adding triple concentrated plum juice to the iced Americano is so bad. Su Luo is such a dog. I thought Fu Xingyao was just playing the victim, but it turns out Su Luo was even worse than he said. Sitting in the front row VIP seats, Li Mengming's mouth twitched wildly. Why does it feel like Su Luo is apologizing, but the one who is embarrassed is the pigeon? Logically speaking, Li Mengming should feel very sorry for Fu Xingyao. After all, her pigeon was turned into a human fountain by Su Luo, which was truly tragic. But even Li Mengming herself didn't realize that her subconscious gaze towards Fu Xingyao was already tinged with a bit of disdain. It's painful to watch. In the online live stream, Fu Xingyao's fans were so furious their eyes were turning red. Chapter 11. You won't even call me Brother Luo. Sure, it must have pig heart. Su Luo, I want to kill you. Is this something a human would do? Truly a rising dongshi. Su Luo really treats my pigeon like it's a little life. My poor pigeon, how much suffering has it endured? Luo dog, you deserve to collapse. A pure bystander, feeling sorry for Fu Xingyao for 3 minutes. Awesome. Haha. The nickname, Human Fountain, is probably going to stick with Fu Xingyao forever. Laughing while accruing merit. Let's see who dares to laugh. How do you respond while laughing and tapping an electronic wooden fish? Fu Xingyao's fans must be furious at Su Luo, hatred at full capacity. The online live room of Final Singer has quite a few Fu Xingyao fans. Their various profanities are endless, filling the live room, cursing as dirty as possible. They even wish they could jump into the screen and tear Su Luo apart. Other online viewers are laughing so hard they can't breathe. Fu Xingyao is being messed up badly by Su Luo. It's quite pathetic if you put yourself in his shoes. But for some reason, just thinking of the human fountain scene makes me want to laugh. In the backstage of the program, the director's team, Su Luo is truly talented. How did he come up with the idea of human fountain? Trending search is guaranteed. Listening to his subordinates' reports after the human fountain joke was thrown out. The online viewer count, including bullet screen comments and shares, is rising rapidly. Wang Xuejuan's face is about to split from smiling. Su Luo's move is so cruel, but I like it. Save money on trending search. Just as Yuan Xiaohua was about to call the company leaders, She let out a scream after hearing Su Luo's apology. Yuan Xiaohua was so angry her features were distorted, speaking with trembling voice. "Get Su Luo off the stage. I want this mad dog to disappear." As Fu Xingyao's manager, Yuan Xiaohua naturally knows Su Luo is talking nonsense. But the onlookers don't care whether it's true or not. Su Luo is equivalent to throwing a bucket of yellow mud on Fu Xingyao. It's not shit, but it's still shit. Yet Yuan Xiaohua can't do anything to Su Luo. This is a live broadcast. Regardless of whether it can be cleared, Fu Xingyao's reputation is ruined. Yuan Xiaohua is so angry she wants to cry. Su Luo is apologizing. But it's Fu Xingyao who's dying socially. How can this Su Luo be so disgusting, so naive? Seeing Wang Xuejuan ignoring her, Yuan Xiaohua quickly calls the company leaders. Less than 5 minutes later, Wang Xuejuan's phone rings. It doesn't matter. The goal has been achieved. At this moment, in Su Luo's mind, the system notification sound is ringing non-stop. Resentment value 100. Resentment value 80. Resentment value 100. Resentment value 70. Resentment value 98. Resentment value 91. Su Luo now knows how much Fu Xingyao's fans hate him. But it doesn't matter. This is the effect he wants. This wave, he earned big. Su Luo's face is almost blooming with a smile. This is using magic to defeat magic. Since they want to eat black traffic, then I'll satisfy you. The truth of the incident doesn't matter. Just talking, who can't do that? The system's notification sound is still ringing continuously. There's no way. Su Luo has to temporarily mute the system's voice. This program is right. Su Luo doesn't plan to miss this opportunity. For this, he has written no less than 20,000 words of draft. I shouldn't have. Enough. Fu Xingyao almost lost his cool. He loudly interrupted Su Luo's pre-spell preparation. He can't let him continue speaking. This guy just starts talking. Fu Xingyao has also realized Su Luo is using the pretense of apology to disgust him. Can't get angry. Otherwise, he'll fall into his trap. There's no point in tangling with him on this matter. He wants to anger me. To make me fall into a self-proving trap. Yes, it must be like that. The more you deny, the more the audience believes. Stay calm. Must not fall for his trick. Low-level tactics. Fu Xingyao took a deep breath, his rationality regaining control. In just a few seconds, he has seen through Su Luo's plan. There's no benefit in tangling on this matter. Let it go. Don't bring it up again. I won't speak. You don't mention it either. Let the past be the past. Fu Xingyao shook his head, pretending to downplay it. He also gave the host a glance, signaling him to quickly skip this part and move to the voting segment. However, the host didn't look at him at all. Instead, his attention was fully on Su Luo. You got addicted to watching drama, huh? Fu Xingyao is quite angry. Fu Xingyao's action equivalent to implicitly acknowledging the truth of Su Luo's words. The audience below is discussing among themselves. Yi Longyue and Song Yunqi looked at Su Luo, then at Fu Xingyao. No one interrupted. No. On stage, Su Luo looks full of regret. I did it. I did it. Silence won't erase the marks. Just because I don't speak doesn't mean I haven't done it. I don't want to avoid it, I know. After I say it, it might make more people hate me, but I still want to say. Su Luo's eyes are firm like he's about to join the army. Don't say it. I want to say. Don't say. Want to say. I'm telling you not to say it. Fu Xingyao finally couldn't stand it anymore, slamming his hand down hard on the table, startling Song Yunqi beside him and the audience present. Fu Xingyao's face flushed red and white with anger. He wanted to rush up to the stage and punch Su Luo. I'm telling you not to say it. Are you deaf? Su Luo. He's anxious. He's anxious. The atmosphere on site was so tense you could hear a pin drop. The two mentors beside and the audience looked at Fu Xingyao with some odd expressions. On the big screen was Fu Xingyao's shadowy face. After calming down for a while, Fu Xingyao said with guilt, I'm sorry, I lost control of my emotions a bit. Mainly because I thought about those unpleasant things that happened to me in the past. I have severe depression. My psychologist just prescribed me medicine recently. He told me to try not to recall those unpleasant things. Fu Xingyao's mental state appears a bit listless. He looks weak, pitiful, and helpless, making fans feel heartbroken. This Fu Xingyao is something. Just one sentence about severe depression not only clears the past, but also sells a wave of sympathy. Fu Xingyao looks into Su Luo's eyes and softly says, "So, let's not bring it up again. Thank you." His eyes carry a hint of pride. "Little boy, you're not my match." Su Luo realized he underestimated Fu Xingyao a bit. This guy's psychological quality and acting skills are top-notch. However, Su Luo doesn't play by the rules. "Xingyao, do you still hate me?" Fu Xingyao shakes his head, showing great magnanimity. "Let the past be the past." Below, the black fan leader Li Mengmeng exclaims, "Luo dog, just learn this. This is called vision." Su Luo says, "Then can you forgive me?" "Of course." Fu Xinjiao answers directly. Su Luo sighs. "As expected, although you don't say it, you still hold a grudge against me in your heart." Fu Xingyao frowns. "No, I said I've forgiven you." Su Luo lowers his eyes, his voice carrying some sadness. "But you won't even call me Brother Luo. I'm a few months older than you. You used to call me that. You mother." Fu Xingyao's eyes turned red. "This is killing me mentally." He quickly takes a deep breath, repeating to open his vision. Then, Fu Xingyao's expression looks like he ate something disgusting, very unhappy, but he can only shout into the microphone, "Luo, Brother Luo. Hey, Yaodi, long time no see." Su Luo smiled brightly, enthusiastically opening his arms and walking toward Fu Xingyao. Fu Xingyao was filled with mixed feelings of anger and helplessness, and he reluctantly opened his arms to meet him. The two of them, under the cameras and in front of millions of online and offline viewers, had an epic reconciliation, in a place where the camera couldn't capture. Su Luo leaned in close to Fu Xingyao's ear and whispered, "Come on, let Daddy give you a hug." "You." Fu Xingyao couldn't hold back anymore. This was too much. But in front of the cameras, he couldn't lose his temper. Song Yunxi, Yi Longyue, and everyone in the audience, both online and offline, including the director team, had a strange thought. Did these two really reconcile so hastily? Under the curious gazes of the crowd, Su Luo returned to the stage. After Fu Xingyao sat back in his mentor's seat, he quickly picked up the microphone and said, "Host, shouldn't we start the next segment?" "Oh, right." The host finally broke away from being a bystander and hurriedly walked onto the stage. Fu Xingyao finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that if they didn't skip this part, Su Luo would really make him depressed. This initial rise, hurry up and eliminate it. Fu Xingyao didn't want to see Su Luo on this show anymore. Next, the final vote count for Su Luo's performance will be announced. Chapter 12, Tell Me Why. Combining the votes from 3 mentors, the live audience, and the online audience, Su Luo's final vote count is. The host turns around, and the big screen displays Su Luo's votes. 1,456,130. Over 1,456,000 votes. That's 100,000 more than the first place, Ding Yifan. The screen changes to a data statistic chart. Su Luo's name surpasses one contestant after another, and after overtaking Ding Yifan, he firmly holds the first place with an impressive 1.45 million votes. Su Luo glances at his vote count, feeling somewhat dissatisfied with the result. "I once thought about ending it all, but the peak of artistic expression by the famous neon singer, the achievements and significance of this song need no further elaboration. Such a healing anthem, yet it only garnered 100,000 more votes than Ding Yifan. His popularity is still too low." Su Luo thinks it's understandable. He hardly has any fans now, just haters. Just getting someone to vote for him is already a surprise. Not to mention, he took first place and successfully advanced to the next round, which is already an unexpected joy. If it had been another song, Su Luo might not have even made it through. Su Luo is first. The crowd below has mixed emotions. Yi Longyue is not very satisfied. The vote count is too low. Song Yunxi hums the song that allowed Su Luo to advance. "I knew it. This song is of such high quality, it would definitely get through." Fu Xingyao's eyes widen. No way, he actually advanced. And he has first. This is definitely a scandal. The online audience shares Fu Xingyao's thoughts, and Su Luo's haters are already arguing fiercely. "I suspect we have a traitor among us. Didn't we say not to vote for Su Luo and let him be eliminated? How did he get over 1 million votes? Who is voting for Su Luo anyway? I certainly didn't vote. This must be vote manipulation. Why does that dog Su get so many votes?" In the venue, the moment Li Mengmeng sees Su Luo's vote count, she hears a girl next to her curse. "Damn it, how did that dog Su advance? And he has first." But then the girl suddenly mutters to herself, Putting aside character, I actually quite like that song by Dog Sue. I voted for him, but him getting first definitely has nothing to do with me. One more vote doesn't team make a difference, and one less doesn't team matter. However, most people's thoughts are similar to this girl's, holding onto a glimmer of hope, thinking their one vote wouldn't affect the final outcome of Su Luo being eliminated. The surrounding discussions gradually grow louder. Did you vote for Su Luo? You? I asked you first. Did. Why? Didn't you say that Dog Sue is blacklisted? You cursed the loudest on Weibo. Why? Why did you change your mind? Answer me. Why? Tell me why. A certain girl looks at her good friend with a face full of disappointment. The latter, knowing she's in the wrong, buries her head lower. Who did you vote for? The girl seems to be on mute, silent for a long time, before finally whispering. I also voted for Su Luo. The good friend suddenly raises her head, pointing dramatically at her friend. The friend points back at her. Their expressions are like, General, you meeting Chunze. The contestant waiting area is filled with exclamations. Wow, Su Luo's vote count is so high. Su Luo's popularity is so low. Yet his votes are the highest. Su Luo actually surpassed Ding Yifan by 100,000 votes. That's impressive. To be fair, Su Luo's song is indeed high quality. Just like Minner Yi said, he may not have much singing skill, but he really has emotional impact. I was even brought to tears just now. The trio from Starshine Entertainment occupies the top 3 positions. Tao Jun and Jiang Yi cautiously discuss while looking at the dark-faced Ding Yifan. Su Luo has this talent. He shouldn't still be without a representative work until now. He doesn't even have singing skills. This song must not be written by him. It's likely a ghostwriter. Something he prepared in advance. I didn't expect the quality to be so high. There are so many ghostwriters in the industry. It's normal for 1 out of 1,000 songs to be of high quality. Su Luo is just lucky. Tao Jun feels his analysis is correct. Jiang Yi says, not necessarily. Don't you think this song fits Su Luo very well? Given what Su Luo has been through recently, with the right timing and circumstances, it's not impossible for him to have written such a song. People can do anything when pushed to their limits. Seo Yun scoffs, pulling out his phone. I don't believe it, unless you solve this math problem here. Viang Yi. Ding Yifan finds the noise around him extremely irritating, making him quite annoyed. As the first in his professional class to enter the Central Conservatory of Music, Ding Yifan has his own pride. No matter if it was written by a ghostwriter or himself, Su Luo can't keep getting lucky. What if he advanced in the first round? Sooner or later, he'll show his true colors in the later rounds. In the second round, if he can get through, I'll eat my hat. Chapter 13 Su Luo. I'm happier than you think. The host on stage glanced at his script and proceeded with the interview step by step. This song is truly very moving. I just cried while listening from the audience. May I ask you a question? The host looked at Su Luo and slightly turned his body. As the first contestant to advance strongly, Su Luo had an interview segment that other contestants did not have. Sure, Su Luo replied. Can you tell us what kind of environment you were in when you created this song? Can I understand that the meaning you want to express with this song is your spiritual monologue? I believe this is also what the audience wants to ask the most. The host smiled slightly. He was asking based on the instructions from Wang Xuejuan in his earpiece, probing to see if Su Luo had ever thought about ending his life. Wang Xuejuan wanted to create more topics for this episode. You can ask the system, Su Luo thought to himself, but his face showed a performance. Actually, everyone knows that I just went through a special period, which could be said to be the lowest point of my life. This song was written during that time. Hearing this, Fu Xingyao in the audience chuckled to himself, pretending. The host asked again, besides this song, Su Luo, have you created any other excellent musical works like I Once Thought About Ending It All? Without hesitation, Su Luo replied, yes, I've written quite a few songs like this. Wow, the audience in the seats stirred a bit. Crazy. It's so nauseating how he's pretending. But to be fair, the video of Su Luo as a male model was exposed before his debut. His assistant accused him of sexual harassment. Brand sought compensation, and his company terminated the contract. It was indeed a low point in his life. It turns out people really need to be pushed. If Su Luo can be pushed to write songs, what can't you do? You have to believe in yourself. Oh no, I actually feel a bit sorry for Su Luo. During that time, it must have been very painful and tormented. Without experiencing these things firsthand, he couldn't have written this redemptive lament. Thinking of Su Luo's earlier performance on stage, many audience members empathized again. Even the head of the haters, Li Mengming, looked at Su Luo with a sense of pity. After all, he was the man she had been a fan of since his debut. How could she not feel sorry? Oh, then why did you choose such a song in the first episode, instead of other styles of music? Is it because this song has a special meaning for you, or? The host continued to ask. At this moment, the audience in Su Luo's eyes turned into a field of green leaks. If not now, when? Su Luo raised the microphone again. The scene had been rehearsed in his mind countless times. The reason I chose this song is that I have something to say to everyone on stage through it. Actually, the way I appear on stage right now is not the real me. Su Luo's expression showed unprecedented desolation, and his whole demeanor became disheartened. Oh, the host elongated his tone, revealing a hint of expectation. Su Luo tightly held the microphone, lowering his head. This matter has fermented for so long, and I have never stood up to respond. I locked myself in my room for several days, afraid to look at my phone or go out. Here, I want to say, Fu Xingyao furrowed his brows tightly, wondering what he was doing. Selling pity? No, could it be? He wants to clarify? Fu Xingyao was startled by his own speculation. Wang Xuejuan picked up the walkie-talkie and quickly said, "Camera crew, switch to camera 4. Zoom in to the maximum. I want to see a close-up of Su Luo." Wang Xuejuan was so excited he was trembling. Su Luo, explode. Let the storm come even more violently. Li Mengming looked at the figure on stage and suddenly wanted to go up and hug this big boy. The reason for Li Mengming's rapid change from love to hate was not because she fully believed the negative news online. The main reason was that after the incident, Su Luo never clarified in public, not even on social media. At first, Su Luo's true fans would fight online to clarify for him. Gradually, Su Luo's silence made them feel disappointed. At that time, if Su Luo had just said, "Those things online are all false," Li Mengming would have steadfastly chosen to believe him. She admitted that she was a delusional fan, but so what? Li Mengming's gaze was resolute. Clarify now. As long as it's you, I'll believe whatever you say. Su Luo's former fans, now haters, were also subtly looking forward to something. However, Su Luo had never let anyone expect anything from him. He never played by the rules. Su Luo suddenly lifted his head, and his clear voice echoed in the studio. "In fact, I'm even more relaxed and happier than you think. During these days at home, I've been enjoying the air conditioning, watching movies, drinking milk tea, and eating hot pot every day. I eat until I'm full, sleep, wake up to play on my phone, order takeout when I'm hungry, and I don't have to work. It's simply too enjoyable. I just want to ask if you envy me." Su Luo's face blossomed with a smile, revealing 8 white teeth, a standard smile. On the big screen, Su Luo's smiling face was magnified, and that expression combined with his words made people gnash their teeth in anger. What did I just hear? Li Mengming's expression instantly froze. The light in her pupils dimmed, and her eyes seemed like they wanted to stab Su Luo. She opened her mouth and shouted along with the crowd, "Initial rise. You're not doing anything related to people. Luo dog, you're really a dog. I swear, if I ever become a fan of you again in this lifetime, I'm a dog. From now on, Su Luo is blacklisted for life. Damn it, why did I vote for Luo dog? Am I regretting it now? It's okay. Don't let anyone vote for Su Luo next time. It's agreed. No matter how well he sings, don't vote for him again." In the online live room, Su Luo's haters were cursing, while the onlookers mostly just wanted to watch the fun. However, after Su Luo said this, the onlookers also joined the army of cursing Su Luo. "Damn it, how dare you play me? What was I expecting like a fool?" When I heard Su Luo sing, tears were streaming down my face, and I even imagined Su Luo curled up in a corner after the male model incident, looking weak and helpless, wondering if he had thought about ending it more than once, but still in a low point in life. "I believe you're a ghost, eating and sleeping at home. You're on vacation. Next time, Su Luo must be eliminated." Wang Xuejuan's mouth twitched. He was somewhat speechless. I've seen many artists sell pity to whitewash themselves on variety shows, but this is the first time I've seen someone seek negativity. Does Su Luo think there aren't enough haters? Is he trying to take the black-red route? Or is he completely giving up? Whatever, It saves me trouble. Unless Su Luo pulls out another song of the same quality as I once thought about ending it all, he will definitely be eliminated next time. With his current popularity, it'll all be tough for him to advance again. Wang Xuejuan felt much more relaxed. The studio and Fu Xingyao's management company would have something to explain. It's just that Su Luo has lived through one more episode. Song Yunqi was stunned for a while and quietly said to Yi Longwei, who had the same expression beside her, "Longwei Uni, I really want to punch him. This guy is too good at attracting hate." Yi Longwei sighed lightly. "Me too. This guy is really good at attracting hatred. I suddenly regret voting for him." Fu Xingyao frowned. Something's not right. Su Luo is definitely acting very strangely. It feels like Su Luo has become a different person on this show. Fu Xingyao, having been a teammate of Su Luo and lived in the same dorm, knows exactly what kind of person Su Luo is. Just take this episode for example. Su Luo is almost treating him like a punching bag. Fu Xingyao has been caught off guard by Su Luo several times. Could it be that these things have hit Su Luo too hard, causing him to be stimulated? Regardless, Su Luo is now a ticking time bomb, and he absolutely cannot be allowed to continue on this show. After the interview segment ended, Su Luo returned to the contestant waiting area. The people here looked at him with strange expressions. Su Luo didn't take care and casually found a spot to sit down. Host, Su Luo age, 22 appearance, 90 out of 100 singing skill, 31 acting skill, 20 grudge value, 337120. He already has over 300,000 grudge points. Su Luo raised an eyebrow, instantly feeling that he could still fight on, hoping to rush to 1,000,000 grudge points and directly open a mid-level treasure chest. He is destined to go further down the road of offending people. Oh no, I seem to have felt the fun in this. However, thinking about the grudge points, Su Luo felt no guilt at all. He originally thought that after this episode, opening a beginner treasure chest would be great, and he might even have some points left. The result was far beyond Su Luo's expectations. Before the first episode even ended, he had already accumulated over 300,000 grudge points, feeling that he could wait until tonight to see. At this moment, the contestants who had confirmed their advancement to the next round received notifications from the production team. The contestants who advanced had to move to the contestant dormitory until the next episode started filming. Those who did not receive notifications were eliminated. From 36 to 12. This episode eliminated more than half of the contestants. Although they were reluctant, they could do nothing about it. What are the rules for the next episode? Is it the same as this episode, singing their unpublished original works and advancing or being eliminated based on votes? In response to Su Luo's question, the staff of the production team simply said that the specific situation would be notified by the director. The contestants gradually left. Su Luo was the last to go. Wait. Su Luo noticed that there seemed to be someone in the corner. In the corner, 2 chairs were pushed together, barely able to lie down. The clothing indicated that this person was a contestant, about 18 or 19 years old, with a delicate appearance and a baby face. Lu Ziming. Su Luo suddenly remembered this person. Lu Ziming, born with a vocal range higher than other male singers, has a somewhat feminine tone, but his personality is quite shy. So Su Luo had let him drink alcohol to boost his courage before going on stage. Unexpectedly, this straightforward boy drank an entire bottle of white wine. So, he has been sleeping until now during this episode. No one even noticed until the recording of this episode was finished. Su Luo smacked his lips. How to say? Lu Ziming is also one of the 12 contestants who advanced, yet he has such a lack of presence. Hey, Lu Ziming, wake up, it's daytime. Su Luo reached out and shook Lu Ziming awake. Oh. Lu Ziming sat up groggily, his eyes hazy, his face still flushed, and a strong smell of alcohol coming from his mouth. After sitting for a while, Lu Ziming's brain gradually powered up. Drink some water. Su Luo handed him a bottle of mineral water. Lu Ziming unscrewed the cap and took a sip, still looking confused. Thank you for waking me up, Su. Su Luo, where is everyone? Have they all gone to eat? Lu Ziming looked at the empty contestant waiting area. Still dazed? How long did you sleep? Su Luo sat down casually. This guy is such a natural airhead. Lu Ziming thought for a moment and said, I remember after I got off stage. I was so sleepy that I couldn't open my eyes. I had no choice but to find a corner to take a nap, but I didn't expect to oversleep. Lu Ziming scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Suddenly, he thought of something and looked nervous. Did I advance? I remember my votes were pretty good. You were eliminated. Su Luo's inner mischief arose, wanting to tease him. There were quite a few strong contestants behind you who surpassed you. Su Luo said seriously. Hey, am I still not good enough? Lu Ziming's expression became dazed. Then he sighed, his mood instantly dropping, falling into self-doubt. Slap! A big hand suddenly landed on Lu Ziming's shoulder. It was quite strong. Lu Ziming raised his head, looking up at Su Luo's face that made him feel inferior. Just kidding, you advanced. 11th place. Su Luo said lightly. Lu Ziming still had several strong contestants behind him, not to be underestimated, and their votes surpassed Lu Ziming's. Phew! Lu Ziming breathed a sigh of relief, genuinely happy, not angry at Su Luo's teasing. Although I advanced by being 11th. At least I wasn't eliminated in the first episode. That would be too embarrassing. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ziming quickly closed his mouth, cautiously glanced at Su Luo, and hurriedly waved his hands. I didn't mean it like that. Being eliminated isn't a big deal. I just meant that having the courage to come on this show is already very brave. No, I didn't mean to say your strength is lacking. Lu Ziming's face grew redder. He was anxious. Watching Lu Ziming explain himself more and more messily, Su Luo said expressionlessly, I advanced too. Huh? Lu Ziming was stunned. After all, he had fallen asleep during the later part of the recording, so naturally, he didn't know what happened after Su Luo went on stage. But didn't the internet say that Su Luo would be eliminated in the first episode? Lu Ziming still had some impression of Su Luo, his previous self. A flowery face relying on looks for fame. He had looks and talent. Wazti had said online that he had terrible popularity with the public and so many haters. Yet he miraculously advanced. Su Luo and Lu Ziming walked out of the TV station building together. Su Luo, where are you going now? Since you advanced, aren't you supposed to move to the dormitory together? Su Luo didn't look back. I'm going back to the hotel to pack my things. By the way, Su Luo, you haven't told me your ranking yet. Check it yourself. Su Luo walked away. Lu Ziming took out his phone and searched through the list of contestants who advanced sent by the production team. The 12th place wasn't TM. As he flipped forward suddenly, Lu Ziming stopped his actions, focusing his gaze on the name at the top. First place, Su Luo. Final vote count, 1,456,000. What the heck? Chapter 14, Void Seeking. The Return of Humanity contestant Su Luo stated that besides high-quality music works like I Once Thought About Ending It All, he has also written other songs. As a team member and mentor, do you think Su Luo can successfully advance in the next competition? In the small room of the TV station after the recording ended, the director team found Fu Xingyao to record a segment of post-interview. The so-called post-interview is a production technique in variety shows that refers to interviews conducted after the recording ends, usually involving the main guest's evaluation of a certain segment or contestant. Although Final Singers is filmed live, it doesn't mean there's only one viewing channel. Considering that many office workers and students do not have time to watch live broadcasts, there's also a recorded version that has been edited. This post-interview segment was specially added by the director team to be included in the later recorded version. Faced with the question, Fu Xingyao lowered his head and pretended to think for a moment. He then raised his head. Well, I wish him success. Because the contestants who can advance are all very strong, it's hard to evaluate. Fu Xingyao's answer was subtle. Anyone with a discerning ear could tell what he meant. On the other side, some staff members were gathered together, joking around. A deal's a deal. Pay up. A man with glasses smiled and extended his hand. Damn it. A man with an unhappy expression slapped several red bills into the glasses man's hand. I can't believe it wasn't a one-round elimination. Sigh. The man sighed, handing over his half-month of salary. About 6 or 7 people lined up, unwillingly handing red bills to the glasses man. The glasses man, with his fingers wet with saliva, counted the bills one by one, and after confirming the amount, lazily said, Next time, will Su Luo advance or be eliminated? Still betting? The money gods all turned back, looking dissatisfied. 300, betting on Su Luo's elimination. 500. I don't believe he can advance again. He can't keep getting lucky like this. The program's deputy director quickly noticed the commotion. What are you all doing here instead of working? Everyone dispersed in a hurry. After the post-interview, As Fu Xingyao returned to the hotel, his manager Yuan Xiaohua hurriedly found him with her phone. Trending. Trending topic. Fu Xingyao asked, "I made the trending list?" Yuan Xiaohua nodded. "Oh, it's not a big deal." Fu Xingyao said this, but he couldn't hide the smile on his face. With his current popularity, it was normal to trend, right? However, Yuan Xiaohua looked distressed. "You should take a look." Seeing that he was trending with that expression, Fu Xingyao frowned and took the phone to check. He switched between several apps, and his face grew darker. He indeed made the trending list. But it was all due to Su Luo. After the first episode of Final Singers, any topic related to Su Luo quickly made its way onto major social media platforms like Weibo, Xiaohongshu, and Kuaishou, and the rankings were not low. Some even recorded segments of today's live broadcast and posted them online, allowing the onlookers to understand the context of these trending topics more clearly. Song I once thought about ending it all one-round elimination? Su Luo breaks the doubts with strength. 1. From million votes, topping the list, strong advancement. Final Singers officially premiered. Su Luo's first public appearance after the male model incident. Su Luo and Fu Xingyao reconciled. Su Luo, my life is more exciting than you think. Human fountain Fu Xingyao, spraying while flying, poured him for 3 minutes. Fu Xingyao was pranked by Su Luo to the point of peeing his pants. It's Su Luo who apologized, but Fu Xingyao is the one who suffered social death. The most frustrating part was that on some social media platforms, trending lists, the topic of Fu Xingyao, human fountain, even surpassed that of Su Luo for a time. I am Fu Xingyao, and I'm quitting the industry, really. Tai Chi is so embarrassing. Thinking about the human fountain made Fu Xingyao want to laugh. Could his fans ever hold their heads high again? Su Luo was too ruthless. No wonder Fu Xingyao stabbed him in the back after he fell from grace. Is there a video? Can someone send me a copy? Under normal circumstances, Fu Xingyao would have been eager for such popularity. But now, this kind of popularity was better off not existing. Fu Xingyao had already been labeled human fountain by netizens. This was tantamount to nailing him to a pillar of shame. Yet Fu Xingyao was still a popular star. Artists like him cherished their reputation the most. That day, Fu Xingyao almost became the laughingstock of the entire internet. Seeing the whole internet mocking their idol, Fu Xingyao's fans were furious, rallying other fans and arguing online. Their resentment almost becoming tangible. It's all that Luo Dog's fault. How could he be so naive? I feel so sorry for our idol. These netizens are brainless. Attacking Su Luo instead of the victim. Weibo, can the official account do something about this? Can we get these people banned? Sisters, debts have their owners. Let's go bombard Su Luo's Weibo. Yes, that's right. Let's bombard Su Luo. With a command, Fu Xingyao's fans swarmed to Su Luo's Weibo. They began leaving comments under every post of Su Luo. Drop dead Su Luo, a male model that can be played with for money. How can he be on the same show as my idol? You want an apology, right? Fine, go live and kneel, bow to my idol. Su Luo, you mother. Su Luo's comment section was completely overrun. Various vulgarities made it unbearable to read, leaving onlookers exclaiming, "Who said girls can't curse? This is way worse than what the guys say." But what frustrated Fu Xingyao's fans the most was that after cursing for so long, Su Luo didn't react at all. Was Su Luo scared? Was he being a turtle? As they continued to curse, someone suddenly said something that struck a chord. I remember Su Luo's Weibo account seems to have been reclaimed by Dongwang Entertainment. No one knew who said it, but Fu Xingyao's fans fell silent. They suddenly remembered that Su Luo's Weibo account had indeed been reclaimed by Dongwang Entertainment. This had even trended before. This meant that although Su Luo's Weibo account could still be found online, whatever they said, Su Luo definitely couldn't TC. So they had been cursing for nothing? Fu Xingyao's fans were even angrier. It was like punching a pillow. This made the onlookers laugh out loud. They initially thought human fountain Fu Xingyao was funny enough, but his fans were even more hilarious. Fu Xingyao's fans were just seeking battles in vain. I'm dying of laughter. After cursing for so long, they found out Su Luo's Weibo account was reclaimed. Haha. From this, it was evident that Fu Xingyao's fans weren't very bright. Some Good Samaritan even compiled the incident of Fu Xingyao's fans seeking battles in vain and posted it online. Coincidentally, Fu Xingyao came across this post, and his face immediately looked like he had eating shit. Please, don't embarrass me. His female fans kept commenting below, saying they felt sorry for him and wouldn't dislike him. But when Fu Xingyao looked, well, his Weibo account had silently lost 50,000 followers. The damage wasn't high, but the insult was extremely strong. Click, click. Fu Xingyao gritted his teeth, his eyes red. Su Luo, I want him dead. It's all because of this newcomer that I've been mocked by so many people. I want him dead. Now. I don't want to see him on this show. Right now. Immediately. Fu Xingyao glared fiercely at his manager. Yuan Xiaohua stammered. But Su Luo has already advanced. During the live broadcast, hundreds of millions of viewers are watching. Because it's live, this means it's impossible to use special means to kick Su Luo out of the show. Seeing Fu Xingyao about to explode again, Yuan Xiaohua quickly added, Su Luo will definitely be eliminated next round. Let's just consider it letting him survive one more episode. He just got lucky, right? Does anyone not know what level Su Luo is at? I once thought about ending it all is clearly written by a ghostwriter. In terms of singing ability and talent, how can he compare to you? Besides, Su Luo has already offended the audience. There definitely won't be anyone voting for him next time. Unless he can pull out another masterpiece. But is that even possible? His luck won't always be this good. The anger in Fu Xingyao gradually subsided, and he said decisively, next round, Su Luo must get eliminated. I want to output heavily on his face when he gets eliminated. Today's shame will be returned tenfold. The wave of heat generated by Su Luo finally reaches old company. Dongwang Entertainment Management Department. Gold medal manager, Yang Ping's office. Yang Ping was looking at her phone, and at that moment, the music coming from the phone was I once thought about ending it all. Watching Su Luo dominate the trending topics on major social media platforms. This former manager of Su Luo frowned. I just want to know where he got this song from. Yang Ping had asked the company's professional musicians, and they said that the quality of this song was very high, not like it was written by a ghostwriter. They also mentioned that Su Luo's singing skills had not improved compared to before, but the emotion was very rich, possibly due to some kind of resonance with the song. Yang Ping found this explanation a bit mystical. Su Luo took first place in the music competition show during Su Luo's peak popularity. The marketing accounts controlled by Dongwang Entertainment wouldn't dare to market so excessively. But the fact is it happened. Besides this, Yang Ping was more concerned about Su Luo's changes. What nonsense about being a human fountain. Su Luo really spoke without thinking, and he even made Fu Xingyao call him Luo Ge in front of hundreds of millions of viewers. The key was that Fu Xingyao actually called him that. After this episode, Fu Xingyao was completely nailed to the pillar of shame. No matter how he tried to wash away the dirt, he couldn't. Killing without bloodshed. If Su Luo had this kind of scheming, he wouldn't have let any evidence fall into Fido Entertainment's hands, and those things wouldn't have happened. Yang Ping looked puzzled. This gold medal manager was deep in thought and had great skills. If it weren't for that, she wouldn't be sitting in this position. So, during the confrontation between Su Luo and Fu Xingyao on the show, Yang Ping could see the details that the audience overlooked. Before the incident, Su Luo was just a harmless sheep. His rise to fame was entirely based on his face. Even after he became popular, he would do whatever she said. Yang Ping's evaluation of Su Luo was just 2 words: obedient, very well behaved. But now Yang Ping suddenly felt that Su Luo was so unfamiliar. He didn't seem to be pretending before. Yang Ping really couldn't figure it out. What a pity. A good hand was played poorly. After watching for a while longer, Yang Ping sighed and closed her phone. If Su Luo hadn't collapsed, he would be a money-making machine. One person could support an entire entertainment company. This is no exaggeration. Although she didn't know how Su Luo got on the final singer train, in Yang Ping's view, Su Luo was merely thinking of making one last profit before retiring. As for washing white, making a comeback, based on what? Just because of song I once thought about ending it all? Don't think too far. Su Luo wouldn't even know how to survive the second episode of Final Singer. Yang Ping didn't believe Su Luo could produce another masterpiece. It was a pity that this song was used on Su Luo, if she could get the copyright. She had several artists under her who were eager for resources. Yang Ping gradually squinted her eyes. Anyway, he would be eliminated sooner or later. As long as the price wasn't too low, Su Luo should not refuse. At the foot of the Xingqing TV station building, a bus was parked. Outside the bus, Su Luo, having packed his luggage, received a phone call. Copyright? Sure, since you, Sister Ping, have asked, I will definitely give you this face. Luo Zai, then you can name a price. Seeing Su Luo being so agreeable, Yang Ping was somewhat stunned. She thought to herself that perhaps she had overthought it, and Su Luo was still the obedient one from before. However, Su Luo's next sentence made her blood pressure rise. 2 billion for the full copyright of this song. Sold at once. Sister Ping, this is just like you. If it were someone else, it wouldn't be this price. Su Luo said in a serious tone. If it were someone else, it wouldn't be that expensive. Huh? 2 billion? You really dared say that? Yang Ping took a deep breath. Luo Zai, don't expect to gain anything from this song after it becomes popular. With your current reputation, after the show ends, even 3rd and 4th tier cities won't have any commercial performances for you. 20,000 for the full copyright. At most, I can give you 10% of the subsequent income. Yang Ping's tone was as if she was giving Su Luo a huge benefit. Ha. Laughter came from the other end of the phone. What are you laughing at? Yang Ping frowned. 30,000. I'm giving you an extra 10,000 because you used to be my artist. Sorry, Sister Ping. I'm laughing because I just used your phone number to test your IQ. Guess what? Baidu shows this user has not been classified as a primate. And when I switched to another browser, it said the query object is suspected of being an artificial intelligence idiot. After being stunned for a while and realizing what was happening, Yang Ping was furious. You dare to insult me? Su Luo sneered. Baidu says that insulting people is against the law, but insulting the scene of primates returning to their ancestors counts as educational outreach. Hang up, Sister Ping. The dean won't let me play with idiots. Beep. The busy tone came from the other end of the phone. Yang Ping was stunned for a long time before realizing what Su Luo had said. Yang Ping was so angry that her face turned red. Chapter 15. 5 consecutive draws. Big fish finally arrives. From Yang Ping's resentment value 100 on the bus, Su Luo casually found a seat by the window. Lu Ziming, what other songs have you written? None. Lu Ziming shook his head beside him. I was just hoping to get through the first round because I'm really not good at songwriting. But it's good like this. At least I've made it to the 2nd episode. Not too embarrassing. Su Luo, you will definitely make it to the end. Your song is really good. Lu Ziming said seriously. Lu Ziming had watched the live stream recording of this episode online and specifically observed Su Luo's performance. No wonder he was first. After watching, Lu Ziming felt that there was a huge misunderstanding about Su Luo online. Although there were rumors that the song was written by a ghostwriter, Lu Ziming believed that a ghostwriter couldn't write such heartfelt songs. Only those who had experienced lows and despair and emerged from it could write them. Optimist Su Luo thought. To be honest, he was a bit envious of Lu Ziming's mindset. Anyway, I have to try my best to survive, putting aside the 500,000 per episode pay. Without this show, Su Luo would lose his channel for gaining resentment points. Was there anything that came faster than this show? After chatting for a while, Su Luo learned some things about Lu Ziming. Lu Ziming had never studied singing. His passion was purely out of love. He wasn't a trainee, just someone who liked uploading videos of himself, singing on a music platform, and gradually accumulated over 1 million fans, but he had never shown his face. This guy was socially anxious and quite timid. The reason he accepted the invitation from the Final Singer production team was that Lu Ziming came with the attitude of practicing courage. Another reason was to prove to the haters that he didn't have 1 million sound engineers behind him. The bus carried 12 contestants who successfully advanced, heading towards the dormitory area. Among the 12 contestants, besides Su Luo, Lu Ziming, and Yu Ran, who had 2.5 years of training experience, the other 9 were trainees from various entertainment companies. They were Ding Yifan, Tao Jun, and Jiang Yi from Xinguang Entertainment, Cheng Huan from Taichuan Entertainment, Huang Zhenchao from Tianyue Entertainment, Bai Yuntao from Chengguang Entertainment, Zhang Kai from Ruifeng Entertainment, Lin Zuan from Lanhai Entertainment, and Wang Haoyu from Xingtong Entertainment. Halfway through, the staff on the bus pulled out a box from under the seat. The photographer then stood up with a camera. Su Luo noticed that the camera's red light was on, indicating it was recording. Except for Lu Ziming, the other contestants, especially the 3 from Xinguang Entertainment, instantly got into position, sitting up straight. The assistant director, Zheng Su, also stood up, since our contestants' dormitory is a 2-person room. We need to determine everyone's roommate on the bus before we reach the dormitory. The 6 people responsible for the draw were Su Luo, Ding Yifan, Tao Jun, Jiang, Yu Ran, and Bai Yun Tao. Let us start the draw now. The draw was based on the contestants' rankings from highest to lowest in this episode. The staff walked over to Su Luo, signaling him to reach into the box. Su Luo took out a slip of paper. When he unfolded it, the name displayed was Lu Ziming. Next to him, Lu Ziming shrank back, mouth wide open. What a coincidence, Su Luo. We've been paired together. It is quite a coincidence, Su Luo nodded. He hadn't thought much of it initially, but when he turned his head, he accidentally locked eyes with Ding Yifan. The latter's gaze held a hint of gloating. This made Su Luo instantly realize that this voting might not be so simple. Was the draw rigged? But the slip was drawn by me. What does this mean? Su Luo couldn't figure out, so he decided not to think about it. The naive Lu Ziming didn't think much either. He was just happy to be paired with a familiar face. Half an hour later, the bus slowly stopped at a residential area. The community was located on the outskirts of the city, with a very nice environment, lush greenery, winding paths through the central lawn, and even a swimming pool. After the contestants each received their keys, they began to move their luggage upstairs. During this process, the filming crew continued to follow them, and after the contestants entered their rooms, the crew started setting up cameras in the hall, kitchen, balcony, and other areas. After finishing this, Assistant Director Zhang Su sent a message in the group. We will give everyone 2 hours to tidy up the rooms, clean, and eat. Please gather downstairs at 7 p.m. We will announce the rule adjustments for the next episode. The dormitory had a 2-bedroom, 1 living room layout, complete with a balcony, fully furnished, and even had a computer. Su Luo chose the left room and began moving his luggage inside. After cleaning up, Su Luo closed the door, lay down on the bed, and exhaled. A panel of information that only he could see appeared. Host, Su Luo, age, 22, appearance, 90 out of 100, singing skill, 31 acting skill, 20 resentment value, 549798. The resentment value had now increased to over 500, 000, and had stopped increasing. Now, when Su Luo opened the system prompt, he would hear that the resentment value was adding 11 or more. He had originally planned to save up to 1 million resentment points to open an intermediate treasure chest. Su Luo sighed, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Forget it. It's already pretty good. It's time to reap the rewards. Su Luo slowly sat up, making a decision in his heart. Exchange all my resentment points for beginner treasure chests. Detecting all current host resentment points. Can exchange for beginner treasure chests 5. Do you want to exchange? The system asked again. Su Luo chose to exchange without hesitation. As a result, 5 glowing treasure chests appeared in his system warehouse. Su Luo took a deep breath, his eyes determined. All right, system, let me see your limits next. Give it to me. Open. Su Luo gritted his teeth and opened all 5 beginner treasure chests. Amidst a dazzling light, Su Luo also received the system's reward prompt in his mind. Thank you for your patronage. To thank you for your patronage instantly made Su Luo furious. System, why didn't you say that this draw could be empty too? Damn it, refund. The system's cold voice rang out. You don't even need to ask. Su Luo was so angry he laughed. All right, waiting for me here. Huh. However, what made Su Luo feel relieved was that the other 3 rewards were still delivered. Su Luo immediately checked the prizes. Ding. Gained a tribute reward. Singing skill, 10. Ding. Gained literary reward. Internet literature work Sky City. Relevant content has been stored in memory. Please explore on your own. Ding. Gained entertainment reward. Song work Big Fish. Related files have been sent to the system warehouse. Please check. Su Luo stood up. Wow, golden legend. Chapter 16. Su Luo. Thanks to the production team for the assist. Singing skills, 41. Su Luo's singing skills increased by 10 points. Because of this, he felt a bit of itchiness in his throat, and his mind also gained some knowledge related to vocal music. It was as if he had attended classes at a music academy for 2 months. How did I end up bringing over the novels I had read before? Su Luo held his head, feeling a bit dizzy as his mind was filled with a lot of text. Castle in the Sky might be something many people have never heard of, but it has another name, my 26-year-old female tenant. My 26-year-old Female Tenant is a 2 million-word, long urban emotional novel. It was extremely popular on the internet of the previous Earth. Su Luo didn't really know how it became so popular, but he kept seeing related short videos. He had read comments saying it was an urban harem story, so he approached it with a critical attitude. After finishing it, Su Luo was determined to find the person who told him it was a harem story. Damn it, after reading this book, Su Luo felt uncomfortable for several days. He didn't know how many people, like him, were tricked into reading this book by its title. Even now, Su Luo could still remember some lines that went viral online. Behind human nature lies the ever-changing clouds and dogs. May we all become masters of life. In this city of desires, you are my final belief. Good. I'm leaving. To be fair, the writing is indeed good, especially in terms of character portrayal. The book has many complex characters, such as Lu Yao, Jin Wei, and camouflage. This led to readers chasing the author in the comments section years after the book concluded in the previous life. It is said that the author has never dared to hold a fan meeting since then. Su Luo had long finished reading this book and only remembered some fragments of the plot. But for some reason, his memories were becoming clearer now. The 2 million words of content, from start to finish, seemed to be imprinted in Su Luo's brain. As long as Su Luo wanted, he could flip through this book in his mind, down to the exact page and paragraph. So, let's copy it. If you remember correctly, the online novel market in this world, Xia country, is even larger than in his previous life. Su Luo hadn't specifically studied it, nor had he read any novels from this world. The popularity of Female Tenant in his previous life doesn't necessarily apply to this world. It's hard to say. If possible, it would be best to publish this book and monetize it. To be honest, Su Luo was in dire need of money. Very much so. Brands that Su Luo had previously endorsed occasionally popped up online, demanding compensation. Su Luo had roughly calculated these debts. According to their demands, if he were to pay, it would require at least 2 small targets. Of course, Su Luo wasn't a fool. Just because they demanded a certain amount didn't mean he would pay that much. When he signed the contract, the endorsement fee was mostly divided with Dongwang Entertainment, and Su Luo only got a small portion. For example, if the signing fee was 10 million, Su Luo only received 2 million. Adding up all the brand endorsement fees, Su Luo made less than 20 million. Those 2 small targets really could come out of his mouth easily. Su Luo could definitely use legal means to reduce the compensation. That is to say, he could sue. He could approach it from aspects such as whether the contract terms were reasonable, or if there were calculation errors in the refund ratio formula for the endorsement fee, and so on. This wasn't Su Luo's specialty. Professional matters should be left to professionals. Before suing, Su Luo would definitely have to spend money to hire a good lawyer to increase his chances of winning. Moreover, suing is also a lengthy process. It would cost a lot of money during this time, and if he couldn't bear it, he would lose. To take a step back, even if he didn't have to compensate 200 million, if the court ruled that he needed to pay several hundred million, Su Luo couldn't come up with that amount right now. In dire need of money, Su Luo felt that writing online novels was a good part-time job. If he couldn't make it in the entertainment industry one day, he at least needed a backup plan. Of course, the most crucial thing was that Su Luo felt that Female Tenant could earn him some resentment points. Getting rained on, tearing an umbrella, you know? So, let the readers of this world prepare to feel the pain. In the end, Su Luo shifted his gaze to the audio file in the system's warehouse. Big Fish. Su Luo's mood was mixed. There was no doubt that this was a masterpiece. In his previous life, Zhoushan won numerous awards with this song, especially the singing part of this song, which was often used in some sad videos, making listeners cry and feel heartbroken. Even later, when Zhoushan firmly established himself in the music scene and produced many excellent works, when it came to discussing representative works, everyone still couldn't avoid the song Big Fish. Without a doubt, this song ran through Zhoushan's entire singing career. What worried Su Luo was that he currently couldn't sing this song. Even with the 10-point increase in singing skills, Su Luo still couldn't interpret this song. In the first half of the song, Su Luo could use abundant emotion to compensate for his lack of technique while using the vocal immersion ability. It sounded completely acceptable, but the essence of this song lies in the high-pitched singing at the end of the second half. even with 10 extra points in singing skills. Su Luo couldn't pull off. He couldn't just cut out the singing part, as that would ruin the soul of the song. Big Fish is very particular about the singer's singing skills. Unless Su Luo could drastically increase his singing skills to 70 or 80, it would be hard to interpret this song. At this moment, Lu Ziming's voice came from outside. Su Luo, we need to go downstairs for the assembly. Downstairs. All 12 contestants had gathered. High-definition cameras had already been set up around. Seeing that Su Luo seemed a bit distracted, Lu Ziming didn't disturb him. Just like in the car, the recorded material will be placed at the end of the first episode and the beginning of the next episode. The assistant director, Zhang Su, looked at his cue card and said loudly, "Next, I will announce the changes to the competition format for the next episode. The format for the next episode will be a team battle, meaning you will form a team with your roommate according to today's draw results. There is still a week's time before the next episode airs, during which you need to collaborate with your partner to create the performance piece for the next episode. After the performance, based on the final vote count, we will eliminate the 2 teams with the lowest votes. In other words, by the end of the next competition, people will leave this program. Additionally, I want to remind everyone that during this week's creation time, we will open live broadcasts at any time. This live broadcast will not be included in the second episode of the official program, but will be part of the production highlights. Everyone, is that clear?" When Zhang Su asked this question, his gaze fell on Su Luo, wanting to see how Su Luo would react. After all, as the first-place winner of the last episode, Su Luo's partner was the one ranked last among the 12, Lu Ziming. However, Su Luo showed no reaction at all, instead wearing a faint smile. The draw, the team formation. So that's how it is. To eliminate me. They specially adjusted the competition format for the next episode, but you're destined to be disappointed. Su Luo looked at Lu Ziming, who was unable to meet his gaze out of guilt. Did you think this would limit my performance? Su Luo then turned his head to look at Ding Yifun's team. Ding Yifun's partner was Tao Jun, who ranked 3rd in the last round. Noticing Su Luo's gaze, Ding Yifun looked over too. His eyes filled with schadenfreude. With Lu Ziming as a deadweight, let's see how you can make waves. Su Luo withdrew his gaze, a slight smile on his lips. Thanks to the production team for the assist. Chapter 17. Boldly walk your night road, and everyone will cheer for you a week later. The production team of The Final Singer provides meals with a dedicated cafeteria located downstairs in the apartment building. Of course, there is also a kitchen in the dormitory, so if you don't mind the trouble, you can cook for yourself. During the meal in the cafeteria, Lu Ziming remained silent, not saying a word. After a long time, Lu Ziming lowered his head and quietly said, "I'm sorry, Su Luo. I've dragged you down." Lu Ziming was filled with guilt. He never expected that the competition format would change to a team battle this season. Teams like Ding Yifun's were strong partnerships, but Su Luo's partner happened to be him, who ranked 11th. Thinking of the gloating expressions of others, Lu Ziming felt even more ashamed. I don't care about being eliminated. I came to the competition with the mindset of just wanting to survive the first round, but I never expected the production team to suddenly change the format, making me a burden to Su Luo. If I caused Su Luo to be eliminated in the next round because of me, Lu Ziming felt very uncomfortable. Suddenly, he thought of something. Lu Ziming raised his head abruptly and said decisively, "I'll apply to withdraw from the competition with the director. This way, the production team can give you another chance to choose a partner." Yes, it's possible. Lu Ziming couldn't care about eating anymore, putting down his chopsticks and standing up. "Wait." Su Luo grabbed his wrist and said lightly, "Let's eat first." Lu Ziming turned his head. He did not see any negative emotions like disgust or disappointment on Su Luo's face, which remained calm. It was as if this change in competition format had no effect on him at all. Lu Ziming sat back down, but he had no appetite. Su Luo took a few bites of rice and looked at Lu Ziming's worried face, chuckling. "Why would I want to change partners? Getting someone stronger would increase your chances of winning. Don't you want to advance in the next episode?" Lu Ziming was stunned for a few seconds and then replied, as if it was a matter of course, "I don't think you're weak." So Lu Ziming was a bit at a loss. Does that mean he isn't weak? And who said we would definitely lose? Su Luo put down his chopsticks and took out a tissue to wipe his mouth. Even at this moment, he wiped his mouth so elegantly. No wonder he is Su Luo. Wait. Lu Ziming realized his focus was a bit off. "Su Luo, what do you mean by that?" I don't understand. Su Luo burped lightly, showing no idle baggage. It means the literal meaning. I don't think our group is weaker than the others. But Lu Ziming wanted to say that Su Luo wasn't weak, he was the weak one. Before he could finish, Su Luo interrupted him directly. Lu Ziming, you underestimate yourself a bit too much. Su Luo said seriously. In today's internet environment, without a team or management, just uploading your singing videos can accumulate over 1 million fans. Why do you think you're weak? Lu Ziming didn't speak. Su Luo took out his phone. Go ahead. What to say? Your Kuaisheng ID, I'll follow you. Lu Ziming couldn't keep up with Su Luo's train of thought. After entering Lu Ziming's ID, Su Luo successfully searched for his account. ID, a singer Lu Ziming, not a girl. Followers, 56 million. Su Luo opened the videos on his account right in front of Lu Ziming. Lu Ziming awkwardly scratched the ground with his toes, unsure whether to walk away or sit down. It felt like being called out by a teacher in class for an essay he wrote. While watching Lu Ziming, Su Luo was also observing the comments. Lu Ziming's filming was very simple and straightforward. The recording equipment was just a phone, and the singing equipment was those cheap earphones that came with the phone. There was no pitch correction, and sometimes the sound quality could be heard as damaged or distorted. The Lu Ziming in the video didn't show his face. The frame only captured from the neck down. Wow, the voice of this beauty is so ethereal and clear. This tone is simply heavenly. As a girl, why does your voice sound so good? I sound like a brute. Most comments in the section praised Lu Ziming's vocal tone. Indeed, Lu Ziming's vocal tone was a major feature. His voice was clear and ethereal, giving every song a unique flavor. His clear and ethereal voice sounded a bit like a girl's, and since Lu Ziming didn't show his face, most commenters assumed he was a girl. In these comments, Lu Ziming would personally reply, "Let me emphasize again, I'm a boy, not a girl." Whenever someone claimed he was a girl, Lu Ziming would clarify. Eventually, Lu Ziming got tired of clarifying and simply noted on his ID that he was not a girl. The fans who followed him were immediately displeased, feeling deceived. I followed you for 3 months, and you're actually a boy? What kind of man pretends to be a girl? Really disgusting. A man using a voice changer to pretend to be a girl? What a pervert. How can a big man have such a voice? So soft. If this voice were from a girl, that would be fine, but as a boy, it's just too soft. Unfollowed. From the feedback in the comments, Su Luo felt that since Lu Ziming added the note, many fans who mistakenly thought he was a girl had unfollowed him. Without these lost followers, Lu Ziming's account would likely have more than 56 million followers. Without team management, using the simplest equipment and not showing his face, he still managed to reach 1 million followers. According to Lu Ziming, he had never formally learned to sing. He taught himself online. That's quite impressive. Su Luo felt this way after turning off his phone. However, after watching some of his videos, Su Luo noticed something was off. After seeing Su Luo exit Kuaisheng, Lu Ziming sighed in relief. Among all the advancing contestants, your vocal tone is the best, what everyone calls vocal talent. You have a strong talent in this regard. Of course, you might not even realize it yourself. So, I'm quite satisfied with you as partner. Su Luo continued to focus on his meal until the plate was clean, with not a single grain of rice left. Lu Ziming thought it was hard to believe that such a handsome face could do something like this. We still have a week left. Since songwriting is your weak point, I'll take on the task of writing the song. Don't worry, I'll lead the way. A week later, let the audience cheer and applaud for us. With the trump card Big Fish in hand, and my partner being an alternate version of Zhou Shun, tell me, how can we lose? Su Luo's face was full of calm confidence, and his tone made one unconsciously want to believe him. Lu Ziming also got pumped up, feeling a sense of being a little brother, and he swiftly took Su Luo's plate, standing up and saying, "Luo Gu, I'll help you clear the dishes." Su Luo raised his head, his expression becoming serious. From now on, don't deliberately hold back your vocal tone. Your live performance is far worse than the you in the videos. Of course, I know why you're doing this. You're worried about what others will say about you. Being soft? How did he know? Lu Ziming felt as if struck by lightning. He buried his head lower and lower, like an ostrich trying to bury its head in the sand. He didn't dare to look up, fearing he would see Su Luo's strange gaze, just like those who praised his beautiful voice. but changed their expressions when they found out he was a boy. Su Luo stood up, held his shoulders, and said in a deep voice, "Don't back down. Be a man, lift your head." Under Su Luo's unwavering gaze, Lu Ziming slowly raised his head again. In his hurriedly dodging eyes, Su Luo said again, "I remember you said you joined this program to build your courage and prove yourself. Since you're already here, don't worry about what others think of you. You can call me Brother Luo, and from now on, I'll have your back. You just need to boldly show your true self like a man. In a week, let everyone get to know you again." Lu Ziming stood there, stunned for a long time, his eyes slowly reddening. In the cafeteria, staff from the program kept coming in and out, glancing this way, and they could see this thin figure with trembling shoulders. "Don't worry, Brother Luo, I will definitely not drag you down. Thank you, really thank you." Li Ziming solemnly bowed to Su Luo. Slap! Su Luo pinched his shoulder and lifted him up. "Come on, guys, no need to be polite." Chapter 18. The frenzy of haters in a corner of the cafeteria, the Starlight Entertainment trio sat together, eating and chatting. Jiang, he lowered his voice and chuckled. The director is really clever, directly pairing Su Luo with Lu Ziming. Haha. Did you notice that Lu Ziming didn't even dare to look at Su Luo just now? Tao Jun sneered. Honestly, I think the director didn't need to deliberately target Su Luo. I admit that his song once I thought about ending it all is of high quality. But don't forget how Yi Longyue commented on him. Su Luo has no singing skills, but he excels in emotion. This song was undoubtedly written by the songwriter. Given what Su Luo has in him, he wouldn't be able to write a decent song. And let's be honest, that songwriter might just be lucky. He continued, "Another key point is that this song resonates with Su Luo to some extent. I don't even want to talk about his issues. Anyone would want to die if those things happened to them. The reason he won this round is just luck. He had everything going for him, the timing, the place, and the people." "Hey, that's actually true," Jiang Yi agreed. Tao Jun said, "I still stand by my point. The production team doesn't need to change the competition rules just to target Su Luo. He won't have this kind of luck next time, based on his own strength. Elimination is certain." Ding Yifan, who had been silent, frowned and said, "Don't take Su Luo too seriously. The director's team didn't intend to target him at all. He doesn't deserve it." After saying that, Ding Yifan continued eating, seemingly unwilling to waste words on Su Luo. "Brother Fan, how about you tell us the inside scoop? You know the details among us three." Tao Jun and Jiang Yi looked at each other and leaned in. Ding Yifan glanced at them and lazily said, "I know that the format for the second episode is a team battle, but I didn't expect Su Luo to be so unlucky getting paired with Lu Ziming. The last one, he drew his own lot. He deserves it." Ding Yifan was very displeased with Su Luo because he felt that Su Luo had stolen his spotlight in this episode. To Ding Yifan, the existence of the show, including the audience's applause and screams, belonged to him. All the other contestants were just his background, aside from the company behind Ding Yifan, which is one of the organizers. More importantly, he was very confident in his own abilities, having entered the Central Conservatory of Music with the highest score. Things developed just as he expected. No contestant received more votes than him, and then suddenly, Su Luo appeared out of nowhere. Every time Ding Yifan thought about how hard he worked on stage, wanting to impress his goddess senior, Yi Longyue, he got frustrated seeing all the attention go to Su Luo, the clown. The goddess didn't even hear him sing. This led to the goddess not voting for him. And then Su Luo, out of nowhere, surpassed him in votes. Ding Yifan was not satisfied with this outcome. "If only Yi Longyue's vote had gone to me, I would have definitely been first. It's all that dog's fault." Just thinking about it made Ding Yifan grit his teeth in anger. "What is the plan after dinner? How about going to the recording studio to practice singing?" Tao Jun asked while Jiang Yi answered. Since they learned about the format change for the next episode, the other contestants hurried to the studio or went back to their dorms to focus on creating new songs. After all, they only had a week left. In team battles, it's all for one and one for all, so the contestants had no time to get accustomed to their new partners, leaving awkwardness aside and quickly discussing strategies. Only the Starlight Entertainment trio had no such worries. Because the show final singer was produced by their company in collaboration with Kiwi Video, they were well prepared beforehand. Each of them had several songs ready, all crafted by the company's excellent music producers. Why be nervous? We don't even need to write songs ourselves. Ding Yifan, the designated champion of the show, couldn't be bothered to lift his head. Tao Jun suggested, "How about we go out for karaoke after we finish eating?" "You all go. I'm leaving," Ding Yifan said, collecting his bowl and preparing to leave. He was preoccupied with thoughts of his goddess senior and had no interest in other women. Tao Jun said, "I've invited a few pretty female fans." Ding Yifan halted and sat back down, but on the other hand, the official account of Final Singer posted a new update on Weibo at 9 p.m. Latest announcement. In the next episode, the competition format will change to a team battle, with two teams facing off against each other. The two teams with the lowest votes will permanently leave the stage of Final Singer. The team lists are as follows: Ding Yifan and Tao Jun, Zhang Yi and Zhang Kai, Yu Ran and Lin Ziwen, Su Luo and Lu Ziming. This announcement was sent to over 1 million followers of the show's official Weibo account. Mentors Yi Longyue, Song Yunxi, and Fu Xingyao successively retweeted the update. More and more netizens began to notice this news. Ding Yifan and Tao Jun teaming up. Doesn't that mean a strong alliance? What about the others? Oh, I'm looking forward to my Fan's performance in the second episode. Fan should have been first in the first episode. It's all because of Su Luo that he didn't T. Kai, go for it. You ran. You're the best. We will always believe in you. A team battle? This new rule seems pretty good. It's quite exciting. 12-8. Wow. The tension for the second episode is palpable. Due to the high online buzz from the first episode, discussions about the new rules for the second episode quickly heated up. Su Luo's haters soon found what they most wanted to see. Look, Su Luo and Lu Ziming are on the same team. Lu Ziming? I don't remember him. What was his ranking in the first episode? I looked it up, and Lu Ziming ranked 11th in the first episode. 11th? That makes him the bottom. The first place Su Luo is paired with the 11th place Lu Ziming. While others are strong alliances, Su Luo's chances are plummeting. Su Luo is going to be ruined by Lu Ziming. Su Luo is really mediocre. I'm dying of laughter. Heaven has eyes. Crazy and insane. It would be perfect if the second episode directly eliminated Su Luo and Lu Ziming, a double joy. The first place Su Luo is paired with the last place Lu Ziming. Their combination is a stark contrast. This night was undoubtedly a feast for the haters. Moreover, because Su Luo inherently has a strong topic, negative popularity, as soon as this combination list was released, it immediately trended on various social media platforms like Kuaishou, Weibo, and Xiaohongshu. It saved the Final Singer production team the money for heating up the search. You could find discussions about Su Luo trending on any social media platform. Team list released. Some are strong alliances. Some are severely weakened Su Luo. I really want to curse right now, Su Luo. I suspect the production team is targeting me under these topics. There were always bystanders looking for entertainment. Su Luo's haters must be laughing. Even I, a passerby, suspect that the production team is doing this on purpose. The production team is really something, but I like it. Su Luo got unlucky, paired with Lu Ziming. How will they play this? It's already quite enough. I thought Su Luo would be eliminated in the first round, but now at least he made it to the second episode. Is Su Luo eliminated in the second phase, or has he advanced? The odds for elimination are 100-1. If Su Luo gets eliminated, it would really take away a lot of fun. That's true. On the other hand, only a fool would bet on him advancing. With Lu Ziming around, Su Luo might still advance, and I would directly eat that. How can you play with a pig teammate? I'm already starting to look forward to it. Haha. It feels like it will be much more exciting than the first phase. Chapter 19. Male models are the main business. Su Luo, are you slacking off? Let Su Luo and Lu Ziming team up. Brilliant. In the 5-star hotel room, after checking the social media, Fu Xingyao put down his phone and clapped his hands in praise. His face was beaming with a bright smile. Although it was different from the expected early elimination, the result was good. Next to him, the agent Yuan Xiaohe couldn't hide her smile either. Fu Xingyao crossed his legs and poured himself a glass of red wine. I can't even imagine how exciting the next episode will be. Yuan Xiaohe reminded him. Have you thought clearly about what to say after Su Luo is eliminated? Fu Xingyao snorted. Don't worry. I can find all sorts of ways to belittle Su Luo. With his talent, does he really think he can make a comeback through this show? Dream on. By the way, there won't be any problems this time, right? Fu Xingyao still felt a bit uneasy. Lu Ziming, I haven't looked into him. He has no presence. Yuan Xiaohe said disdainfully. Besides, he's just a trailing contestant. No need to take him seriously. If it weren't for Yi Longyue's vote, he probably wouldn't have made it through. Hearing the agent say that, Fu Xingyao felt completely at ease. He was now just thinking about how to fly under the radar after Su Luo's elimination and redeem himself. From Ding Yifan's resentment value 100. Huh. It seems like I haven't done anything. Su Luo felt a bit innocent. After returning to the dormitory, Su Luo dropped a line about writing songs and dove into his room. Brother Luo is working so hard. I can't hold him back. Lu Ziming watched Su Luo's back. His eyes became determined, and he also returned to his room to practice his singing, aiming to present a better performance in the next episode. After Su Luo returned to his room, he closed the door and locked it. The production team had prepared a laptop for each contestant to facilitate their creativity. Of course, Su Luo skipped this step since he had a system. He told Lu Ziming he was writing songs, but he actually wanted to prioritize earning extra money from part-time work. Su Luo opened the browser. Half an hour later, Su Luo leaned back in his chair, smiling with satisfaction. Just as he expected, the online novel market in Xia Country is vast. According to the latest report released by Xia Country's official 2028 annual report on the development of online literature, the user scale of online literature in Xia Country has reached 830 million. And according to the latest census report, the population of Xia Country is 2 billion. What does this mean? It means that about 4 out of every 10 people, or 1 out of every 2 to 3 people, read online literature. Of course, the report doesn't exclude the possibility of duplicates or individuals having multiple accounts. Therefore, Su Luo took it as a reference. Even so, it is enough to show how huge the market for online literature is in this world. Su Luo heard the echoes of money. The first step to writing online literature is to determine the submission platform. This was also the result of Su Luo using Baidu AI search, which kindly provided links to several major online literature platforms. Infinite monthly read? Wow, there are people from the village here too? Su Luo rubbed his eyes. Oh, I misread. It's actually infinite reading. After careful consideration, Su Luo chose infinite reading as a submission platform. Following the platform's guidelines, Su Luo arrived at the registration page. Pen name? Su Luo took only 3 seconds to enter 3 characters in the pen name field. Are you sure you want to use Wang Dao as your pen name? Su Luo clicked confirm without hesitation. The website requires a minimum of 20,000 words to sign a contract, and after signing, daily updates cannot be less than 4,000 words. Daily updates? Su Luo frowned slightly. He had never written a novel, and didn't he know this freelance job required daily completion of a basic workload. Su Luo originally saw online literature as a part-time job to earn extra money. It was unrealistic for him to focus entirely on this. Being a male model. Oh no, being an artist is the main business, and daily updates are not feasible. So, the backup plan is activated. Since he has the full content of Female Tenant in his head, Su Luo just needs to copy it down. What worldview? What settings? What outline? None of that is needed. Su Luo directly opened Word and got to work, typing away on the keyboard without any signs of writer's block, completely free of thought. The story begins on a rainy night. Zhang, impregnant. 1 hour later, Su Luo stretched his stiff fingers at this time. The lower left corner of the Word document showed the current word count, 12,000. Su Luo was quite satisfied with his speed. At this rate, writing 70,000 to 80,000 words a day was not a problem. He could finish it in a month and then publish it directly. Of course, the premise is having enough time. After taking a sip of water, Su Luo sat back down and continued typing. Tap, tap, tap. The next day, the Final Singer-Director team sent a notification in the group. Everyone, the live broadcast will start at 12 noon to record the daily lives of the contestants. It doesn't have to be too serious. This is not an official live broadcast, so please maintain a casual mindset. The official live broadcast will be on the Kiwi platform. At noon, the live broadcast started on time. About 1 million fans who follow the official account of Final Singer received the notification. Since it was a weekday and there was no prior promotion, the number of online viewers in the live broadcast room was not high, only a few tens of thousands. At this time, the live broadcast room displayed a 12-grid layout, corresponding to the 12 contestants. The director team would switch the camera to each contestant in order, allowing the audience to see each contestant's current situation clearly. Fan looked so cool while focused on creating. Fan, why are you working so hard? Jun was practicing his voice while watching Fan create. Not resting at all. No wonder they're the champion duo. Both are very serious. Yuran was practicing the piano. Is he preparing to play the piano in the next episode? Zhang Kai was practicing dance in front of the mirror. Abs. I didn't realize Zhang Kai had abs. Is Kai going to focus on singing and dancing next time? It's clear that everyone is working hard for the competition. However, when the camera cut to Su Luo, the atmosphere changed. In the room, Su Luo was sitting in front of the computer, his hands flying over the keyboard, occasionally moving the mouse, looking very serious. The camera was at the front, so only Su Luo could be seen typing, and the screen of the computer was not visible. Compared to the other contestants, who were either practicing dance or singing, Su Luo's scene appeared quite out of place. What is Su Luo doing? While others are practicing dance and creating, is he playing games? As a singer, shouldn't he at least practice his voice? Everyone else is working so hard. How can he still have time to play games? No comparison, no harm. Someone suddenly raised a question. Su Luo, is he slacking off? Is it because he was placed in a team with Lu Ziming and feels he can't win? So he has giving up? It seems he has truly given up. If he had switched to a different teammate, there would have been hope. But he ended up with Lu Ziming. The first place and second to last combination. If I were Su Luo, I wouldn't even know how to win. Su Luo, since I'm going to lose anyway, I might as well play and eat. Chapter 20. Su Luo, no, what did I do? The audience had been staring at Su Luo for half an hour, and Su Luo had been sitting behind the computer typing away. The audience became increasingly certain that Su Luo was playing a game. If he wasn't playing a game, why was he so focused on the keyboard? They even imagined that Su Luo was slacking off because he was grouped with the underperforming Lu Ziming and felt certain they would lose. After all, the other groups had scores of 112. Su Luo and Lu Ziming's group had a score of 112 as well. This also made Su Luo's haters more excited. However, Su Luo couldn't see the barrage in the live stream, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. Wang Xuejuan, who was watching the live stream backstage, began to doubt. Is Su Luo really slacking off? At least he could struggle a bit. Last night and today, Su Luo had typed a total of 60,000 words. Although he didn't have to think about the plot, his hands were still sore from typing so much. Just as Su Luo was about to take a break, there was a knock on the door. Lu Ziming's voice came in. Brother Luo, come out for dinner. Su Luo was indeed hungry. As soon as he stepped out of the room, he smelled the aroma in the air. He looked towards the living room, where the table was set with food, 3 dishes, and a soup. Su Luo was a bit surprised. Did you make this? Lu Ziming scratched his head and said, I was afraid of disturbing your creativity, so I went out to buy groceries and cooked. To avoid dragging Su Luo down in the next competition, Lu Ziming had gotten up early to practice his singing. He didn't know what Su Luo was doing in the room, only hearing the sound of the keyboard typing away. Lu Ziming felt a bit moved. Brother Luo is really working hard to write songs. Lu Ziming couldn't help but think, aside from not dragging down this group. What else could he do for the team? I should make something delicious for Brother Luo. Su Luo picked up a piece of spare rib and praised. Not bad. Lu Ziming, I didn't know you had this skill. Lu Ziming felt a bit shy. I learned slowly after moving out and living alone. I was worried it wouldn't suit your taste. How could it not? This sweet and sour spare rib is very appetizing. After finishing 2 bowls of rice, Su Luo put down his chopsticks satisfied. Lu Ziming very consciously collected the bowls and took them to the sink to wash. Hey, just leave the bowls there. I can wash them myself. Su Luo wasn't used to being served like this. It's just a casual thing. Lu Ziming smiled. Watching Lu Ziming come out of his room with a basin of clothes, Su Luo quickly said, No, just put the clothes in the washing machine. Lu Ziming smiled again. Hand washing is cleaner. Brother Luo, I can handle these small things. It won't affect your songwriting. You're too much trouble, and I can do these things myself. Not troublesome. It's just a casual thing. Su Luo rubbed his forehead. Even someone as thin-skinned as him felt a bit embarrassed. Lu Ziming was really a bit too enthusiastic. However, Lu Ziming didn't think there was anything wrong. He just felt that since Su Luo was working so hard to write songs, he should do something for the team. Lu Ziming thought it was normal, but the audience watching the live stream didn't think it was normal. Some teased, while others made sarcastic comments. With some people deliberately trying to lead the narrative against Su Luo, the barrage in the live stream turned into this. Is Lu Ziming a nanny? Cooking and washing clothes. Even a nanny wouldn't be this dedicated. Doesn't Su Luo have hands? Lu Ziming is cooking for you. Can't you just wash the bowls yourself? This is too much. Other groups are practicing songs, writing songs, or dancing. And what about Su Luo? Besides playing games, he's just playing games. Letting Lu Ziming wash dishes and cook is one thing. But he even needs someone to help wash his clothes. Is he bullying Lu Ziming because he looks timid? Su Luo is really too much. Poor Lu Ziming. Hug Lu Ziming. Hate Su Luo. Resentment level 80. Resentment level 91. Resentment level 99. Resentment level 100. Listening to the constant prompts from the system in his mind, Su Luo looked confused. No, what did I do? Although Su Luo couldn't see the barrage, he could guess roughly what was going on. From 12 to 2 in the afternoon, the 2-hour live stream ended. After dinner, Su Luo returned to his room under the pretext of writing songs, continuing his plan to stockpile songs. Lu Ziming practiced singing in the living room. Since Lu Ziming had bought groceries for 2 days, they would also be eating in the dormitory that night. The next day, during breakfast, Su Luo cleared his throat and said, I've already written the song in the past 2 days. I'll send the lyrics and music to your phone later, so you can practice well. Zulfast. Lu Ziming was a bit surprised and then said seriously, Thank you for your hard work, brother Luo. Su Luo waved his hand. It's fine, I didn't write the song just for you. I don't want to be eliminated that quickly. We need to practice the song as soon as possible. There aren't many days left. MHM. Lu Ziming nodded. At this moment, Su Luo's phone on the table vibrated with a message. He picked it up and opened a green bubble. It was a notification from the director group in the group chat, asking all contestants to gather in the dance practice room downstairs now. Dance practice room. When Su Luo and Lu Ziming arrived, dynamic music was playing in the dance practice room, and filming equipment was set up all around. In addition to the crew members, the assistant director was also present. There was a very eye-catching presence in the dance practice room that could instantly grab people's attention. The physical training instructor, Song Yunshi. Today, Song Yunshi was wearing a mint green cropped knit top, paired with high-waisted jeans, making her legs look slim and long. She wore strappy sandals, and her 5 rounded toes were adorned with bright red nail polish, giving off a full girl group vibe. The contestants entering the room couldn't help but be dazzled upon seeing Song Yunshi, feeling refreshed. Good afternoon, teacher Yunshi. The contestants greeted politely one by one. Song Yunshi smiled and waved back, her 2 small dimples making her very approachable. Finally, all 12 contestants were present. The 2-hour live stream started at the same time. Because Song Yunshi was present, the number of online viewers today was noticeably higher. Sister Yunshi, today's outfit is absolutely stunning. Her figure is amazing. My wife. The assistant director looked around. Today, instructor Yunshi is rare to visit, so if anyone has any questions, you can take this opportunity to ask her. Amidst the applause, Song Yunshi smiled and said, Sister Longyue and Brother Xingyao are busy with other work, so today it's just me. I'm better at dancing, so if you have any questions about that, feel free to ask me. Of course, I'm not as professional in vocal training as Sister Longyue, but my basics are fine, so you can also ask me. As her voice fell, Su Luo suddenly raised his hand. Teacher, I have a question about dancing that I need to ask you. Go ahead. Song Yunshi smiled brightly. She had a good impression of people who liked dancing. Su Luo said seriously, if my pants split at the crotch while dancing, should I cover the front or the back with my hands? Upon hearing this question, Song Yunshi's small dimples froze. Chapter 21. You asked who studied this thing. Choo-choo. Huh. Someone laughed out loud, then quickly covered their mouth. Song Yunshi's smile froze. Are you sure this is a dance-related question? Su Luo, the little bear, shrugged. Isn't it? He originally wanted to ask, do you love dad more or mom more? Song Yunshi was momentarily at a loss for words. The question is, who told you to ask this? Can't you ask something serious? From Song Yunshi's resentment value. 100. Forget it. Thinking about it, It's normal for Su Luo. She still remembers vividly what happened in the first episode. After all, someone is still nailed to the pillar of shame. Song Yunchi, calm down. This depends on personal habits. There are no regulations. As expected of a mentor, so professional. Su Luo admired her face. Song Yunchi. From Song Yunchi's resentment value, 150, everyone present felt that Su Luo's question was too ridiculous. But thinking that it was Su Luo who asked, it didn't seem strange anymore. Ding Yifan's disgust was unmasked. This show-off, does he really think he is unique? Or is he trying to grab more screen time before elimination? The scene that just happened was seen by the audience in the live broadcast room. When Su Luo asked this question, the camera even zoomed in on Song Yunchi. Not to mention Song Yunchi, the audience was also baffled by Su Luo's question. He was asked to ask dance-related questions, but he asked whether to cover the front or the back when the pants tear. But dancing can indeed lead to pants tearing. So, it seems that Su Luo was indeed asking a dance-related question, but why does it feel weird? Haha, I laughed too loudly, and the entire office was awakened by me. Help. I just admire these two. One dares to ask, and the other dares to answer. The key is that Yunchi is really answering seriously. Help. Holding back laughter is so hard. Who understands the pain of seeing this during lunch break at work? Lu Ye. Would you die if you weren't unique? It's obvious, right? Yunchi, stay away from him. Don't get infected by Su Luo. The audience was amused by Su Luo's operation. And of course, Su Luo's haters didn't miss the opportunity to attack. Listening to the sound of resentment values continuously increasing in my mind until it became tiresome. When Su Luo looked at Song Yunchi again, his eyes were shining. Song Yunchi felt her scalp tingle, so she quickly skipped this topic and got to the point. Among the 6 groups of contestants, there are 2 or 3 groups planning to incorporate dance elements into the second episode's competition. Good dance can better interpret song. Using it in the right place can be a bonus. Even if the singing is not good, if the dancing is excellent, the stage effect can still elevate the score. Of course, the stage of Ultimate Singer still focuses on singing. Everyone lined up to ask Song Yunchi dance-related questions. Song Yunchi is indeed very professional in this area. After all, she debuted in a K-pop girl group. Not to mention other aspects, the debut standards for artists in Korea are quite high. From what Su Luo learned, the girl group Song Yunchi is in ranks in the top 3 among K-pop girl groups, and is currently the hottest new group in Korea. It's just that it's unclear why Song Yunchi chose to leave the Korean market and return to the summer country for development. Su Luo heard it was due to some internal conflicts, and it seems they are still in a lawsuit. Amidst the upbeat music, Song Yunchi moved her body to the beat. Her dance moves very simple, clean, and powerful. When dancing, Song Yunchi looked very sexy, showcasing her great figure. The audience watching the live broadcast during their lunch break were treated to a visual feast, calling it worth it. After dancing once, she had the others follow along and then corrected the contestants' movements and points of force. An hour later, Song Yunchi felt a bit tired and let the contestants practice on their own. Let's share the milk tea with everyone. Song Yunchi called her manager to open the thermal box at her feet, which contained various flavors of milk tea. Wow. Thank you, Mr. Yunchi. Yunchi is so nice. The young contestants were instantly won over by Song Yunchi's actions. Everyone lined up to get milk tea, even the staff of the program did. Just when Song Yunchi was sneaking a cup for herself, she was caught by her manager Yen. Yunchi, you've gained 2 pounds from sneaking snacks this month. You can't drink milk tea anymore. Song Yunchi shrank her head and retorted, I'm not drinking it. I'm getting it for the contestants. Luo Gu, this is for you. As soon as Su Luo returned from the restroom and sat down, Lu Ziming handed him a cup of milk tea, and he was drinking one himself. Thank you. I don't like milk tea. Just as the words fell, a fragrant breeze brushed past Su Luo's nose. Turning his head, he saw Song Yunchi sitting on his left. Here, I got this for you. No need to be polite. Song Yunchi held out a cup of milk tea, her head poking out from behind. Her eyebrows and eyes filled with a smile. Thank you. Su Luo took the milk tea and started drinking. On his right, Lu Ziming. Sizzle. The sound of plastic packaging tearing caught Song Yunchi's attention. An oily, spicy smell instantly filled the entire dance practice room. Su Luo stuffed a stick of spicy strips into his mouth, looking satisfied, and mumbled, You say this thing, Choo Choo, who studied it? Gulp. What is this? Looking at the spicy strips wrapped in chili and sesame, Song Yunshi swallowed. Su Luo looked at her like an alien. Spicy strips? Haven't you had them before? This girl from a K-pop girl group who grew up in Korea shook her head. She really hadn't eaten them. Would you like one? Su Luo squeezed out a stick of spicy strips. Although it smelled delicious, but this is a live broadcast, the fans are watching, and the manager is also nearby. Even though her mouth was watering, Song Yunshi still lied to herself. Forget it, it doesn't look good. Are you sure? Su Luo didn't persuade her, and stuffed another one into his mouth. Seeing that Su Luo had no idle burden at all, Song Yunshi was shocked. Are you really eating this oily and spicy stuff with that handsome face? But he looks like he is enjoying it. Then should I eat one? Although Song Yunshi was asking Su Luo's opinion, her hand had honestly reached for the spicy strips. Maybe she thought using her hands would get them dirty. Song Yunshi retracted her hand. She didn't want her hands to be greasy, so... Su Luo, can you block me a bit so the camera doesn't catch it? Also, don't let my manager see. Song Yunshi leaned towards Su Luo, looking around like a thief. When the timing was right, she quickly lowered her head and picked up a spicy strip with her teeth to eat. 3 seconds later, Song Yunshi closed her eyes in satisfaction. You say this thing, Choo-Choo, who studied it? So delicious. Chapter 22, the recording of the second episode begins. Bush Brothers. Lu Ziming now looks like a meme. He is completely stunned. In fact, when Su Luo opened the spicy strip packaging, everyone in the dance practice room silently turned to look. Just like when you were caught sneaking spicy strips in class. Those who understand, understand. The lethality of this flavor is no joke. It's impossible to sneak it in. All the staff and contestants present in the dance practice room tightly clenched their fists. How could such a stimulating snack be brought into the practice room? No shame at all. Why is Minner Songyun, he's so close to this guy? Wait, what are they doing? Oh, my goddess. One of the contestants, Yuran, was about to bite her teeth off. Luo dog, I will not rest until we face off. Why isn't it me who is feeding the goddess spicy strips? Why is this guy always so lucky? Everything revolves around him. Ding Yifun's eyes turned red with jealousy. Even though his goddess is Yi Longyue, who doesn't like a vibrant girl like Song Yunhee, the manager, who was communicating with the assistant director about follow-up work, seemed to sense something and turn around just in time to see Song Yunhee looking down and eating. A spicy strip from a man's hand. It's on. Manager Yan's fist is clenched. Song Yun, he thought she was being discreet enough. Little did she know, every move she made was being recorded by the cameras. When the audience saw Song Yunhee's hand reaching for that bag of spicy strips, the fans were so anxious they wanted to jump through the screen. No, Yunhee, please don't become curious about that kind of thing. Stop. Get that damn bag of spicy strips away. My goddess can't possibly eat that. When Song Yun, he took a bite of the spicy strip, enjoying it. They all collapsed. Female celebrities, especially girl group members, are notoriously strict about managing their figures. They basically don't eat snacks. 3 meals a day of low-fat food. But now what did they see? Song Yun, he snuck a snack, and it was spicy strips. She actually ate it? Yunhee, you're a female star. How can you eat spicy strips? Damn Luo dog. How could you lead my goddess astray? Su Luo, I want to challenge you. You really should die, damn it. If I vote for you in the second episode, I will jump off the building. Is it my problem? Why do I feel like these two have a hint of ambiguity? The suggestion from upstairs is to see an ophthalmologist. No, Song Yunhee really ate it. And it looks quite delicious. I must quickly share it with my best friend to let her see. No one can resist the temptation of spicy strips. Su Luo has successfully attracted another wave of hatred. This 2-hour live broadcast is still ongoing. Various marketing accounts that have been monitoring the live stream have already posted recordings of Song Yunhee sneaking spicy strips online, along with exaggerated descriptions, amplifying the spread of the incident. With the sharing from various marketing accounts and live viewers, the topic Song Yunhee spicy strips has already climbed to the trending list on Weibo, attracting more attention for passers-by. Some well-meaning individuals even directly screenshot images of Song Yunhee sneaking spicy strips and turn them into memes. What is even more troubling for Song Yunhee's manager and the agency behind her is that this meme has gone viral and gained Song Yunhee a lot of fans. Isn't that infuriating? Grievance value 100, grievance value 80, Grievance value 100. Grievance value 150. Current grievance value 84,515. Good. Ready to draw again. Su Luo said. How about another one? Song Yoon, he was eager to try this greasy-looking gluten snack. Surprisingly, after eating one, she wanted more. She didn't expect that there were snacks like this in Xia country. God, what kind of hard days did I live in Goryeo? Although she really wanted to eat, Song Yoon, he still restrained herself. Unexpectedly, Su Luo pulled out a handful of sunflower seeds from his pocket and started munching. Then, how about some sunflower seeds? No. Are you Doraemon? What normal person carries sunflower seeds in their pocket? Song Yoon, he was completely thrown off by this, which made her think of Su Luo munching on sunflower seeds in the backstage during the first episode. So, eating some sunflower seeds should be fine, right? I can't eat any more. Yinmin stopped this farce, walked up to Song Yoon-hee, and said coldly, how can you eat such oily and spicy snacks? If I don't watch you for a second, you sneak snacks? Really? All right, Sister Yin, I won't eat any more. I just want to taste it. I only ate one. It's fine. Song Yoon, he quickly stood up, clinging to Yin Min's arm and acting cute. No milk tea either. After getting Song Yoon-hee's assurance, Yin Min instantly calmed down. Looking at someone still showing off the spicy strips, Yin Min's eyes were full of vigilance, ensuring that Yoon-hee never gets in touch with her, or she would be led astray. Yin Min was very troubled. She now felt like she had to guard her well-behaved daughter from being abducted by a little delinquent. And this little delinquent happens to be quite handsome. Isn't that infuriating? The live broadcast ended. The atmosphere in the dance practice room relaxed a lot. After resting enough, Song Yoon, he continued to answer some questions from the contestants. Su Luo, how is your group's progress? Are there any issues in the creative aspect? Song Yoon, he looked at Su Luo curiously. The song has already been written, and for the next competition, we are very confident. At least a top 3 is not a problem. Su Luo smiled. Although he spoke conservatively, his tone was full of confidence, clearly aiming for first place. The other contestant from other groups heard this, but didn't take Su Luo's words seriously. However, Song Yoon, he had a lot of faith in Su Luo and Lu Ziming. Come on, although the internet doesn't support you, I think your group's strength is not weak at all. Also, Lu Ziming, your vocal condition is really good. Song Yoon, he was very serious. Lu Ziming was a bit flattered. Thank you, Teacher Yoon. I will definitely not let Luo go down. When the production team was clearing out, Song Yoon, he suddenly lowered her voice and said, by the way, Su Luo, do you still hold the copyright for the song I once thought of ending it all? Su Luo replied, yes. Song Yoon, he was surprised. Didn't the production team have you sign a copyright agreement? Contestants of this program are required to sign a copyright agreement when signing contracts, meaning that any songs created during the program belong to the production team. This is actually an unfair clause. Su Luo chuckled lightly. Maybe they thought it was a waste of paper. Song Yoon, he was taken aback, then smiled. Indeed, the production team didn't expect Su Luo to advance. They certainly wouldn't think that Su Luo, who became famous just for his looks, could write any good songs. So, they didn't bother to have Su Luo sign a copyright agreement. Well, when you have time, it's best to register a Weibo account to gather your fans. This is a major reflection of your commercial value. You should know that. Also, I once thought of ending it all. Many viewers want to hear the complete version. Many people are urging me on my Weibo to push you. If you have time, you better contact a music platform to upload it. This can bring you good income. You don't have Weibo, and the music platform wouldn't know how to contact you. Before leaving, Song Yoon, he earnestly said a few words to Su Luo. Actually, Su Luo already had plans without Song Yoon, he's reminder. Find time. But Su Luo was still very grateful for Song Yoon, he's reminder. A week has quietly passed. Sunday at 8 p.m., the highly anticipated second episode of The Final Singer officially airs on Kiwi Fruit Video. Chapter 23. Mute the world and listen to the sad cry of the big fish here. There are no seniority rules based on who arrived first, and no complicated human relationships. Welcome to the second episode of the show Final Singer, exclusively broadcast on Kiwi Video. Good evening to the viewers in front of the television. We meet again. On stage, the host smiles at the camera, casually delivering the opening lines. This kind of job is not something just anyone can do. It takes a certain skill to talk to the camera for 10 minutes without feeling awkward. Sitting in the front row of the audience, Li Mengmeng even yawned. Can we start quickly? Stop dragging it out. That's right. Li Mengmeng is back. First, let me clarify that she hasn't T-switched from being a fan of Su Luo to a hater. Li Mengmeng initially didn't plan to come because she couldn't get a ticket. But when she thought about how everyone in the fan group was saying that the competition format of the second episode was a team battle, and that Su Luo and Lu Ziming would definitely be eliminated, she felt it would be a pity not to watch. Who knows if she would ever see Su Luo again after this. So, Li Mengmeng decided to buy a ticket at double the normal price from Scalper just to see how Su Luo would be eliminated this episode. She felt the money was well spent. Her family lacks nothing except for money. 10 minutes later, the host announced loudly, without further ado, let us welcome the 3 contestant mentors to the stage. The camera shifted to the mentor seats. Today, Song Yunxi was still full of energy. She wore a diagonally cut off-shoulder knit top that revealed a hint of her abs with its cropped waist design, paired with houndstooth hot pants that showcased her long legs. As soon as Song Yunxi appeared, she captured the audience's attention with her fiery figure, truly living up to her girl group debut. In contrast, Yi Longyue had a completely different style. She wore an ivory white silk shirt with a diagonal collar, paired with ash blue high-waisted straight-leg suit pants, and small lambskin pointed mules on her feet, with a sapphire pendant hanging from her right ear. Simple yet exquisite, trendy yet elegant. If Song Yunxi was the scorching sun of midsummer, then Yi Longyue was the thin frost that forms at midnight in late autumn. One is passionate, the other aloof. The 2 women complemented each other beautifully, highlighting each other's distinct personalities. After the 3 mentors took their seats, the camera naturally cut to the contestant waiting room. The camera scanned each contestant's face one by one. Each contestant smiled and greeted the camera. Even the shy Lu Ziming did the same. When the camera passed by Su Luo, he happened to take out a bag of sunflower seed from his pocket and started cracking them without any restraint. The audience in the live room had even gotten used to it. Luo dog really doesn't hold back at all. For some reason, seeing Su Luo cracking seeds felt normal to me. The audience was taken aback. Even Su Luo's haters only threw out a few insults. Su Luo calculated that he had only earned a few hundred resentment points. The sunflower seeds suddenly didn't taste as good anymore. With no one to criticize him, it felt odd. Please, do bring on more insults. At this moment, the staff brought out a transparent lottery box and announced the rules. Next, each group will send a representative to draw lots. The number on the slip of paper will determine the order of appearance. The contestant who ranked first in the last episode can either draw lots or choose their appearance order. Everyone turned their eyes to Su Luo. Ding Yifan curled his lip. Do we even need to think? Even a fool knows to choose the final appearance. The final appearance has a definite advantage, as it allows more time to familiarize and prepare compared to those who go before. Su Luo stood up and shook his head self-deprecatingly. Everyone doesn't think I'm going to be the last one to appear, right? Saying this, Su Luo resolutely walked towards the lottery box. Even Lu Ziming, who was still memorizing lyrics beside him, was stunned. What? Wow. Upon seeing this, a wave of gasps arose in the contestant waiting room. Ding Yifan was momentarily taken aback, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Su Luo, I admit I underestimated you. The camera even zoomed in on Su Luo's back. Su Luo walked up to the lottery box and paused, then reached out and picked up a bottle of Kong Shuifu green tea from the nearby table. You guessed it. I'm going to be the last one to appear. Thud, thud, thud. Su Luo twisted off the cap and downed half a bottle of green tea in one go. Looking at the camera and flashing a standard smile. I only drink Kong Shuifu green tea. Last time I stayed up late writing songs, it kept me alive. This ad line wasn't said in vain. Su Luo would later have to ask the director for more money. Surely, the sponsor wouldn't be stingy with this little amount. Cut. The waiting room was suddenly filled with booze. Ding Yifan's forehead bulged with veins. Luo dog. I admit, I still overestimated you. On the other side at the mentor seats, looking at the screen, Yi Longyue was speechless. This guy really doesn't play by the rules. Song Yunxi wasn't too surprised. This is very Su Luo. Isn't it? Fu Xingyao had a blank expression. His mind was filled with how he would unleash his firepower after Su Luo was eliminated this episode. Even the audience below began to boo Su Luo. The leader of the haters, Li Meng, twitch your mouth. Luo dog, can't you just be serious for once? The audience in the live room was left speechless by Su Luo's antics. Damn it, how dare you mess with me? What was I expecting? Huh? What exactly was I expecting from Su Luo? I knew it. What you said was really true, right? If it were me, I would rather die with dignity like a man. So angry, but also so funny. No, is there really a difference between being the last and the first to appear in your group? The result is still elimination. Su Luo's cheeky demeanor made the audience grit their teeth in frustration. Resentment points, 150 resentment points, 100 resentment points, 80 resentment points, 200. Current resentment points, 89256. Su Luo wouldn't miss any opportunity to earn resentment points. This was exhilarating. Su Luo returned to his seat and continued cracking sunflower seeds. Beside him, Lu Ziming breathed a sigh of relief. You scared me, Luo go. I really thought you were going to choose to go first. Su Luo casually replied. Using the advantage and not taking it would be foolish behavior. Focus on memorizing your lyrics. Don't forget them when you go on stage. Lu Ziming nodded, feeling even more nervous inside. Soon, the order of appearance was decided. The first group to appear was Ding Yifan and Tao Jun. Last episode, Ding Yifan ranked second and Tao Jun ranked third. Therefore, they were also referred to as the strongest combination. The song they brought was called Winter. The lyrics and music were entirely composed by Ding Yifan. Ding Yifan was responsible for singing, while Tao Jun was responsible for dancing. The song and dance complemented each other beautifully, and the lyrics even quoted a line from Yi Longyue's representative work Cold Plum. It contained a tribute to Yi Longyue. After the performance, Ding Yifan received votes from all three mentors. Song Yunxi stated that the production level of Ding Yifan's song had already reached the standard of first-tier music producers in the industry. She was indeed right. Ding Yifan's Winter was personally crafted by the music producer behind their company, Starlight Entertainment. This song was originally meant to be saved for the later semifinals. But after losing to Su Luo in the last episode, Ding Yifan and his company felt quite embarrassed. Therefore, they decided to bring out the big guns this time. Even the vocal mentor Yi Longyue expressed her approval. Fu Xingyao went even further to praise him, stating that he would invite Ding Yifan as a guest at his upcoming concert, which caused Ding Yifan's fans in the audience to scream with excitement. This move also helped Fu Xingyao gain a wave of new fans. Ding Yifan is the only contestant among the 12 who hasn't debuted yet, but already has more than 3 million followers on Weibo. It seems predictable that if Ding Yifan debuts in the music competition show the final singer with the title of champion, and if his agency operates it well, he will undoubtedly become a first-line artist. The comments in the live stream were filled with "so strong." Ding Yifan's performance was indeed remarkable. The dance effect in this episode was much better than the last, and Tao Jun's dance added significant points, reportedly due to his years of practice in ethnic dance. At a glance, Ding Yifan stood out among the contestants with the two words, professional. I'm a fan of Ding Yifan. Fu Xingyao is such a nice person. I love it. No need to watch the rest. If Ding Yifan isn't first this time, I'll just call everyone here dad. When it came to the voting segment, Ding Yifan's group received a total of 432,510 votes. In the contestant waiting room, there was a wail of despair, and the atmosphere was oppressive. It's over, it's too strong. Ding Yifan's group was the first to perform, and their excellent performance put immense pressure on the contestants who had yet to go on stage. Ding Yifan's vote count was close to Su Luo's 1.45 million votes from the previous episode. It's unlikely that any of the upcoming contestants will shake Ding Yifan's results. There is definitely something special about him. Su Luo was casually eating sunflower seeds while commenting. When Ding Yifan and Tao Jun returned, the smiles on their faces were unrestrained. Ding Yifan even deliberately glanced in Su Luo's direction, with a hint of provocation. Next, it was the turn of the next group to perform. The next group consisted of Jiang Yi and Zhang Kai. After their performance, they received 513 votes. They managed to get over 1 million votes. The pressure on the following contestants grew even larger. Su Luo pondered. Ding Yifan, Tao Jun, and Jiang Yi are all from the same entertainment company, and the quality of songs this episode is quite high. Whether in the previous or this episode, the songs these three presented were very good. At least, They were much more professional compared to other contestants. After several performances, Ding Yifun's group is currently ranked first. The second place is Jiang Yi and Zhang Kai's group. The third place is Yu Ran and Lin Ziwen's group. After the fifth group of contestants took the stage, Lu Ziming appeared particularly nervous, as their group was next. If he weren't worried about affecting his performance, Lu Ziming would have wanted to down a bottle of white wine. In contrast, Su Luo, still munching on sunflower seeds, looked remarkably relaxed. Lu Ziming thought to himself, Luo Ge is indeed Luo Ge. Luo Ge, I'm so nervous. Do you have any way to help ease my anxiety? Lu Ziming had no choice but to seek help from Su Luo. At this point, the fifth group's vote count had already been announced, currently the lowest in the entire event. During each contestant's performance, the camera would sweep across the audience, the three mentors, and each contestant's face. This time was no exception. The camera quickly scanned each contestant's face. As it passed over Su Luo, it just so happened to catch him comforting Lu Ziming by saying, "Don't be afraid. There's nothing to be nervous about. Just don't treat the audience like people." Lu Ziming seemed to understand, but not really. However, the audience immediately became displeased. Li Mingming was so furious, she was shaking, the top two buttons of her shirt seemingly about to burst. "You bastard Luo dog, if you have the guts, come out and challenge me." Not to mention the haters. Even the live stream audience was furious, feeling insulted for no reason. "You're not a person. Your whole family isn't human. Dude, you're using comfort as a pretext to insult us, right? If you can't comfort us, then don't. What do you mean by not treating the audience like people? I remember you, and you can forget about my vote. If Luo Dog doesn't treat us like people, then no matter how good his song is, we want to vote for him. Even if I jump off this place and die outside, I want to vote for Luo Dog." On the mentor's side, watching the oblivious Su Luo, Song Yunshi was chuckling. Su Luo really offended the audience again with his mouth. A normal person, as a contestant, shouldn't he at least try to appease the audience, right? After all, the audience needs to be happy to vote for you. But Su Luo, in these two episodes, has shown no regard for the audience, even saying he doesn't treat them like people. Although Yilongwei appreciates Su Luo for writing "Once I thought about ending it all," she wants him to stay on this stage, hoping he might bring more surprises. But now, Yilongwei didn't know how to help Su Luo gain votes. Fu Xingyao was laughing internally. So arrogant, too damn arrogant. If he doesn't get eliminated, I'll change my last name. In the contestant waiting room, Lu Ziming looked around and quietly said, "Luo Ge, it seems like that comment disrespects the audience a bit. If it gets hurt." Before he could finish, Su Luo waved his hand. "What I mean is, don't treat the audience like people. Just imagine the audience is made up of cabbages or big radishes." "Oh, so that is what you meant. I understand now, Luo Ge." Lu Ziming nodded. At this moment, the staff informed the two to prepare to go on stage. Su Luo and Lu Ziming headed to the entrance. The host's voice rang out. "Next, let us welcome the last group of contestants to the stage. They are Su Luo and Lu Ziming. Let us give them a round of applause." The applause from the audience was sparse. As Su Luo appeared on stage, a wave of booing hit him. Lu Ziming had never seen such a scene and felt his legs weaken. The group of Su Luo's haters is quite large. Therefore, Lu Ziming imagined the audience as tender new cabbages, and his anxiety eased a bit. Su Luo took the microphone and smiled. "Keep going, don't stop." The booing grew louder. Su Luo's haters had learned from the previous episode's lesson and didn't stop for half an hour this time. Su Luo joked, "You're really obedient, letting you continue, and you really do." Suddenly, the booing stopped. Li Mingming remained silent for a moment. Why does it feel like he's teasing a dog? Su Luo's mind kept receiving notifications of accumulating resentment points. At this moment, the big screen on stage displayed the song Su Luo was about to sing. Big Fish, performed by Su Luo and Lu Ziming. Lyrics by Su Luo. Music by Su Luo. An arrangement by Su Luo. Su Luo closed his eyes, activating his voice in the world skill. Next, he would mute the world and listen to the lament of the big fish. Chapter 24, The Most Beautiful Singing. Killing the competition. Soft and gentle piano notes gradually emerge, like ripples on a calm sea. giving a sense of distant tranquility as if the sea breeze is blowing, refreshing the mind. The entire studio falls silent. Then, strings join in, echoing the soft tones of the piano, with a rhythmic beating of drums. A vast and mysterious ocean painting slowly unfolds before everyone's eyes. On stage, Su Luo holds the microphone and slowly begins to sing. The silent waves deeply drown the night, sweeping through the corners at the end of the sky. The big fish swims through the gaps of dreams, gazing at your sleeping silhouette. Su Luo's singing ability has increased by 10 points. With the enhancement of the sound and the scene skill, his voice possesses a unique charm, rich and steady, like ink spreading in water, softly telling the beginning of a story. Just as Su Luo lowers his microphone, a clear and pure voice rings out, looking at the sea and sky merging, listening to the wind rise and rainfall, holding your hand to disperse the vast misty waves. The wings of the big fish have become too vast. I release the rope of time. The pure voice, combined with gentle instruments, creates a beautiful symphony, evoking an ethereal, dreamlike atmosphere. This voice is beautiful. At first listen, it sounds like a woman's voice. The audience below is a bit confused, looking left and right, preferring to doubt their hearing rather than believe it is Lu Ziming's voice. Who is singing? Where did this woman's voice come from? Suddenly, an audience member pointed to the stage and exclaimed, "Is that Lu Ziming's voice?" "It really is Lu Ziming," someone quickly echoed. "Huh? I just realized Lu Ziming's voice is so nice. It doesn't sound like a man's voice at all. I thought it was a girl. I remember Lu Ziming's voice last time wasn't this ethereal. Last time, Lu Ziming's vocal qualities could only be described as distinctive because he deliberately masked his original voice, making it sound a bit deeper. So it was still recognizable as a man's voice and naturally didn't attract much attention. But this time, Lu Ziming has completely shed his disguise and released his voice freely. The moment Lu Ziming's voice emerged, it instantly captured the audience's ears, because this voice is so unique. When the audience realized it was Lu Ziming's voice, they became quite unsettled. In the contestants' waiting room, there was also a wave of astonishment. Wow, is this Lu Ziming? He hit it too deeply. He has been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Everyone sees each other every day, but no one could tell Lu Ziming was masking his voice. So when Lu Ziming stood on stage and spoke, they were so surprised. Ding Yifan, Tao Jun, and Jiang Yi exchanged glances, and an ominous premonition rose in their hearts. When the camera cut to Ding Yifan, the smile on his face had already vanished. After the audience in the live broadcast room was shocked, they noticed something that had been overlooked. Wait, why is everyone only focusing on Lu Ziming's voice? Doesn't anyone think this song is quite nice? Hey, now that you mention it, it really is quite nice. What is this song called? Big Fish, and it was composed and written by Su Luo. It feels like there's something to it. Gradually, more viewers in the live broadcast room began to pay attention to the song Big Fish. The audience's focus slowly shifted from Lu Ziming's voice to the song itself. On the mentor's seat, Song Yunshi couldn't help but say wow. The arrangement of this song is very nice. Su Luo's breath is very steady. And Lu Ziming's voice is very distinctive. It feels even better than mine. As a vocal mentor, Yi Longyue was also pleasantly surprised. This song has something. Su Luo's singing has obviously improved a lot since the last episode. Yi Longyue didn't rush to express her opinion. She wanted to listen further. Lu Ziming's ethereal voice indeed surprised her. The two beautiful mentors didn't notice that Fu Xingyao beside them had slowly darkened in expression. Anyone with ears could tell that the quality of this song was not bad. Afraid you fly far away. Afraid you leave me. More afraid you stay here forever. Every tear flows towards you, flowing back into the sea beneath the sky. Su Luo took over the stage again. Although his vocal color may not have Lu Ziming's unique advantage, under the enhancement of sound in the scene, his singing has emotions that Lu Ziming does not possess. The melody is beautiful, and the lyrics are even more beautiful. The lyrics and melody blend perfectly, with simple words expressing deep reluctance and attachment, gradually immersing the audience in the ambience created by Su Luo. Meanwhile, Lu Ziming sang the harmony, making this emotion even more concrete. In this repetition of the chorus, Lu Ziming sang, The silent waves deeply drown the night, sweeping through the corners at the end of the sky. The big fish swims through the gaps of dreams, gazing at your sleeping silhouette. When it came to the interlude, the audience was fully immersed. Lu Ziming did not lower the microphone, while Su Luo slowly picked up the microphone. This time, their voices sounded together. The melody rose, and the vocal range became brighter and more expansive. Emotions seemed to be building toward climax. Watching you fly far away, watching you leave me. It turns out you were born to belong to the horizon. Every tear flows towards you, flowing back to the first encounter. The two voices blended together, not clashing but unexpectedly harmonious, like a gentle stream surrounding the ears. It was a feast for the ears. Both online and offline audiences were captivated by the music. So luxurious, truly luxurious. Even celestial music couldn't compare. Big Fish is written so damn well. Unbelievable that Su Luo could compose such a beautiful piece. And the lyrics, beautiful like a poem. You tell me, these lyrics were also written by Su Luo? Even director Wang Xuejuan forgot he was working. He had closed his eyes, enjoying this auditory feast. This is what music is. Compared to Big Fish, what were the previous songs? This song makes me feel so sad. I want to know what kind of story this song tells. Song Yunxi actually has a bit of a tearful disposition. She sniffed, her beautiful eyes glistening as if about to cry. Yi Longyue's fingers tapped lightly to the rhythm. I think the lyrics of this song could even be made into a movie. Song Yunxi exclaimed, "This is indeed a good suggestion. It feels feasible." Yi Longyue lowered her eyelids and said solemnly, "But I always feel that something is missing. Just that little bit, and this song would be perfect. Just that little bit." Yi Longyue looked at the two on stage, and a sense of anticipation slowly rose within her. If this song ended here, Yi Longyue would be disappointed. Not because the song was bad, but because it could be better. Specifically, what was missing? Even Yi Longyue herself couldn't say. Perhaps this is a professional musician's intuition. Song Yunxi hadn't thought much of it, but after hearing Yi Longyue say this, she thought carefully and realized it seemed to be the case. In the front row of the audience, Li Mingming no longer thought about whether Su Luo would be eliminated. She was now completely immersed in the music. At this moment, Li Mingming and the audience behind her looked as if they had just been patted on the head by Nangong Wanya. The contestant waiting room was silent. No one was discussing whether the song was good or bad, because as opponents, they were all convinced. Ding Yifan rubbed his face vigorously with his hand, feeling very unwilling. To regain the face he lost in the last round, he pulled out his trump card, and his vote count was indeed a proud presence in the entire venue. But unexpectedly, Su Luo's Big Fish directly overturned the table. "Are you convinced?" Ding Yifan was not convinced, because he didn't think he would lose. If it were just like this, Su Luo's Big Fish could at most be on par with his Winter, both belonging to the category of very well-produced music. I indeed underestimated you, but who wins and who loses is still uncertain. Ding Yifan looked at Su Luo's face on the screen, slowly clenched his fists, and remained silent. On the stage, the last line of lyrics had already been sung. Su Luo and Lu Ziming had put down their microphones. Everyone present had the same thought. Is this the end? Li Mingming opened her eyes, slightly parted her lips, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. The audience felt the same as Li Mingming, a bit uncomfortable, as if they were stuck in limbo. Fu Xingyao let out a sigh of relief. If that's the case, Ding Yifan's Winter could still compete with Big Fish. Yi Longyue's gaze had not left the stage. But as time passed, the audience gradually sensed something was off. The lyrics had clearly ended, but the instruments became richer, with drums and bamboo flutes joining in. The rhythm became tighter. It seemed like a storm was brewing. Had Big Fish ended? No, this was just the beginning. If this song lacked the final chant, it would lose its soul. That was the brilliant section of the entire song, the complete emotional explosion. Was the ending chant difficult? Yes, at least with Su Luo's current singing skills. It would be hard to pull off. In the previous life on Earth, many could sing the ending of Big Fish. But apart from Zhou Shun's original version, which other cover of Big Fish became popular? Singing skills are one aspect. The most important thing is that others do not possess Zhou Shun's ethereal and mist-like vocal quality. And this very quality is exactly what Lu Ziming possesses. Show us what you've got, darling. Su Luo gave Lu Ziming a glance. Lu Ziming clearly understood Su Luo's intention, slightly nodded, and took a step forward. Lu Ziming took a deep breath, his expression more serious than ever. Then, he raised the microphone again. The gentle chant slowly emerged. His voice was clean, without a trace of impurity. Through delicate control of the voice and subtle tonal changes, the chant was imbued with rich emotions, layers of feelings building up. Su Luo followed closely, raising the microphone and singing harmonies. After Su Luo added the harmonies, it seemed as if a fantastical world appeared before everyone's eyes, as if they could see ancient whales gliding through the boundless blue deep sea, surfacing with long calls. Like the ocean's lament, their tails sweeping across the surface, bursting countless silver pearls. Are you kidding me? In the audience, Li Mingming gasped, feeling a chill rush from her feet to the top of her head. She had thought the song was over. Big Fish was beautiful, but Li Mingming had still planned to vote for Ding Yifan, until the ending chant by Lu Ziming and Su Luo rang out. Li Mingming completely changed her mind. The audience was very quiet. When the camera swept over each audience member, their slightly open mouths, eyes filled with shock, confusion, fear, and intoxication were clearly visible. The chant by Su Luo and Lu Ziming was too beautiful, so beautiful that they couldn't bear to interrupt it. Even though their hearts were surging, they had to suppress their emotions to listen to the song to the end. Even the live stream's bullet comments experienced a 10-second vacuum period, causing Wang Xuejuan to briefly think the stream had frozen. He could hear someone continuously whispering in his ear, "Amazing." So it was hidden. Incredible. When he came to his senses, the bullet comments in the live stream instantly filled the entire screen with "wow" everywhere. From these two words, it seemed that someone in front of the television was gaping. Wow. I have goosebumps. I feel like my head has been opened. Incredible. Is this really the Lu Ziming who was at the bottom? How did he produce such a sound? Such a beautiful chant, my goodness. My mom asked me why I was kneeling to listen to music. Look closely, Su Luo is also harmonizing. Everyone thought Big Fish had ended with the last line of lyrics, still feeling unsatisfied. They didn't expect that this chant was the most exciting part of the whole song. When this chant echoed across the night sky, it had already sealed the outcome of the competition, because the result was no longer in doubt. In the contestant waiting room, someone started clapping, and soon everyone was clapping spontaneously. As opponents, after hearing this chant, they were convinced losing was not unjust. It's okay, there will be opportunities. We did our best. Ding Yifan could not take in Jiang, Yi, and Tao Jun's comfort. His eyes were dazed, his ears buzzing. Lu Ziming's chant felt like a loud slap to his face. Ding Yifan never expected that this chant was sung by Lu Ziming, the one who was at the bottom. Perhaps there is still a chance? In terms of works, he had already lost. The only way Ding Yifan could think of to win was to rely on Su Luo's haters. He must lose. Ding Yifan had to admit that the pressure Su Luo put on him was too great. In the last episodes, once I thought of ending it all. He could say it was luck for Su Luo, or that Su Luo found a ghostwriter. But what about this song, Big Fish? Could a ghostwriter write this? Ding Yifan didn't want to deceive himself, but he was really a bit scared. If Su Luo continued to stay on this stage, Ding Yifan dared not think further. At the mentor's seat, Lu Ziming, you did well. Amazing, Su Luo. This song is fantastic. Song Yunqi rubbed her fair and smooth arms, which were already covered in goosebumps. She was also shocked by the performance of the two on stage. Remembering the visit a week ago, when she asked Su Luo about his songwriting progress, the confident expression on Su Luo's face seemed vivid in her mind. Yi Longyue rarely showed a smile, like snow melting. She gently clapped. Indeed, they did it. Big Fish, another masterpiece. Next to her, Fu Xingyao noticed the camera was focusing on him, quickly lifted his head, and squeezed out a smile. But his smile looked worse than crying. The 30-second chant ended. The soft strings marked a gentle conclusion to the music. Boom! The stage lights lit up again. The venue was very quiet, until someone led the applause. Then more and more people joined in, until the applause thundered, and cheers filled the air. Lu Ziming finally breathed a sigh of relief. When he turned to look at Su Luo, the latter simply smiled faintly. At that moment, Lu Ziming suddenly recalled what Su Luo had once said to him. A week later, everyone will scream for you. When Lu Ziming looked at Su Luo again, his eyes were already brimming with tears, and his gratitude was beyond words. He turned around in front of everyone, faced Su Luo, and bowed deeply. Brother Luo, he didn't lie to me. Chapter 25, Impressions that Strike Deep into the Soul. 2 hours ago, at the headquarters of Light and Shadow Media. The atmosphere in the high-level conference room was somewhat silent. Everyone remained silent. Finally, bang! Producer Chun Jun slammed the table, spilling coffee all over. Everyone was startled. Chun Jun's hand trembled slightly as he took a deep breath and said hoarsely, "This is the 37th version. What kind of terrible songs are you finding for me? Either they are irrelevant to the theme of the movie, or they're too mainstream, too classical, or just a bunch of nonsensical lyrics. What I want is a sound that reaches deep into the soul. A feeling of the deep sea, do you understand? If you still don't get it, let them watch the movie 100 times. A sound that reaches deep into the soul? It sounds easy to say, but what exactly qualifies as reaching deep into the soul? Who knows how deep your soul is?" Everyone exchanged glances, but only dared to complain in their hearts. In reality, they all lowered their heads, none daring to respond to Chun Jun. Chun Jun raised his voice. "Speak up. Are you all dumb?" Music director Lin Qian wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with difficulty, "Mr. Chun, we've tried symphonic music, folk music, electronic music, and even reached out to some independent musicians, but you said they all lack something. If we could increase the budget a bit, perhaps Song Master could meet your needs." Lin Qian really wanted to complain. With such a low budget and such high demands, this isn't even a big investment film. If you want to find a suitable impression song, sure, it's possible. Just throw money at it, as long as the money is sufficient. What kind of music can't the song masters produce? But Lin Qian didn't dare to say these words. "Sigh, it's really tough being a worker. Lacking something?" Chun Jun sneered. "What's lacking is the soul. This movie, Kuin Su, The Rift of Time, is about fate, sacrifice, and reincarnation. It cannot be matched with just any song. I don't know how to pay to find a song master. What do you all say? Then we might as well hire song masters for every movie the company produces. Impression songs, interludes, theme songs, ending songs. Just hire song masters for everything. What I need you all for? The budget is this much. Look for yourselves. There isn't a suitable impression song. And this segment looks so empty." Chun Jun pressed the projector button. In the final battle segment of Kuin Su, The Rift of Time had probably looped so many times that everyone was close to memorizing the lines. Lin Qian looked at the movie scene. The spiritual Kuin, Sangming, unfurled its broken wings, golden blood raining down, and the female lead, Chaos Hen, jumped into the vortex of the return. The scene was both beautiful and shocking. No matter how many times he watched it, Lin Qian felt this segment was enough to move people. But just as Chun Jin said, this movie lacked the most crucial element, a song that strikes deep into the soul. Take another good look at these. Chun Jun threw the stacked movie scripts off the table, scattering documents related to the film's storyboard, character relationships, and story synopsis across the table. Lin Qian lowered his head and quietly picked up a notebook containing the general framework of the movie, from the worldview to the male and female lead setups. Movie title, Kuin Su, The Rift of Time. Worldview. At the bottom of the sea lies the secret realm of return, maintained by the spiritual Kuin tribe through song. Every 100 years, a sea spirit messenger must be sacrificed to become a star guardian. Otherwise, the sea will dry up. The last prince of the spiritual Kuin, Sangming, defies fate to save his reincarnated lover, Chaos Hen, causing a catastrophe. Female lead, Chaos Hen identity, a pearl-collecting girl by the sea, born able to understand whale songs. With fish-scale birthmarks on her neck, her true identity is the reincarnation of the last sea spirit messenger. Once she awakens, she will turn into foam. Male lead, Sangming identity, the last prince of the spiritual Kuin tribe, who, refusing to sacrifice Chaos Hen, defies fate and suffers backlash, gradually petrifying. Antagonist, detailed plot. I'll give you 3 more days. If you can't find a suitable song, we will have to force the release. If the results are unsatisfactory, everyone's salary will be affected. Chun Jun issued the ultimatum. He had no choice. As the producer, he had to be responsible for this project. In fact, Chunjin didn't he have to be so particular? But who made Su? The Rift of Time his first project? Of course. He wanted everything to be perfect before choosing to release it. A film that is completed but not released is losing money every day it's delayed. And the investors are pressing every day. In short, his pressure was immense. Now Chunjun was out of options. 3 days was all he could negotiate with the investors. 3 days later, regardless of whether an impression song was found, the movie had to be released. 3 days? Everyone felt their scalps tingle. After returning home, it was almost 10 o'clock. He collapsed onto the bed, exhausted in body and spirit. In the living room, his daughter, Chun Xiaoyu, was watching TV. Chunjin remembered that his daughter had recently become infatuated with a variety show that aired only once a week. It seemed to be a singing competition. Chunjun felt a bit sleepy, his eyelids slowly closing, slipping into a half-asleep state. Yet he could still hear the sounds outside. In the cracks of his dreams, a big fish swam by, gazing at your sleeping outline. The wings of the big fish were already too vast. I loosened the rope of time. Afraid you would fly far away, afraid you would leave me. Even more afraid you would remain here forever. Every tear flows toward you, flowing back into the sea beneath the sky. In a daze, Chunjin heard a song being sung by two people, one voice round and smooth like pearls dropping onto a jade plate, the other clear and pure without a hint of impurity. Chunjin dreamed that the final battle segment of the movie Su, the Rift of Time, played again in his mind. Just then, those two voices transformed into an ethereal and distant chant, reminiscent of deep-sea whale songs, and also like the final lament of the movie's male lead, Songming. Chunjin suddenly opened his eyes, sat up, fully awake. He rushed out of the room into the living room, his eyes fixed intently on the TV. On the screen, two young singers stood on stage. One had a baby face, and the other was strikingly handsome. The baby-faced boy was singing with his eyes closed. Chunjun did not expect that a boy's voice could produce such a clear and ethereal chant. The handsome boy was softly singing harmony. This harmony was just right. Chunjun was certain that without this harmony, the emotional impact of this song would be reduced by at least 2 levels. The two singers' chants intertwined, striking deep into the soul. What show is this? Chunjun swallowed hard. Sitting on the carpet, Chun Xiaoyu was wiping her tears, captivated by the performance. Heartbroken at the listener's emotions, Chun Xiaoyu was startled by her father. "Dad, I thought you were asleep." Chunjun repeated his question. Chun Xiaoyu replied in confusion, "Dad, why are you suddenly interested in variety shows? You usually don't watch these." This show is called The Final Singer. It's really popular lately. And that fallen top star Su Luo is also in it. He even made it to the 2nd episode. This song. What is the name of this song? Chunjun didn't he even realize his voice was trembling at this moment. Oh, this song is called Big Fish, sung by Su Luo and Lu Ziming. Then, Chun Xiaoyu couldn't stop talking, chattering endlessly. This song is really beautiful. I thought Su Luo and Lu Ziming's group would be eliminated this episode since they said they wouldn't vote for Su Luo. But I feel like I don't want to vote for Su Luo. Isn't it unfair to Lu Ziming? Lu Ziming sings really well. I can't let my dislike for Su Luo lead to Lu Ziming being eliminated too. Besides, Su Luo is really talented. People online say that Once I Thought About Ending It All was written by a ghostwriter, but Su Luo has come out with Big Fish this time. I refuse to believe a ghostwriter has that kind of skill. It would be such a pity to eliminate Su Luo. 2 of my favorite songs recently were written by him. Chunjun didn't pay attention to his daughter's endless chatter. He was repeatedly chewing on those 2 words, Big Fish. Suddenly, Chunjun laughed and said, "I found it. Those fools couldn't find it, but I have." Chun Xiaoyu was confused and asked, "Dad, what are you talking about? What did you find?" Chunjun squatted down and gently asked, "Xiaoyu, do you like this song?" "I like it," Chun Xiaoyu answered without hesitation. Chunjun ruffled his daughter's hair and smiled. "This song sounds better when paired with a movie. Since you like it, and I rarely like it, I'll buy this song for my project." Chun Xiaoyu didn't know the specifics of the project her father was currently in charge of, but she vaguely remembered it seemed to be an animated movie. Chapter 26. The discrepancy between words and actions thanks to Su Luo and Lu Ziming for their wonderful performance. The last part of the chant was truly beautiful. The host returned to the stage, first praising Su Luo and Lu Ziming. Next, The three mentors were asked to provide their comments. The camera zoomed in on Song Yunchi. With her hand supporting her chin, she looked somewhat enchanted and said, "Such beautiful music, yet you didn't incorporate any dance. What a pity. I've even thought about how to arrange a suitable dance for your song. Su Luo, can you integrate dance elements into your next stage performance? You have a figure that looks really good when dancing." Song Yunchi's lips were pouted high, like they could hold an oil bottle. Su Luo replied, "I will definitely do it next time." Song Yunchi's resentment value. 200. Song Yunchi shot Su Luo a resentful glance, then said seriously, "Lu Ziming's performance this time was much more impressive than last time. Now we all have a new understanding of you." "Thank you, Mentor Yunchi. It's mainly because Luo Ge gave me this opportunity," Lu Ziming expressed gratefully. "I really liked your performance this time. Still, as I said, it would have been even more perfect if you had included dance, so I'm voting for you." Song Yunchi deliberately teased the audience, and her chair lit up. Next was the vocal mentor Yi Longyue's comments. "Both of you have improved compared to the last episode, especially Su Luo, whose singing skills have clearly improved a lot. It's evident you've been studying in private. Lu Ziming made significant breakthroughs this time. It's clear that your previous singing was somewhat restrained, or perhaps you were intentionally showing weakness. The song Big Fish is beautifully written, full of spirit, and the chanting at the end is a perfect highlight. In terms of composition, I believe Su Luo already qualifies to sit in the mentor's seat." Yi Longyue's critique was still very professional, analyzing from all angles, and her last sentence even drew gasps from the audience. Yi Longyue's praise for Su Luo was quite high. When it was Fu Xingyao's turn to comment, he wore a very natural smile. "Lu Ziming's performance this time was great, in the entire music scene. You must be the best singer I've ever met in terms of vocal quality." The chanting at the end was even more. "I'm also voting for you." On stage, Su Luo's smile remained unchanged. Fu Xingyao seemed to reiterate what Yi Longyue had said, embellishing it to appear professional. He rambled on, praising Lu Ziming. Yet he didn't mention Su Luo once. If given the choice, Fu Xingyao would certainly prefer to see Su Luo eliminated early. However, he wasn't deaf. He made a living through professionalism. The quality of Big Fish didn't need his endorsement. The audience's reaction was enough to show its merit. The song was impeccable in terms of lyrics, composition, and performance. If Fu Xingyao didn't vote for it, it would seem like he was intentionally opposing it. Despite the audience claiming they wouldn't vote for Su Luo no matter how well he sang, it was clear that moments ago, many were in tears. Fu Xingyao was uncertain and decided to vote anyway. Next was the audience voting segment. Li Mengmeng held the voting device, looking troubled. After a long hesitation, she made up her mind to vote for Su Luo's group. "I'm voting for Lu Ziming, not for Luo Dog. It's entirely because Lu Ziming sang well. I don't want Lu Ziming to be eliminated, right? That's exactly how I feel. Luo Dog, remember, this vote isn't for you," Li Mengmeng said to herself, gritting her teeth as she looked at the figure on stage. However, she seemed to forget that the song Big Fish was also written by Su Luo. Many others shared Li Mengmeng's sentiments. For example, the audience in the live stream passionately discussed, "I voted for Lu Ziming, not Su Luo," laughing to death. "Who would vote for Luo Dog? I voted for Lu Ziming. I also don't want Lu Ziming to be eliminated. It has nothing to do with Su Luo." In the next episode, once the team battle ends, after Lu Ziming and Su Luo separate, there's no way Su Luo will advance. All right, everyone let Su Luo survive a little longer. Once he and Lu Ziming part ways, he can be eliminated. Luo Dog, consider yourself lucky. You won't have that luck next time. Hey, why do I feel like I've said this before in the last episode? So nauseating. Luo Dog doesn't treat us as people, and we still have to help him advance. Ugh. Luo Dog really deserves to die. The majority of the audience voted for Su Luo with a sense of humiliation, even though they claimed it was to prevent Lu Ziming from being affected and eliminated. They never mentioned that they liked the song Big Fish, which was written by Su Luo. They felt frustrated with Su Luo while still helping him advance, creating a sense of self-deception. Resentment value, 100. Resentment value, 110. Resentment value, 150. Current resentment value, 185,521. Huh? I can draw again. Su Luo was a bit confused. This resentment value came a bit unexpectedly, considering he hadn't said anything at all. Chapter 27 Neil. Did Dongwon Entertainment suppress Su Luo's talent? After the voting session ended, the final vote count for Su Luo was displayed on the big screen. 1,846,450. 1,846,000 votes. Su Luo's group crushed Ding Yifun and Tao Jun with an absolute advantage, once again taking the top spot. Lu Ziming looked incredulous. First place? Really first? Thanks to Brother Luo for the support. The camera swept across everyone's faces, capturing their expressions when they saw Su Luo's group in first place. Song Yunxi and Yi Longwei were both applauding. The contestants in the waiting room also stood up to applaud, showing their respect and accepting their defeat willingly. Fu Xingyao clapped with a forced smile, pretending to be happy for Su Luo's advancement, but inside he felt as miserable as a stone. The preordained champion Ding Yifun couldn't even be bothered to pretend, his expression dark and lifeless. All the flowers and applause of this program belonged to him. After regaining control of the stage, the host conducted a small interview with the first-place winner. Congratulations, congratulations. May I ask contestant Lu Ziming, are you satisfied with your performance in this round? Do you have anything to say to everyone? Lu Ziming cautiously took the microphone, looking nervous as he said, thank you everyone for your support. I didn't expect to achieve such a good result. Watching Lu Ziming stutter while speaking on stage. Many audience members were charmed by this big boy. So cute. Such a contrast. Just a moment ago, he was hitting high notes, and now he is stuttering during the interview. Lu Ziming, you deserve this result. Who would have thought that Brother Ziming would be so shy? How'd I not notice this treasure boy before? Brother Ziming, I'm your fan for 10 years. Ah. After stuttering for a while, Lu Ziming seemed to be gathering his emotions, took a deep breath, and raised his voice a few pitches. Here, I want to sincerely thank Su Luo, Brother Luo. If it weren't for him, I would have been eliminated in this episode. I know my strengths and weaknesses. Creativity has always been my shortcoming. Thank you, Brother Luo, for believing in me when no one else did and giving me this opportunity to perform this song Big Fish with him on stage. Brother Luo is really a person with great creative talent. This song Big Fish is written so well. As long as Brother Luo doesn't mind, I can wash his dishes for a lifetime. Thank you, Brother Luo. Lu Ziming wasn't very good at expressing his gratitude, and only managed to say he would wash dishes for a lifetime, not knowing how else to thank Su Luo. He clearly understood that without Su Luo giving him this opportunity, and without Su Luo writing the song Big Fish, Lu Ziming, would be nothing. Before this, Lu Ziming thought that not being eliminated was already a success. How could he dare to think he would come in first? Lu Ziming was grateful to Su Luo for not giving up on him, for giving him this opportunity, and for allowing him to showcase his vocal abilities on stage. The host smiled. So, does Su Luo have anything to say? Su Luo took the microphone, looked at the camera, before the competition started. Many people online didn't believe in our group. Here, I want to say to those who mocked us, I just love the way you can't stand me, but can't take me down either. After the live broadcast ended, this episode of Final Singer also made its way onto the trending lists of social media platforms like Zaihongshu, Quyin, and Weibo. The lyrics of Big Fish are as beautiful as poetry. Su Luo's terrifying creative talent. Su Luo, Lu Ziming's beautiful singing, his ethereal voice, shocked the audience. The least favored group takes first place and advances strongly. Relying on looks? Su Luo proves himself with strong creative talent, reclaiming the first throne. There's always someone better. Ding Yifun, a narrow defeat. These trending topics sparked widespread discussion among netizens. Su Luo may not have a good reputation among the general public, but there are still more rational people who still says Su Luo songs were written by a ghostwriter. If you're not a Luo fan, I ask, which ghostwriter can write songs of the quality of Once I Thought About Ending It All in Big Fish? With that kind of ability, why would they be a ghostwriter? After the collapse incident, it was like Su Luo had opened up his creative channels, continuously producing 2 high-quality songs. Didn't everyone say Su Luo relied on his looks? Had no acting skills, no singing ability, and couldn't he dance? What is going on? 2 first places in a row. It doesn't make sense. Have you all noticed a problem? It seems like Su Luo only started writing songs after terminating his contract with Dongwon Entertainment. Could it be that Dongwon Entertainment suppressed Su Luo's creative talent? Hot topic. Wow, that makes sense. It really does. Did Su Luo register a new Weibo account? The previous account was reclaimed by Dongwon Entertainment. I want to urge him to quickly put Once I Thought About Ending It All in Big Fish on music platforms. Every time I want to listen, I can only watch the replay. It's so frustrating. Yang Ping put down her phone, breathing heavily, and adjusted her breathing rhythm before calming down. Yang Ping rubbed her temples, exhaling. This nearly 40-year-old, well-maintained top agent was so angry that her crow's feet were showing. She had been watching this episode of the show the entire time. She was not idle. She was busy, but she wanted to see how Su Luo was eliminated, so she could take the opportunity to kick him while he was down, and by Once I Thought About Ending It All from Su Luo at the lowest price. Whenever Su Luo called her an idiot or a primitive human, Yang Ping would be so angry she couldn't sleep at night. Yang Ping was very displeased. She thought her offer was very reasonable, but Su Luo still thought 30,000 was too little. So what if the song was popular? Did he think he could rely on one song to regain fame and clear his name? Once he was eliminated, let us see how he could survive in the entertainment industry. There wouldn't be any endorsements for him. However, this episode, not only did Su Luo not get eliminated, but he also reclaimed first place. Let us see what everyone online is saying. Did we at Dongwon Entertainment suppress Su Luo's creative talent? I just want to. He has no creative talent at all. Su Luo is just famous for his looks. Yang Ping was really frustrated. Whether Su Luo had creative talent, she, as his agent, knew better than anyone. The previous Su Luo was just famous for his looks. He didn't even know how to read sheet music. So how could he have any creative talent? She didn't know who came up with that idea. But now the online buzz of Dongwon Entertainment suppressed Su Luo's creative talent was blowing up. Yang Ping felt a fire in her heart. Yang Ping suddenly calmed down. Why not talk to Su Luo again? Ask him if he would sell Big Fish for 50,000. Chapter 28. The Siege of Capital. Dissipating worries. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. At 11 p.m., Wang Xuejuan, after finishing a busy day of work, was called to the conference room by a phone call. Upon entering the conference room, Wang Xuejuan did not expect that Su Luo had once again claimed the top spot, causing such a stir that even these big shots couldn't sit still. Program Executive Producer Li Wentao, Xinguang Entertainment Operations Department Manager Zhou Li, Eason Entertainment Chief Agent Mo Yun, Mentor Fu Xingyao, and contestants Ding Yifan, Tao Jun, and Jiang Yi were all present. After exchanging glances, Wang Xuejuan took his seat, and Mo Yun, who had a short haircut and appeared very capable, suddenly spoke. Director Wang, isn't this a bit unethical? What is General Mo referring to? Wang Xuejuan pretended to be clueless, and Mo Yun, with an expressionless face, said, Why has Su Luo not been eliminated yet? This is not what we agreed on before. Wang Xuejuan feigned helplessness. What can I do? I want to eliminate Su Luo too, but the audience's votes are genuine. Director Wang, I know the show needs topics to discuss, but your goal has been achieved. It's time to stop, right? Mo Yun said coldly. Our artist Fu Xingyao is still trending online. Several brand endorsements are asking for contract termination. Do you know how much damage this does to the artist's image? The success of the program cannot be built on our suffering. Wang Xuejuan stroked his chin and said, Isn't it a good thing to be trending? Oomph. Fu Xingyao beside him suddenly snorted. If not for the high-level meeting, he wouldn't have the right to interject. Right now. He just wanted to stand up and point his finger at Wang Xuejuan and curse. A good thing? Are you happy being called a human fountain online every day? Su Luo must be eliminated next episode. Mo Yun also realized that this guy was pretending to be oblivious and stopped talking further. There was still time to cut losses. After finishing the accounts regarding Mo Yun and Fu Xingyao, it was time for the next one. Director Wang, take a look at this. Zhou Li, representing the higher-ups of Xinguang Entertainment, pressed the TV switch. On the big screen, a detailed data report appeared. Su Luo-related trending topics. Big Fish ethereal chanting. Su Luo claims first again, Dongwon Entertainment buries talent. Su Luo expected to win the championship. The trending topics from the past two episodes were almost all related to Su Luo. Netizens even believe that Su Luo had a chance to win the championship. Currently, the search volume online shows that Su Luo is far ahead, more than 3 times that of our company's artist Ding Yifan. Jolie tapped her fingers on the table, her face dark. Director Wang, the show is funded by our company. We need to promote our artist Ding Yifan, not use Su Luo as a springboard. Su Luo must be eliminated next episode. Faced with the capital's threat, Wang Xuejuan dared not retort, but he was quite helpless. Zhou. The live voting cannot be tampered with. The audience isn't foolish. Even if we want to eliminate Su Luo, we need a legitimate reason. We can't actively break the show's rules. Jolie said coldly. Then let us change the competition rules. Isn't it said online that Su Luo has creative talent? Next episode, let us do a themed creation. Don't do any team battles. Just limit the themes and let him not perform. Mo Yin beside her agreed. This is good. If it weren't for the fact that this show is live, they wouldn't need to be so troublesome to eliminate Su Luo. They could just manipulate the voting numbers. But because it is live, countless eyes are watching. So they must use the rules without breaking them to eliminate Su Luo. Wang Xuejuan opened his mouth. He really had no reason to refute this plan. As the director of the show, he certainly wanted to make the program more topical. Through back-end data monitoring, it was clear that Su Luo's appearance significantly increased the number of bullet comments, twice that of other contestants, including Ding Yifan. Regardless of whether it was black traffic, having traffic is the king's way. But these capitalists don't think that way. This program was originally made to promote their company's artists, and they invested real money. If it became a springboard for Su Luo's resurgence, what would that mean? Ultimately, Wang Xuejuan was just working for the capital. He had no substantial say. Once the themed creation proposal was brought up, Wang Xuejuan couldn't see how Su Luo could win. Indeed, even if Su Luo had strong creative talent, he would not only be limited by time, but also have to create within the framework of the theme. Under these dual constraints, the quality of Su Luo's songs would surely decline. Whether he could even write them was uncertain. No matter how strong Su Luo was, he was still just one person. But what about Ding Yifan and the others? They had a company behind them, with countless musicians. Once the theme was confirmed, they could produce dozens of songs overnight. And the quality would definitely not be bad. How could Su Luo compete with them? Wang Xuejuan sighed quietly and asked, "So what is the theme?" Jolie replied without hesitation, "Alcohol." Alcohol? Upon hearing this theme, the trio led by Ding Yifan couldn't help but smirk. The company had long prepared a backup library of songs for them, which included songs that fit the theme. After returning to his apartment and washing up, Su Luo lay down on his bed. An information panel appeared before him. Host, Su Luo age, 22 appearance, 90 singing skill, 41 acting skill, 20 grievance value, 215528. He could draw 2 more times. Su Luo was somewhat satisfied with this gain. The grievance value was still increasing little by little, but the growth rate had noticeably slowed down. It seemed he had reached his limit. Su Luo decided to try drawing once. Then, Su Luo spent 100,000 grievance points to exchange for a beginner treasure chest and opened it directly. Ding! Acquired vocal skill, beginner whistling technique. You can whistle a complete song without going off-key. Seeing this reward, Su Luo was momentarily stunned. What use is a whistling skill for me? Hearing vocal skill, Su Luo thought it was beatbox, which was pretty cool, able to imitate the sounds of various instruments. But this whistling, what, do I whistle while peeing to make it smoother? Better than nothing. At least it's not a thank you for your patronage. Su Luo could only comfort himself. So, now he could exchange for another beginner treasure chest, should he draw or not. Damn it. The gambler's mentality kicked in. Draw determined. Su Luo no longer hesitated. He decisively used the remaining grievance points to exchange for another beginner treasure chest. Open for me. Ding. Acquired entertainment reward. Song-related work dissipating worries. After being stunned for a moment, Su Luo exclaimed, "What? It really came out." Su Luo excitedly sat up. Chapter 29. Register for Weibo. Pigs have come to mind. Undoubtedly, Xiaoqiu is also a rare masterpiece. There's a variety show on Earth called Tomorrow's Sun, and the amateur contestant Mao Bai became the strongest dark horse with this song. Recently, the lyrics that have been widely discussed, 8 glasses of wine, tell all about life. Even made the mentor Shui, who studied lyrics for 12 years, exclaim in admiration. Although the critic pointed out that the composition is simple, it did not affect Xiaoqiu setting the record for the fastest streaming of a Mandarin digital single to exceed 100 million that year. It also topped various charts, winning awards like Best Single of the Year, Top 10 Golden Songs, and Annual Golden Song Awards. Even news media quoted a line from the song. The sober are the most ridiculous to describe the living conditions of contemporary youth, reflecting a social phenomenon. The other achievements of this song need not be elaborated upon. For Mao Bai, Xiaoqiu is like Big Fish for Zhou Shun, both representing their breakout works. Xiaoqiu does not require high vocal skills from the performer. It emphasizes the singer's emotional impact. Skill, immersive voice, just meets the requirement. At this moment, Lu Ziming's voice came from outside the door. Luo Ge, have you seen the new rules announced by the show team? New rules? Su Luo opened the door, somewhat puzzled. Announcing new rules at night is clearly unreasonable. Why not wait until tomorrow? Moreover, this episode of the competition has just ended. Why the rush? Su Luo thought. It seems like a last-minute decision. Lu Ziming explained. The show team posted the new rules in the group chat and also on the official Weibo. Su Luo hadn't noticed earlier. He opened his phone and clicked into the group chat. Sure enough, he saw the notice posted 10 minutes ago. Then, Su Luo exited the green bubble and opened Weibo, entering the official account of Final Singer. Likewise, the official Weibo account of Final Singer updated its status 10 minutes ago. The third phase of the competition has been heavily upgraded. The team battle mode is cancelled and changed to individual battles. The new rules are theme creation. The top 8 contestants are to create works based on the theme of the next competition. We look forward to seeing contestants break out of their comfort zones and interpret different dimensions of the wine life through music. See you next week. Wine? Isn't this just hitting the nail on the head? Su Luo put his heart into his stomach. He wasn't foolish. He knew the show's new rules were likely aimed at him. Otherwise, why would they rush to change the competition format right after the contest ended? If anyone is an uncertain factor for the show team, it is undoubtedly Su Luo. Of course, saying that may not be entirely accurate. In short, the show team is most likely clearing all obstacles to ensure Ding Yifun's path to victory. Su Luo clicked into the comment section. The second episode of the competition had just ended. How could the rules for the next episode be out? Changing the rules again? Team battles and theme creation. The changes in the rules are too frequent. Wine? What kind of ridiculous theme is this? This theme is just to have contestants praise the sponsor, Jin Xiaobai Liquor, right? Su Luo, did you see? Hurry up and register for Weibo. Upload Once I Thought About Ending It All and Big Fish to the music platform. Brothers, please help copy this comment. Su Luo, did you see? Hurry up and register for Weibo. Su Luo, did you see? Upon seeing this, Su Luo couldn't help but laugh and cry. How could someone run to the official blog of the show team to urge for songs? It's not the netizens' fault. They really want to hear the songs, and since Su Luo doesn't have Weibo, they can only leave comments everywhere. All the contestants, including mentors Song Yunxi and Yi Longwei, have shadows of urging Su Luo for songs in their comment sections, mainly hoping that those who see it can help urge Su Luo. Luo Ge, thanks to you. I've flown high. My ability can only take me this far. Come on, you can definitely win the championship. Lu Ziming had no sign of slackness on his face. Although he said so, he still wanted to give a try. After saying that, Lu Ziming returned to his room to focus on composing. Back in his room, Su Luo thought about it. The matter of registering for Weibo had been mentioned by Song Yunxi before. Su Luo always felt it wasn't the right time, but now he felt the time was ripe, and it was time for him to register a Weibo account. Since his previous Weibo account was reclaimed by Dongwang Entertainment, it meant he was unbound from his identity information, so he could register a new account. Thus, Su Luo registered for Weibo neatly and submitted his personal information. Soon, Su Luo successfully completed the registration and even had the Yellow V certification. Su Luo Weibo certification. Singer-songwriter, representative works, Big Fish. Once I thought about ending it all followers. 0. Following. 0. After registering for Weibo, Su Luo casually scrolled through some videos. Suddenly curious, he searched for Song Yunxi's name. Song Yunxi, Weibo certification, member of the Free Agents girl group. Su Luo counted the string of numbers. 13. 5 million followers? At his peak, Su Luo also had 13.5 million followers, but after the male model incident, it dropped to 8 million in a few days. And he didn't know how many were left now. This shows how popular Song Yunxi is now. Su Luo followed Song Yunxi. However, not even a minute later, Su Luo received a system prompt. The user you followed, Song Yunxi, has followed you back. Go greet him her. Su Luo was taken aback, just as he was pondering whether this response was automatic upon following someone. Song Yunxi sent him a private message. Su Luo, you finally remembered to register for Weibo. Su Luo was a bit unsure of the situation, so he replied, Are you a bot? From Song Yunxi's resentment value, 100 Song Yunxi sent a punch you emoji. You're the bot. Your whole family is a bot. On the other side, in a hotel, Song Yunxi lay on the bed, angrily biting a plush pillow. Su Luo was convinced that this was indeed a real message from Song Yunxi. So, the two began chatting on Weibo. Su Luo, have you been on your phone all this time? Song Yunxi, yeah, I scrolled through Weibo before bed. I happened to see you followed me, so I followed back. By the way, I think I'm your first follower. Su Luo, you have so many fans. Before Song Yunxi could feel proud, Su Luo immediately added, Did you buy them, or are they real? From Song Yunxi's resentment value, 200 Song Yunxi sent a bye-bye emoji. Let's in the chat here. After the joke, Song Yunxi said, You just registered for Weibo. You should post something, or that big blank looks so bad. Plus, your fans don't even know you registered for Weibo. I'll mention you in my post to direct traffic to you. Remember to like it. Song Yunxi felt that with Su Luo's current popularity, having 0 followers looked too bad. Su Luo replied seriously, Thank you. Mainly, your fans are constantly urging me to urge you for songs. Now that you've registered for Weibo, I can finally get out of that predicament. Thank you. Why do you only say thank you? Can't you say anything else? Arigato. Thank you. Song Yunxi felt exhausted. Then, Song Yunxi updated a new status. Su Luo, he has opened a Weibo account. Everyone go urge for songs. Su Luo received a notification and liked the post. Post a status? Su Luo felt that this was a good way to earn resentment points. After thinking for a moment, he returned to his homepage, edited a piece of text, and posted it. This was his first update. Inside the hotel, the phone vibrated with a message notification. Song Yunxi yawned. What did Su Luo post? Let me take a look. She clicked into Su Luo's Weibo, which displayed the freshly posted update. The pig has come to think about it. What is this? I recognize every word, but when they're put together, I don't understand. Song Yunxi's eyes were as clear as a college student's. When Song Yunxi tried to read the sentence from the back to the front, Su Luo, an angry voice came from the room. Resentment points from Song Yunxi. 300, Chapter 30. Everyone seeks cooperation, making a fortune. Song Yunxi has over 13 million followers on Weibo. Since tomorrow is Monday, many people have gone to bed early. However, there are also quite a few night owls who think it's still too early to sleep. Zhang Fangfang is one such night owl. At this moment, she is lying in bed scrolling through Weibo, planning to play on her phone for half an hour before going to sleep. Suddenly, her phone pops up a notification. The user you follow, Song Yunxi, has updated a new post. Come check it out. Yunxi just finished recording a program and returned to the hotel so late. How is she still playing on her phone instead of sleeping? Zhang Fangfang clicks into Song Yunxi's Weibo and was about to urge her idol to sleep earlier in the comments. But after seeing the content of the post, Zhang Fangfang was stunned. Su Luo registered Weibo. The only follower is someone who mutually follows Yunxi. Luo dog, you finally realized you need to register on Weibo. Zhang Fangfang was both amused and angry. She initially watched the final singer for Song Yunxi. However, after watching 2 episodes, she, a not-so-avid music fan, actually discovered several great songs. It seems those contestants are quite talented. If she had to pick her favorites, it would definitely be I Once Thought About Ending It All and Big Fish. Not to mention, although Su Luo's character is questionable, referring to the male model incident and sexual harassment of a female assistant, his songs are truly beautiful, almost heavenly. But what frustrates Zhang Fangfang the most is that while other contestant songs can be found on music platforms, Su Luo's 2 songs haven't been uploaded anywhere. This means that when she wants to listen to the songs, she can only go back and watch the replays. This is understandable, as other contestants are backed by entertainment companies that handle these small matters, so they don't have to worry. But at least he should register for Weibo himself. Huh? Su Luo just updated a post. Zhang Fangfang switched to Su Luo's Weibo and found he had just posted something. It was a piece of text, but the problem was she couldn't understand it. However, Zhang Fangfang is quick-witted and immediately figured it out. Su Luo, are you cursing me? That night, Zhang Fangfang couldn't sleep at all. She was so angry she couldn't fall asleep. Why does Su Luo have to be such a jerk? This kind of situation is still ongoing, as the program just ended, and the heat generated by Big Fish is intensifying online. Many music critics are even staying up all night to make videos analyzing why Big Fish could win first place from a professional perspective. It can be predicted that in the coming days, the popularity of Big Fish will continue to rise. Along with it, Lu Ziming, who was previously an unknown, is also becoming more and more recognized. Many netizens have continued to discuss Big Fish online since the program ended. Suddenly, someone in the comments posted, Su Luo registered Weibo. Wow, the Luo dog finally realized he needed to register on Weibo. It can't be fake, right? It's real, I want to check. And Song Yunxi even tagged him. Additionally, since Song Yunxi actively tagged Su Luo on her Weibo, more and more people flocked to Su Luo's account. Then, they all coincidentally saw the text post Su Luo made. Unable to understand it, they went from confusion to realization, and finally, to gritting their teeth in anger. What did he post? Why can't I understand? If you read it backwards, you'll understand. Reading it backwards spells pig. I get it now, Su Luo. I'm so mad. Su Luo, can you act like a human? You're not human. You're really a dog. That night, the netizens who planned to urge him for songs were all infuriated by Su Luo's post and couldn't sleep. Anger value 100, anger value 100, anger value 150, anger value 200. Su Luo continuously received notifications of anger value deposits and felt very pleased. Weibo is indeed a great thing. Su Luo felt he had found the correct way to use Weibo. He had gained another channel for collecting anger value. Su Luo clicked into Weibo, and it showed his current follower count as 9805. He gained so many followers in an instant. With a little more effort, he could break 10,000. How long has it been? 10 minutes? The likes on his post were 100, and comments were 20,000. The private messages were even at 99. It had gone viral. Without even looking, he knew everyone was praising him for being handsome. Su Luo clicked into the private messages. Just about to fold them away when he received a Weibo notification. User, Yingong Music, is now following you. You can click to follow back. Soon, an account with a yellow V badge sent a message. Yingong Music, verified yellow V account. Hello, teacher Su Luo. We are from the Copyright Cooperation Department of Yingong Music Platform. We noticed that your original works in The Final Singer have not yet been uploaded to any music platform. We hope to establish an exclusive cooperation with you to upload. I once thought about ending it all in Big Fish to Yingong Music and provide you with top industry resource support. Su Luo glanced at the other party's account and saw that it was an official account with 5 million followers. Su Luo was also familiar with Yingong Music. The three giants of music streaming platforms are Chuting Music, Changxiang Music, and Yingong Music. Su Luo asked, "How do we cooperate?" Yingong Music replied, "We have prepared an S-level newcomer plan. For ordinary user play volume sharing, 5 yuan per 1,000 plays. For member subscription sharing, 12 yuan per 1,000 plays for member plays." Just as Su Luo was about to respond, he received 2 more notifications. User, Chuting Music, is now following you. You can click to follow back. User, Changxiang Music, is now following you. You can click to follow back. Now all 3 giants of music streaming were accounted for. Su Luo glanced at the messages from the other 2 and deliberately said to Yingong Music, "The word exclusive sounds a bit like a selling agreement." Yingong Music hurriedly said, "You misunderstood. Exclusivity only lasts for the first 3 months. After that, you can freely upload to other platforms. Additionally, we are willing to provide a guaranteed share of 500,000 yuan, which means even if the song's earnings do not reach this amount, we will still cover the difference. If it exceeds, we will settle based on actual earnings." It sounds quite free. However, Su Luo didn't rush to give an answer, but chatted with the other 2 music platforms as well. In the end, Su Luo concluded that the conditions offered by Yingong Music were the most favorable. After confirming the intention to cooperate, Yingong Music sent over 2 contracts, one for online signing and one that needed to be printed and mailed. Just as Su Luo finalized the cooperation with Yingong Music, he received another cooperation request. Teacher Su, I am Chun Jun, the producer from Guangying Media. I am willing to pay 250,000 for Big Fish as the impression song for our movie Kung Su, The Rift of Time. Urgently seeking cooperation. Chapter 31. The wild player loses his username. Livestream. Did you open my box? Theme song? Su Luo remembered that on Earth, the song Big Fish was the theme song for a certain animated movie. He first checked the other party's account, which was undoubtedly an official account with not many followers. The videos updated on the homepage were basically clips from a movie used for promotion. The copyright for Big Fish was in Su Luo's hands, as he had signed a contract with a Yingong Music platform, which would not affect him. It was only used as the theme song for the movie, so 250,000 was acceptable. Moreover, if the movie became popular, it could bring Su Luo additional income. Su Luo didn't rush to make a decision, but instead asked, "Can I see your script?" He got a reply. Chun Jun was a bit excited. He had heard online that Su Luo registered on Weibo, so he hurried to discuss a collaboration. Sure, Chun Jun answered without hesitation. 3 minutes later, the relevant documents were sent to Su Luo's phone. The synopsis of Kung Su, The Rift of Time, detailed plot, and main characters. Su Luo slowly reviewed them one by one. This movie felt somewhat similar to Big Fish and Begonia on Earth. After watching for about half an hour, it was still very much in line with the main tone of Big Fish. On the other side, Chun Jun was anxiously waiting for Su Luo's reply. He felt uneasy. They were just short of a suitable theme song, and the movie could be launched. 250,000 was the highest price Chun Jun could offer. After all, since the post-production of the movie was completed, it had been shelved without release, losing money every day. The investors would definitely not agree to spend 250,000 on a song as a theme song. Therefore, this 250,000 was still out of Chun Jun's own pocket. Su Luo hadn't replied yet. Chun Jun was a bit uncertain. Could it be that Su Luo was unhappy with the price? Or was there something he disliked about the movie? Sigh. The theme song was found. If it really couldn't be negotiated, the movie had to be released regardless. This was Chun Jun's true state of mind. Buzz. The phone emitted a message alert. Chun Jun picked it up immediately. It was Su Luo's reply, just 2 words. Okay. Instantly, the boulder in Chun Jun's heart finally dropped. Su Luo and Chun Jun proceeded to finalize the collaboration. Chun Jun noted that he knew Su Luo was preparing for next week's competition and must be busy creating a new song. Promising to send a contract in a few days, all Su Luo needed to do was sign it and send it back, and the money would be transferred to Su Luo's account. Su Luo responded with an okay gesture. Clearly easy to negotiate. Chun Jun put down his phone and muttered to himself, "It seems the rumors online are unreliable. They all say that when Su Luo became famous, he acted like a big shot, bullied his teammates, and demanded sky-high prices. But he doesn't seem like that at all. Of course, it's also possible that this former top star has suddenly woken up. In any case, Chun Jun felt he should vote for Su Luo when the next episode starts. And he would also get the company employees to vote together." Putting down his phone, Su Luo opened his computer, clicked on Word, and started typing. As of now, the female tenant had accumulated 300,000 words. In fact, Su Luo's typing speed was quite fast, thanks to his exposure to computers since 5th grade. To those who say their typing speed is slow, Su Luo wants to say, "Serves you right. Who told you to choose studying over playing games at the age when you should be gaming?" Just kidding. After typing for 3 hours, tiredness hit him. And after recording the program today, Su Luo was already very exhausted. He closed the computer and went to bed. A night without incident. The next day, the first thing Su Luo did after getting up was to type. After lunch, feeling a bit bored, he wanted to call Lu Ziming to go out for a stroll. However, after Lu Ziming washed the dishes, he directly dove back into his room to continue creating. There was nothing to be done. Lu Ziming was working hard to prepare for the next competition, and Su Luo didn't want to disturb him. He returned to his room and continued typing. He wrote another 20,000 words, bringing the total manuscript of the female tenant to an astonishing 350,000 100,000 words. Su Luo planned to accumulate it to 500,000 words before publishing. After typing all afternoon, Su Luo was really tired of typing and felt very bored, not knowing what to do. He thought about going out for a stroll, but Lu Ziming was still busy, and going out alone didn't seem fun. So boring. Su Luo was so bored that he started scrolling through his phone, opening Weibo, and saw that his follower count had risen to 100,000. He was even so bored that he started flipping through comments. Well, since he was idle, why not start a live stream? The program team didn't specify that live streaming was not allowed. Su Luo felt a sudden burst of excitement and thought it was quite fresh. After confirming he met the qualifications to start a live stream, he directly opened the live stream on Weibo, clicking to start the live stream push. Users who followed Su Luo's account would receive notifications. At Binhai University, in the girls' dormitory, Li Mengmeng had just woken up from her nap, and the first thing she did was lie on her bed and scroll through her phone. She only had classes in the morning today. As soon as she opened Weibo and scrolled for a while, she received a notification. The user you follow, Su Luo, has started a live stream. Come chat with him. Luo dog is live. Li Mengmeng was taken aback at first, then sat up with a cold smile. Good for you, Luo dog. You dare to go live. Thinking about the post Su Luo made last night made her angry. Just when she was struggling to find a place to vent her anger, Su Luo had the audacity to start a live stream at this time. Didn't he know how much he was hated? So, Li Mengmeng decisively clicked the notification, and the phone screen jumped to Su Luo's live room, planning to use the sharpest language to attack Luo dog. However, as soon as she entered the live room, Li Mengmeng heard a voice announcement. The enemy will arrive on the battlefield in 30 seconds. Crush them. All troops attack. Li Mengmeng? At this time, Su Luo had already entered the Summoner's Rift. He glanced at the streaming duration. It had already been half an hour. Half an hour ago, Su Luo suddenly felt interested and chose to go live. However, after 5 minutes of streaming, he already regretted it, because he had no idea what to do. So, Su Luo started a half-hour awkward chat with the viewers who entered the live room. Since it was now 4 o'clock in the afternoon, those who should be at work were working, and those who should be in school were in school. Therefore, the number of online viewers in the live room was very few. Moreover, some of the questions asked made Su Luo speechless. He even doubted that the people in the live room were all bots. Su Luo felt he could scrape out a 3-bedroom apartment from the awkwardness. Glancing at the laptop on the table, Su Luo became curious about whether the computer could play games. So, he directly downloaded League of Legends. The internet speed was pretty fast, and it was downloaded in 10 minutes. Then, Su Luo switched the phone live stream to a computer live stream and started streaming while playing the game. Not to mention, the computer's configuration was quite good, with over 300 frames per second in the game. Here, SA thumbs up for the Final Singer program team. They thought this through. Su Luo gave a thumbs up to the camera. Hearing Su Luo's remarks, Li Mengmeng, who had just entered the live room, was instantly amused and sent a bullet comment. Let us just say, is there a possibility that the program team provided computers for you to create, not to make it convenient for you to play games? Director, are we going live today? Wang Xuejuan had just finished his work when a staff member approached to ask. Let me check the time. It's almost time to get off work. Yes, we can prepare to go live. Besides the formal live broadcasts, the program would randomly start informal live streams during non-broadcast hours, typically between noon and 2 in the afternoon. This was to allow the audience to see the daily lives of each contestant who advanced. However, today Wang Xuejuan was busy with other matters, so the live stream was delayed until now. Suddenly, a staff member with a strange expression said, Director Wang, I just saw Su Luo is also live streaming. Should we still go ahead? Wang Xuejuan looked confused. Su Luo? What is he live streaming for? The staff member hesitated and said, it seems he is live streaming while playing a game. Wang Xuejuan waved his hand and said, forget him, we'll broadcast our own. Are we afraid he will steal our audience? Yes, just like that. The Final Singer program team also started an informal live stream. After the last round of competition, the live stream screen changed from a 12-grid layout to an 8-grid layout. The audience entering the live stream could see what the 8 contestants were doing at that moment. Ding Yifan was still creating. Tao Jun was still practicing singing. Zhang Kao was practicing dance. Lu Ziming was in seclusion working on his creation. The audience quickly noticed Su Luo's difference. What was Su Luo doing? This guy was sitting in front of the computer, seemingly playing a game. Wow, even Lu Ziming is working hard, and Su Luo is still playing games? Su Luo had also started streaming. He was playing League of Legends. Su Luo is streaming himself? I have to go take a look. This guy cursed us as pigs last night. He still dares to go live? Bring me my knife. I'm going to take down Luo Dog. Thus, driven by curiosity, more and more viewers flooded into Su Luo's live stream. Hey, League of Legends has been updated. There's a new team voice feature. I said the farming playstyle is 100 years ahead. After a long time of not playing, Su Luo was encountering the alternate version of League of Legends for the first time. Unexpectedly, the game suddenly had a new team voice feature. The number of bullet comments increased rapidly. Su Luo didn't have time to read the comments because his teammates were already engaged in a level 1 team fight in the jungle. This was right on point. Even in an alternate version of a league, a level 1 team fight was inevitable. So, Su Luo quickly operated the swift Swordmaster Yasuo to rush into battle. First blood. With Su Luo's impressive play, they managed to score a 4-for-0 trade. That's right. The opponents didn't get a single kill. Su Luo's team all died. 4 kills, and the enemy's top lane god of death got 3 of them. Wait, I just realized our Zhao XN was AFK. No wonder we lost the level 1 fight. Su Luo glanced at the map and noticed the jungler staring blankly in the fountain. It wasn't until the 3 lanes met that the jungler Zhao XIN finally started buying items and heading out. Su Luo's 3 teammates didn't say anything. After all, the level 1 fight had started suddenly without prior discussion. But Su Luo, south top lane Vien, wasn't having it. He typed from under the tower. Zhao XN, why didn't you come to the level 1 fight? The enemy's doghead got 3 kills at the start, 1,000 gold, 2 Doran's rings, and 2 books. One would cost me about 200 health. How am I supposed to fight? Speak. The jungler Zhao XIN typed back while hitting the red buff. Did I tell you to fight at level 1? You pick top lane Vien if you can't handle it. Whose fault is that? If you don't want to play, you can AFK. I'll AFK you. Come on, Zhao XIN, turn on your mic. Fine. You picked a weak top lane Vien, and you still call for help. All you. In the lower left corner, the icons representing top lane Vien and jungler Zhao XIN lit up green. The two began to showcase their verbal charm. This left Su Luo, who was focused on the mid lane, both amused and helpless. There was nothing he could do to avoid being distracted. Su Luo had to mute his mic and play the peacemaker. Stop arguing, we can win. Seeing this scene, the viewers in the live stream burst into laughter. This is hilarious. The game just started and it's already over. In the grand stage of Zuin, come if you have a horse. 15. Both the jungler and the top lane are CS. The jungler is doing well, and the long-range top laner hasn't even gotten a kill. You're Vien. The enemy doghead got 3 kills at the start and built AP. One he takes away 200 health. How are you supposed to play? You choose Vien? You deserve it. Wait, I just entered the live stream. Why is Luo Dog playing a game? All the other contestants are working hard. Those practicing dance are practicing dance. Those practicing vocals are practicing vocals. And you're just playing a game? As the end of work approached, the number of people in the live stream continued to grow, most of them coming from the Final Singer live stream. At this point, Su Luo's live stream had reached 5,000 viewers. However, he was focused on playing the game and didn't notice. At this moment, the game time had reached 10 minutes. Looking at the kill count, Su Luo felt a bit silent. 214. Su Luo had gotten 1 kill, and his support had also gotten 1 kill. Su Luo opened the scoreboard and became even more silent. The enemy's top lane was already level 9, while his own top lane was only level 6. And the last hits were off by 50. The jungler was 0-3-0, and they hadn't secured any objectives like the Rift Herald or Dragon. In the bottom lane, the support's record was 1-1-0, while the ADC's record was 0-8, already feeding excessively. When the time reached 15 minutes, Su Luo's team initiated their first surrender vote. The top lane Vien typed in the public chat, "Vote." This time, the jungler Zhao XIN didn't say anything and continued to farm. The ADC, who had died for the 9th time, also typed, "The enemy jungler has been in the bottom lane the whole time, and our jungler is just farming. He hasn't come to gank even once. Hurry and vote." The jungler ignored him and kept farming. When the surrender was voted down with 2 votes, the ADC got even angrier. So you're not voting? Then I'll keep feeding. No one can win anyway. The jungler remained silent, just continuing to farm. Su Luo realized that in this game, only he and the support wanted to win. As Su Luo faced his team of 5 grouping up in mid lane, he typed in the public chat, "Brothers, let us group up." Only the support responded to Su Luo's call. The support and Su Luo couldn't withstand the enemy's 5-man push and were predictably killed. Then the top lane and ADC also died one after the other, already giving up. 5 minutes later, facing the enemy's 5 men pushing again, Su Luo was killed once more. At the same time, the mid lane inhibitor was destroyed. The top lane VN was sitting in the fountain, not moving, seemingly unsure what to do. The ADC was doing nothing and directly running to the bottom lane. Watching the enemy's 5 players disappear from the map, Su Luo hurriedly typed, "Zhao Xian, go check it out. If we steal the Baron, we still have a chance." Zhao Xian didn't respond and continued farming. Su Luo continued typing, "Zhao Xian, still farming. Go check it out. Zhao Xian, still farming. Go check it out. Zhao Xian." Su Luo kept typing. Zhao Xian remained indifferent, finishing the 6 birds and then moving on to the 3 wolves. Su Luo couldn't help but vent to the viewers in a live stream. "Wow, did you see that? This Zhao Xian only knows how to farm. I can't take it anymore. Our top laner is AFK under the tower, the ADC is feeding, and the jungler only knows how to farm, not controlling a single resource since the start. Only the support is a normal person." Su Luo felt his blood pressure rising. At that moment, he happened to catch a comment from a viewer with the ID destined with the green dragon. "Streamer, Zhao Xian seems to be my classmate. His name is Su Haolong. Could you shout his name?" Seeing this comment, Su Luo didn't think much of it, especially since he was already feeling frustrated while playing. So, Su Luo directly opened his microphone and shouted angrily, "Su Haolong, still farming in the jungle." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Luo saw that the microphone of the jungler Zhao Xian lit up, and a panicked male voice came through. "Ah, what the hell? Yasuo, how do you know my name is Su Haolong? What the hell? Did you just expose me?" Chapter 32, The King of Hell Calls. Everyone becomes honest. From Su Haolong's resentment value of 200, the jungler was bewildered. Sitting in front of the computer, he had a terrified look in his eyes, thinking someone in real life was calling his name. But then he realized that the person calling him was actually a teammate in the game. This made him think of various cases of online scams. Unexpectedly, one day, he became the subject himself. For a moment, he felt a bit panicked. The other 3 teammates had muted their mics earlier, so they didn't know what was happening. "Su Haolong, stop jungling and go see if they're doing the Baron. You have Smite and Flash. Hurry up, Su Haolong." Su Luo ignored him and took on the role of the Fountain Commander. This time, the jungler dared not pretend he couldn't hear. "This Yasuo is a hacker, opening the mic in seconds. What if he posts my info online?" The jungler Zhao Xian had this mindset, so he obediently ventured into the visionless river. Su Luo looked at the opposing 5 on the map and excitedly said, "Sure enough, they're doing the Baron. Let's try to steal it." "Oh, okay, bro." The jungler became unusually obedient. If he didn't manage to steal the Baron, the hacker would definitely be unhappy. So, he became more serious than ever. Zhao Xian first circled around the Baron pit, using his W skill to scout for vision. At this moment, the Baron still had 1200 health. Without hesitation, he flashed into the pit and successfully smited the Baron, and he gloriously died in battle. However, in reality, he breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that he managed to steal it otherwise. "Awesome, Su Haolong." Su Luo couldn't help but praise over the mic. The whole idea of the jungler being a stealthy figure in the wild became irrelevant the moment he stole the Baron. Seeing this scene, the viewers in the live stream were also amused. "That brother named destined with the Azure Dragon. This Zhao Xian really is your classmate." 666, not even pretending, instant mic opening. "Bushy, this Zhao Xian's reaction is hilarious. He really thought he encountered a hacker, bro." The jungler suddenly became so obedient, stealing the Baron at the command Doge. Just imagine, if I were this jungler, suddenly called by name by a teammate in the game, I would really be scared to death. "We stole the Baron. There might still be a chance. I recorded it. Feels like it's going to go viral. I've already shared the live stream in our class group. I've shared it to our college. At this moment, the number of online viewers in the live stream had reached 6,000. More and more viewers came in from the Final Singer program's live stream. That scene just now could be described as explosive in terms of entertainment value. Li Mengmeng had just taken a sip of water, ready to swallow it, when she heard Su Luo call out the jungler's name. The jungler's reaction immediately made Li Mengmeng burst out laughing. Li Mengmeng could already imagine the terrified expression on the jungler's face sitting in front of the computer. Just thinking about it made her laugh uncontrollably. She suddenly felt that Su Luo's live stream was so interesting. At this time, the other 3 roommates just returned from the cafeteria with food, and before they entered, they heard Li Mengmeng's laughter echoing down the corridor. What happened? Mengmeng, why are you laughing so loudly? What are you watching? A game live stream? I thought you didn't play games. Mengmeng, you're laughing so hard you're crying. Li Mengmeng wiped her tears, took a breath, and after calming down, she stifled her laughter and said, I'm watching Su Luo's live stream. You guys don't know just now. Li Mengmeng animatedly recounted the events to her 3 roommates. What a coincidence. Zhao Xian really thought he was hacked. Quick, share the live stream with me. I want to watch too. I want to watch. The dorm leader, however, had a skeptical look. Wait, Mengmeng, didn't you turn against Su Luo? Why are you still watching his live stream and laughing so happily? Could it be that you've started to like him again? The other 2 roommates also looked over. Li Mengmeng's smile suddenly froze, and she declared resolutely, impossible. I will never like Su Luo again in my life. Speaking of which, I'm already preparing to grab tickets for the 3rd episode of Final Singer. This time, Su Luo will most likely be eliminated, and I won't be voting for him. This time, this meant that in the previous 2 rounds, you voted for Su Luo? Thinking of this, the 3 exchanged glances. Ever since the theme for the next competition, alcohol, was confirmed, Ding Yifan felt that Su Luo no longer posed a threat to him. He admitted that he had lost to Su Luo in the previous 2 rounds and acknowledged that he wasn't as good as Su Luo in terms of creativity. But so what? This is the entertainment industry. To survive, you need power and connections. He had Star Entertainment backing him, the privilege to change rules and know the themes in advance, and the industry's top music producers crafting songs for him. What does Su Luo have? Just himself. And he only just found out about the competition theme. He had to create within the framework of the theme in just 1 week. Why should Su Luo win? Meanwhile, the song Celebration Wine in Ding Yifan's backup library had been prepared a month ago. Last night, after confirming the theme, he even had 2 top-tier music producers optimize the lyrics and music overnight. Su Luo, why should you compete with me alone? After practicing his song, Ding Yifan returned to his dorm and planned to scroll through his phone. As soon as he opened Weibo, he saw a familiar name trending. Su Luo live stream, just these 4 simple words. What was he live streaming to get on the trending list? Ding Yifan was driven mad with jealousy. Did he think trending was that easy? Ding Yifan wanted to see what Su Luo was up to. However, when he entered Su Luo's live stream, he found that Su Luo wasn't writing songs, practicing his voice, or dancing. He was playing games. Not serious at all. Who does he think he is? Not even focusing on a competition theme and still having the mood to play games? The happier he laughs now, the worse he will cry later. Ding Yifan snorted coldly, exited the live stream, took a 10-minute break, and then continued practicing his song. Director, what should we do? Su Luo has drawn all our live stream popularity away. His online viewers have already surpassed ours. I think we should stop Su Luo's live stream. A contestant's live stream exceeding the official live stream is unacceptable. The assistant director, Zheng Su, mainly felt embarrassed. Wang Xuejuan was also quite frustrated. He sighed and said, there's no need. It's not an official live stream anyway. It doesn't matter. Besides, there's nothing in the contract about banning live streams. Then should we just close the live stream? Yeah, close it. After the jungler stole the Baron, Su Luo and the others had all respawned, and Su Luo was carrying the Baron buff. Next, with the Baron buff, the enemy couldn't push for now. Su Luo's side gained 5 minutes of development time. The next dragon would spawn in 30 seconds. It felt like they had to take it, or else the enemy would get the dragon soul, and it was a fire dragon. Su Luo glanced at his equipment bar. He already had 3 items. So, Su Luo decisively typed on the public screen. Let's do the dragon fight. This is the only chance. We can't delay any longer. There is still a doghead on the other side. If we keep dragging it out, it will be even harder to win. However, apart from the already obedient jungler and support, the ADC was still split pushing. The top lane VN was even busy farming jungle monsters. Su Luo took a deep breath, glanced at the barrage, and, just as he was about to complain, he saw a flood of comments from the audience, still waiting for the flowers to bloom. VN seems to be my colleague. His name is Tion Bin. Can you shout his name? Copying for the streamer to see, still waiting for the flowers to bloom. VN seems to be my colleague. His name is Tion Bin. Copying for the streamer to see, still waiting for the flowers to bloom. VN seems to be my colleague. All Tang kids, streamer. ADC seems to be my friend. His name is Wang Hao. Can you shout his name? Copying for the streamer to see. All Tang kids, streamer. ADC is called Wang Hao. Try shouting at him. Su Luo's live stream was trending, so there were large numbers of viewers pouring in every moment. Coincidentally, the people who knew the top lane and ADC in real life were also in the live stream. Remembering the reaction of Zhao Xin being startled earlier, the netizens were enjoying the spectacle and flooded the screen with comments. This indeed caught Su Luo's attention. Su Luo typed on the public screen, ADC, top laner. You two turn on your microphones. I have something to say. The two icons turned green, indicating the microphones were on, and their tones were very aggressive. So what if we turn it on? You want to be flamed, right? Su Luo took a deep breath, then opened his microphone and shouted, Tion Bin, Wang Hao, hurry up and join the dragon fight. Did you hear that? What the heck? You're not kidding, right? Did you just box me in? The reactions from the top laner and ADC were identical. They were both startled. Oh no, we encountered a hacker. One stopped split pushing, and the other didn't dare to farm the jungle anymore. Both rushed toward the dragon fight as fast as possible. Not a single word dared to be spoken. The barrage was filled with laughter. The top laner, jungler, and ADC all became obedient. Is this the king of hell calling the roll? Whoever's name is called instantly becomes compliant. Truly the king of hell calling the roll. The support trembled aside, laughing. Ahaha. I wonder how much psychological shadow the support has right now. Support. I'm so nervous. I'm afraid Yasuo will go red-eyed and take me out too. Amazing in one game. 3 people's accounts were opened, doghead. I laughed to death. Su Luo, you are so good at streaming. Su Luo, why don't you just become a full-time streamer instead of an artist? After the king of hell called the roll, the jungler Zhao Xin, top laner VN, and ADC Caitlyn all played exceptionally well. Everyone's performance was top-notch. Su Luo's team took the dragon fight this time with a 1-for-5 trade. Only the support died. They took the dragon, pushed the tower, and split pushed. They expanded their economic advantage once again. In the following team fights, Su Luo's team's offense was unstoppable, and they finally secured the victory in this match without any surprises. After the game ended, the jungler Zhao Xin, top laner VN, and ADC, each in different provinces and cities, all breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it's over. After finishing this game, Su Luo ended the live stream, won the game, and started typing with a happy mood. The content of Su Luo's live stream today was uploaded online by netizens and shared widely, instantly going viral on social platforms like Xiaohongshu, Kuaishou, and Weibo. Chapter 33. Hilarious and embarrassing Su Luo livestream instant account opening. Teammate loses username. Su Luo livestream Yama calls the roll. When a teammate suddenly calls out your real name all over the internet, seeking psychological support for the shadow area teammates, all became honest. Su Luo completes the great comeback. This is the related trending topics from Su Luo's livestream. Under these topics, netizens are actively commenting. On site, the jungler Zhao Xion's reaction when his name was suddenly called out was too real. Laughing and crying. It cracked me up. The jungler was dumbfounded. 666. The live stream isn't over yet. I already know it's going to trend. Su Luo, being an artist, is really wasting his innate talent for live streaming. Dog emoji. I feel like a lost hamster looking for a melon. So anxious I'm going in circles. Is there a replay? Can someone send me a copy, please? Jungler Zhao Xin. Now the whole internet knows your name is Su Hao. Dog emoji. I'm curious about Zhao Xian's reaction when he sees the video online. Most netizens came across clips of Su Luo's livestream online and found it very interesting. More and more netizens liked, commented, and shared, which kept the heat of the related event rising. One netizen compiled Su Luo's livestream clips into a video and posted it on Kuaishou, gaining millions of likes. Among them, the incident of a teammate suddenly calling out your real name was particularly imitated by gaming bloggers on Kuaishou, creating a series of videos that gained a lot of popularity. The funniest part is that one of the protagonists of the incident, the jungler Zhao Xian from that game, also successfully gained followers from this heat. Meanwhile, Song Yunxi, who was shooting promotional photos in Yong City, heard the staff gathering together and laughing heartily during her break. "What are you guys talking about?" Song Yunxi curiously approached. The staff asked, "Oh right, Yunxi, you're a mentor on the show Final Singer, right?" Song Yunxi blinked her beautiful eyes, puzzled. "Yes, what's up? Do you know Su Luo?" "Of course." Song Yunxi was about to say that Su Luo is my student. Then, the staff handed her a phone, trying to stifle laughter. "You have to see this video. It's so funny. It's so abstract." Half an hour later, Song Yunxi returned the phone to the staff, covering her face with her hands and turning away. "I don't know him. Not very familiar. So funny, but also so embarrassing. Su Luo, don't say I'm your student when you go out." After saying that, Song Yunxi took her phone back from her manager and silently liked the video she just watched. After the video went viral online, while many laughed, some were also dissatisfied with Su Luo's behavior of playing games during the creation period. Players like Ding Yifan are seriously preparing for the competition, practicing singing or dancing, while what is Su Luo doing? Other contestants are working hard, and only Su Luo is playing games during the creation period. I feel he doesn't respect the competition at all. Has Su Luo become inflated just because he got first place twice? Su Luo should learn from contestant Ding Yifan, who works very hard, writes his own songs, and insists on practicing dancing and singing every day. With Su Luo's attitude towards the competition, I seriously doubt whether he can maintain high-quality creation in the next round. Thank you all for your support. I hope everyone will support our fan in the next round. Our fan will continue to maintain high-quality creation and won't disappoint everyone. From a little fan of fan, why compare an artist with a checkered past, who used to be a male model and harassed a female assistant, with our fan? In the end, I want to say, where the heart desires, we will safeguard. One smart thing about Ding Yifan is that even though he already has a backup song library prepared by his company, he pretends to be struggling to create in front of the camera every day, building an image of hard work. And his fans really eat this up. Chapter 34 hand-needed otherworldly version of Dala Bung Ba Hu. It's already 400,000 words. Su Luo let out a long sigh as he looked at the computer, sitting in his chair for a while before standing up to stretch his stiff body. Currently, the female tenant has accumulated 400,000 words. There are still 100,000 words left to reach Su Luo's goal. Once it hits 500,000 words, he can publish the book. Su Luo closed the computer and shifted his gaze to the window. By this time, it was completely dark outside, and the distant office buildings were lit up with twinkling lights. Thinking back on that earlier game, it was truly thrilling. 5 players in one match. One ADC was feeding like crazy, one top laner was AFK under the tower, and one jungler was just farming without controlling resources or ganking. Winning was practically a miracle. I wonder if anyone made a video of that game and posted it online. Su Luo even thought of a title: How to Win a Game by Inspiring Your Teammates with Love. Gulyalu Su Luo's stomach growled, and he suddenly realized it was already past 9 o'clock at night, and he hadn't had dinner yet. Stepping out of his room, Su Luo planned to forage in the kitchen, only to find that there was nothing to eat in the fridge. A hint of confusion flashed in Su Luo's eyes as he turned his head to look at the closed door. Could it be that Lu Ziming had said he was going into seclusion to create after lunch, and then didn't he come out the entire day? That seems a bit off. Usually, by this time, Lu Ziming would have prepared a sumptuous meal and would have kindly called him out to eat. As for why he used the word kindly, that's none of your business. Could it be that he's not feeling well, since they live under the same roof? Su Luo felt it necessary to check on the little brother. Knock, knock. Su Luo knocked on the door. No response? Since the program group announced the competition format for the next episode, Lu Ziming's state had become quite strange. The door was tightly closed, and it was obvious he was still inside, but there was no sound coming from within. Instantly, countless bad possibilities flashed through Su Luo's mind. Clack! Just as Su Luo was about to break down the door, it opened. Brother Luo. Lu Ziming stood behind the door, forcing a smile on his face. I called you just now, didn't you hear? Su Luo scanned Lu Ziming from head to toe. He was still in good shape, but his mental state seemed a bit sluggish. Really? Maybe I was busy earlier and didn't hear, Lu Ziming said with a bitter smile. Su Luo looked at him suspiciously. By the way, haven't you eaten since noon? I'm fine, just not very hungry. I don't plan to eat tonight. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Ziming suddenly realized and hurriedly said, Sorry, Brother Luo, I forgot to cook for you tonight. I'll go to the market now. Well, the market might be closed. The supermarket should have vegetables. I'll go buy some and cook for you. As Lu Ziming spoke, he quickly grabbed his phone and was about to head out. Suddenly, Su Luo hooked his arm around Lu Ziming's neck and frowned, saying, That's not important. It's too late. Don't cook. Let us go eat at the restaurant downstairs. At a height of just over 165 meters, Lu Ziming felt like a little chick being carried under Su Luo's armpit, who stood at 182 meters. Hey! Lu Ziming felt a bit dazed, his feet dangling in the air. In a small stir-fry restaurant downstairs, a simple meal of 3 dishes and a soup. Su Luo was savoring the food, having already finished his second bowl of rice. The chopped chili fish head was great, fresh and spicy, and the soup mixed with rice was fantastic. The farmhouse stir-fried pork was fatty but not greasy, and the sour bean curd stir-fried with minced meat was also good. If you don't eat soon, I'll finish it all. Su Luo set down his empty second bowl of rice and looked at Lu Ziming, who was in a daze, not speaking, with his chopsticks just picking at the air in the plate. Su Luo tapped the table to bring Lu Ziming's attention back. Are you feeling down about the next competition? Lu Ziming looked up in surprise. Brother Luo, how did you know? Su Luo rolled his eyes. You've already worn your worries on your face. I'm not blind. Of course, I can see it. The next competition was a themed creation, and he had no clue about the theme, alcohol, so far, which was why he was troubled. Lu Ziming scratched his head and said, Brother Luo is impressive. Nothing can be hidden from you. Su Luo didn't speak, just quietly watched him. Lu Ziming sighed, and before Su Luo could pry deeper, he poured out all the worries he had been holding inside. Brother Luo, you know, I really have no talent in creation. If it weren't for you, I'd have been eliminated in the second round already. I'll always remember your kindness in this regard. At first, my plan was just, as long as I don't get eliminated in the first round, that's a win. By the second round, I'd already resigned myself to it, thinking if I get eliminated, then so be it. Later, your song Big Fish pulled me back from the brink of death. Not only did you help me advance, but you also gave me a chance to showcase myself. Fortunately, I didn't let you down. Lu Ziming smiled, reminiscing about that night, and his spirits soared. He fell in love with the stage, probably starting from that moment when he sang Big Fish with Su Luo. Su Luo waved at the waiter and ordered a bottle of liquor. When the liquor was served, it turned out to be Jean Xiao liquor. This is an old friend of yours. Drink up. Su Luo poured a glass for Lu Ziming and then joked, I forgot, you seem to prefer to drink the whole bottle. Lu Ziming was taken aback, as if he thought of something, and his face turned red. Thanks to Su Luo, he was the first one to get drunk on stage. He initially wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it, he picked up the glass and took a sip. Instantly, Lu Ziming winced at the spiciness. After that night, you became a bit popular. Your trending topic hasn't even gone down yet. Your voice amazed everyone. At least, I didn't lie to you, right? Su Luo put down the liquor bottle, poured himself a cup of tea, and downed it in one go. Lu Ziming looked up at Su Luo. Isn't it? Brother Luo, you ordered the liquor, but you're not drinking? You want me to drink? Lu Ziming's resentment value. 100 Su Luo asked again. You still haven't answered my question. Lu Ziming knew what Su Luo was referring to and smiled. Indeed. After that night, my Weibo gained 300,000 followers. Everyone said it was like they were getting to know me all over again. Even in the comments under my videos on the Quick Sound account, those fans recognized me and were all asking if I was the one who sang Big Fish. Su Luo's hand holding the chopsticks froze in midair, and he asked expressionlessly, "Stop, you just said, how many followers did you gain on Weibo?" Lu Ziming, confused, 300,000. What's wrong? Hiss. Su Luo took a deep breath and asked calmly, "So how many followers do you have on Weibo now?" Lu Ziming replied, "About 500,000. I had accumulated some before." Su Luo picked up his phone and opened Weibo, glancing at his follower count. 160,000. No way. Lu Ziming gained 300,000 followers in one night, while he had only gained a total of 160,000 from last night until now. Why is there such a big difference? The song was written by me. Oh wait, no, I copied it. And I sang it too. Why the huge gap? So Luofeltig Sostif. He actually knew the reason. It was still because of his poor popularity. But it didn't matter anymore. His Weibo is basically used to torment fans, to gain resentment points. However, having more fans is always better, but a slow increase isn't a big deal as long as they don't drop off. Lu Ziming also took out his phone. By the way, Luo Go, have you registered for Weibo? Let's follow each other. You follow me. Then, Lu Ziming searched for Su Luo, and the first thing he saw was his follower count. Lu Ziming, winky face. After the two followed each other, Lu Ziming tactfully stopped bringing it up. He still felt unfair for Luo Ge. Su Luo said, "Where did that winning mentality of just making it past the first round go?" He felt that if they didn't talk about this tonight, the younger brother would continue to be emo. Lu Ziming smiled, took a sip from his cup. It was like that at the beginning, but now that the first and second rounds have passed, I want to struggle a bit. However, I ultimately still have to stop here. His mood had a hint of disappointment. Su Luo did not comfort him, but asked in a calm tone, "What's your plan after this?" Lu Ziming was already a bit tipsy, and he said with a slight slur, "Luo, Ge, you don't need to worry about me. Most likely, after being eliminated, I'll go back to continue doing self-media, posting videos, and doing some business. I'll be fine. Now, those fans of mine who used to criticize me no longer do. They all say my voice is unique. Before I got on this show, they all said I sounded effeminate. Su Luo nodded. Oh, self-media, that's good. The two fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, Su Luo said, "I have a question for you, Lu Ziming. What do you think your advantage is compared to other contestants? Don't say you have no advantages. There are 36 contestants, and now only 8 have survived. If you say you have no advantage, those who got eliminated would be so angry they'd spit blood." Lu Ziming hesitated. "Because of my voice? So you know it yourself." Saying this, Su Luo opened his phone again and clicked on a trending topic that was ranked in the middle. He turned the phone towards Lu Ziming. "Read this trending title." Lu Ziming was taken aback, looked down and read, "Lu Ziming's beautiful singing, ethereal voice shocks the audience." It feels a bit strange to read about his own trending topic. So, your advantage compared to other contestants is your voice. Take a good look at the comments below. See, what everyone likes is your voice, your timbre. I really have nothing to say about creation, but I want to tell you, you should make good use of your own advantages. Just enough to make the point. Su Luo did not continue. "All right, I'm full." Su Luo took out a tissue to wipe his mouth and left the small restaurant first. The shop owner came over to Lu Ziming, who was still in a daze, holding a notebook, and said while writing, "Boss, your total here is 136 yuan. Lu Ziming dumbly nodded and scanned the QR code with his phone. He didn't even know how much he had paid. Customers kept coming in and out of the shop. Lu Ziming still sat in his original spot in a daze. "Make good use of my advantages. What everyone likes is actually my voice. Creation." Lu Ziming kept repeating these two sentences. Gradually, he seemed to think of something. His eyes slowly brightened, and he seemed to snap back to reality. His spirit also lifted. "I think I know what I should do." Lu Ziming was exceptionally excited. After returning to the apartment, he didn't say a word and went straight back into his room. Inside the room, he listened to the singing coming from outside. The singing was constantly changing, but was very raw, like a beginner try for the first time. Su Luo's mouth curved slightly. Tonight, he didn't go into too much detail, but just touched on the point. If you understand, you understand. If you really don't. Even if Su Luo broke it down for you, you wouldn't get it. If Lu Ziming still couldn't grasp it, then when the third round of the competition started, elimination would definitely await him. From the looks of it now, he hadn't misjudged the younger brother. Lu Ziming clearly understood that layer of meaning. Whether from vocal timbre or growth experience, Lu Ziming is undoubtedly a different version of Zhou Shun. Speaking of Zhou Shun songs, Su Luo's first impression is Big Fish. Another one is Da La Bang Ba. Big Fish amazed Su Luo, a true auditory feast. Da La Bang Ba surprised Su Luo, thinking, can a song be sung like this? The original singer of Da La Bang Ba is a virtual singer. The lyrics of this song are quite complex. The rhythm is fast, with many repetitions and tongue-twister-like parts. Zhou Shun's cover undoubtedly elevated this song to a new height. In his performance, Zhou Shun showcased the malleability and control of his voice. He was like a voice actor, playing multiple roles in the performance and switching between various vocal colors. Zhou Shun's version of Da La Bang Ba can be considered a groundbreaking vocal experiment in the music industry, creating a miniature musical drama with his own strength. It can also be seen as a showcase of skill. And timbre is also Lu Ziming's advantage. Su Luo believes that Lu Ziming might not lack such vocal malleability. Of course, whether he succeeds or not depends on the younger brother himself. Su Luo also has no suitable songs. If there happened to be a chance to sing Da La Bang Ba, he could give it to him. The problem is their isn't. Su Luo thinks Lu Ziming can develop his vocal capabilities more. This is also a direction for creation. Hopefully, he will succeed. If Lu Ziming gets eliminated, then there will be no one to cook for him. Su Luo still really likes eating the meals Lu Ziming makes. Let us write for another 2 hours. Su Luo sat down in front of the computer and continued with his backlog plan. Before typing, Su Luo thought inwardly, System, how many resentment points do I have now? Chapter 35, My 26 Female Tenants. Starting the online literature journey. Host, Su Luo. Age, 22. Appearance, 90 singing skills, 41 acting skills, 20 skills, voice in the scene. Beginner whistling technique, grudge value, 225681. Unknowingly, I already have a grudge value of 200,000. Su Luo didn't expect this himself. However, he didn't plan to use it to open treasure chests. Because the grudge value is still too low, he could only exchange for 2 beginner treasure chests, and there would be a risk of drawing empty. It would be better to save up more and go for a 10 consecutive draw. Of course, the most important thing is that Su Luo already has a song Xiao Chou, so he is not anxious about the 3rd round of the competition. Su Luo glanced at the time in the lower right corner of his computer. It was already 11 o'clock. 2 more hours of writing and then sleep. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the writing work was done. Before going to bed, Su Luo suddenly remembered that he hadn't posted on Weibo for a day. So, he picked up his phone, logged into his Weibo account, and posted a new update. Then, Su Luo put down his phone, lay in bed, and contentedly drifted off to sleep. Some people were asleep, while others were still awake. Binhai University. That's right. Li Mengmeng still had no classes tomorrow morning. Huh. Li Mengmeng yawned, planning to play for a while longer before sleeping. Buzz. The phone vibrated, and a message notification came through. A pop-up on Weibo appeared. The user you follow, Su Luo, has updated a new post. Come check it out. Li Mengmeng was a bit surprised. Luo dog is still not asleep. Thinking of Su Luo's live broadcast yesterday, curiosity drove Li Mengmeng to click into Su Luo's Weibo. And then she saw that post. Don't be curious. Keep scrolling down. Congratulations. You wasted 3 seconds of your life. Slap. The corner of Li Mengmeng's mouth twitched. She didn't believe in evil and really scrolled down. What the hell? Su Luo. Li Mengmeng lay in bed, unable to sleep, as closing her eyes would remind her of this Weibo post from Su Luo. So, Li Mengmeng couldn't sleep again tonight. And at 1 o'clock in the morning, those who hadn't slept and followed Su Luo's Weibo also received the relevant Weibo notification. After clicking into Su Luo's Weibo, they subconsciously scrolled down to read that post. After reading it, their reactions were the same as Li Mengmeng's, and they all commented below, Damn, I've been played by Luo dog again. I really shouldn't have had any expectations for Luo dog. I wanted to sleep, but now I can't. Luo dog, you really deserve to die. At first glance, it seemed infuriating, but upon reflection, it was funny. Don't click. Expand. Congratulations, you've been played again. I know. Can the person above not be so Su Luo? I swear, after midnight, I will never look at Su Luo's Weibo again. This is destined to be another sleepless night. After waking up, the world was still beautiful. The first thing Su Luo did upon opening his eyes was to check his grudge value. Current grudge value, 301,590, not bad, over 300,000 overnight. No need to check the back end. It must be full of compliments. However, Su Luo still took a glance at his Weibo follower count, 170,000. That's an increase of 10,000 followers from yesterday. Then, Su Luo fell into deep thought, feeling that his fans seemed to have awakened some strange attributes. The grudge value had increased. Not only did he not lose followers, but he actually gained more. It seems he should post more on Weibo when he has nothing to do. Su Luo turned over, sat up, and walked out of his room to wash up. When he entered the living room, he saw a busy figure in the kitchen. Luo, good morning. Lu Ziming turned around and greeted him with a smile. Today, the little brother seemed to be in a good mood. After washing up and having a simple breakfast, Su Luo returned to his room to continue with his stockpile plan. He planned to grind out Female Tenants to 50,000 words today and then publish the book. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, 50,000 words were finally completed. Next up was publishing the book. Su Luo was a bit impatient. He knew that before launching the book, he needed to prepare a cover. So he had already spent 10 yuan online to have someone create it. Once again, entering the website, Infinite Reading, Su Luo saw a message notification from a week ago. Zuowang Dao. Hello, you have successfully registered as an author on Infinite Reading, but you have not created a work yet. If you do not create a work for more than 2 consecutive months, the platform will release your author pen name. To create a work, please follow the steps below. As for the book title, Su Luo suddenly had a whim and thought of changing it to a title that could attract people. After all, the original title was a bit too subtle and didn't reveal much. My 18-year-old female tenant? Still not quite right. Got it. The book title will be My 26 Female Tenants. Changing from 26 years old to 26 tenants. Just a word apart, and the meaning is worlds apart. I'm really a genius. The book title can be used. Following the steps, Su Luo first confirmed that the book title was not taken, uploaded the cover, selected the genre, and then it was time to write the synopsis. The original synopsis was fine, but it still lacked something. Thus, Su Luo added a line to the original synopsis. Multiple female leads, harem, feel-good novel. Male protagonist is a rich second generation. Just say it. ISNT it's solid? After finishing these, Su Luo directly published the 2,000-word text and then clicked to apply for a contract. The system popped up a prompt. The general idea was that signing a contract has 3 processes: AI review, editor review, and cross-review. Next, all he could do was wait quietly. Su Luo didn't idle around and continued typing. Chapter 36. The 3rd episode is broadcast. 8 o'clock in the evening. The city's neon lights blend with dusk. Streetlights and car lights weave into a flowing web of light. In Yin City, the overtime lights in an office building are still on. The headquarters of the Infinite Reading platform is located on the 19th floor of this building. At this moment, in the editorial department, as the new editor, Xiaocong is currently working hard overtime. Her delicate features appear somewhat haggard. Xiaocong looks at the large number of books assigned to her after passing AI review, her face showing a sense of despair. At this moment, Xiaocong rests her chin on one hand and sighs. She suddenly remembers a saying, how to ruin a passion. The answer is to turn it into work. Xiaocong has a deep understanding of this saying now. After complaining, she throws herself back into work. For a novel of 20,000 words, she only needs 5 minutes. Time ticks by. Xiaocong's patience wears thin. The key is that many of the authors are still students or just writing on a whim, not thinking of it as a career at all. Just look at these book titles. 2 words? 3 words? This is online literature, not a physical book publisher. Finally, amidst the vast sea of books, Xiaocong's eyes are drawn to a title that catches her attention. My 26 Female Tenants. Yes, this is how online novels should be. This is a standard harem-style title. Xiaocong glances at the synopsis and thinks, this author is clever. They've labeled it as a harem and a feel-good story themselves. A teachable child indeed. Then, Xiaocong begins to browse the text. Zhaoyang, pregnant. This novel, Xiaocong reads more carefully, spending an extra minute on it compared to usual. After finishing, Xiaocong frowns slightly and she looks again at the title, My 26 Female Tenants. That's right. The synopsis also describes it as a feel-good story. But why does it feel a bit off? The author's writing is quite mature, not like a newcomer, but they use the first-person narrative. Xiao Tsang finds it a bit confusing. Can she sign it? Yes, she can. But in today's fast food era, almost no one uses the first-person narrative anymore. It's said to be a feel-good story, but Xiao Tsang doesn't see where the enjoyment is in these 20,000 words. Although it carries the label of a feel-good story, its style resembles that of a modern urban romance novel. Something feels very wrong. Should she sign it? Xiao Tsang thinks for a moment. This title has an eye-catching harem style. The author self-labels it as feel-good, yet the content is modern urban romance. The elements are extremely complex. This is the first time Xiao Tsang has encountered such a situation. It makes her doubt the author's motives. What exactly do they want to do? Xiao Tsang doesn't even know which category to place this book in. The romance category was merged into the urban daily category many years ago. As for the creative theme, this book doesn't fit the urban imagination either, so it can only be classified as urban daily. Xiao Tsang doesn't think much and approves the contract for this book. Then, Xiao Tsang checks the author's information as usual for the next steps. Identity information must be filled out when the author registers their account. Zhuo such a strange pen name, she can't understand its meaning. Her intuition tells Xiao Tsang that this author named Zhuo is quite odd. From the title, to the synopsis, to the content, even the pen name is strange. This author is only 22 years old. So young? Xiao Tsang looks at the age column in surprise. Can a 22-year-old have such mature writing? Xiao Tsang had previously thought that Zhuo was a middle-aged man around 40. Age, gender, name, ID number. Xiao Tsang scans through them one by one. Su Luo? This author is named Su Luo? Xiao Tsang perks up. Speaking of Su Luo, her first reaction is the one who sings I used to think about ending it all in Big Fish. What a coincidence, right? The age seems to match. Unfortunately, there are no photos. All Xiao Tsang can see are basic information like ID number, name, age, and gender. Photos and such are only needed for face verification when signing the contract. However, editors do not have permission to view that. Xiao Tsang shakes her head and says, it must be a common name. There are probably thousands of people named Su Luo across the country. Besides, they're a big star, so how could they come to write online novels? Speaking of this, she takes out her phone and opens a ticket purchasing app. After seeing the failed result, she sighs. Tickets for the third episode of Final Singer were snatched up in an instant. This show has become too popular lately. That's right. Xiao Tsang has been following this variety show recently. However, she only started watching in the second episode, mainly because her best friend recommended Lu Ziming to her. Just thinking about the viral video of Lu Ziming singing Big Fish beautifully still gives Xiao Tsang goosebumps. That singing was amazing. It was from that video that Xiao Tsang became a fan of Lu Ziming, this treasure of a boy. She specifically rewatched the first episode, and when she saw Lu Ziming, to muster his courage, downing a bottle of Jin Xiao white liquor and drunkenly walking on stage. At that moment, her maternal instincts surged. That's right. 90 of Lu Ziming's fans are mostly mom fans. But these moms are usually only a year or two older than Lu Ziming. When other idols are called doves or husbands, Lu Ziming's fans call him son. Xiao Tsang has been trying to snatch tickets for the third episode of Final Singer every day, dreaming of going to the scene to cheer for Lu Ziming. She even prepared a support light board. In the end, she still couldn't get a ticket. Scalper tickets are so outrageously expensive. Xiao Tsang really can't bear it. Thoughts return to the present. Xiao Tsang shakes her head, feeling she has digressed a bit. She places her hands on the keyboard and sends a contract message to the author named Zhuo. The contract message is what Su Luo sees the next day when he wakes up. He successfully adds editor Xiao Tsang as a friend with a green bubble. With Xiao Tsang's assistance, Su Luo smoothly completes the online signing. After signing, he needs to update at least 4,000 words daily, with a total of 120,000 words in a month to receive a full attendance bonus of 600 yuan and only 1 day off per month. Recommendations will be automatically captured by the system after meeting the word count requirements, without the author needing to apply. Specifics will depend on back-end notifications. Got it. The green bubble in the lower right corner is flashing. Xiao Tsang sends a message. Zhuo Wangdao, got it. Shout Song, you should still be a university student, right? I have a suggestion for you. When you don't have classes, try to write more like 6 or 8,000 words to leave some drafts for emergencies. We don't mind university students writing novels part-time. We have quite a few university students on our platform. Zhuo Wangdao, yes, I have drafts. Don't worry, aside from the 20,000 words I've submitted, I still have 540,000 words of drafts. I definitely won't have any interruptions. Su Luo thought that interruptions would affect the editor's performance assessment, so he revealed his cards to assure the editor. 500,000? In front of the computer, Xiao Song looked like the expression of a shocked shrimp meme. Zhuo Wangdao, 540,000. Xiao Song chuckled in disbelief. Then just ignore what I said earlier. You can write more. The faster you write, the higher the reader engagement, which is beneficial for you. By the way, you're part-time, right? Zhuo Wangdao, yes, I'm part-time. Xiao Song nodded. It seems that the university student is indeed writing novels part-time. After finishing all this, Su Luo spent a full hour setting all of his manuscripts to be automatically published at a rate of 20,000 words per day. With 540,000 words in reserve, he can maintain stable updates for nearly a month, actually 27 days. During this month, Su Luo doesn't have to worry about anything. However, Su Luo did not slack off and continued to write. Before he knew it, finally, on Sunday night, the third episode of The Final Singer was about to air. Chapter 37. Ordering takeout at the competition site? What is going on? On this night, when the lights are just coming on, the television in front of the audience gradually fills up with people. All right, today's tutoring session ends here. Remember to do the homework I left for you and hand it in to me tomorrow night. The tutor at the tutoring class starts tidying up the room. High school student Nana hears this and feels as if she has been granted a reprieve. She is the first to rush out the door. Hearing her classmates from the tutoring class calling out behind her, "Hey Nana, wait for me. Let us go back together." The teacher also reminds her, "Nana, ride slowly on your way back." Nana doesn't hear and is anxiously tapping her foot while waiting for the elevator. She looks at the time on her phone. 19:30, still half an hour to go. Ding! The elevator arrives. After going downstairs and getting her bicycle, Nana starts pedaling furiously. While waiting at a red light, a chubby classmate from the same tutoring class catches up to her, panting, "Nana, why are you in such a hurry to get home? The show is about to start." Nana looks down at the time again. 19:37. As soon as the traffic light turns green, Nana bolts forward like an arrow released from a bow. The chubby classmate, left far behind and unable to catch up, can only helplessly shout, "Wait for me, Nana." Nana rushes home without stopping. She throws her backpack onto the sofa and sits in front of the TV, pressing the remote to find Kiwi video. Nana wipes her sweat and says, "Good thing I didn't miss it. Nana, wash your hands and come eat." Her mom's voice calls from the kitchen. "Got it. You guys eat first. I want to watch the show. The third episode of The Final Singer has started." The sofa sinks down. Nana turns her head and sees her dad, who is just on his phone in the room, sitting down as well, casually asking, "Has the show started yet?" "Soon." "Oh." Dad lowers his head to continue browsing on his phone. Buzz. The phone on the table vibrates. Nana picks it up to see that her classmates have started chatting in their group chat. Since the show hasn't started yet, she clicks in to take a look. Who has the live link for The Final Singer? You can just download Kiwi video to watch it. Are you all watching? Is this show really that popular? Wow, this is simply a phenomenal hit variety show. Don't you go online? Who are you all voting for? Please, everyone, vote for our fan. No matter how much their mom urges them, the father and daughter stick to the sofa as if glued. Such situations occur frequently tonight. Students and office workers have already settled in front of the TV early. 1950. With just 10 minutes left until the show starts, the number of online viewers in the live broadcast room has already surpassed 5 million, completely breaking records in variety show history. At this moment in the live room, the audience is discussing hotly. Where the heart leads, we will support. Tonight, Fan will definitely reclaim first place. Reclaim? ISNT Ding Yi Fun, always the runner-up. He has never been first, so that term is incorrect. Not a Luo Dog fan. This episode is hard to say. The theme is a creative task. I saw that Su Luo wasn't writing songs recently and was playing games in a live stream. Su Luo has been too complacent. 2 first places, he has gotten inflated. I feel like Lu Ziming is going to be eliminated this time. He barely advanced in the first episode, and in the second, he relied on the song Big Fish that Su Luo wrote to get through. Now, in the third episode, it's an individual battle and also a creative task, which really tests the contestants' creative talents. And this is a weak point for Lu Ziming. Indeed, Lu Ziming has a distinctive vocal tone, but his songwriting ability is really lacking. Two people will be eliminated this episode. I think Lu Ziming is one of them, and the other is Lin Zuan. Amid the heated discussions among the audience, time has unknowingly reached 8 o'clock. The dark screen finally bursts into color, as if a curtain is slowly being pulled back. The stage lights gradually brighten. The familiar stage and the familiar host appear on camera. The host passionately recites the opening remarks. At the same time, in the same place, welcome back to the stage of the final Singer third episode. In the last episode, the host begins to set the stage. In the front row, Li Mingming yawns in boredom. Yes, she yes back again. But this time she didn't tee by a scalper ticket. She got it through her own effort. What the heck? You actually think I would vote for Su Luo? That's funny. Li Mingming thinks of her roommate's suspicious looks when she recently started supporting Su Luo again, and she feels quite indignant. In the first episode, I was fooled by Luo Dog. In the second episode, I was watching it for Lu Ziming's sake. This time, no matter how good Su Luo sings, I absolutely will not vote for him, right? Li Mingming looks at her sisters behind her. These are all Su Luo's anti-fans. They have agreed that this time, no matter how good Su Luo's song is, they must stand firm in their position and absolutely cannot vote for Su Luo. Exactly. Whoever votes for Luo Dog is a traitor. I will never betray Luoyang Shovel. That's right. Luoyang Shovel is a group formed by Su Luo's anti-fans. Compared to Li Mingming, the members of Luoyang Shovel are indeed qualified anti-fans. They still push out Su Luo's negative materials online, for example. The latest excavation from Luoyang Shovel, a compilation of Su Luo's early pitchy videos. Today's report from the Shovel, evidence of Su Luo buying articles. These early negative materials about Su Luo, no matter how old they are, will be dug up by Luoyang Shovel and posted online. The host speaks for over 10 minutes, and after receiving the director's next instructions through the earpiece, they begin the next segment. First, the three mentors appear. In the contestant waiting area, the contestants are nervously preparing. Some are memorizing lyrics, while others are practicing their voices. Even Lu Ziming has found a corner to memorize lyrics. The song he prepared for this episode has somewhat tricky lyrics, and he has been practicing for several days, almost unable to memorize them. In such a tense atmosphere. Click. The door to the waiting room opens and then closes again. But the noise here still attracts everyone's attention. Ding Yifan frowns and looks over. At this moment, who is still walking around? Then everyone sees Su Luo standing at the door with a takeout bag. Su Luo clasps his hands together, apologizing softly as he returns to his seat. Sorry, everyone, I just want to get takeout because I didn't have dinner and was a bit hungry. I couldn't help it. It's too hot outside, and there's no air conditioning, otherwise I wouldn't have brought the takeout in. Ding Yifan glances at Su Luo with great disdain, shakes his head, and continues to memorize the lyrics. While memorizing, suddenly, a rich and spicy aroma fills the air. The intense scent makes Ding Yifan forget what the next line of lyrics was. His mind goes blank, and saliva starts to flow uncontrollably as his throat rolls up and down. Chapter 38, what's up? Want to eat your own order. So fragrant. What is that smell? Gurgle. I haven't finished my meal yet. Inside the contestants' room, there was a stir as everyone sniffed the air, trying to locate the source of the aroma. Sniff, sniff. Everyone turned their heads in unison towards the same direction. Su Luo had already opened the takeout bag, lifted the lid, and skillfully put on disposable gloves before placing the box on the table. Inside the box, the little lobster shone with a glossy red hue under the light. Su Luo picked up a lobster, cracked open its head, and slurped a bite, the juice and the fresh taste of the lobster sliding into his mouth, instantly awakening his taste buds. After peeling off the shell, he dipped the lobster meat back into the juice before putting it in his mouth. Su Luo closed his eyes in satisfaction. This lobster is fresh, and the 13 spices are just enough flavor. Gurgle. Su Luo heard someone swallow next to him. Lu Ziming poked his hand, Luo, G. Su Luo didn't turn around. Don't be polite with me. You haven't had dinner either. I specifically ordered a double portion. Here. Su Luo handed him a pair of disposable gloves. Just do it, buddy. If you want to eat, just do it yourself. Little bro is just too polite. Lu Ziming swallowed again at the smell. Like Su Luo, he hadn't had dinner either, and he really wanted to eat. But he didn't dare. Lu Ziming glanced at the 6 contestants' eyes in the room, feeling a prickly sensation on his back. He didn't have Luo Gu's courage. He hurriedly looked down and whispered, Luo Gu, everyone is watching. I was wondering why it was so quiet. Su Luo looked up, ignoring the resentful gazes of the crowd, and apologetically said, I'm really sorry. I just ordered a double portion if you want to eat. I can send you the link. Saying this, Su Luo picked up another lobster, peeled it without a care, then dipped in the juice and put it in his mouth, looking thoroughly pleased. The slurping sound echoed in their ears, and everyone couldn't help but clench their fists, feeling an impulse to beat up this damn guy. So infuriating. Who the hell asked you for the link? Is this the point of the matter? And what's with your food-protecting antics? Everyone quickly took a deep breath, suppressing their inner impulses. This is a live broadcast, and there are probably millions of people watching. They absolutely cannot act irrationally. In the contestants' room, several photographers responsible for capturing close-ups of the contestants were feeling anxious. You guys should just start eating. I can move the camera away. And by the way, help me out a foot. Just kidding. This BYD is so damn annoying. We haven't had dinner either. Crack crack. Ding Yifan clenched his lyric book tightly, glaring at Su Luo, internally roaring. Such a low-level tactic. Trying to interfere with my ability to memorize lyrics like this. So, I forget them when I go on stage? Daydreaming. You know that the quality of your work this time isn't as good as mine. So you want to drag everyone down, right? Dream on. I'm going to the bathroom. Ding Yifan told Tao Jun and Jiang and then left the contestants' room. But as he stood up, his stomach unexpectedly gurgled. Ding Yifan stiffened all over, his face turning pale, and even the force of closing the door increased a bit. Ding Yifan chose to go to the bathroom to sit on the toilet and memorize lyrics. Resentment value 100, resentment value 168, resentment value 251, resentment value 299. Listening to the system's prompts and the sound of resentment values being credited made Su Luo enjoy his food even more. With Su Luo doing this, well, the contestants also lost their motivation to memorize lyrics. As soon as they closed their eyes, all sorts of random thoughts would pop into their heads. What should they eat after the show? How about little lobsters? Just ask yourself, in this environment, who could still memorize lyrics? Then, the contestants' room was filled with sounds of swallowing and gurgling stomachs intermingling. The expressions on the contestants' faces were clear. They were all trying to suppress their hunger. This scene was captured through the cameras and seen by the audience, resulting in an explosive surge of comments in the live broadcast. Su Luo is such a dog, Luo dog. Indeed, the name suits him. I really want to rush in and beat him up. 1. Is there anyone in the same city to order for me? Some brothers do. I'm both angry and amused. Su Luo's behavior is just too malicious. While the other contestants are memorizing lyrics, he's busy ordering takeout. And to top it off, he ordered little lobsters. Damn it, now I'm hungry. Luo dog, they don't want it. Send me the link for the little lobsters. Watching the footage on the screen, Li Mingming rolled her eyes dramatically, first speechless. Then a smirk appeared on her lips. This Luo dog is always pulling these stunts. Li Mingming didn't even realize that subconsciously. She didn't find Su Luo's actions unpleasant. On the contrary, she felt it was very Su Luo, and she had already gotten used to it. This subtle change in perception is truly frightening. Even the person herself is unaware. At the midter's seat, I'm dying of laughter. You really are something, Su Luo? While the other contestants are memorizing lyrics, you're eating little lobsters. No. How come you, a contestant about to compete, are living better than me, a minter? Song Yunqi's attention was solely on that box of little lobsters. As a female celebrity who strictly manages her figure, she was really tempted. What to do? I'm so hungry. I also want to order a portion of little lobsters. It looks so delicious. However, Su Luo, while the other contestants are memorizing lyrics. How can you be so relaxed? What if you get eliminated this time? Before you get eliminated, can you send me the link? Song Yunxi's cravings were already peaked. She couldn't help but reminisce about the taste of that spicy snack Su Luo had taken her to eat before. Beside her, Yi Longyue's lips curled into an almost imperceptible smile. Are you either fearless or planning to let other contestants perform poorly? However, you sure know how to enjoy yourself. Yi Longyue looked at the box of little lobsters and sighed inwardly. Who isn't tempted? Fu Xingyao frowned and said solemnly, showing off. Do you think you can stay in this show for long? Before that, you should try to grab more screen time for yourself. After all, once you leave this show, you won't have this opportunity again. Resentment value from Song Yunxi 200. Resentment value from Yi Longyue 200. Resentment value from Fu Xingyao 300 in the bathroom. At this moment, Ding Yifan was receiving psychological counseling from his manager. Fan, you absolutely cannot be influenced by Su Luo. In this round of competition, only you three have prepared songs that fit the theme. As long as you don't forget the lyrics and perform normally, you can win. The quality of the other contestant songs is definitely not as good as yours. After all, they only had a week to think and create. Su Luo is definitely trying to use this method to interfere with you, making everyone perform poorly so he can take advantage of the chaos. Ding Yifan said darkly, Yeah, I know, I want to be influenced by him. Chapter 39, he is a troublemaker. So what are we? Smack. Su Luo enjoyed himself, alternating between a bite of crayfish and a sip of his favorite soda. Director Wang Xuejuan could no longer bear to watch. How could one contestant be so indulged? He quickly instructed the staff to intervene. Contestant Su Luo, the competition is about to begin. Please stop eating. Okay. Su Luo had actually finished eating, replied cheerfully, and even let out a satisfied belch. The staff continued to bring up the transparent lottery box. However, he first asked for the opinions of Su Luo and Lu Ziming. Contestant Su Luo, since your group was the first in the previous episode, you have the right to choose your performance order or participate in the draw. Everyone turned to look. Before Su Luo could speak, Lu Ziming declared first, I'll go before Brother Luo. Su Luo shrugged and said, Then I'll be the last to go. Next, the other 6 contestants came forward to draw lots to determine the performance order. The first to perform was Tao Jun. He headed backstage to prepare immediately. When the host called his name, Tao Jun went on stage. In the contestant room, everyone could see the stage visuals. The song Tao Jun brought this time was called Farewell Wine. After a 5-minute performance, Tao Jun sang and danced energetically, successfully earning votes from Song Yunxi and Fu Xingyao. Yi Longyue commented that the production quality of the song was quite good, but it didn't suit Tao Jun. Following him were Zhang Kai, Lin Ziwen, Jiang Yi, and others who took the stage one after another. Jiang Yi performed a song called Drinking Order. Among the 5 contestants who had performed, unsurprisingly, Tao Jun and Jiang Yi received the highest votes. Yi Longyue's critique remained sharp. She bluntly stated that in terms of overall stage performance, there wasn't much difference between Tao Jun and Jiang Yi compared to the other contestants, with the advantage lying in the quality of the songs. The quality of these 2 songs was clearly a notch higher than those of the other contestants. It was unclear whether it was intentional, but Yi Longyue deliberately pointed out that Tao Jun and Jiang Yi's songs were very similar in lyrics and style. It was almost stated outright that these 2 songs were produced by the same music producer. Song Yunxi agreed, saying that if it were her, she wouldn't dare to say such things, especially since she had just returned to develop her career in Xia country and her foundation was unstable. Although her background wasn't bad, such situations were commonplace in the entertainment industry. Both Yi Longyue and Song Yunxi were not fools. This show was a joint production of Starlight Entertainment and Kiwi Video. Tao Jun and Jiang Yi were both signed artists of Starlight Entertainment. It was clear that those who understood. Fu Xingyao began to defend the 2, stating that due to the theme's limitations, all the songs were related to alcohol, so some similarities were normal. Yi Longyue nodded slightly, indicating that some things were better left unsaid at this point. Next up was Ding Yifan. The song he brought was called Celebration Wine. This song had a grand and atmospheric arrangement, making it a very energetic piece. Ding Yifan even performed breaking dance moves on stage. And when the stage erupted with cold fireworks, he ripped off his shirt to reveal his 6-pack abs, seizing the chance to show off. The female fans in the audience screamed and held up lightboards that read champion. Ding Yifun's popularity was terrifying. Even Lu Ziming, who had everyone re-evaluating him with his song Big Fish, couldn't compare to him. After all, when Ding Yifun was still a trainee, Starlight Entertainment had already started various marketing strategies for him. During the Mentor's Critique segment, both Fu Xingyao and Song Yunqi voted for him. Yi Longwei, who was the most demanding, hesitated for a moment before also voting, stating that although Ding Yifun Celebration wine was somewhat similar in style to those of Jiang Yi and Tao Jun, it was of better quality and had a richer arrangement. Song Yunqi also praised Ding Yifun's stage design and dance, acknowledging that this song was likely prepared by Starlight Entertainment. But it must be said that the dance was indeed good. The final act of ripping off his shirt to show his abs was a clever design that resonated with today's audience. Yi Longwei based her critique on strict vocal standards, while Song Yunqi considered marketability and audience appeal. Fu Xingyao's comments felt a bit redundant. He reiterated what Song Yunqi and Yi Longwei had said, then meticulously praised Ding Yifun, winning the favor of his fanbase. In short, Ding Yifun was currently the contestant with the highest votes and the only one to receive full votes from all three mentors so far. Lu Ziming, who was about to take the stage, felt immense pressure and struggled to speak smoothly. Smack! Brother Luo, do we really have to do this? Stop talking. Just open your mouth. Su Luo didn't say anything to comfort the younger brother. As usual, a bottle of Jin Xiaobai liquor was placed on the table. The theme of this episode was alcohol, and how could you not drink? Lu Ziming couldn't refute this. He looked at Su Luo, then at the bottle, and finally steeled his heart and downed half a bottle. Lu Ziming choked and coughed. Go, Pikachu. Su Luo patted his shoulder and added, I don't want to wash the dishes myself. Phew. Okay. Just as Lu Ziming was about to take the stage, he bumped into Ding Yifun, who had just come off. Lu Ziming gave way. Ding Yifun didn't even say thank you. His gaze fell on Su Luo. Among the last two, only Su Luo could pose a threat to him. As for Lu Ziming, without Su Luo, he was just a nobody. Ding Yifun didn't even regard Lu Ziming. Oh, the triplets' big brother is back. Su Luo, as the older brother, wouldn't indulge Ding Yifun's rudeness. Ding Yifun was taken aback, and it took him 3 seconds to realize that Su Luo was mocking him for the similarity of his song to those of Tao Jun and Jiang Yi. Ding Yifun snorted, too lazy to argue with this troublemaker. Wait, he is a troublemaker, so what am I? After taking the stage, Lu Ziming was no longer that nervous. The song he brought this time was called Drunken Hero's Journey. Recalling that night when he talked with Su Luo, the latter provided him with a creative direction. Thus, this song was born. The quality of this song was actually just average, but it was quite fun. In this song, Lu Ziming played multiple roles, a street drunk, a cellar master, and a bartender trying to mediate. The lyrics were long and winding, filled with various alcohol names. It was chaotic like a brawl. However, the multi-voice switching technique was well showcased. Lu Ziming had fun playing with his vocal range. After the performance, both Song Yunqi and Yi Longwei voted. Surprisingly, Fu Xingyao did not vote. Song Yunqi found it fun, interesting, and novel. Yi Longwei stated that while the song quality was average, Lu Ziming had the courage to present such an experimental song in this episode and was adept at utilizing his vocal strengths. Lu Ziming's final vote count came out. He ranked 5th overall. This meant that the younger brother was likely to advance this episode. Currently, the bottom 2 contestants were Zhang Kai and Lin Ziwen. In the audience, a female fan scream rang out. Ziming, mommy loves you. Ziming baby is the best. The younger brother was startled and fled in panic. The viewers in the live stream were surprised by this result. When someone said Lu Ziming was taking shortcuts, Lu Ziming's mom fans would step up to argue, claiming that his vocal talent was innate and that there was no shortcut involved. Please welcome the final contestant, Su Luo, to the stage. Let us see if contestant Su Luo can reclaim the throne as the champion. The host's voice was passionate and fervent on stage. Next, it will be Su Luo's turn to take the stage. Chapter 48 Glasses of Wine tells the story of Life Bang. The stage lights dimmed. Only a beam of light illuminated the high stool in the center. As Su Luo, dressed simply in a white t-shirt and jeans, walked slowly onto the stage. The large screen behind him informed the audience of a song he was about to perform. Dissipating Worries performer. Su Luo lyrics. Su Luo music. Su Luo arrangement. Su Luo this time. There were no gasps from the audience below. Although the performance had not yet started, a sense of oppression had already spread throughout the entire studio. Everyone was silent, including the haters who had quieted down. Looking at the clean and simple Su Luo on stage, people suddenly realized the problem. Su Luo's outfit was too ordinary. Other contestants, even those who had been eliminated earlier, had obviously put effort into their clothing and accessories. Of course, Lu Ziming's outfit wasn't particularly fashionable either. But at least he didn't just walk on stage in a white t-shirt and jeans. This show had millions of viewers. In fact, Su Luo had nice and expensive clothes. He just simply didn't like to wear them because they were uncomfortable. Some viewers in the live stream noticed another issue. Other contestants brought songs titled Celebration Wine. This wine, that wine, while Su Luo's song didn't even have the word wine in it, being called Dissipating Worries. Wasn't that a bit off topic? Su Luo sat on the high stool. In the silence, the performance began. A simple and soothing piano melody softly played. The rhythm was steady and the tempo was slow, creating a tranquil, slightly melancholic atmosphere. Suddenly, a crisp whistle accompanied by a background string arrangement rang out. This wasn't just a simple whistle. It was accompanied by a certain melody, a certain emotion. Where did the sound come from? Did the arrangement include whistling? It sounded quite nice. No, look, it's Su Luo on stage whistling. It's not the arrangement, it's him whistling. In the faint murmur of the audience below, someone pointed at the figure in the center of the stage and exclaimed. Everyone turned to look. Sure enough, the whistling was coming from the microphone. The whistle gradually formed a prelude. On the mentors panel, when the whistle sounded, the most critical vocal mentor, Yi Longyue, was momentarily stunned. Then her eyes gradually brightened. Adding whistling during a live performance was a significant bonus. It was also very bold, because if done poorly, it would ruin the atmosphere that the string accompaniment had painstakingly created. Yi Longyue leaned forward slightly, unable to help but look forward to the upcoming performance. Song Yunxi also let out a soft "Oh, Su Luo can even whistle. It sounds so good." Song Yunxi gently closed her eyes, her brows slightly bent, her hands resting on her legs, swaying her upper body slightly to the rhythm. Something's off. Beside her, Fu Xingyao stared at the figure in the center of the stage, a sense of alertness rising in his heart. Dissipating Worries, a song title completely unrelated to the theme of wine. Perfect. Later he could say it didn't fit the theme, and then logically convince Song Yunxi and Yi Longyue not to vote for him. Fu Xingyao had no time to listen to the song. He was calculating in his mind. In the contestants' waiting room, there was quite a bit of surprise. This added whistling was impressive. Mainly, it was well executed, with stable breath control. It was clear Su Luo had practiced it specifically. Too bad I can't do it, otherwise, I would have added it to my song too. Lu Ziming was also surprised. He lived under the same roof as Luo Gu and didn't know he had this trick up his sleeve. Luo Gu truly lived up to his name. He hit it too well. Ding Yifan didn't participate in the discussion. He was fixated on the stage. As long as nothing unexpected happened, he was already first. Yet, he still didn't dare to relax his vigilance. Those who watched that show in its early days on Earth knew that when Dissipating Worries first appeared, Mount Bai was whistling. However, the versions heard later had all cut out that whistling part. The reason was simple. The whistling was initially added because the accompaniment of Dissipating Worries was relatively simple, and the whistle would enrich it. Later, it was deemed unnecessary. After consideration, Su Luo decided to restore the original version on stage. He felt that the version with whistling was more special, although whistling wasn't as grand as those high-end instruments. It made people feel closer, eliminating the sense of distance between people and between people in the song. And Dissipating Worries was precisely a song that resonated with ordinary people. Wasn't it? So, Su Luo still included the whistling. The whistling ended. Su Luo's singing did not immediately begin, but paused for 0.5 seconds. During this 0.5 seconds of silence, the audience unconsciously entered Su Luo's narrative rhythm. Su Luo picked up the microphone, activating his immersive skill. When you walk into this joyful place, carrying all your dreams and hopes, on the faces of various colors, no one remembers what you look like. Su Luo's voice was deep and emotionally infectious, which was one of his significant traits. Accompanied by a steady melody, it felt like he was telling a story. The venue became even quieter. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The audience below felt like they were listening to a story. Even the comments in the live stream had much less hostility. 3 rounds of wine have passed. You sing bitter songs in the corner. Listening to him being drowned in the noise. You pick up your cup and tell yourself. The piano continued to play. The intensity of the strings increased. The rhythm of the drums and bass became more pronounced. The immersive quality made the narrative style of the entire song more profound. The whirlpool swept through everyone's ears. Su Luo's deep voice slightly paused with the rhythm before he sang again. A glass to the morning sun. A glass to the moonlight. Awakening my longing. Softening the cold window. Thus, I can fly against the wind without looking back. Not afraid of rain on my heart and frost in my eyes. There weren't many singing techniques, yet every word struck the heart. The lyrics were like a blunt knife, slowly cutting through everyone's psychological defenses. Lu Ziming had heard these lines of lyrics before, and his eyes instantly became red. He remembered when he first started playing on the internet. Because he loved singing, he uploaded videos of himself singing. Due to his introverted personality, he never showed his face. From being praised for his beautiful voice to revealing he was male. He faced daily insults and attacks on his dignity and character. But he never claimed to be a girl, nor did he use a voice changer to deceive anyone. This was his true voice. Yuran heard faint sobbing by her ear, turned her head, and was taken aback. Lu Ziming was actually crying. These few lines of lyrics sounded like thunder exploding in Ding Yifun's heart, leaving him stunned. Could he, who entered the Central Conservatory of Music with the first score in his major, not know how well these lyrics were written? Ding Yifun dared to admit that he couldn't write such lyrics even in 10 years. Yet, he just couldn't bring himself to admit that these lyrics were written by Su Luo. Why was that? Tao Jun and Jiang exchanged glances. Was Su Luo singing about wine? How did it feel that the songs their company carefully prepared as drinking songs seemed so superficial compared to dissipating worries? Chapter 41. The most absurd thing for the sober. This wine is too bitter. The online live broadcast room seemed to have frozen, with no Barrage appearing for a long time, until the first, second, third. Barrage flooded the screen in amazement, astonished by the heavenly being, astonished as hell by the heavenly being. Wine can be written like this? 1 glass to toast the morning sun, 1 glass to toast the moonlight, damn. These 2 glasses of wine instantly seem to obliterate any celebratory wine. Let us not compare, because once compared, it feels like Jin Xiaoxiao has encountered flying Mao Dai. The metaphor from upstairs is brilliant, but it's not wrong. Your words made Jin Xiaoxiao's sponsor's year of advertising go to waste. Are the people who said sorrow relief was completely unrelated to the theme still here? Just asking you, aren't these 2 glasses of damn wine? Li Mingming was baffled, feeling that this was the real wine, while the previous ones felt like watered-down fake wine. On the mentor's seat, Song Yunxi rubbed her fair and smooth arms, exclaiming, I have goosebumps. Su Luo's lyrics are so good. He didn't put the theme of wine in the song title, but hid it in the lyrics. Using this episode's theme to describe, Su Luo is, the fragrance of wine does not fear the depth of the alley. Sister Hongyue, do you feel this way? Song Yunxi's beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation as she looked at Yi Hongyue, who was as beautiful as a painting. Very impressive. The difference is clear. Yi Hongyue didn't know how to evaluate it. She felt she couldn't evaluate it because it was too well written. Before the mentor's commenting session, Yi Hongyue had already given her verdict. Su Luo's performance didn't have Ding Yifun's exaggerated stage movements. He simply sat quietly on a high stool, narrating the song. In front of the camera, he held back a sentence in his heart. In front of true fine wine, blended alcoholic beverages are not worthy of being called wine. Sitting to the right, Fu Xingyao remained silent, his expression complex. After 3 episodes of recording, no one doubted that Su Luo's song was written by a ghostwriter. If he had known Su Luo had this creative talent, Fu Xingyao wouldn't dare to eat human blood buns back when he collapsed. With this ability, why didn't you say it earlier? Fu Xingyao's mouth curled into a bitter smile. As the chorus began, the melody gradually rose and emotions surged. pushing the song's feelings to a climax. Su Luo's rich voice echoed, "A glass to toast my hometown, a glass to toast the distance. Holding on to my kindness urges me to grow." So the roads between north and south are no longer long. The soul no longer has nowhere to rest. Su Luo's ending note quivered, and he whistled again. No one felt it was out of place. When the whistle sounded, the bullet of memory completely pierced through an adult's psychological defenses. "Don't whistle anymore. Woo-woo." Li Mengmeng also cried. She had little life experience and hadn't faced society's beatings, but for some reason, she just wanted to cry. Li Mengmeng bit her lip, thinking she couldn't cry out loud no matter what. She had to withstand the organization's test. Then, Li Mengmeng caught a glimpse from the corner of her eye at the sister next to her, dressed in hanfu and also a Luoyang shovel, whose makeup had already run from crying, mascara smudged into dark circles. Li Mengmeng turned to see several Luoyang shovel sisters sitting behind her, who had previously sworn that they would cover their ears and not vote as long as Su Luo sang. But now, they were huddled together, sobbing. Li Mengmeng trembled her lips and said, "We must not betray the organization. A glass to toast tomorrow. A glass to toast the past. Support in my body has weighed down my shoulders. Although I never believed in the so-called mountains high and waters long. Life is short. Why hold on to the past? A glass to toast freedom. A glass to toast death. Forgive my ordinariness that dispels my confusion. All right. The day always leaves hastily after dawn. The sober are the most absurd. All right. The day always leaves hastily after dawn. The sober are the most absurd." Suddenly, for glasses of wine were gulped down, and the long-suppressed bitterness and sadness surged up all at once. 8 cups of wine, expressing all of life's experiences. Each cup stronger than the last. Each cup more bitter than the last. What is drunk is wine. What is swallowed is life. The music slowly faded. The song ended. The entire studio fell into a brief vacuum of silence. "Wow. Woo-woo. This wine is so bitter. I won't drink it anymore." In the audience, someone suddenly broke down in tears. This crying sound was like a signal. Then, more and more people started to cry. Middle-aged men in suits wiped their tears with their sleeves. Pregnant women with big bellies silently shed tears. Young audience members unabashedly released their long-suppressed emotions through crying. The studio was filled with sobs. Over half of the audience was crying. It was the kind that couldn't be calmed down no matter how you tried. It could be called the biggest performance accident in variety show history. Li Mengmeng was also crying. She still couldn't hold back. In the backstage director's room, someone couldn't help but let out a sob, then quickly covered their mouth to avoid making noise. The cameraman behind the camera also had tears blurring his eyes, unable to see clearly. "I really can't see clearly." A recently graduated makeup artist pulled out a dozen tissues. Wang Xuejuan scolded, "What the hell are you crying for? You're an adult. Is this your level of endurance?" The makeup artist choked. "Director, you're crying too." Wang Xuejuan wiped his face, only to realize that he had already been in tears without knowing when. Something got in his eyes. Wang Xuejuan raised his face, sniffed, and then extended his hand. "Bring me a tissue." The barrage in the live broadcast room was much less than before because one hand was blowing his nose and the other was typing, which would obviously be slow. This is the real wine. Those earlier ones were all inferior fake wine. After listening to this song, Sorrow Relief, thinking back to those previous wines, I really want to vomit. Su Luo's 8 cups of wine articulate the essence of life. While the lyrics of the previous contestants about drinking and not getting drunk feel so awkward to me, a bunch of young people have no life experience. What do they know about wine? But Su Luo is only in his early 20s. How did he write such a song? What a line. The sober are the most absurd. Su Luo, what has he experienced? Someone who hasn't been beaten down by life cannot write such lyrics. This song is really well written. I'm 50 years old, and it can still make me cry. Each different age group will have different feelings. This is a song that makes you want to drink after listening to it. The weather changed like a leader's mood. Heavy rain poured down. Chun Mo dragged his disheartened steps out of the company building. His tie hung loosely around his neck. He tightly clutched the dismissal notice in his hand. The rain soaked his hair, making the strands stick together. The cold air from the subway station hit him. Chun Mo shivered, finally coming to his senses. He lowered his head and saw a homeless singer sitting on the steps strumming a guitar. Chun-mo rummaged in his pocket. No one uses cash anymore, but he still pulled out 2 coins and tossed them into the guitar case. After entering the station and waiting for a few minutes, the train finally arrived. Once on the train, Chun-mo sneezed. He took out his phone and mechanically scrolled through the landlord's rent reminder, his mother's missed calls, and the insufficient balance notification on his bank card. Diagonally across, a girl in a JK uniform was listening to music with headphones. She's actually watching the live stream. Her headphones have a bit of sound leakage. The quality must not be too good. When you walk into this joyful place, carrying all your dreams and thoughts, various colors of makeup on various faces, Chun-mo can vaguely hear the song coming through. His lips moved slightly, and he raised his head. The glass window behind the girl reflected his distorted silhouette. A toast to the morning sun, a toast to the moonlight. Suddenly, scenes from a few years ago flashed through Chun-mo's mind. In the countryside, his mother was adding firewood to the fire. Her smile was very kind. "Our family finally has a college student. You will definitely have a bright future." The man in the glass window is crying. The dismissal notice in his hand crumpled into a ball. Meanwhile, the boy who just received his college acceptance letter is smiling. That is the past and present him. The most ridiculous are the sober people. Chun-mo wants to have a drink, to forget all his worries after getting drunk. Just like that lyric, "Life is short. Why hold on to everything? Life may be bitter, but must go on." Chapter 42, The Meaning of Life, is to go to the dock later for some fries. Wow. When the stage lights came on, more than half of the audience stood up. Some of Ding Yifun's fans quietly put down their light boards that said champion and stood up to applaud. The physical training instructor, Song Yun-shi, seemed to forget her identity, standing up to applaud for Su Luo, her little hands clapping red, her face slightly flushed. Yi Longyue sat in her seat, clapping her hands, her watery eyes looking towards the figure in the center of the stage, her gaze filled with undisguised admiration. Fu Xingyao, sitting on the right side. He originally came on this show to gain some fame, to complete his transition from a talent show debut to a mentor, while also hoping to attract some fans from future first-line artists like Ding Yifun. At that time, when he heard that Su Luo would also participate in this program, Fu Xingyao almost laughed out loud. With such overwhelming traffic, how could he not handle it? The company had provided countless versions of scripts to criticize Su Luo. They could start from the events before Su Luo's debut, then talk about how he debuted relying on his looks, having popularity without strength, yet sitting on the throne of top flow. The quality of his works was so poor, and they could attack him from all angles, from personal life to career. Fu Xingyao also couldn't understand how someone who had just been exposed for scandals and was facing various contract terminations and compensation could have the courage to participate in a live show that tested strength. Wouldn't he just be a punching bag for other contestants? But unexpectedly, Su Luo was not there to be a punching bag. He was there to punch, treating other contestants as punching bags. He thought he was there to watch a performance, but it turned out he was there to perform. In the contestant waiting room, besides the trio from Xingguang Entertainment, other contestants couldn't help but applaud while looking at the screen. So strong. So this is the wine. What does that make my song? Just hard work. 8 cups of wine, expressing life's ups and downs. Even their rivals were convinced. Tao Jun and Jiang Yi both looked very unhappy. No comparison, no harm. Su Luo's song Xiao Cho could truly be called wine, and it was a strong one at that. From the title to the lyrics, not mentioning wine in every word. Yet every sentence was about wine, every word was about life. Bitter wine down the throat, threading through life. Raising an empty wine glass and looking at the bottom, it was like a mirror reflecting the various states of life. Just like the song title, Xiao Cho, to eliminate sorrow, to drink away sorrow, and after drinking away sorrow, tomorrow remains the same. This is Xiao Cho. This is wine. Making a fool of oneself. The company leaders are a bunch of fools. Ding Yifun's face turned ashen as he cursed the company leaders in his heart. Who was the brain-dead person who proposed the theme of wine for the creative topic? Even choosing water would have been fine. Then there wouldn't be this Xiao Cho. In front of Xiao Cho, was his celebration wine even considered wine? Great. Another opportunity for Su Luo to showcase his talent. Ding Yifan could tell with his, but that Su Luo song was about to blow up. So annoying. Isn't this just making a wedding dress for Su Luo? What good food should I make for Luo Go when I go back? Lu Ziming wiped his tears, both crying and laughing. So good. Luo Ji song is much better than Ding Yifan's celebration wine. Ding Yifan's celebration wine is like Jin Xiao Xiao. Famous, but not at all good to drink. After surviving the third round of competition, Lu Ziming felt pretty content. At least he could cook for Luo Ge for another week, and it didn't matter even if he got eliminated next time. Thank you very much to contestant Su Luo for bringing us this wonderful performance. The host walked onto the stage while applauding, standing next to Su Luo. His voice slightly choked, as if he had just cried. Wow, I was already in tears down there. This song is so well written. Of course, the songs Su Luo brought in the first 2 episodes were also very good, but personally, I still like this Xiao Cho the most. I personally believe the theme chosen by the director's team this time was great. Wine. On the surface, it's about wine, but in reality, it's about life. I believe every adult who has entered society and fought through struggles has the same feeling as I do. Before it was happiness that prompted us to drink. Now it's drinking that brings happiness. Through the lyrics of this song, it is clear that contestant Su Luo has his own unique understanding of the meaning of life. Contestant Su Luo, what do you think is the meaning of life? Is it like a glass of wine, starting bitter and hard to swallow, and then, or like, what are you babbling about? Su Luo was a bit sleepy, mainly because he had eaten some crayfish and drank a bit of soda before going on stage. Once a person is full, they want to sleep. Su Luo yawned. What a waste of time on the meaning of life. The meaning of life is just to live. The meaning of life is to go to the dock later for some fries. This host is really something, talking so much without regard. Can't he just be quiet? Su Luo just stood beside him, nodding repeatedly, not really hearing what he was asking. All right, now it's time for the mentor evaluation segment. The host noticed that Su Luo seemed a bit distracted, so he quietly pushed the process to start the next part. When contestant Ding Yifan performed, I thought the audience was just going to tear their clothes off, and later the reaction from the audience was indeed very enthusiastic, so I think I was right. But Su Luo told us that the audience deserves better. It's not that we are superficial, nor that the audience is superficial, but rather that they Haven Tea had true fine wine in a long time. I like Xiao Cho, so I will still vote for Su Luo. Song Yunxi had been brewing this statement for a long time. She wouldn't say any pretty words, so she practiced it several times. After saying it, Song Yunxi felt silly inside, thinking how talented she was. Those words were beautifully said. But looking up, Su Luo actually had no reaction at all and even yawned. Come on, I praised you so much. Can't you give a little reaction? This is live. Why are you spacing out? Song Yunxi forced a smile at the camera and then sat back down. The lyrics of Xiao Cho, I can say seriously, are better than those written by some lyricists who have studied for many years. I look forward to Su Luo producing even better works. I vote for Su Luo. Yi Longyue's evaluation was very neat and concise. She also voted for Su Luo. The other 2 mentors voted, so I have nothing more to say. Fu Xingyao smiled at the camera and also voted for Su Luo. The audience voting segment has now ended. Next, let us announce the final votes. The host excitedly announced. How much longer until it ends? The red light on the left turn? No. Speeches take the longest? Remember, eating spicy crayfish cannot be paired with too cold soda. My stomach, so uncomfortable. Don't be fooled by Su Luo maintaining a dignified smile. In fact, he had left for quite a while, and he now had an urge to spray. Hold it in. Find a way to distract himself. Otherwise, the story would really turn into an accident. System, check resentment value. Su Luo had turned off the resentment value prompt sound for a while, and he didn't know how much had accumulated during this time. Congratulations! Su Luo has successfully defended his title as #1 again. I heard many audience members say that this drink named Xiao Cho is really too bitter, so bitter that it is hard to swallow. May I ask contestant Su Luo, in what state did you create this song, Xiao Cho? I guess that during that time, under the constraints of time and the proposition framework, you must have felt very depressed, right? Current resentment value, 489,991. Wow, it's almost 500,000 resentment points. By the time I go back, it should be enough. Then I'll do 5 consecutive draws. Also, based on a 50,000 remuneration for one episode. As long as I'm not eliminated, I'll get paid. So far, I've already earned about 1,500,000. I need to ask the director for the advertising fee for Jin Xiao Xiao and Kong Shuifu's green tea. I'm making a killing. As I thought about it, Su Luo felt very happy and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hee hee. Just as the host brought the microphone to Su Luo's mouth, wanting to hear his feelings, everyone on site was eager to see what Su Luo would say. As a result, all they heard was Su Luo's laughter coming through the microphone. Chapter 43. Did I lose to a psychopath? The host was stunned. Song Yunxi, Yi Longwei, and Fu Xingyao were also stunned. The 800 audience members on site and the tens of millions of viewers online were all in shock. Li Mengming's hand, which was wiping her tears, froze in midair. The few university students who were hugging and crying lifted their heads, looking bewildered. The middle-aged man in a suit looked at the snot on his cuff, lost in thought. Li Mengming said in a daze, "That's such a sad and oppressive song." So Luo actually left? What does that make my tears? Damn it! Li Mengming pointed her little hand, and the air was filled with flowers and birds. The audience member sitting behind her, who had just been moved to tears by Su Luo's singing, couldn't sit still anymore. At a time like this, if you can hold back from cursing, you truly are something. Su Luo just laughed, right? Yes, you didn't see wrong. I didn't see wrong. When the host asked him if he felt depressed while composing Xiao Chou, this dog, actually, he laughed. Damn it, we cried our noses and tears out. And you, as the original singer, actually laughed? Luo dog, you owe me my tears. What are you laughing about? I'm asking you what you were laughing about just now. You actually managed to laugh at such a depressing song? I'm so angry. Compensate me for a pack of tissues. Even the most well-mannered audience couldn't help but curse. After finally getting into the song and feeling deeply moved, just as they were looking up to lament how hard life was, they saw the singer who just made them cry laughing on stage. How do you feel? Yes, everyone felt like their tears had been tricked by Su Luo. The viewers in the online live stream were unleashed, typing beautiful songs on their keyboards. Su Luo, F you. You liar. You leave the sadness to us and keep the happiness for yourself. No, I just can't understand. What were you laughing about? I was pondering the meaning of life, and your laughter broke my defenses. With that laugh, it feels like all of us who were just deeply moved have become a joke. Come on, Luo dog. Do I look like a joke to you? Again, I was played by this Luo dog. It's so nauseating knowing what this dog is like. Yet still getting tricked into shedding tears. Damn it, I voted too early. Can I get my vote back? I don't want to vote for Su Luo anymore. Refund. I was tricked too? Quickly let Su Luo be eliminated, okay. The audience's emotions were like a roller coaster, casually toyed with by Su Luo. While listening to the song, their mood sank to the lowest point, feeling melancholic and pondering life as philosophy. Su Luo's laugh pulled everyone back to reality, and it even stepped on their toes. Anyone can laugh, but Su Luo cannot, because Xiao Chou is his song. You finished singing this song and can still laugh? What does that make our tears? The audience, who felt tricked out of their tears, regretted it, but it was too late. The votes had already been cast, and no matter how much they cursed afterwards, it couldn't change the fact that Su Luo advanced successfully in first place. In an instant, resentment surged. If looks could kill, Su Luo would have died 1,000 times already. Resentment value 200, resentment value 100, resentment value 250, resentment value 169, resentment value 314, resentment value 187. So much. A large amount of resentment value flooded in, leaving Su Luo stunned for a while. Just as he opened the notification, the resentment value came pouring in. Su Luo had to turn off the notification again. Su Luo felt very helpless. He admitted that he wasn't intentionally laughing and had no intention of mocking the audience. But to be honest, the sound of resentment value being credited was truly delightful. Su Luo could tell just by thinking that the audience in the live stream must be cursing him like crazy. Of course, the audience's curses were selectively blocked by Su Luo because he was already used to it. It's still the same saying, the more condemnation, the more it shows I did right. The host remained silent for a while, hesitating. Su Luo contestant, were you just laughing? Su Luo, with a serious face, said into the microphone, how could that be? Host, you asked that question very well. Yes, when I was composing Xiao Cho, I was in an extremely depressed state. Even thinking about how to write it while sleeping. My psychologist said I might be a bit depressed. Really, believe me. I don't believe you. The host was very frustrated. You can believe it or not. All right. Thank you very much for your answer, Su Luo contestant. The host didn't continue to dwell on this topic. Let us not mention that the host didn't believe it. The audience wouldn't believe a single word Su Luo said, even if they were beaten to death. On the winner's seat, you really know how to stir up hatred. Song Yunqi's mouth twitched, quietly sighed, and said helplessly, the audience doesn't believe it, I don't believe it either. Longwe, do you believe it? Yi Longwe shook her head. She felt a bit regretful for voting for Su Luo. Fu Xingyao also looked strange. This Su Luo is truly a cow bringing bad omens, one set after another. Spouting nonsense. Just now, you were the one laughing the happiest. Depression? Do those two words even relate to you? Fu Xingyao really couldn't understand how Su Luo, in such a mental state, could write a song like Xiao Cho. In the contestant waiting room, Ding Yifan's face turned red and white. So I lost to this psychopath. Huh. Chapter 44. Dongwang Entertainment is being criticized. Is Su Luo acting? After the live broadcast ended, the audience gradually left the venue. Each one still feeling regretful about how they were deceived by Su Luo and shed tears. In the director's room, the assistant director, Zheng Su, handed the printed data report to Wang Xuejuan. Let me take a look. Wang Xuejuan was both nervous and excited. When he saw that the data on the paper had significantly increased, his eyes were filled with excitement. Data does not lie. This episode's data had nearly doubled compared to the previous one. Zhang Su was also extremely excited and said, according to the data report, during the performance of Xiao Cho, our program's online live viewer count has surpassed 20 million, and the density of comments reached a historic high, peaking at 30,000 comments per second. The system crashed twice, but we fixed it immediately, losing only a few viewers. Upon hearing this, Wang Xuejuan suppressed his joy. As the director, he was happier than anyone else about the program's success. But he also knew that this glory was brought by Su Luo. Unfortunately, the entertainment industry is a game of capital. In this situation, Su Luo had once again taken the first place, which was equivalent to slapping capital in the face. They would definitely think of more ways to block all of Su Luo's paths. Wang Xuejuan had no solutions to this, despite the respect from the team. In front of capital, he was just a worker. At that moment, the phone on the table rang. Zheng Su glanced at it and nodded, saying, it's them calling. Yes, this is for accountability. Wang Xuejuan ultimately answered the call. Okay, I got it. Was it that place last time? All right, I'll be there right away. Wang Xuejuan sighed and slowly stood up. As expected, this episode of Final Singer was once again trending on social media platforms like Kuaishou and Zaihongshu. It had even formed a predictable pattern. As soon as the recording ended, it would trend. After all, Final Singer had unknowingly become the most talked about variety show of the moment. Su Luo's 8 Cups of Wine expressed life. The live broadcast turned into a large, tearful scene, dimensionality reduction strike. Xiao Cho crushes celebration wine. Once again crowned first. The most absurd are the sober. Su Luo's whistle shatters adult pretenses, 20 years of life captured in 8 cups of bitter wine. Music critic. A prodigious creation. Xiao Cho brings tears to millions. Su Luo laughs out loud. The audience cries like children. Su Luo, the original singer of Xiao Cho, laughs on stage. Netizens, so sadness is left to us? So love will disappear, right? Su Luo smiles. The audience breaks down. Then what is real? Tell me what is real. Not blaming the audience for being superficial, just blaming Xiao Cho for being too long without good wine. Before the program ended, a fast-paced music blogger quickly released a video titled, Analyzing Xiao Cho from a Professional Perspective. Other peers, seeing someone act so quickly, were unwilling to be outdone. Therefore, as soon as the program ended, Kuaishou, Zaihongshu, and other trending social media platforms were filled with clips about Xiao Cho and various professional analyses from musicians. Under the related trending topics, netizens' comments were very lively. A toast to tomorrow. A toast to the past. These lyrics resonate with my heart. This song is good, but it's too much like cheap wine. Who can tweet at Su Luo to upload Xiao Cho to Cloud Palace Music? We're all waiting to listen. I've already gotten a bit tired of big fish, and once I thought about ending it all. 1. Have you noticed a strange phenomenon? Why is everyone talking about Su Luo laughing on stage? Moreover, on major platforms, the trending topic Su Luo laughing on stage has a higher discussion level than Xiao Chou. Why is that? Shouldn't everyone's attention be focused on the song? And why did Su Luo laugh on stage? I am curious. I couldn't watch the live broadcast because of my night shift, sincerely asking, how should I explain this to you? I watched the entire live broadcast. And if you're not a troll, I suggest you don't watch the replay out of curiosity, because after watching, you'll likely join us in cursing Su Luo. Getting angry isn't worth it, especially since we haven't seen the day Su Luo gets eliminated yet. Agreed. Damn. Every time I close my eyes, it's not the song that echoes in my head, but Su Luo's laughter. How can I face Xiao Chou now? This is clearly a very emotional song. Under the relevant trending topics, there were many comments full of resentment towards Su Luo, but the most outrageous was that after the program ended, Dongwang Entertainment unexpectedly also made it onto the trending list. With related topics like Su Luo at 20 writing about life as 8 cups of bitter wine. Dongwang Entertainment claims they didn't stifle Su Luo's creative talent. Su Luo's 3 songs, each a masterpiece. The creative genius Su Luo was almost buried by Dongwang Entertainment professor from Yongqing Music Academy states. Newcomers should best avoid Dongwang Entertainment. At the same time, in Dongwang Entertainment's top management in the vice president's office, Bang! Vice President Chen Ziwan slammed the tablet heavily on the table. With music playing from it, which was Xiao Chou, Chen Ziwan coldly stared at the once great agent Yang Ping, who had brought out many first-line artists, and harshly reprimanded. Once I thought about ending it all, Big Fish and now Xiao Chou. 3 songs, and all are masterpieces. And you tell me this is luck? Do you know what people are saying about us online? They say our company buried Su Luo, and even claim that we at Dongwang Entertainment are the true culprits behind the decline of the Chinese music scene. Do you know how people in the industry view us now? Other entertainment companies are laughing at us. After this mess, how will those independent musicians dare to collaborate with us in the future? If I'm not mistaken, you were in charge of Su Luo before. Yang Ping, you better give me a reasonable explanation today. Chen Ziwan was very angry, took a sip from his teacup, and his hand was slightly trembling. Yang Ping felt very aggrieved. An explanation? How the hell can I explain this? Yang Ping took a deep breath, calmed down, and patiently said, President Chen, Su Luo's current creative ability is indeed unexpected. But when I was in charge of him, he really did not show any talent in songwriting, not even a little bit. There is absolutely no truth to the claims online that we buried Su Luo's creative talent. That's completely false. Chen Ziwan interrupted with a cold laugh. After leaving Dongwang Entertainment, Su Luo releases one quality song after another, trending countless times, even never dropping off the trending list. How do you explain that? As the company's vice president, Chen Ziwan was very clear about the immense value brought by the 3 songs Su Luo wrote. If Su Luo were still an artist under Dongwang Entertainment, as long as the resources and publicity departments did a little work, the value generated would be unimaginable. Digital music sales, advertising partnerships, embedding ads in song videos. And if the singer's popularity were even stronger, they could become brand ambassadors, further promoting the songs through the brand. Holding offline concerts to enhance visibility and influence, the song copyrights can also be reauthorized for film and television works, as well as game soundtracks. There are even more peripheral products like t-shirts, hats, posters, wristbands, etc., featuring the singer's image. The company can also fully take charge of establishing the singer's fan club, strengthening the connection between fans and the singer, and promoting fan consumption. In short, Chen Ziyuan can think of countless ways to monetize. At the same time, this also means that Dongwang Entertainment has indirectly lost a lot of money. For example, if Su Luo had written these 3 songs while still a signed artist of Dongwang Entertainment, the copyrights would still belong to the company. That would have been a huge profit. But now such a golden goose has been let go. How can Chen Ziyuan not be angry? Yang Ping was speechless. Where could she argue about this? After so many years in the industry, she had never felt so wronged. When she first took Su Luo under her wing, he was just a pretty face with nothing else. No singing skills, no acting skills, couldn't dance. His limbs were stiff like a zombie. He could only be famous because of his looks. Writing songs? Back then, Yang Ping laughed at the thought. How could someone who looked good and hadn't even graduated from high school write songs? Don't be ridiculous. What happened? After Su Luo terminated his contract with Dongwon Entertainment, he transformed into a rising star, stirring up the murky waters of the entertainment industry. His trending topics were everywhere online. If Yang Ping had known Su Luo had this talent, she would have begged him not to leave, even if it meant kneeling. Chen Ziyuan mocked Yang Ping. As Su Luo's manager, you don't even know what your artist is capable of? Or did you never seriously explore his potential? Yang Ping really explain it? No, Chen. After so many years in the industry, how could I make such a mistake? Chen Ziyuan gritted his teeth. The company's upper management is now very doubtful of your business capabilities. Because of your negligence, the company has suffered huge losses. Do you think the company has only lost an artist? What's lost is the future market. Yang Ping, you have brought shame to the company. Chen Ziyuan's tone became increasingly severe. He slowly stood up, looking down at her. After board discussions, it has been decided that your annual bonus will be completely deducted, and the artist resources in your hands will be reallocated. We need to reassess your business capabilities. Swish. Yang Ping's face instantly turned pale, and she trembled. Mr. Chun, give me a chance. Chance? Don't say I haven't given you a chance. I am giving you a month to find a way to salvage the situation or to re-sign Su Luo. Of course, it doesn't have to be an artist contract. You can offer him the treatment of a first-line music producer and let him work behind the scenes and see what he chooses. Otherwise, I will transfer you to the new talent development team, responsible for the selection of trainees, and your current artists will be handed over to other managers. This is your last opportunity. Transferred to the new talent development team? Upon hearing this, Yang Ping felt her legs wobble. She was starting to doubt her initial judgment. One possibility is that she indeed overlooked Su Luo, as she had other artists at that time. The second possibility is that Su Luo always had creative talent, and the reason it didn't show could very well be that he was just acting. From Yang Ping's Resentment Value, 315, Chapter 45 Cantonese Rock. Double restrictions. Slander. This is blatant slander. Su Luo looked at the trending topics online, discussions about himself, and angrily put down his phone. Who understand the family? Trending topics. But the trending topic about his laughing outburst even overshadowed the one for Xiao Chou. Are netizens focusing on the wrong things? Also, I really didn't laugh at you guys. I just thought of something happy. Isn't that reasonable? There's still 2 eggs in the fridge. Luo go. How about I fry some rice for you? Lu Ziming closed the fridge, still holding the 2 eggs he bought yesterday. Su Luo frowned and said, Then what are you going to eat? I can just eat something random, instant noodles, or whatever. I'm not that hungry anyway. Lu Ziming said as he walked towards the kitchen. Forget it. Let us go downstairs for skewers and celebrate your successful advancement. Sound good? Lu Ziming put the eggs back. Let us celebrate Luo Gu's victory again. All right, then you pay. Okay. Some are happy while others are worried. Wang Xuejuan rushed to the conference room after receiving a call, pushed the door open, and saw familiar faces inside. The program's executive producer, the manager of Star Entertainment's operations department, and the chief agent of Eason Entertainment. Mentor Fu Xingyao, the trio from Star Entertainment. None were absent from tonight's meeting. As soon as Wang Xuejuan sat down, Mo Yun, dressed in casual formal wear, shot him a sideways glance and said sharply, Director Wang, do you plan to explain tonight's result? Explain what? Wang Xuejuan's face darkened. Jolie also said coldly, Our company's 2 top music producers created celebration wine for our artist Ding Yifan, but it was crushed by a song that starts with a whistle, Xiao Chou. If this gets out, where do we put our company's reputation? Ding Yifan snorted, publicly expressing his dissatisfaction with the result. He believed his performance tonight was fine. So, someone had to take the blame. Being scolded as soon as he walked in, even a clay figurine would get angry. Wang Xuejuan said mockingly, You wanted to change the competition rules. Fine, I agreed. The theme of wine was also set by you. What did I say? Now Su Luo has successfully advanced to the top 6 with the highest votes. Can you blame me for that? You all should reflect on yourselves instead of shifting the blame onto me when something goes wrong. I'm just an employee. I do what the bosses say. Any problems are not my responsibility. You are the director. How can it not be your responsibility? And the whole production team, who doesn't have to listen to you. Director Wang? That is a nice thing to say, haha. But do I have a say in front of you big bosses? Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it. If we're talking about it, Su Luo getting first place tonight is also thanks to all of you. Without the theme you set, there wouldn't be Xiao Cho Yu. Mo Yun and Zhou Li were furious, but had no way to refute him. Bang! Wang Xuejuan placed the cigarette box on the table, took out a cigarette, and lit it. You think I have no temper just because I've been nice to you? Xuejuan, hey, everyone. Let us all say a little less. The current result isn't what we wanted to see. The program executive producer Li Wintao stepped in to ease the tension. Let us think of another way. The next episode is the top 6, then it will go to the top 4, and then the finals. We can't really let Su Luo advance to the finals. As soon as this was said, everyone fell silent. Indeed, the theme of Wine was set because Ding Yifan and his team had already prepared songs fitting the theme. Who would have thought that Su Luo would write a song Xiao Cho based on this theme? Before the program ended, they had already played it for their company as professional music producers. Even the producer who wrote Celebration Wine was stunned for a long time after listening to Xiao Cho, even bitterly laughing and saying that in comparison, his wine seemed watered down, bland, and tasteless. The group sat together, thinking for a long time. Even Fu Xingyao was considering how to eliminate Su Luo. Mo Yun calmly analyzed. Keeping the theme creation competition is the only way to limit Su Luo's creative space within a framework, no exceptions. Since the core of themed creation remains unchanged. Let us change the theme. Change it to something Su Luo absolutely cannot, is not good at, and has not been exposed to. Mo Yun became more excited as she spoke. She found a direction. Zhou Li added, change it to something Su Luo cannot do, but our company's artist can. Zhou Li and Mo Yun, one representing Star Entertainment and the other representing Eason Entertainment, not only wanted to benefit their own artists, but also shared the common goal of eliminating Su Luo. But what theme could Su Luo not do that Ding Yifan and his team could? Moreover, it must be a guaranteed win. How about local dialects? What do you think of this direction? All contestants must create based on the local dialect. In the end, it was Li Wintao who threw out his idea. As soon as this direction was proposed, everyone present suddenly had their eyes light up. Yeah, local dialects. Why didn't I think of that? This direction seemed feasible. Zhou Li and Mo Yun both felt it was workable. Zhou Li looked at Ding Yifan and quickly asked, Fan, I remember your mother is from Xianjiang, right? How is your Cantonese? Ding Yifan's pupil sparkled, and his tone was filled with unmatched confidence. My mother is from Xianjiang. I've been speaking Cantonese with her since I was little. I have no problem with Cantonese. Good. Then we'll require the contestants to create around Cantonese. If they don't sing in Cantonese, they will be eliminated. Su Luo only speaks Mandarin and doesn't understand Cantonese at all, let alone creating based on Cantonese. Okay, no problem. It's a sure win. Hearing about the Cantonese creation, Fu Xingyao stood up excitedly. Ding Yifan said relaxedly, our Cantonese has 9 tones and 6 pitches, and we need to pay attention to the rhyme rules when creating so that the lyrics flow smoothly. The rhyming methods in Cantonese are diverse, considering end rhymes, initial rhymes, and middle rhymes. Because our Cantonese has rich tones, the melody must match the tone of the lyrics. Otherwise, it will be extremely discordant. Nowadays, there are many music producers on the internet who can't even express Cantonese clearly, yet they mistakenly write some songs that are neither Mandarin nor Cantonese, and still dare to claim they are Cantonese songs. They have no idea how uncomfortable such songs are for those who understand Cantonese. Of course, this also indicates that there are many things to pay attention to when creating in Cantonese. First, you must understand what the 9 tones and 6 pitches are. Secondly, you must be able to speak Cantonese. Ding Yifan's mother is from Xianjiang, and when she was young, she even participated in the Miss Xianjiang beauty pageant. Although his father doesn't speak Cantonese, Ding Yifan has been immersed in his mother's Cantonese culture since childhood. Therefore, he is quite confident in Cantonese. Jolie said, well, the company also has a few good Cantonese music producers. I'll have them write a few songs for you when we get back, and you can choose. Okay. Ding Yifan nodded, feeling relieved, and had 99 confidence in the next competition. Sister Li, what about us? Jiang Yi and I can't speak Cantonese either. Yeah, even if we start learning now, it's too late, right? Sitting aside, Jiang Yi and Tao Jun couldn't sit still. They stood up with worried expressions. In Cantonese creation, you guys have indeed restricted Su Luo to death. But what about us? We are also artists of Starshine Entertainment. Isn't this effectively eliminating us as well? Ding Yifan did not even glance at these two people. Although they were all from the same company, he had never seen them as companions. He was destined to become the champion and sit on the throne of top-tier fame. To Ding Yifan, the others were merely stepping stones. Jolie pondered for a moment and said, I have looked at the contestants' reports, and besides Fan, there's only one solo trainee, Yu Ran, who can speak Cantonese. Coincidentally, he is also from Guangdong. In the next round, out of 6, only Su Luo and Lu Ziming will be eliminated. After we return, I will have professionals teach you Cantonese. Although there is only a week to practice, mastering a Cantonese song shouldn't be too difficult. Don't worry. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi and Tao Jun both breathed a sigh of relief, thinking the company was planning to sacrifice them. Just as everyone had come to an agreement and was about to issue an announcement, Fu Xingyao said, I think it's still not secure enough. Everyone stopped their actions and looked at him. In Cantonese creation, Su Luo doesn't know Cantonese. This was practically a sure thing. Do you have a better method? Let us hear it. Fu Xingyao squinted and said, in addition to the language restriction, I suggest adding a genre restriction for double insurance. Oh, everyone became interested and signaled Fu Xingyao to continue. The language restriction is Cantonese. The genre restriction is rock. This means all contestants must create a Cantonese rock song. Rock music has always been a niche genre in Xia country, and many young people probably don't even know what rock music is, let alone rock in Cantonese. It's important to know that there has never been a Cantonese rock song on the market, so it's impossible for anyone to write it. But it's fine. This is just to increase the difficulty of creation. Fan can already speak Cantonese, and with the music producer writing him a song that incorporates heavy metal elements, it doesn't even need to be of high quality. This will already guarantee victory. As soon as this was said, everyone gasped. Language restriction and genre restriction? Double restrictions. This is too harsh. Wang Xuejun exclaimed. This will completely seal off Su Luo's creative path. Fu Xingyao sneered. If Su Luo doesn't die, I can't sleep. Chapter 46. Ding Yifan was rushed. What was won was the competition. What was lost was Mua. The meeting had just concluded. The official Weibo account of Ultimate Singer promptly updated its status. Dear audience friends, thank you for your continued support and attention to Ultimate Singer. After careful discussions by the production team, we have decided to innovate and adjust the competition rules for the 4th episode to further test the contestants' creative abilities and musical diversity. The latest competition rules are as follows. 1. Theme. Cantonese creation. All contestants must use Cantonese as the language for their songs. 2. Genre. Rock style. The work must possess core elements of rock music, ensuring that the style aligns with the basic characteristics of rock music. Battle of the 6 Strong. Who can break through themselves? This Sunday at 8 p.m., lock an Ultimate Singer to witness a showdown of the strong. As the 3rd episode had just ended, discussions about Ultimate Singer's current content were ongoing online. Therefore, as soon as the status was posted, it attracted the attention of many netizens, who flocked to the comments section. This competition system changes too frequently. The 3rd episode just ended, and the rules have changed again? I always feel something is off. Wait. This system is completely unreasonable, requiring contestants to create in Cantonese, but who knows Cantonese? Everyone's growing environment is completely different. There are so many provinces and cities across the country, each with its own local dialect. It makes no sense to restrict Cantonese creation. Are you expecting contestants to specifically learn Cantonese? How is that possible? Who can master a language in just 1 week? All right, even if you learn Cantonese, that doesn't mean you can create Cantonese songs. At the very least, you need a lot of time to study the tones of Cantonese, which is indeed unreasonable. Come on, production team. What about those who don't speak Cantonese at all? Oh no, I smell a conspiracy. Ding Yifan, Su Luo, Lu Ziming, Yu Ran, Jiang Yi, Tao Jun are the contestants who made it to the top 6. Tell me, who among them knows Cantonese? I checked, and guess what? Among these 6 contestants, only Ding Yifan and Yu Ran know Cantonese. Ding Yifun's mother is from Hong Kong, and Yu Ran is a true Cantonese native. The other 4 contestants have zero foundation in Cantonese. The update to the competition rules in this episode of Ultimate Singer completely ignores rationality and is utterly unreasonable. This led many netizens to voice their grievances for the contestants who do not know Cantonese in the comment section. Does the capital not realize how much this new rule change will affect the program's reputation? No, they definitely know. But they have no choice, because Su Luo must be eliminated. There can only be one champion, and that is Ding Yifun. Any contestant who poses a threat to the artist that Xinguang Entertainment wants to promote must be eliminated. And Su Luo, who has ranked first for 3 consecutive episodes and always outperformed Ding Yifun, is naturally the most headache-inducing competitor on Ding Yifun's path to victory. Ding Yifun is the artist that Xinguang Entertainment wants to promote vigorously. For this reason, Xinguang Entertainment specifically collaborated with Kiwi Video to create this Ultimate Singer program, with the ultimate goal of having Ding Yifun debut with the champion title. Who would have thought that a Su Luo would suddenly emerge? If Su Luo wins, wouldn't Xinguang Entertainment be embarrassed to the core? It's their own program with a champion ISNT, one of their artists. ISNT that like losing both the lady and the soldiers? Therefore, they would rather be questioned, facing everyone as scorn, than hesitate to use any means necessary to eliminate Su Luo. More and more bystanders are watching. It even trended on Weibo, Ultimate Singer new competition rules released. Sparking group mockery, the official account of Ultimate Singer has not responded directly to the netizens' doubts. So netizens have flocked to comment under this trending topic. Who is the new rule convenient for? Among everyone, only Yu Ran and Ding Yifun know Cantonese. And Ding Yifun is also an artist from Xinguang Entertainment. It's really hard to guess. I feel like the comments above will be deleted soon. Could it be to benefit Yu Ran? Are you really that stupid, or just a paid commenter? Yu Ran is just a personal trainee. Why would the production team change the rules to accommodate him amidst all this scorn? What's the point? I really don't understand. Stop beating around the bush. Just say it. Who is the organizer of Ultimate Singer? Look it up online. ISNT, Xinguang Entertainment, and Kiwi Video. ISNT Ding Yifun, an artist from Xinguang Entertainment. If you still don't understand at this point, then you're a fool. They're no longer treating the audience like people. It's a blatant conspiracy, and during the promotion, they even claimed it was all live and without manipulation. How hypocritical. What is this nonsense about having no human relations? I see. It's all about human relations. I suggest renaming Ultimate Singer to a solo singer and just give a championship directly to Ding Yifun. Why pretend to hold a competition? I agree with what the person above said. I suggest the production team skip the process and go straight to the point. The netizens are not standing up for one person. They're standing up for those who face unfair treatment. The online criticism of Ultimate Singer is getting louder. The trending topic is closing in on the 3rd episode, Xiao Chou and Su Luo's laughter heat. The topic Resist the Conspiracy has already reached 320 million views, and netizens are frantically spamming any posts and videos related to Ultimate Singer. Meanwhile, the Ultimate Singer production team has yet to respond to this situation and has chosen to play dead. The official Weibo account of Ultimate Singer had over 1 million followers initially, but after the recent episode's popularity, it surged to over 3 million followers. As a result of this conspiracy incident, it shockingly lost over 500,000 followers overnight, and it continues to plummet. The production team remains silent, and many netizens have turned their ire towards Ding Yifun, because Ding Yifun is the direct beneficiary of the updated rules. A large number of netizens flooded into Ding Yifun's Weibo. His comment section was instantly overwhelmed. So you're doing a conspiracy, huh? Let me ask you a question. What about those two at home? Don't ask these irrelevant things. The perennial 2nd place, always overshadowed by Su Luo, without conspiracy, will never surpass Su Luo. Although Su Luo is quite annoying, you're truly a rookie. I am a warrior, and I want to beat around the bush. I'll say it straight. Ding Yifun. I suggest Ding Yifun change his name to Ding Baosong, since he is already the predetermined champion anyway. Ding Yifun. Wait for me on the national road tonight, and bring those two from home along. Facing the various greetings from netizens in the comments. Ding Yifun's fans also fought back fiercely, demonstrating how relentless fan circles can be in defending their idols. Cantonese is also a part of Chinese. Why can't it be tested? If you can't speak Cantonese, whose fault is that? If you have the ability, then withdraw from the competition. The production team is fair and just. Some people can't handle losing, right? The rules are set by the production team. If you want to blame someone, blame them. What does it have to do with our fan? The production team chose the Cantonese theme to promote dialect culture. Fan just happens to have a language advantage. In short, both sides clashed fiercely under Ding Yifun's Weibo, arguing incessantly. Although there were many critics, Ding Yifun's fans were also not to be underestimated. Director Wang, our official account has lost over 700,000 followers so far. If this continues, our program's ratings might be cut in half in a week. If it really doesn't work, let us respond. Any recovery is better than none. Deputy Director Zheng Su listened to the reports from below and felt disheartened. Don't respond. Just pretend you didn't see it. Let them criticize. It doesn't matter anyway. We'll do as they say, since this show is already terrible. Wang Xuejuan was expressionless, and he felt little turbulence in his heart. Is it a pity? Of course, there is a regret in not being able to hold onto the glory. But at least this show has set multiple records in the history of variety shows. As a director, Wang Xuejuan is quite satisfied. He is just a worker. When a project is handed to him and he gets paid, he shoots. This show was made to promote Ding Yifun. The reason it achieved an unexpectedly huge success is all because of one person, Su Luo. Wang Xuejuan muttered to himself, "Thank you very much. If possible, I hope you can win a championship. But unfortunately, Capital 1T give you that opportunity. As for what is said online, just pretend you didn't see it. Don't worry, the trolls have already cleaned it up. It won't have any impact. After a while, everyone will forget. The internet has no memory. Looking on the bright side, it's precisely because of this incident that your online search volume can get closer to Su Luo's. And looking at Su Luo, he perfectly illustrates that saying, black fame is still fame. Listening to the words of the operations manager, Zhou Li, Ding Yifun obediently nodded. In fact, he didn't take these matters to heart. Indeed, the internet has no memory. Entertainment companies never take negative public opinion to heart. At worst, after Ding Yifun debuts through the show, they will just spend more money on marketing. As long as the money is sufficient, in this circle, black can be made to seem white. Also, don't expect netizens to have any independent thinking ability. Chapter 47, I Am Angry. Cantonese rock all set. So envious. In the barbecue shop, Su Luo put down his phone, thinking that if he were Ding Yifun, how much resentment value he could earn from this wave. Look, the comment section has been flooded. Netizens, please do your best. Su Luo also learned about the program group changing the competition rules. The dialect music style and double restrictions are indeed disgusting. Su Luo sighed. They don't care about their faces anymore. Sitting opposite him, Lu Ziming looked confused. What are we going to do about the next competition, Brother Luo? Do you think the program group will adjust the rules back? Simple-minded, Lu Ziming still had hope for the capital. Stop dreaming. In such a competition, even if you win the championship, what does it mean? You win the competition, but lose the horse. Su Luo patted his little brother's shoulder and said earnestly, "So, should we withdraw from the competition?" Su Luo looked at him like he was an idiot. Withdraw? Why withdraw? Isn't it better to earn another episode's pay? At least we can record one more episode and earn 500,000, right? Let us earn the money first and then see how far we can go. Lu Ziming scratched his head and realized, you're right, Brother Luo is truly wise. Come on, let us cheers. Two green glass bottles clinked together. Lu Ziming really can't hold his liquor. 2 bottles of beer and he was out cold. Can you believe this is the guy who can down a bottle of Jin Xiao Xiao? There's no helping it. Su Luo had to carry his little brother back to the dormitory, which left him exhausted. Looks like he needs to exercise more. Back in his room, Su Luo opened his arms and fell back onto the bed. Host, Su Luo, age, 22 appearance, 90 singing skills, 41 acting skills, 20 skills, voice acting, beginner whistling technique, resentment value, 785,134, 780,000 resentment value. This is an unexpected result. Once it reaches 1 million resentment value, he can exchange for a mid-level treasure chest. Su Luo took a deep breath, and soon he made a decision. Just like he told Lu Ziming tonight. The more episodes they record, the more pay they can earn. 500,000 per episode. The theme for the next episode is to create a rock song in Cantonese. The dual restrictions on language style are indeed disgusting. Whether they can earn another episode's pay depends on you. Ding Yi Fan, right? The three of you from Starshine Entertainment, right? Not even pretending to act anymore, huh? You have capital behind you, but I have a system. Su Luo fixed his gaze on the ceiling, and soon, a lottery interface appeared before his eyes. With all my insights with my heavenly, wait, wrong words. It's your turn now, system. Su Luo shouted internally, giving the command, clear all resentment value in exchange for beginner treasure chests. You can't save up for a mid-level treasure chest right now. Using everything to exchange for beginner treasure chests has a better chance. Detecting all current resentment value of the host. Can exchange for beginner treasure chest 7. Would you like to exchange? Reminder, malicious targeting detected. The winning probability of the items needed by the host has increased. Good. System, with your words, I can rest assured. Exchange. First, open one beginner treasure chest. At times like this, one must remain calm. There is still a bit of luck involved in the lottery. Su Luo chose to play it safe first. Thank you for your patronage. Looking at these 4 striking characters. Su Luo grinned. Good, good, good. So this is how you want to play? He admitted he was getting anxious. Open all my beginner treasure chests. Ding. Gained artistic skill. Beginner painting technique. Ding. Gained music skill. Beginner electric guitar playing technique. Ding. Gained attribute reward. Singing skills 10. Ding. Gain language skill. Cantonese specialization. Ding. Gain entertainment reward. Song. Is there a song that makes you think of me? Good news. Items acquired. Bad news. Not usable for now. Now, only one beginner treasure chest is left. Let us turn the situation around. With my heavenly wisdom. Open for me. Ding. Gain entertainment reward. Song. I am angry. Seeing those 4 characters, Su Luo let out a long sigh of relief, closed his eyes, and a slight smile crept onto his lips. This song reminded him of his days as the boss in Tongluan. Bushy, the familiar BGM, seemed to echo in his ears. Now, both Cantonese and rock are in place. Capital? Sorry, I'm invincible. A long-lost dragon AO Tian-style smile appeared on Su Luo's face. The problem was solved easily. Su Luo lay on the bed planning to scroll through Weibo for a while to see how the lovely netizens were roasting Ding Yi Fan. Just as he entered Weibo, a yellow V account sent him a message. It was Yingong Music. Yingong Music. Teacher Su Luo, first of all, congratulations on once again taking first place and successfully advancing, getting closer to the championship. When you have time for us to sign the authorization contract for Xiao Chou? Grinning, Su Luo. Is it the same as before? Yes. Oh, just send me the contract directly. All right. Thank you very much. Reminder, user Yingong Music has sent you a file. It's still the same as before. One that needs to be signed online and one that needs to be printed, signed, and mailed. Yingong Music. By the way, teacher Su Luo, here are the weekly report data for I once thought about ending it all in Big Fish. Please take a look. Big Fish weekly play volume, 12 million times. Member play volume, 4, 8 million times. Ordinary play volume, 7, 2 million times. You signed an S-level rookie plan with our company, where the revenue share for ordinary user play volume is 5 yuan per 1,000 plays, and member play revenue is 12 yuan per 1,000 plays. So, member revenue, 4, 8,001,012 yuan 57, 600 yuan. Ordinary revenue, 7, 2,001,005 yuan 36, 000 yuan. The total revenue for Big Fish is 93, 600 yuan week. I once thought about ending it all weekly play volume, 8 million times, member play volume, 2, for million times, ordinary play volume, 5, 6 million times. Similarly, member revenue is 28, 800 yuan. Ordinary revenue is 28, 000 yuan. So, your total revenue for these 2 songs this week is 150 for 100 yuan. Yingong Music continued. Once Xiao Chou is released, we will provide you with a lot of promotional resources again. So this month, you have a 90 chance of exceeding the guaranteed 500,000 we provided. As previously stated, any amount exceeding the guarantee will be settled based on actual figures. Our revenue is settled on the second Thursday of the following month. Looking at these complicated numbers, Su Luo felt a bit of a headache. However, he also didn't expect that he could earn 150,000 in a week just from 2 songs. How much can he earn after Xiao Cho is released? The revenue is settled monthly. Su Luo wasn't anxious, because he had just authorized Big Fish to Chunjun's animated film for 250,000 as the theme song. Adding to the 1.23 million he originally had in his account, I now only have this cold 1.48 million left, so it's really too anxiety-inducing. After Chunjun's movie about Kuan is released, Su Luo estimates that the viewership of Big Fish will also rise again. Chapter 48. Song Yunxi withdraws. Yi Longwest secretly likes. Online, the final singer Dark Deal incident is still gaining traction, with discussions among netizens ongoing. This eye-catching title remains at the top of the trending list. So far, neither the production team nor Ding Yifan, the main character of this incident, has made any response. Notably, at 1:23 a.m., Song Yunxi's Weibo suddenly updated with a post, featuring an image titled, Statement on Withdrawing from Final Singer, Song Yunxi Tian Kai Xin. Dear fans and viewers, I regret having to communicate with you in this way. After careful consideration, I have decided to withdraw from the Final Singer production team. Regarding my unilateral breach of contract, I have had good communication with the production team and returned all breach fees. As a mentor, I have always believed that the core of music competition is fairness and talent, but the production team has repeatedly unilaterally changed the competition rules without consulting the mentor team, especially the forced rule of Cantonese rock in this episode, which completely deprives some contestants of their creative space. Sorry, but I cannot go against my principles and support a program that has lost its original intent. Finally, I want to say to the contestants who truly love music, your talent should not be buried by rules. After this statement is released, I and my team will no longer respond to any related questions. The accompanying image is a signed contract page. Song Yunxi's Weibo post was very sudden. Tonight, netizens discussing the Dark Deal incident have been paying attention to anything and anyone related to Final Singer. Therefore, as soon as Song Yunxi's post was published, it quickly caught the attention of netizens. A large number of netizens flocked to Song Yunxi's Weibo to comment under this withdrawal statement, with even her Night Owl fans being extremely surprised and amazed. The reaction was significant. Yuni just returned to the country and encountered such disgusting matters. Support the withdrawal. This broken program is not worthy of you. Yunxi is really tough. Support. Talent should not be buried by rules. Yunxi said it well. We will not associate with such a heartless production team. Support the withdrawal. The core of music competition is fairness and talent, not dark deals. Song Yunxi's fans unwaveringly supported her decision and rushed to share her post. As more netizens heard about it and saw the content of Song Yunxi's post, they all liked it and stood by her. From today on, I am a fan of Song Yunxi. Amazing. Withdrawing from filming, returning the breach fees. This is true mentor style, so powerful. Yunxi just returned to the country and dares to confront capital. Really respect. By the way, how much breach fee did Yunxi pay? Let us start a live stream to crowdfund for you. I'm more worried that after this, Song Yunxi won't be blacklisted by capital. The person above. Go check Song Yunxi's background. The breach fee is at most 10 to 20 million, which is nothing to her. Blacklisting? Her dad is a director at Lionheart Entertainment. Who can blacklist her? Huh? No wonder Song Yunxi dares to be so tough. It turns out she is Capital Doge. Lionheart Entertainment? This year, the best actor Qin Yinxiu is also said to be a signed artist of Lionheart Entertainment. Not to mention just one best actor. Lionheart Entertainment has 2 best actresses, and Song Yunxi is not new to being tough. She once confronted a Chable for her teammates in Goryeo. It was said that her teammate was unwell that day, but was still forced to work by the company. Specifics are unclear. She returned to the country and still doesn't accommodate capital. It seems this incident is why she chose to develop domestically. Anyway, no matter what, even if she doesn't mix in the entertainment circle, she won't starve. Lionheart Entertainment doesn't seem to be worse than Starlight Entertainment, right? Well, both Starlight Entertainment and Lionheart Entertainment are basically first-tier entertainment companies. However, the former has better resources in the domestic entertainment industry. While it is said that Lionheart Entertainment has expanded its market to Goryeo, collaborating with entertainment companies over there, making it stronger than Starlight Entertainment in overseas markets. Wow, I didn't expect Song Yoon-shi's background to be so impressive. A director at Lionheart Entertainment. Rich lady, please support. Rich lady, food, hungry. Enthusiastic netizens are very curious about how this mentor, who debuted in Goryeo and just returned to develop domestically with an unstable foundation, dares to confront capital. Although netizens are unclear about how much breach fee Song Yoon-shi paid, she has only debuted for a few years. How much can she save? Isn't she risking all the money she earned in Goryeo? I must say, netizens' focus is indeed a bit off. Some proactive netizens, through research, managed to find the source of Song Yoon-shi's confidence. Thus, Lionheart Entertainment entered the public eye. Curious netizens then realized why she was so bold against capital. It turns out her family is capital. However, netizens were still impressed by Song Yoon-shi's bold statements. As soon as Song Yoon-shi's statement was released, it spread like wildfire, further amplifying the impact of the dark deal incident. The number of onlookers also increased. Interestingly, some netizens who followed Yi Longyue's Weibo, upon entering Song Yoon-shi's Weibo and clicking on that withdrawal statement post, all saw a prompt. You are following Yi Longyue, who liked this post. However, within 5 minutes, this prompt disappeared. This indicates that Yi Longyue canceled her like. Although the speed of canceling the like was quick, it was still noticed by sharp-eyed netizens who took screenshots. As a result, Yi Longyue's name appeared for the first time on tonight's trending list. Song Yoon-shi issues statement. Withdraws from Final Singer. Breaking. Song Yoon-shi's background exposed. Father is director at Lionheart Entertainment. Final Singer production team. Mentor protests. Unfair competition rules. Yi Longyue likes Song Yoon-shi's Weibo. Suspected to stand with Song Yoon-shi. Many netizens, upon seeing this trending topic, flocked to Yi Longyue's Weibo to leave comments. I'm laughing to death. Does Sister Longwon not know that we can see the like? Although you canceled it quickly, I still took a screenshot, Doge. Was it intentional or accidental? Didn't you slip your finger? Yi Longyue's inner thoughts, secretly liking and immediately canceling, pretending nothing happened. Yi Longyue's inner thoughts OS. Yoon-shi is right. Forget it. I can't afford the breach fee. There are also some irate netizens who can't stand Yi Longyue's actions, commenting. Yi Longyue, can you learn some toughness from Song Yoon-shi? I don't ask you to confront the production team, but canceling a like is really cowardly. It makes me want to dig my toes into the ground, sweating. Song Yoon-shi, confronting capital head-on, withdrawing. Yi Longyue, secretly liking, immediately canceling. There is no harm without comparison. I used to like you quite a bit, but now. I unfollowed. At most, withdrawing and paying the breach fee. It's better not to record such a disgusting program. If you don't withdraw or issue a statement, that is fine, but even liking you have to do it sneakily. Many netizens who dislike Yi Longyue's actions even directly mocked her for being too cowardly. And even some old fans expressed disappointment with Yi Longyue's actions, hoping she could be as tough as Song Yoon-shi. Of course, more netizens remain relatively calm, voluntarily maintaining comments in support of Yi Longyue. Everyone, let's be rational. Don't speak without understanding the situation. Song Yoon-shi's father is a director at Lionheart Entertainment. She has a background and strength and can afford the breach of contract penalties. In Korea, she has the backing of a chaebol and capital, which one-T affect her thriving career in the entertainment industry. If worst comes to worst, she can just exit the industry since her family is wealthy. But what about Yi Longyue? She recently established her own personal studio with the help of Lee Xiong Entertainment. She has staff to support and a studio to manage. Do you know how much the breach of contract penalty is? Just saying pay up. Can you help with that? If resources are restricted by capital, can you provide resources? Support the comment above. Furthermore, Yi Longyue likes Song Yoon-shi's post on Weibo. Isn't that attitude clear enough? She is siding with Song Yoon-shi and resisting the underhanded tactics. It's just that she doesn't have Song Yoon-shi's background and can't be as tough. After all, Yi Longyue still needs to make a living in the entertainment industry. Sigh. One can only say Yi Longyue is a true reflection of our contemporary workforce. The related topics have dominated the trending lists on platforms like Xiaohongshu, Kuaishou, and Tomorrow News. Amid the intense discussions, some netizens recalled a character who has been overlooked by everyone. The attitudes of the three mentors, Song Yoon-shi and Yi Longyue, are quite clear now. One has withdrawn, while the other has secretly liked a post. Why hasn't Fu Xingyao made any move? As soon as this question was raised, someone immediately commented, Fu Xingyao has also posted on Weibo. Go check it out. Great. All three mentors have expressed their positions. I'm going to see what Fu Xingyao said. Did he withdraw or protest like Yilongwei? I'm back. Fu Xingyao indeed posted a new update, but his message was supporting program innovation. Huh. I checked, but I didn't see the Weibo post you mentioned. The latest one was posted 2 weeks ago. I also checked and didn't see him saying he supports program innovation. If he did, I would definitely criticize him. I can testify. Fu Xingyao did post about supporting program innovation, but he has already deleted it, and everyone just didn't notice. At 2 in the morning, the Final Singer production team released a statement, but it was not a response to the competition system. Rather, it was a response to Song Yunshi's post. We respect Ms. Song Yunshi's personal choice, and the production team always upholds the principle of fairness. The new mentor selection will be announced soon. Yes. After Song Yunshi released her withdrawal statement, the production team responded immediately, and the meaning is quite clear. So what if you, Song Yunshi, withdraw? We can just replace you with a new mentor. The result was also quite apparent. Once the Final Singer official Weibo posted this update, they were immediately criticized heavily by netizens. That night, the official Weibo account of Final Singer quickly lost over 1 million followers. The previous increase to over 3 million followers has now dwindled back to just over 1 million. Chapter 49. Su Luo. How can I live without you? This girl can really handle things. When there's something to be done, she truly steps up. At 2 in the morning, Su Luo had just finished typing and was scrolling through Weibo. He didn't expect that while the contestants weren't responding, his mentor, Song Yunshi, would be the first to stand up and confront the production team. Moreover, without saying a word, she announced her withdrawal, showing no regard for the production team at all. Truly impressive. Yilongwei secretly liked the post, then quickly unsent it, which Su Luo could understand. Not everyone has the kind of guts to confront like Song Yunshi does. So he liked Song Yunshi's post and commented, "Resonance, very resonant." 5 minutes later, Su Luo's phone suddenly pinged with a Weibo private message from Song Yunshi Tian Kai Xin. Still awake this late? Su Luo was taken aback, thinking to himself, aren't you two? How does she notice every time I like her posts right away? Su Luo typed back, Mentor Song, why did you flip the table without a word? You did what we wanted to do, but didn't dare to. Thumbs up for you. Song Yunshi, what does the question mark mean? Seeing this reply, Su Luo felt confused. Meanwhile, on the plane, Song Yunshi saw Su Luo's message and fell in a deep thought. How does Su Luo know I flipped the table? An hour ago, Song Yunshi, accompanied by her manager and 2 bodyguards, kicked open the production team's door, intending to discuss the breach of contract compensation. Coincidentally, she saw Ding Yifan and Fu Xingyao having a late-night snack together. The arrival of Song Yunshi stunned the group. Mentor, what brings you here? They barely managed to say this. Not a mentor anymore. Song Yunshi interrupted with a cold laugh. Then this strong girl single-handedly flipped the table. The snail rice noodle soup splashed all over Fu Xingyao, and Ding Yifan couldn't escape either. Everyone was dumbfounded. Song Yunshi's manager face-bombed and seemed used to it. Yunshi, we're here to discuss compensation, not to fight. Can we be civil? Returning to reality. Song Yunshi tilted her head in thought. So how did he know? Never mind, that's not important. Song Yunshi typed with one hand and replied, I'm not a mentor anymore. I have nothing to do with this crappy show. Su Luo replied, will we meet again? Song Yunshi, probably. Su Luo, when we meet again, you have to be happy, okay? You need to be joyful. You need to be happy, okay? Happy, joyful. Song Yunshi, Su Luo, your world doesn't have me anymore. That's okay. You have to be happy by yourself. Song Yunshi, how can I live without you? Song Yunshi, take me with you, Song Yunshi. Song Yunshi was silent for 3 seconds. What are you talking about? She felt a bit out of sync with Su Luo's thought process. Take me with you. Those 3 words reminded Song Yunshi of something else. Song Yunshi, seriously, why don't you come to our company? No one dares to sign you now anyway. I extend a sincere invitation on behalf of Lionheart Entertainment. This crappy show isn't worth much even if you win the championship. Just withdraw. I'll help you with the breach of contract fee. Serious face, Su Luo replied instantly. Huh? Is this the unspoken rule? Finally my turn. So excited. I've been waiting for this day for so long. Excited face, huff. Song Yunxi took a deep breath, pressed the voice message button, and gritted her teeth. Can you be serious for 3 seconds? What unspoken rule? I value your talent. Talent. From Song Yunxi's resentment value. 200. After successfully diverting the topic, Su Luo fell into thought. Joining Lionheart Entertainment? Their resources aren't worse than Starlight Entertainment. And the former has a larger overseas market. Alone in the entertainment industry, it's hard to get any resources. In this circle, not being in the spotlight means it's time to exit. Since participating in the final singer and re-entering the public eye with 3 songs, the creative talent he displayed has led to numerous entertainment companies sending invitations to Su Luo every day. And the signing fees aren't low. These entertainment companies, considering Su Luo's poor reputation among the public, are wary of the male model incident, which serves as a warning. Although Su Luo seems lively now, there are still significant risks lurking. For example, Su Luo's name might already be on the official blacklist. After spending a lot of money to sign Su Luo, if a competitor brings up the male model incident or the assistant harassment, no one knows how the official stance would be. Therefore, most companies want Su Luo to sign as a music producer, transitioning to the background to train singers for them. Besides, Su Luo hasn't forgotten how the previous life ended. The experiences of the previous life left him with little fondness for these entertainment companies. Signing with a company is less appealing than retreating to be a male model. It's blunt but true. In short, either don't plan to stay in the entertainment circle and fade out slowly without resources, or become your own capital. Before quitting the typing software, Su Luo glanced at the typing statistics. 3 hours, 50,000 words. Voice dictation is indeed much faster than typing on a keyboard. If only he had discovered it earlier. Yes, Su Luo has evolved. He has upgraded from keyboard input to voice input. Currently, the total word count for the female tenant has reached 590,000. Of course, the actual update is 180,000 words. The remaining 410,000 words are all drafts. However, Su Luo plans to increase the update by another 20,000 words from now on, meaning he will update 40,000 words daily. Before shutting down, Su Luo opened the author backend of Infinite Reading and uploaded another 20,000 words. Today updated 40,000 words before uploading the chapter. Su Luo added a note at the end. During this time, I become accustomed to a daily writing efficiency of 20,000 words. Starting tomorrow, I will update 40,000 words daily and promise. Until completion, I will never stop updating. Everyone can screenshot what I just said to motivate other authors. Note, I suggest the website change the attendance rules to require a monthly update of 300,000 words to qualify for the minimum attendance. For those who can't manage to update 10,000 words daily, I want to say, how can you call yourself an online writer? Lastly, promoting the development of online literature is our unshirkable duty. After editing this message, Su Luo finally published the chapter. Su Luo touched his face and muttered to himself. After saying all this, I absolutely cannot let anyone know I am Zhuo Dao, or those struggling online writers might really come knocking at my door. We are all living with effort. Su Luo hummed a little tune and lay down on his bed. There's no other way. All of this is for the resentment value. However, what Su Luo didn't know was that his remarks on promoting the development of online literature exploded throughout the author community the next day. Chapter 50. What does the scolding of Zhuo Dao have to do with me, Su Luo? The next day, the sky was clear and bright. After waking up, Su Luo opened his phone and found that the Infinite Reading author group he had just joined had exploded with activity. This group was created by editor Xiao Tsang after his work Female Tenant reached 150,000 words, with a limit of 1,000 members, currently at 908. However, only a few people usually chat back and forth in this group. The rest are either lurking or writing. But today, everyone who usually lurks or writes has come out. Su Luo clicked into the group chat and saw someone with the ID duck cursing. Is Zhuo Dao in the group? Dare to face me. That scoundrel's Wang Dao. I really want to curse his whole family. If he S in the group, just watch how I spray him until he S drenched in blood. Following Duck, a few more people jumped in to speak up. Su Luo didn't change the group note. His online name was Solo Who Only Writes Sweet Stories. Solo is a homophone for Su Luo. Solo Who Only Writes Sweet Stories. Why is everyone cursing Wang Dao? What happened? As soon as Su Luo threw out this question, more than 10 authors online answered immediately. Duck? Curse him? I want to stab him. I have no inspiration today. Image. Look at what this guy said. Is it justified to curse him? An author screenshot of what Su Luo said last night was posted in the group. Duck, this guy by Yonda, not only writes 40,000 words daily, but also suggests the website change the full attendance rules, saying that authors who write 10,000 words daily and 300,000 words monthly can get the minimum attendance pay. Listen to this. Is this even human language? No inspiration today. The minimum attendance is 600 yuan a month. Assuming we write 2,000 words takes 1 hour, 10,000 words will be 5 hours. Working 5 hours a day, we only get 600 yuan a month? Are they treating people like cattle? Keyboard who can write by themselves. Originally, writing 4,000 words daily, reaching 120,000 words a month would get full attendance. If the platform really listens to Wang Dao's suggestion, I can't imagine what the web novel industry would turn into. Digging holes without filling them. Damn it. Wang Dao not only drags himself down, but also makes readers screenshot his words to motivate us. I'm so pissed off. Cheese No Leopard. By the way, do you know Wang Dao? Solo Who Only Writes Sweet Stories. Suddenly being tagged. Su Luo immediately typed a reply. Solo Who Only Writes Sweet Stories. I don't know him. Look at my online name. I only write sweet stories. What does Wang Dao have to do with me, Su Luo? I haven't even said what kind of books Wang Dao writes. Well, if anyone knows Wang Dao, remember to pull him into the group. It's for authors to conveniently exchange writing insights. Solo Who Only Writes Sweet Stories. I also write sweet stories, bro. How about we exchange book names? Solo Who Only Writes Sweet Stories. Let us skip it. I'm socially anxious. The author who tagged Su Luo was a bit speechless. It's not like I'm asking you to meet offline. What is there to be socially anxious about in typing? He probably thinks Su Luo is a bit off in the head and immediately lost interest in communicating with him. Counting last night's update, Female Tenant had been serialized to 200,000 words. This book was recommended when it reached 150,000 words. Su Luo opened the browser, entered the author backend, and check the earnings. Yesterday's earnings, 1031 total earnings, 1586. Yes, currently Female Tenant has accumulated 500 yuan in earnings. Before the recommendation, the book's daily earnings were negligible. In the 2 days since the recommendation, the first day's earnings were about 500 yuan, and the second day rose to about 1,000 yuan. Who knows if it will rise or fall tomorrow? Currently, the data is very stable, and as the traffic pool changes, daily earnings maintain a slow upward trend. Your word count is still too low. Wait until you have more words and you'll get a second recommendation, and then the income will be even higher. Female Tenant, I suggest you change the introduction. Forget it, let it be. This is editor Xiao Song's exact words. After all, this behavior of luring readers in under the guise of a harem story is a bit too dog-like. Originally thought that readers would curse and delete the book after being tricked in, but unexpectedly, the reading data turned out to be surprisingly good. This indicates that the content quality is stable, keeping the tricked readers retained. Xiaocang also didn't know how that guy's Wang Dao managed to do it. But it doesn't matter. As long as the author can earn money, that's good. Infinite Reading is a free platform, and the author's earnings come from the advertising fees given by advertisers, which are the ad revenues seen by readers when reading chapters, as well as reader tips, etc. Thinking that Female Tenant is still in the recommendation period, the more words, the higher the earnings. So, Su Luo uploaded another 40,000 words. The current serialized word count of Female Tenant is 240,000. In his spare time, Su Luo also took a look at the comment section. Due to the exposure from the recommendation, as more and more readers clicked in, there were already several comments appearing. isn't it? Why does this book feel weird? Whereas the promised feel-good story. Just got off work, feeling good, wanted to find a feel-good story before sleeping, and was instantly attracted by this book's title. My 26 Female Tenants. I came for the 26 female tenants, but now I see the male lead is still single. What a depressing emotional pull. Sometimes exciting, sometimes frustrating. Is this a challenge? The opening with a breakup, and you tell me this is a feel-good story? I'm really angry about this part with Jian Wei. Not to mention, the character of Mi Kai is really well portrayed. Zhao Yang is such an idiot, insecure, and sensitive. Just like the author. Resentment value 100, resentment value 200, resentment value 100. Su Luo touched his nose and turned off the comment section. No wonder there's been resentment value coming in these days. It turns out it comes from here. However, it's too little. After all, it just got recommended. Su Luo is already looking forward to the platform, giving greater exposure in the recommendation, then tricking more readers into kill. Just like cutting leaks, one batch after another, never ending, it can't be cut off at all. Wait. Su Luo suddenly remembered that besides the system grabbing recommendations, authors can also promote their books in the book drought square. So, Su Luo began to wander around in the book drought square. While browsing, Su Luo saw a post in the Urban Channel. The poster asked, "Any recommendations for harem feel-good novels? I want those where you collect girls all the way and slap faces invincibly." This post had been viewed by 10,000 people, and everyone was sharing book recommendations in the comments below. Su Luo clicked in to take a look and found that they were indeed all those harem feel-good stories, and he wanted to read them. Coming back, Su Luo thought for a moment, then clicked to reply to the poster's comment. Editing, "I have one, brothers. I highly recommend this book, My 26 Female Tenants. You can tell from the title, it's definitely feel-good. Perfect for reading alone at night. Guaranteed to be enjoyable. Click to send anonymously." After doing all this, Su Luo quietly exited the book drought square. The seeds had been planted. All that was left was to wait for the fruits to mature, and then they could be harvested. Hehehe. Before writing, Su Luo took another glance at the author group. It had only been a little while, and it was back to 99. They wouldn't still be cursing, would they? Su Luo's mouth twitched. He said that, but he couldn't help but curiously click in. Sure enough, centered around the horse, with relatives as the radius, his father as the assistant, and ancestors as the goal. A new round of cursing over Wang Dao began. Psyduck, damn, this bastard Zhuo Wang Dao updated again. Still 40,000 words. What's most infuriating is that he reposted what he said yesterday. All members, the self-typing keyboard. Daily update of 40,000. This guy must be using AI. I'm a 2,000 word per hour hand-disabled person, and I don't accept it. Digging a pit without filling it. Daily update of 40,000. Either it's an octopus monster or a studio. No inspiration today. It's all this bastard. I usually update 10,000 words daily, and readers call it 666. Today, my reader showed me a screenshot of Wang Dao updating 40,000 words and said, updating 10,000. Do you still have the face to call yourself a web author? No inspiration today. Really, Zhuo Wang Dao. Thank you to your whole family. I hope I don't find you. Cheese Snow Leopard. This guy is definitely a studio sock puppet. Daily update of 40,000. There must be 10 ghostwriters behind him taking turns flooding the site. Why isn't the site banning this? The group was very lively. For the first time, everyone was stirred up because of one person. Upon receiving the news, the friends who clicked in all joined the large group and launched even more friendly greetings at Zhuo Wang Dao. I want to look at the book written by Zhuo Wang Dao. He really doesn't seem to be AI, although the goods are not up to standard. The content quality is indeed good. He is definitely not a newbie. Zhuo Wang Dao. I think it's Zhuo Wang Dad. What kind of ridiculous name is that? The reader just took a screenshot and forced me to update 50,000 words. Otherwise, no rewards. Zhuo Wang Dao Ayur. It's all because of him. Now even updating 10,000 words can't satisfy readers anymore. Web novels are being ruined by this mass-produced trash. Only slow work can produce fine work. Do you understand? I can't keep up with Zhuo Wang Dao anymore. I just tried voice typing, angrily wrote 20,000 words in 3 hours. From today on, I will update 50,000 words daily and write 3 books at the same time. I'll outcompete you all. I've thought of a name for the new book. It will be called Dao, I Am Your Dad. Wow, don't be so competitive. You compete with your horse. Because of one person, the entire web novel industry has become competitive. Reward of 100 yuan. Seeking Dao's home address. I'll add 50. I'll add 100. In the end, even the admin of the author group popped up. There's no way if I don't come out to stop this, these people are really going to go crazy. No more internal competition. Anyone who competes from now on will be kicked out. Discussion of Dao is prohibited in this group. Violators will be kicked out. Also, regarding the above reward, whoever can find Dao for me, I'll give them 1,000 yuan. Grievance value 100, grievance value 100, grievance value 200, grievance value 300, grievance value 100, grievance value 100. After reading everyone's comments, Su Luo couldn't help but say, the cursing is really dirty, not letting even the ancestors off. However, it's good that I'm an orphan. I can't be targeted. After saying that, Su Luo hummed a little tune, closed the group chat, continued typing, and then exploded with updates. I almost forgot something. System. Check the current grievance value. The song for the next issue is already decided. Su Luo plans to save up the grievance value and then exchange for a medium treasure chest to see what happens. The next moment, the personal panel appeared. Chapter 51. Little Secrets Not Known to Others. Must read. Host. Su Luo. Age. 22 Beauty. 90 Singing Skill. 51 Acting Skill. 20 Skills. Voice Acting. Basic Whistling Technique. Basic Drawing Technique. Basic Electric Guitar Playing Technique. Cantonese Specialty Grievance Value. 268710. Su Luo glanced at the panel and closed it. Just one night had passed. The grievance value had already accumulated to nearly 300,000. Moreover, the rate of increase in grievance value was growing at an incredibly fast pace. The sound of grievance value increasing echoed in his mind. This was all thanks to what Su Luo had done. Now the entire online literature forum had issued a bounty for Dao. Su Luo single-handedly forced all online literature authors into competition, which truly made them gnash their teeth in frustration. The entire online literature forum was filled with curses from various author groups. Of course, the ones being cursed were the authors, while the readers, as the vested interest group, were praising Dao. After entering the realm, there would be great scholars to debate for me. Su Luo put on a serious face. He closed all unrelated software. Su Luo was going to start accumulating manuscripts again. 2 days later, Beigang City, a high-end villa area. The air was filled with the fresh scent of lilies about to bloom. Through the windowsill planted with lilies. In the bedroom, Song Yunxi buried her face in the pillow, trying to block out the sunlight sneaking in through the gaps in the curtains. The phone screen lit up with a dazzling light in the dark space of the bed. Song Yunxi bit her lower lip, her bright, watery eyes fixed on the phone screen, revealing a hint of anticipation. Her slender fingers hovered over the unlimited reading icon for 2 seconds before she clicked on it like a thief. After logging out of her current account, Song Yunxi switched to a little-known alternate account. After successfully logging in with the alternate account, the lily buds on the windowsill suddenly swayed in the wind. Song Yunxi, breathing rapidly, clicked into the book shortage square and edited a post. Looking for recommendations for high-quality harem novels. Requirements: delicate emotional lines, well-rounded female characters, preferably with cough cough. You know what I mean? Drooling. If it weren't for seeing it with her own eyes. No one would imagine that this young lady from Lionheart Entertainment, known for her sexy beauty and as a member of the Free Agents girl group, was secretly reading male-oriented harem novels. 10 minutes later, Song Yunxi exited Kuaishing and returned to the novel software to check the responses to her post. Her excited heart made her hands tremble. However, after reading through the replies, Song Yunxi felt a bit irritated. It was yet another brainless harem novel. What are they recommending? I want high-quality harem novels. High quality. Sigh. Song Yunxi sighed, and she exited many books shared by netizens below the post after just reading the summaries. So she only needed to read 2 or 3 chapters. The quality of male-oriented harem novels was getting worse and worse. With a monotonous beginning, the first chapter gets the system, and by the third chapter, the first harem member is collected. The female characters had no memorable traits. This trash couldn't even compare to the worst book in her collection. But the books in her collection had already been read to tatters. She hadn't found a novel to her taste for quite some time. Song Yunshi now had high standards for harem novels. First, each character must have their own personality. Second, the emotional development between the male protagonist and each female lead must have sufficient build-up, preferably with some embarrassing descriptions. Due to being overly picky, Song Yunshi had been in a book shortage for a long time. Otherwise, she wouldn't have fallen to the point of looking for books in the book shortage square. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. An anonymous recommendation popped up. Highly recommend this book, My 26 Female Tenants. You could tell by the title, it's definitely a feel-good read. The female characters are well-rounded, perfect for reading alone at night, guaranteed enjoyment. If it's not good, feel free to come find me. Who can find you when you're anonymous? Song Yunshi looked disdainfully, just about to swipe away, but with a mindset of giving it a try. She clicked in. 320,000 words. Such a small word count dares to be recommended. I can finish in an hour, okay? Song Yunshi pouted. After complaining, she clicked to read. Is there still someone using the first-person perspective? Is this really a harem novel? Song Yunshi's pretty brows furrowed. But whatever, since I clicked in, I might as well keep reading. As time passed by second, Song Yunshi alternated between frowning and relaxing her brows. Sometimes her lips curled up, sometimes they drooped. Sometimes she would even curse the male protagonist along with the plot. She was engrossed in it. She even forgot that she initially just came in looking for harem novels. The character development was quite good. Her fingers swiped to the next page. A brownish-yellow button appeared in her view. The author is working hard to update. That's it. Song Yunshi felt unsatisfied. She put down her phone and suddenly woke up. This isn't even a harem novel. It got me feeling emo. Let me see. What's this author's name? Zhuo Wangdao. What a strange name. Although I was tricked into reading this, I have to say, the character development by this author is quite good. It's rare for a male-oriented novel to portray female characters so vividly. Most are as thin as paper dolls. This is why Song Yunshi, who is used to reading male-oriented harem novels, could keep reading the latest chapters of My 26 Female Tenants. After getting used to rich and hearty meals, occasionally switching to something lighter is also nice. A palate cleanser. This is Song Yunshi's current view of the book. In her eyes, the best female character in this book is Mikai. The reason is simple. The character Mikai reminds Song Yunshi of her beloved sister, Yi Hongyue, aloof, rational, and a workaholic. Yi Hongyue perfectly fits these 3 points. Hongyue, I miss you so much. Song Yunshi sighed, her eyes filled with deep loss. The best way to alleviate that loss. Song Yunshi opened her album, entered the password, and opened her private album. The private album contained countless photos of Yi Hongyue, which she saved from the official account of the program group. There are also pictures taken under the pretense of wanting a photo together while recording the show, where she boldly stood next to her goddess. No one knew that when Song Yunshi returned to Xia Country for development, her manager placed several documents in front of her. The short production and broadcast time of the variety show was the fastest way to help you gain recognition in the Xia market. Yunshi, just pick one from here. The reason Song Yunshi unhesitatingly chose this program was that she found out Yi Hongyue would participate in the recording of Final Singer as a mentor. She originally thought that by working together, she could have more opportunities to interact with her sister. Unexpectedly, Yi Hongyue was a workaholic, finishing recording Final Singer at night, then taking a flight overnight, traveling across half of Xia Country to her next work location, busy to the point of not even touching the ground. However, Song Yunshi didn't feel too disappointed. As the program was recorded, she unexpectedly discovered that the top flow known for collapsing quickly, Su Luo, exhibited terrifying creative talent. I once thought about ending it all, Big Fish, Xiao Chou. Each of these 3 songs struck a chord in her heart. Judging by the timeline, Su Luo only showed his strong creative talent after terminating his contract with Dongwang Entertainment. His previous talent seemed to have been buried by Dongwang Entertainment. Thus, Song Yunshi thought that if she could get Su Luo signed to her father's company, recording this program wouldn't be in vain. However, that guy always beats around the bush and talks about whether this is a hidden rule, saying things like he's been waiting for this day for a long time. It's really infuriating. Anyway, Song Yunshi wants to finish recording this show well. After all, this is the first variety show she has recorded since returning to her country. But who would have thought that the production team would be doing sneaky things behind her back, repeatedly changing the competition rules without consulting her? In the end, they didn't even put on a show, and the advantage completely tilted towards Ding Yifan from Xinguang Entertainment. This girl, who dared to confront the Chable to protect her group members in Goryeo. How could she just pretend not to see it? So, she flipped the table. At worst, she would just pay a little breach of contract fee. After all, her dad told her that if she was bored at home for a few days and couldn't sit still, he would let her choose a few variety shows to participate in. But at this moment, Song Yunshi felt for the first time that her decision was very reckless. Not because of the breach of contract fee, but because after withdrawing from the recording of Final Singer, she would never know if she would have another opportunity to work with Sister Rong Yue. Forget it. Let Song Chingyue keep an eye on Sister Rong Yue's schedule for me. There will always be opportunities. Song Chingyue is her father's name. The sense of immersion is strong. Quick updates, sleepless nights. Thoughts return to reality. Song Yunshi left a comment under the book Female Tenant and tipped 1,000 yuan in cash, while also sending a request to join the reader group. For Song Yunshi, this book indeed gave her a strong sense of immersion, because she substitutes Mikai with Yi Rong Yue and herself with the male lead. Song Yunshi plans to wait until the word count of this book is a bit longer before trying to share it with Sister Rong Yue. Putting down her phone, Song Yunshi lifted the silk quilt, and a pair of long, beautiful legs peeked out from under the covers, so fair they were almost translucent, glistening with a lustrous sheen. She stepped barefoot onto the carpet, her arches delicate, toes slightly curled, tiptoeing to the windowsill. Song Yunshi leaned slightly, her nose nearly touching the pure, white petals of the lily. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, her lips curling into a gentle and warm smile. And she whispered softly, Zhuo Wang Dao, if the male lead doesn't end up with Mikai in the end, I really will kill you. You know. Chapter 52. The battle behind the scenes begins. It's all about human relationships. Thanks to the boss, Shi Wang, and her heartbeat in sync, for the generous 1,000 yuan tip. On top of today's 40,000 words. I'll add another 40,000 for the boss. Today, a total of 80,000 words are presented. Su Luo initially planned to go to the book shortage square to harvest readers, as usual. But he received a message from the back end and found out that a reader had tipped him. The cash tip of 1,000 yuan would be split 55 with the platform, and taxes would also be deducted. In reality, Su Luo wouldn't see much of that 1,000 yuan. But still, this is the first reader to tip him. Happy, right? So, today I'll add another 40,000 words. The total word count of the female tenants has reached 700,000. Counting today's update, Su Luo still has 340,000 words saved up. When Su Luo announced the additional update in the reader group, which had been created just 2 days ago and had less than 100 members, it exploded. Wow. 80,000 words. The author must have 8 hands. I can't finish it. There's just too much. I've been saving for 2 days. And the author updated a total of 120,000 words. This is the first time I feel so powerless to keep up with the author's update speed. But this feeling is just too awesome. I suggest all authors online learn from Zhuo Dao. With this update volume, even if what you write is crap, I have to praise it as delicious. Praise Zhuo Dao. Praise Zhuo Dao. Praise Zhuo Dao. Everyone in the reader group was unanimously praising Zhuo Dao, flooding the screen, and the group messages instantly hit 99. Su Luo also accepted the group request from the user who just tipped him 1,000 yuan. With the username, Shi Wang, and her heartbeat in sync. This is clearly a true fan. You have set the user Shi Wang and her heartbeat in sync as an administrator. Some were happy while others were worried. Another group chat named Infinite Reading Author Exchange Group was also flooded with messages with red 99 on the right. Damn, Zhuo Dao is getting more and more excessive. I tolerated the previous 20,000 and 40,000 words, but today's update of 80,000 words is just too much. Digging a pit and not filling it. What a loss. A keyboard that can write by itself. 80,000 words? How'd he do that? 666. This is definitely cheating. We're all web novel authors. Can't he give us a break? Zhuo Dao, I'm so angry I'm going to explode. Zhuang Dao, I'm so angry I'm going to explode. Zhuang Dao en grande explosion. As fellow authors on the Infinite Reading platform, everyone was constantly keeping an eye on the updates of Zhuang Dao, hoping that he would reduce his update volume so that everyone's pressure could lessen. As a result, they discovered today that Zhuang Dao not only showed no signs of restraint, but actually exploded with 80,000 words. Is there still any justice? Is there still any law? And so, one group sincerely praised Zhuang Dao. Another group was sending warm greetings to him. Resentment value, 100, resentment value, 100, resentment value, 200, resentment value, 261, resentment value, 164, resentment value, 156, current resentment value, 501, 564, yes. In just 2 short days, Su Luo's resentment value had accumulated to 500,000. This was thanks to the exposure from the recommendation position of the female tenants, which drew in more and more readers who were lured by the title of my 26 female tenants. Additionally, readers were spontaneously spreading the word about Su Luo's 40,000 words, causing the pen name Zhuang Dao to be mentioned countless times in the recent author circles. Su Luo also glanced at his earnings from yesterday. Yesterday's earnings, 1856, total earnings, 4736. Closing the author backend, Su Luo opened word. He aimed to reach 1 million words in these last few days. Unknowingly, it was another weekend evening. The class bell rang at the tutoring center. Several classmates rushed out like wild horses. Nana slowly stuffed the exercises in her bag, went downstairs, and unlocked her bicycle. Xiao Peng panted as he caught up and said, "Last time your bike chain almost fell off. Why are you not in a hurry today? It's Sunday. Aren't you rushing back to watch TV?" Xiao Peng remembered last week when he couldn't even see a girl as shadow. This crappy show is the same whether I watch it or not. Anyway, the champion is already predetermined. Nana angrily kicked the footrest, failing to ride up, and instead pushed her bike slowly along the roadside. Is there a black curtain? Xiao Peng pushed his bike beside her. Aren't you quite fond of Lu Ziming? Did he get eliminated too? Nana shook her head. Xiao Peng muttered to himself. Watching your favorite singer perform on stage is pretty good, right? If this show ends and he is not in the entertainment industry anymore, wouldn't that be a pity? Nana suddenly squeezed the brakes. The tires screeched sharply against the pavement as she stopped, standing still with an expressionless face looking at Xiao Peng. Xiao Peng covered his mouth with both hands, thinking, what did I say wrong? The show is about to start. I'll head back first. See you at school tomorrow. Nana got on her bike, feeling that Xiao Peng was quite right. After all, it was just the last time to watch. If they dare to eliminate, I'll never watch this crappy show again. At 8 o'clock, the 4th episode of The Final Singer started broadcasting on time. The number of bullet comments in the live chat was noticeably less than in the previous episode. There were significantly fewer people. Is this show not popular anymore? Song Yunxi has dropped out, and many of her fans have stopped watching this shady program. If it weren't for wanting to see what Luo Go sings this time, I would bother watching it. Luo Go sang Xiao Cho well last episode. If he gets eliminated, I won't watch it anymore. No need to say, Su Luo's strength is not the issue, his creative talent. Who among these contestants can compare to him? Losing is just because he can't speak Cantonese. It's really ridiculous. It's the first time someone got eliminated for not being able to speak Cantonese. In this episode, 2 people will be eliminated, and it doesn't necessarily mean Su Luo will be one of them. Yes, Su Luo might not be eliminated this time, but what about next time? This time, they eliminate 2 contestants who can't speak Cantonese. Next time, they can still eliminate 2 who can't speak other dialects. In this episode, Ding Yifun's mom is from Hong Kong, so they're testing Cantonese. His dad is from Shanghai, so next episode they might directly test Shanghai dialect. I just want to ask, how will Su Luo cope? Are you looking for trouble upstairs? I've explained it so many times. Fan's Cantonese is self-taught. His mom is from Hong Kong, but he learned it all by himself. If you can't speak Cantonese, who can you blame? You're just jealous that Fan is handsome and talented. Yuran, come on. This is our closest shot at the championship. Go, Yuran. In the live chat, there were all kinds of comments amidst various discussions. The advertisement countdown ended. A completely unfamiliar host appeared on camera, reading the familiar opening lines. Hello, everyone. Welcome to The Final Singer. Here, There are no hierarchies based on seniority and no complicated human relationships. Chapter 53. Who doesn't know Cantonese anymore? In the director's room, the director said, 10 minutes into the broadcast, real-time online viewers. 12 million. The data monitor swallowed hard, his voice trembling. The assistant director, Zhang Su, stood beside him and said with a wry smile, "This data is a huge drop compared to before. The audience has lost interest too seriously." In the last episode, even before the show started, the online viewers in the live room had already surpassed 5 million. Now, 10 minutes into the broadcast, the real-time online viewers were just over 3 million. Wang Xuejuan stared at the sharply declining trend graph on the screen, lit a cigarette, and took a puff, as expected. Wang Xuejuan had little interest in managing this broken show anymore. The competition format had changed so much that he felt he had lost face. In the contestants' waiting room, the contestants sat in a semicircle, facing a large screen. Here, there was no seniority or complex interpersonal relationships. Uffed, hearing the unfamiliar host say that. Su Luo couldn't hold back. When the cameraman turned the lens towards Su Luo, he was slumped on the sofa chair in a Guyu-style posture, yawning lazily, then reached into his pocket and took out a handful of sunflower seeds to munch on. Ding Yifan, Yu Ran, and the other contestants didn't even turn their heads. They were clearly used to it. Don't get me wrong, Su Luo just found this position very comfortable and enjoyable. Moreover, it must be emphasized that, given the current state of the show, with so many viewers lost, Su Luo was too lazy to stir up drama to gain resentment points. He found that writing web novels could also provide resentment points, and quite a lot at that. Su Luo's current mindset was that the more episodes he recorded, the more he could earn, 50,000 for each episode. How's your song coming along? Su Luo glanced at Lu Ziming. I've been practicing Cantonese all week. When would I have time to write a song? Cantonese is really too difficult, and I haven't even listened to rock music. I hurriedly wrote this song just last night. I added some electric guitar elements. It barely relates to rock, I guess. Lu Ziming was in a good mood. Having made it this far, being able to record another episode and cook a meal for Luo Ge made him quite satisfied. In the past, Lu Ziming wouldn't have dared to think he could make it to the top 6. It can only be said that having the right connections is very important. Su Luo asked, "So how's your Cantonese now?" "Barely okay. By the way, Luo Ge, I have a little trick, just like learning English when reading. I marked the phonetics for Cantonese, and that's how I learned. Cantonese has a main characteristic. You have to speak with effort." Su Luo asked again, "Do you know how to read 1 to 10? Lu Ziming got a bit excited. "Now you're asking the right question. Come on, show me." Su Luo blinked. Lu Ziming cleared his throat, cautiously looked around, and lowered his voice. "Duck already killed me. I want to eat dog shit." Su Luo? 1 to 10 isn't read like that in Cantonese. Lu Ziming, fearing Su Luo wouldn't believe him, looked determined as if he was about to enlist. "That's how it's read. Really, Luo Ge, trust me. I trust you, my foot." If Su Luo hadn't already mastered Cantonese, he might have been fooled by Lu Ziming. Su Luo's expression was strange. He really didn't know where Lu Ziming got his confidence from, claiming he knew it. Uffed. Ding Yifan seemed to have heard Lu Ziming's awkward Cantonese. He turned back to look and sneered, "Really a silly boy. Speaking Cantonese like that, you might as well go back and drink milk instead of embarrassing yourself here." What did he say, Luo Ge? Lu Ziming didn't understand and didn't dare to ask, just muttering softly. Su Luo shot Ding Yifan a sideways glance, flicked a sunflower seed shell with his fingers, and it hit Ding Yifan's face. Then, he replied in pure Cantonese, "Look at your mother, always pretending to be a char siu. Can't even see your own tail, and still learning to call others silly? Speaking so unpleasantly. Did you eat expired char siu rice? Your mother really should have given birth to a char siu instead of you." Ding Yifan was stunned, looking at Su Luo as if he had seen a ghost. This pronunciation, this set of pure greetings. At this moment, Ding Yifan felt like a rookie in front of Su Luo. He was dumbfounded, even unsure how to retort. The key point was, how could Su Luo speak Cantonese? Even the cursing was so authentic. Impossible. The program team had reviewed Su Luo's information. He had never lived in a Cantonese-speaking area. There was only one explanation. This past week, Su Luo had only learned to curse in Cantonese. I bet he definitely couldn't say anything else. It is well known that regardless of any local dialect or even languages from other countries, curse words are always learned the fastest. Like the curse Su Luo just said. You could easily learn it by watching a few videos or Hong Kong films. No manners. Ding Yifan switched back to Mandarin. In front of the camera, Ding Yifan didn't want to engage in a verbal brawl with Su Luo. Don't think just because you can curse a bit that you actually know how to speak Cantonese. Lu Ziming was dumbfounded. Luo, good, you really can, huh? Su Luo said, I just know a little bit, and I just learned it. My level is actually not much different from yours. Ding Yifan, who turned around, heard Su Luo's explanation and thought to himself, just as I thought. Lu Ziming lowered his head and asked, what did he just say? Was he cursing me? You praise your Cantonese, Su Luo lured. Lu Ziming looked innocent. Luo, that's a curse, I can understand. Ding Yifan clenched his fists in secret. Ding Yifan's resentment value. 300, besides Ding Yifan and Yu Ran. No one else could understand Cantonese. So they had no idea what the two had just said. Yu Ran also unexpectedly glanced at Su Luo. At this moment, through the screen, it could be seen that the host had babbled for more than 10 minutes and finally ran out of breath. Now, let us welcome our three mentors. They are rap mentor Fu Xingyao, vocal mentor Yi Longyue, and Cantonese mentor Chen Qixian. The three mentors walked out from backstage together. Su Luo automatically ignored Fu Xingyao, his gaze landing on Yi Longyue and Chen Qixian. Yi Longyue was wearing a black deep V satin shirt, the collar open to the collarbone, with two buttons undone, paired with a choker and a high-waisted matte leather skirt that reached about knee length, complemented by pointed ankle boots, giving off a cold and dangerous vibe. Chen Qixian was a veteran singer from Hong Kong, very popular in the late 80s and early 90s, having been nominated for the Golden Melody Award multiple times. He later transitioned to acting in films, but with little success. Chen Qixian sang one of his representative songs, Wrong Love, on stage. One could hear that his singing skills were still top-notch. Is it really Chen Qixian? The program team really invested heavily. They even invited a big shot from the Hong Kong music scene. This episode is going to be great. Chen Qixian is absolutely qualified to be a mentor. Suddenly, the viewership and the barrage in the live room noticeably increased when Chen Qixian appeared. After one song was finished, the host standing to the side announced loudly, we regret to inform you that the originally scheduled mentor song Yunxi is unable to continue participating in the recording of the show due to personal reasons. The production team, maintaining a professional attitude, has specially invited Chen Qixian to serve as the Cantonese mentor for this episode. In today's competition, teacher Chen Qixian will provide feedback on the contestants' performances from both musical and Cantonese perspectives. Let's give another round of applause to welcome our teacher, Chen Qixian. Chen Qixian also smiled and waved. Hello everyone, I am Chen Qixian, and I will take over as the mentor from here on. In the contestants' waiting room, the usual practice continued. The production staff let everyone draw lots to determine the order of performance. Su Luo chose to perform last again. Unfortunately, the little brother Lu Ziming would be the first contestant to take the stage. Seeing this result, the little brother felt dizzy. Next, please welcome contestant Lu Ziming to the stage. Luo, go, I'm going. Lu Ziming steeled himself, determined to go up to the guillotine, thinking if he was going to die, then so be it. At the end of the performance, Lu Ziming's week-long crash course in Cantonese pronunciation relieved the other contestants who didn't speak Cantonese. The only element that connected his song to rock was the electric guitar. Of course, this issue was pointed out by Yi Longyue. After Lu Ziming, Tao Jun, Jiang Yi, Yu Ran, and Ding Yifan took the stage one after another. Meanwhile, Su Luo, who had just borrowed an electric guitar from the band teacher, was waiting to take the stage. An unexpected person suddenly approached Su Luo. Su Luo, is it convenient for you to step out for a talk? I won't take up too much of your time before you go on stage. Let's chat for a bit. The director of this show, Wang Xuejuan, knocked on the contestants' room door and said with a serious expression. From his angle, the audience couldn't see who was standing outside. They only saw Su Luo nodding before following him out. Chapter 54. Let us wait until this song is finished before we talk. The emergency lights in the corridor flickered on and off. A bluish shadow fell across Su Luo's handsome face, every feature perfectly flawless. No wonder he was hailed as the man who unified the aesthetic of Xia country. Want a smoke? Wang Xuejuan shook the cigarette box. No thanks, Su Luo replied, his long fingers gently brushing over the strings of the electric guitar. Wang Xuejuan lit a cigarette for himself, took a puff, and exhaled the smoke through his nostrils. Withdraw from the competition, Su Luo. Wang Xuejuan suddenly spoke up. Su Luo looked at him quietly, saying nothing. Wang Xuejuan paused and continued. Of course, I'm not telling you to leave right now. I mean after this episode is finished. If your strength is enough to get you into the top 4, then withdraw. For every extra episode you stay, Starshine Entertainment has to spend millions to manage the public opinion around Ding Yifan. They want to ensure Ding Yifan wins the championship, then debut him, with all the plans laid out. However, your presence has disrupted their plans, and before Ding Yifan can debut, they have to spend a lot of money to recover his lost popularity. Even if you make it to the top 4 and then to the finals, so what? The championship must and will only go to Ding Yifan. The investment Starshine Entertainment has made in Ding Yifan is unimaginable. This episode's theme is Cantonese rock. Ding Yifan's mother is from Hong Kong, and he has spoken Cantonese since he was a child. Rock music is even easier. Ding Yifan doesn't need to lift a finger. Starshine Entertainment has plenty of music producers, and he has at least dozens of rock songs ready. This episode is Cantonese rock. So the next episode could be a dialect from the Magic City, with themes like wine, rock, or electronic music. Whatever it is, it must be something Ding Yifan can do, and that you cannot create. Of course, no one else poses a threat to Ding Yifan. He does have some strength, but compared to you, he has nothing. Wang Xuejuan smiled, looking at the young man in front of him with admiration. He flicked the ash from his cigarette and said, "If you think what I'm saying is no big deal, then let me tell you something else. They've already decided how the next episode will go." Oh, at this point, a look finally appeared on Su Luo's face, his eyes gleaming with interest. The next episode will have guest performances. Wang Xuejuan turned to face the stage. Do you know why Chun Qixian, at such an old age, is still willing to come to this show that has already gained a bad reputation? His new movie needs Starshine Entertainment screening. Ding Yifan's next guest performer is Ma Tianai. Do you know Ma Tianai? Oh, you might not know him since you're young. Ma Tianai is known as the king of love songs. But he announced his retirement 5 years ago and declared an indefinite exit from the entertainment industry. This was a huge deal back then, known by everyone. A love song king at the peak of his career announcing retirement after winning that year's Golden Melody Award. Wang Xuejuan smiled, but didn't elaborate on Ma Tianai, as if there was some undisclosed story behind it. Su Luo could already imagine how high the buzz would be that night with Ma Tianai, who chose to retire at his peak, returning as a guest performer to support Ding Yifan. The trending search titles were probably already reserved. Ma Tianai's surprise appearance in Final Singer supporting Ding Yifan. Duet XXX Ding Yifan moves his senior to come out of retirement with sincerity. Many of Ma Tianai's fans may not have watched Final Singer. As long as Ma Tianai stands on stage and sings, just because of his presence, he could elevate Ding Yifan to the top position with every vote. Who knows how many people would hear about the show Final Singer for the first time because of Ma Tianai. They wouldn't know what kind of shenanigans had gone on before this. You say there's a dark plot? That Ding Yifan is the predetermined champion? Oh, what does that have to do with me? I'm here for Ma Tianai. Many bystanders would develop a good impression of Ding Yifan simply because of Ma Tianai. The waters are truly murky. Su Luo couldn't help but reflect. Starshine Entertainment, to promote Ding Yifan, could even bring back a love song king who had been retired for 5 years. What else could they not do? In this round, the 6 contestants are Ding Yifan, Jiang Yi, and Tao Jun, all from Starshine Entertainment. The other 3 are Yu Ran, Lu Ziming, and Su Luo. These 3 are individual contestants without any backing. This creates the current situation: 3 individuals versus 3 backed by capital. The next episode features guest performances. Who can the 3 individual contestants find? Guest performances are not judged by who sings better, but by who can attract more people, who has a bigger name, and more fans. Wang Xuejuan said expressionlessly. You might guess that they invited Ma Tianai to sell nostalgia and conveniently help Ding Yifan recover his lost popularity. I can't say what benefits Ma Tianai got from Starshine Entertainment, but the most obvious benefit for Ding Yifan is that he can absorb a lot of new traffic through Ma Tianai. As long as Ma Tianai says one good word about him on stage, calling him a good kid, no matter what dirt Ding Yifan had before, it can all be overshadowed by that one sentence. Starshine Entertainment is vast, with dozens of singing kings and top artists under them. How can you compete with them alone? I know this show is beyond saving. No matter how high the ratings are, it's just a facade of prosperity. The reputation is already ruined. Once Mati and I leaves, the ratings will drop again. But doesn't T matter? Wang Xuejuan cleared his throat and said, "In any case, let us talk. If you're willing to withdraw gracefully and post a Weibo saying that the decision to change the competition format was made after discussions with everyone, and that your withdrawal is due to personal reasons, if you don't want to write that, we can handle it for you. S-Class variety show guest appearances. I can help you fight for those, of course. This is also what they want. They want you to withdraw voluntarily. Not because they can't ensure Ding Yifan wins the championship, but because, comparatively, it's more cost-effective to have you withdraw. Want to hear my suggestion?" Wang Xuejuan shrugged and said, "If I were you, I would choose to withdraw voluntarily. If you're not planning to quit the industry right after this show, and as long as you still want to stay in the entertainment circle, without a company, you must fight for your own resources. Don't think that just because of those 3 songs you can turn your fortunes around. Once you're popular, thinking there will be another show looking for you after this one is not going to happen. As long as Starshine Entertainment speaks, no one will dare to collaborate with you, because you're a ticking time bomb. As soon as any other variety show tries to work with you without Starshine Entertainment's permission, someone will expose your previous issues. A single show could be pulled down because of your participation. If you agree to withdraw, singing, acting, or appearing on other shows as long as you want, I can help you relay your wishes." A commotion erupted in the corridor. Chen Qixian was praising Ding Yifan's performance, extolling him as the kind of person the Chinese music scene needs. Their conversation paused for a few seconds. Wang Xuejuan patted Su Luo on the shoulder and said softly, "Su Luo, this is just a game, just a game. Why take it so seriously? Isn't it good to exchange withdrawing for resources? Isn't it nice to earn some money before you consider quitting? One day, when you can't make it in the entertainment circle anymore, the bank interest will be enough for you to live on for a lifetime. Young man, your future is just beginning. In this circle, you and I both understand that without a camera, it means death." At this moment, the host on stage announces, "Please welcome contestant Su Luo to the stage." A staff member jogs over to Wang Xuejuan, asking if the host should chat more with the audience on stage, and also try to get Wang Xuejuan and Su Luo to talk more. Wang Xuejuan shakes his head. "We've talked about everything that needs to be talked about. After saying so much, I'm thirsty." Wang Xuejuan takes the bottle of mineral water handed to him by the staff, twists off the cap, and drinks half of it, then looks up and smiles. "All right, it's your turn to go on stage." Su Luo remains silent and walks towards the stage. Wang Xuejuan watches Su Luo's back and shouts, "If you get eliminated this round, then just consider what I said before as if I never said it." The strong lights at the entrance of the stage engulf half of Su Luo's body. Without looking back, Su Luo gives Wang Xuejuan the middle finger. "Screw the capital. Whatever you have to say, wait until this song is over." Su Luo really doesn't care about the champion of this crappy show. Chapter 55. The Flame That Devours Everything. 4K words, recommended to listen to music. Among the 5 contestants currently on stage, without any surprises, Ding Yifan firmly holds the first place with an absolute advantage, surpassing the second place, Jiang Yi. The third place is Yuran, the fourth is Tao Jun, and the fifth is Lu Ziming. At this moment, the 5 contestants who have finished their performances did not return to the contestant room, but instead sat next to the mentor seats as required. The little brother, who had already confirmed that he had no hope of advancing, did not show any signs of discouragement or displeasure. Instead, he felt completely relieved. During this period, his mind had been tense for a long time, and he hadn't had a good night's sleep. Just as Lu Ziming said to Su Luo, "As long as it's not a one-round elimination, it's considered a win." He was already satisfied to have come this far. Lu Ziming was so nervous that he clenched his fists, his palms sweating. "I just need to make it through, Luo. Go. Please don't drop out with me." In Lu Ziming's heart, Su Luo should not stop at the top 6 or 4. Among the first-tier singers in the music industry nowadays, the so-called kings of songs, Luo Ge is not inferior to any of them. Ding Yifan crossed his arms, appearing calm, but his heart was already racing. "Cantonese rock. I have the advantage." Ding Yifan secretly encouraged himself. Cantonese rock has already limited Su Luo's creative path. If he still loses to Su Luo in his strongest area, it would be utterly embarrassing. He wouldn't even know how to explain it to the company. Jiang Yi looked at Tao Jun, hesitated for a moment, and then patted the latter on the shoulder. Don't be nervous, there's still a chance. Tao Jun nodded. He was even more flustered than Ding Yifan. No matter what, one of them must go home today. Damn Cantonese rock. Tao Jun glared at Yuran through gritted teeth. Cantonese is Ding Yifan's forte, but it is also the same for Yuran, who is from Guangdong province. Tao Jun never expected that Yuran would suddenly have an epiphany today, showcasing a rock song of better quality than what the first-tier music producers at the company would write. Not only that, but Yuran seemed to have a strange energy today, his stage presence nearly overshadowing Ding Yifan. Ignoring the hostile glare from Tao Jun, Yuran slightly raised his head, his gaze directed at the only passage leading to the stage. What a pity! If only you could speak Cantonese, you shouldn't be stopped here. Su Luo had not yet taken the stage, but for some reason, a tense atmosphere had already enveloped everyone's hearts. The voices of the audience below had unconsciously quieted down. Li Mingming adjusted her breathing rhythm, leaning back in her chair. What is happening? Am I nervous for Luo Dog? Luo Gu is quite annoying, but the black screen is even more disgusting. If you perform well this time, I will temporarily put aside my prejudices and vote for you. Li Mingming envisioned Su Luo already standing on stage. It seemed there was a voice inside her saying, Luo Dog has never disappointed. He's like a cockroach that cannot be killed. You think he's getting eliminated this time. However, he manages to take first place every time and successfully advances. I hope this time will be the same. Li Mingming shook her head, trying to dispel these messy thoughts from her mind. Almost all the camera lenses in the venue were focused on the contestant passage, waiting for the last contestant to take the stage. The number of bullet comments in the live broadcast room had noticeably increased, as had the number of online viewers. I originally didn't want to watch this trash show. It was my friend who said Su Luo was going on stage, so I came to take a look. Ha ha ha. I didn't watch the earlier performances. I just came for Luo Dog's part. Same. I was called by a friend too. Just arrived, where's Luo Dog? Did I miss it? No, Luo Dog hasn't taken the stage yet. Phew, that's good. Popcorn and soda are already arranged. If Luo Dog gets eliminated, I won't watch this show anymore. Me too. Bang. The stage lights suddenly went out. Only a beam of crimson spotlight pointed directly at the center of the stage. Su Luo appeared on stage at some point, standing in the light with a red electric guitar in hand, his demeanor more serious than in previous performances. He wasn't using a microphone or a headset, but a standing microphone placed right in front of him. Seeing the scene made one feel a moment of daze, thinking, is this still the same Luo Dog? An electric guitar? Seeing Su Luo holding an instrument he hadn't even mastered yet, Ding Yifan secretly exclaimed, no way. At this moment, a rolling subtitle appeared on the big screen behind Su Luo. I am angry performer. Su Luo lyrics. Su Luo music. Su Luo arrangement. Su Luo, accompanied by the appearance of the text. The screen displayed animations resembling flames caused by an explosion, emphasizing the words, I am angry. Su Luo turned around and nodded to the band behind him, signaling that the performance could begin. The band leader gave Su Luo an okay gesture. Before taking the stage, Su Luo had already activated his immersive sound skill. He wanted the emotions of the song to envelop him first, igniting the fire within his heart. The atmosphere on site was terrifyingly quiet. In the dead silence, sounds finally emerged from the stage. Buzz. The electric guitars to the band behind Su Luo created a sliding sound prelude, establishing a suppressed, intense tone for the song. At the moment the sliding sound disappeared from the ears. Whoa, can I catch my breath? Su Luo's voice was hoarse and violent. Accompanied by Su Luo's fingers wildly strumming the strings, the distorted sound of the electric guitar exploded. The tearing sound of the electric guitar was like the flames igniting a barrel of explosives, pushing the restless emotions right from the start. The moment the first lyric was shouted from Su Luo's mouth, the audience's blood began to boil. Su Luo's voice was not sung. It was torn from deep within his chest, filled with unwillingness and rage. Everyone seemed to see a beast that had been trapped for too long, breaking its chains, roaring, and venting. Hiss. A sound of inhalation came from somewhere. Many audience members were rubbing the goosebumps on their arms. Su Luo's body swayed slightly back and forth as he strummed the strings with force and seriousness. Listening to the sound of the electric guitar he played, Su Luo felt extremely satisfied. After showing off the electric guitar for 10 seconds, he opened his mouth again. I am a nightmare. I can disturb you every day. Meeting you on the road. Don't retreat. A pure Cantonese accent. Combined with Su Luo's voice, it had a unique feeling. His singing skills were average, but he made up for it with abundant emotion and had already activated the immersive sound skill beforehand, allowing him to enter the emotion. Only then could his singing have enough explosiveness. I am angry. I can burn you to death in a minute. So many false heroes. All look down on me. I just want to swallow tons of rage. Not thinking of a silent scream. I'll never die. I'll never cry. You'll see. As the first minute of the performance began, it entered the chorus, which was also a point of emotional explosion for the entire song. Su Luo raised his head and roared, the veins on his neck bulging, his right hand simultaneously frantically plucking the strings. The emotions surged like waves, one after another, driving the atmosphere of the entire venue. The flame animation on the big screen behind him also transformed into black flames at this moment. Whoa, can I catch my breath again? Whoa, how can true nature be changed? On stage, Su Luo seemed to be roaring as if shouting. A rapid-fire guitar solo poured down like a torrential rain. The notes were so dense they nearly suffocated. Don't speak, because today's truth always seems distant from me. Refusing to talk, because no matter how the weather changes today, I can't get used to it. It's so dull. I just want to swallow tons of anger. Not thinking about losing my voice. I'll never die. I'll never cry. You'll see. Su Luo was roaring, and there was a voice inside him also roaring. What predetermined champion? Screw your silly show. Whether I'll still be here in the next episode doesn't matter. At least tonight belongs to me. Whether I'm the champion is already irrelevant. Winning or losing doesn't matter anymore. This is just a game, and I just want to vent the resentment in my heart. What does capital matter? I am the king. The competition rules keep changing, but they can never eliminate Su Luo, yet being disgusted repeatedly. Even clay figures have their limits. So, Su Luo's long-suppressed emotions erupted with his roar. The flames of anger were set to consume all hypocrisy. This is Su Luo's anger. This is also Su Luo's response. Whoa, can I catch my breath again? Whoa, how can true nature be changed? I just want to swallow tons of anger. Not thinking about losing my voice. Whoa, can I catch my breath again? Whoa, how can true nature be changed? Just like the lyrics say, hypocrisy and unfairness, whether in people or rules, are never given any regard by me. And my personality will not change due to oppression. I am still me. This song doesn't have a grand narrative, but leans more towards the expression of personal emotions. And this emotion is anger. This anger shows no restraint from beginning to end. With this song, Su Luo conveys only one message through his voice. Scream out loud. Shout out your dissatisfaction. And you'll find the world suddenly brightens up, and you will be filled with fighting spirit and strength. What doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. Ding Yifan always felt Su Luo's gaze was fixed on him. In those fiery eyes, Ding Yifan seemed to see himself being burned to ashes. Su Luo's sudden shout startled Ding Yifan, making him jump. Ding Yifan lost his balance and fell off his chair, landing heavily on the ground. He felt embarrassed, his face turning red and purple, and quickly scrambled back onto his chair. He always felt that Su Luo was singing this song to him. That voice lingered in Ding Yifan's mind like a nightmare. Lu Ziming stood up excitedly and applauded. Brother Luo is so cool. Jiang Yi slightly opened his mouth, involuntarily glancing at the dazed Tao Jun beside him. Tao Jun's face was pale, and at that moment, he had only one thought in his mind. It's over. I'm the one being eliminated this time. This is real Cantonese rock. It's powerful. Cantonese mentor Chan Kai-hin seemed to have forgotten his position, suddenly standing up from his seat with both thumbs up. The mischievous Chan Kai-hin was nodding his head. Ding Yifan could only silently curse Chan Kai-hin in his heart. Did the company pay you to come here to be the atmosphere group? On the mentor's seat, textbook-style rock. The fusion of Cantonese rock, two elements. Only Su Luo has achieved it to the extreme. Yi Longyue's expression was no longer one of appreciation, but admiration. These days, Yi Longyue had been busy establishing her personal studio with the company's help, recording programs, flying all over the place, and was already exhausted. But under the emotional influence of I Am Angry, Yi Longyue's fatigue instantly vanished. She didn't have much research on rock music, but after listening to the rock performances of the previous contestants and then Su Luo's rock, the contrast made her think this is how rock should be. So embarrassing. The dual limitations of Cantonese rock not only failed to suppress Su Luo's performance, but instead forced him to carve out a bloody path. Yi Longyue shook her head. Fu Xingyao's face was ashen. He had brought up rock music, and at first, he thought Ding Yifan, Jiang Yi, and Tao Jun had decent performances. But once Su Luo let out a roar, in comparison, the three of them were just a pile of dung. Fu Xingyao forgot this was live. He couldn't help but slap himself. What rock are we doing? I want to roll out of here. Although Cantonese wasn't his idea, rock was. Looking at the audience's reaction, Su Luo had already blown the place apart. Fu Xingyao felt like a brainless side character in a novel, being mocked by the protagonist, only for the protagonist to step on his face to show off. If in this episode, Su Luo overshadows Ding Yifan, then he would have to take at least 50 of the responsibility. It's over. Fu Xingyao was sweating profusely. He had already made up his mind that once this episode was recorded, if Su Luo really overshadowed Ding Yifan and advanced, he wouldn't come back again. He was supposed to record other variety shows anyway, and this had already been agreed upon when signing the contract. So thrilling. Li Mingming felt like her mind was blown open. This was the most exhilarating time she had ever been to the live show. At this moment, nothing like backstage manipulation or predetermined champions mattered. Enjoying this moment and shouting out loud was the most important. Li Mingming was shouting, and although her voice was loud enough, it was still drowned out. She couldn't even hear her own voice. On either side of Li Mingming, behind her, the audience, regardless of age or gender, was lost in the intense rock music. Even though they didn't speak Cantonese, didn't know the lyrics, and couldn't sing, all they needed to do was roar. Under this emotional influence, they couldn't help but want to shout a few times. At this moment, what bars or DJs were all weak? This emotional vortex also swept through the online viewers in the live broadcast room. Their voices could not be conveyed through text, but the countless exclamation marks fully expressed their emotions. It's ignited. Today, only one of us and my dad can live. Damn, I'm working overtime watching the show. And this song made me almost fight with my boss. How can you still type? Because I'm pinning the manager down. So intense. I don't have to pay back the $10 I owe my friend. So this is rock. Su Luo has shown me what real rock is. Wow, this is rock. What were those previous soft-shell shrimps singing? I can't hold it anymore. Those so-called rock singers must have been rocked in their cradles. Su Luo's rock is a nuclear-level performance. The others are just background music. In the director's room, Wang Xuejuan watched the image of the roaring Su Luo in the center. Silent. The audience's deafening shouts seemed to mock the false program system. Statement: no suppression of the protagonist. The champion will only be the protagonist. Chapter 56. A little knowledge of martial arts. Note: I got carried away listening to music while writing this chapter. You can skip it. It won't affect the reading. Excuse me, can I pass through? Thank you. Baby, you sit by the window. On, wearing glasses, placed his girlfriend's suitcase on the luggage rack and let her sit in the window seat. The meaning of travel lies in the scenery along the way. Moreover, this is a trip that the two of them have planned for nearly half a year. For this reason, On worked tirelessly for the past 2 months, completing 2 months' worth of projects in just 1 month. So cool. On's girlfriend is also a relatively quiet girl. She rested her head on On's shoulder, thinking about how she could travel to the city she had always wanted to visit with the person she liked, and her heart couldn't help but race. The high-speed train started moving slowly, and the air conditioning in the carriage was slightly cool. Passengers were all looking down at their phones or resting with their eyes closed. The night outside was deep and tranquil. The speeding train was like a sharp blade, piercing through the endless night. On noticed the environment was so quiet, and his girlfriend took out her phone to scroll through short videos. He slightly reclined his seat, resting his head on the backrest, planning to take a short nap. He was really too tired. Half an hour later, the train made a brief 10-minute stop at a station. Some passengers got off, while others boarded. Suddenly, Owen frowned slightly. He smelled a strong scent of alcohol passing by him. Opening his eyes, he saw a burly man in a floral shirt and flip-flops staggering into the seat behind him. The drunk man coughed loudly, as if clearing phlegm from his throat. He felt a small hand grip his. Owen patted his girlfriend's hand gently and whispered, "Don't be afraid. It's just someone who had a bit to drink. I'm right here." His girlfriend had always been timid. After 10 o'clock at night, even if she was hungry, she wouldn't dare to go out to buy late-night snacks by herself. Even when ordering takeout, she would have the delivery guy leave it outside the door, waiting 20 minutes to confirm no one was outside before daring to open the door to get the food. Owen gave his girlfriend a reassuring look. And after the train doors closed and the train started moving again, they held hands tightly. It seemed that only in this way did his girlfriend feel safe. Clap. The sound of shoes hitting the ground echoed. Immediately after, a strong smell of foot odor slowly wafted through the air, like a salted fish that had fermented for 3 days. Owen looked down and saw the drunk man in the back row had propped his smelly foot up on the armrest of his seat. Owen could even see the black dirt between the toes of that stinky foot. The overwhelming stench made Owen want to vomit. His girlfriend, not knowing what was happening, covered her nose and murmured, "It smells so bad, Owen. Do you smell it?" Owen frowned and turned to look at the drunk man, thinking of negotiating politely. "Excuse me, sir, could you please put your foot down?" The drunk man, half slumped in his seat, had his shirt open, exposing his beer belly to the air. He lazily glanced at Owen and shouted loudly, "What's wrong? Am I bothering you? I just washed my feet 2 days ago, at the end of April." With an outside temperature of 28 degrees Celsius, looking at the black dirt on his feet, one would think he hadn't washed his feet in a week. His girlfriend then realized what was happening and gently tugged at Owen's hand. Owen continued to negotiate politely. "It is indeed affecting me a bit. So could you please put your foot down? Little brat, don't start trouble," the drunk man shouted. Seeing that the drunk man did not stop his offensive behavior, and knowing his girlfriend was already timid, Owen did not intend to argue with him. To avoid escalating the conflict, he waved for the conductor to come over. "Hello, sir. How may I assist you?" Owen pointed to the stinky foot on the armrest of his seat. The conductor smiled and nodded, then turned to negotiate with the drunk man. "Sir, please put on your shoes. This is a public space, and please do not affect the mood of other passengers. Alternatively, I can bring you a pair of disposable slippers. How does that sound? Stop being so picky. What's it to you if I pull my foot up for a bit?" "It's fine now." Owen saw that the stinky foot finally moved off his armrest, and he smiled at his girlfriend. There will always be some annoying things in life. As long as the problem is solved, it's fine. His girlfriend nodded, visibly relieved. She was truly afraid that her boyfriend would get into a conflict with someone. However, just as the conductor had left, that stinky foot came back up again. What to do? His girlfriend had already started to panic. Seeing the fear in his girlfriend's eyes, Owen, as a man, began to get angry. He thought it would be better to avoid trouble. He didn't want to let these things ruin the mood. Owen called the conductor over again. The conductor was also quite helpless and once again persuaded the drunk man to wear his shoes, which he complied with obediently. But not 2 minutes later, he put his foot back up. Seeing this, Owen's anger surged. Perhaps Owen's repeated calls for the conductor had annoyed the drunk man. He muttered, "What a whiny brat. What's wrong with putting my foot up for a bit? It's not like it's on your head. You." Owen was furious and was just about to explode. His girlfriend tightly grabbed his hand, anxiously saying, "Owen, don't argue with this kind of person, okay? Let's ignore him. We'll be at the station in an hour. Just bear with it. I'll switch seats with you." Owen shook his head, rejecting his girlfriend's suggestion. Her action had calmed his anger a lot. His girlfriend was so beautiful, so gentle, and so understanding. Why should he stoop to the level of such a person? Unexpectedly, the drunk man saw that Owen was silent and thought he was afraid. So he became even more audacious, putting up his other foot as well, and that stinky foot even brushed against Owen's hand. The drunk man was humming a little tune, as if declaring his victory. The commotion also attracted the attention of other passengers nearby, who all looked at the drunk man with disgust. But no one dared to say anything. Owen felt a fire burning in his heart. His girlfriend's voice was tinged with tears. "Owen, let's change trains." Just then, someone was playing the final singer on their phone, and the sound blared out, "Whoa-ho, hey, just want to swallow tons of anger without thinking about crying out loud. I am anger. I can burn you alive in a minute." The roar, filled with rage, erupted, and the emotions that had been suppressed for so long exploded like a volcano, accompanied by intense metal-style music. The fire in On's heart was completely ignited. On couldn't help but roar, suddenly standing up, taking off his glasses, and glaring at the drunk man. "Since you won't listen to reason, I know a little about martial arts. F you." On lunged forward like a beast unleashed, stepping into the aisle. In the drunk man's bewildered gaze, On grabbed his collar and landed a punch squarely on his face. Then came a second punch, a third punch. The carriage erupted in chaos, with passengers gasping, and some even pulling out their phones to record. An elderly man in his 60s with graying hair clapped and shouted, "Well done. This is awesome. People like this deserve to be beaten. Who played this song? It's so freaking energizing. I want to join in. Help me kick him." His girlfriend covered her mouth, standing frozen. The drunk man was dazed from the blows, blood streaming from his nose, and he was helplessly covering his head while taking hits. "Stop hitting me. I was wrong. I won't do it again." Where the hell were you earlier?" On remained silent, just continuing to throw punches. He kept fighting until the train stopped at the next station. A train attendant was walking over. When the door opened, the drunk man didn't wait for the attendant to arrive and took the chance to push past On, escaping the train without even putting on his shoes. The passengers on the train were all crowded in the aisle. The attendant couldn't see what was happening. The attendant shouted, "Why are you all crowding together? Is someone fighting?" The passengers in the carriage were all speaking up for On. "No one is fighting. You must have seen it wrong. We're just gathered here to watch a boxing match. That's not illegal, right?" On was panting, put his glasses back on, and returned to his seat. "This is so damn refreshing." His girlfriend stared at her boyfriend in amazement. "On, you can fight?" "I was in the sauna club in college." After that, throughout the journey, she felt completely secure. In the carriage, the song, "I Am Angry," was still echoing. Woo-oh-ho, hey. Can I catch my breath? Just want to swallow 1,000 tons of anger without thinking of screaming. How many fake heroes there are, all looking down on me. Chapter 57, signing Lu Ziming. Ye Long Vitrax. Thanks to contestant Su Luo for the wonderful performance. The host took the stage, first saying some trivial things about how he felt while listening to the song from the audience. Then it was time for the mentor feedback segment. The situation was quite delicate. Fu Xingyao certainly didn't want to vote for Su Luo. The Cantonese mentor Chun Chi-Xian, who had taken money from Xinguang Entertainment, was thinking about how to point out Su Luo's shortcomings. Su Luo's Cantonese pronunciation was flawless. There was nothing wrong with the rock music either. His stage presence was also outstanding. This was tough. Chun Chi-Xian was feeling a bit of a headache. Yi Long US spoke first. "This vote I give to Su Luo." She didn't waste any words and directly expressed her stance. Chun Chi-Xian and Fu Xingyao exchanged glances, starting to decline. "You go first. You're the senior. You go first." Chun Chi-Xian clicked his tongue. If he hadn't moved around a bit earlier, he might have abandoned the vote without conscience. The key was that his body had been very honest earlier. He couldn't help but twist a bit. How could he argue when he had already given a thumbs up? The audience wasn't blind. If Su Luo's Cantonese pronunciation had been a little off, Chun Chi-Xian wouldn't have been so troubled. This damn show has a bad reputation. And at my age, if I end up losing my integrity. Although Xinguang Entertainment promised movie screenings, in the end, it's still the audience who buys tickets. If the public image is poor, what good are more screenings? Chun Chi-Xian suspected that if he dared to say Su Luo's performance was average, the audience would really rush up and tear him apart. After thinking it over, not wanting to offend the audience, he raised his thumb again. "Awesome." Contestant Su Luo's performance was truly sharp. As everyone knows, I'm a fair person, so this vote goes to Su Luo. Both me and Xiao Yi have voted. Now it's up to you. Do you think Su Luo's performance has any issues? Xiao Fu, your vote is very critical, so be cautious. Damn, trying to shift the pressure onto me? This old man is really cunning. Fu Xingyao cursed inwardly, but a smile appeared on his face. Actually, I'm quite conflicted. But seeing that Teacher Yi and Chun Chi-Xian have both voted, I feel I should vote too, because I really trust the professional abilities of both teachers. Fu Xinjiao, like practicing Tai Chi, push the pressure back. It has nothing to do with me. I only voted because I saw Chun Chi-Xian vote. Damn it. Chun Shixian smiled on the surface, but thought inwardly, MMP, I didn't see this Fu Xingyao was so scheming. All right, the online voting channel is closed. Next, let's announce the final votes for contestant Su Luo. The host turned to face the big screen. Su Luo also turned around, and a statistical chart appeared on the big screen. The number of votes was displayed behind each contestant's avatar. Su Luo's avatar was at the top, towering over everyone else. This meant that Su Luo was still first this episode. I knew it. Lu Ziming suddenly stood up, leading the applause for Su Luo, more excited than if he had won himself. Ding Yifan, Tao Jun, and others had no choice but to applaud along, especially Tao Jun, whose eyes had lost their color. His soul drained, just a shell clapping. With the company's strong support, he was still eliminated in the top 6. This meant that Tao Jun's chances of debuting were completely bleak. The host said, "Please have all contestants come on stage." Ding Yifan and the others walked onto the stage, lined up from left to right. As the first-place contestant, Su Luo stood in the center position. The host said seriously, "According to the rules of our competition this episode, there will still be 2 contestants leaving the stage of Final Singer." The scene suddenly fell silent. The competition is always cruel, but the road of music will not end here. Regardless of the outcome, every contestant who stands on this stage deserves our respect. The host's gaze swept over the faces of the 6 contestants, finally stopping on Tao Jun and Lu Ziming. "So, contestant Tao Jun, do you have anything you want to say to our audience?" Tao Jun began to give his speech about being eliminated, and as he spoke, he started to cry, genuinely crying, not acting. Su Luo could tell he was afraid this guy might faint from not catching his breath. Su Luo knew that Tao Jun's elimination also meant the end of his development in the entertainment industry. Xinguang Entertainment would not continue to invest energy in a failure. Lu Ziming, do you have anything you want to say to everyone? The host handed the microphone to Lu Ziming. Lu Ziming stepped forward, a bit stammering. "Actually, being able to come this far, I'm quite surprised, and I'm very satisfied with this result. Thank you to everyone who supported me. I especially want to thank Luo Ge for this stage, which allowed me to meet Su Luo. Luo Ge, during this time together." Lu Ziming also started to cry, speaking while crying, even blowing bubbles with his nose. He talked from the first episode up to now, even sharing some fun anecdotes from daily life. If the host hadn't called for a stop, the little brother could have talked all night. In the audience, Lu Ziming's fans were also crying, even shouting in public, "You are the champion in our hearts, son. You are the best." It was clear that Su Luo had helped contestant Ziming a lot, with 9 out of 10 sentences revolving around our contestant Su Luo. The host intentionally made faces at Su Luo, and that smile seemed strange to Su Luo. Su Luo's mouth twitched. "Are you performing Sichuan opera with me here?" As for the little brother's elimination, Su Luo didn't think it was a pity. Although Lu Ziming had said earlier that if he got eliminated, he would go back to being a self-media person, the truth Su Luo didn't say was that Big Fish had allowed Lu Ziming to successfully enter the sights of capital. And once the show ended, entertainment company invitations would be inevitable. Su Luo felt that after returning, he needed to remind the little brother to bring a lawyer when signing contracts, so he wouldn't get sold and still help others count money. The host asked, "Do the 3 mentors have anything to say to contestant Lu Ziming?" Fu Xingyao chuckled twice. Ziming's vocal tone is very recognizable, but other skills still need to be polished. "I hope you continue to improve in the future." Chun Shixian, with a heavy Cantonese accent, said, "Young man, losing the competition doesn't mean losing in life. You still have a lot of space for the future. Keep it up." These were all polite words. Yi Longwa looked at Lu Ziming with piercing eyes and calmly asked, "Lu Ziming, do you love music? Do you love the stage? If given a choice, do you want to pursue music in the future?" Lu Ziming was a bit scared of this cold personality mentor, hesitating as he replied, "I like singing, and when I go back, I will shoot more singing videos." Upon hearing this, Su Luo couldn't help but mutter, "Are you lacking a brain? Who asked you if you're going to shoot videos later? What does that mean?" Lu Ziming moved the microphone away, shrinking his neck. Su Luo sighed. "It's already very obvious. They want to sign you. This little brother's personality, is he really suited for the entertainment industry? This is like Yi Longyue holding a watermelon knife, cutting from the Southern Heavenly Gate to Penglai East Road, chopping for 3 days and nights without blinking." And Lu Ziming asks if someone wouldn't blink for 3 days and nights, would their eyes get dry? Isn't that lacking a brain? Watching the two whispering on stage, Yi Longyue was silent for a moment. She actually didn't quite understand whether Lu Ziming was pretending to be silly or really was silly. Forget it. Let's get straight to the point. Yi Longyue was tired and coldly said, Lu Ziming, I want to invite you to join my personal studio. I believe that you still have great potential in music. If you are willing, I will do my best to provide you with a bigger stage in the future. As soon as Yi Longyue made her public invitation, Fu Xingyao was shocked. With this woman's demeanor, you want him to? It seems Yi Longyue's studio really has no one left. Lu Ziming's mother fans screamed from the audience. The viewers in the live broadcast room exploded, the bullet screen going crazy. When did Longyue Jie open a studio? Did she terminate her contract with Xiang Entertainment? When did this happen? Didn't you see the announcement Longyue Jie posted a while ago? She didn't terminate her contract with Xiang Entertainment. Instead, Xiang Entertainment helped Longyue Jie establish her personal studio, which is a different form of cooperation. Xiang Entertainment mainly handles copyright and performance coordination, while Longyue Jie's studio deals with personal business. Wow, digging for talent in front of the program team. Yi Tianho is so domineering. The first artist of Yi Tianho's studio, Lu Ziming, is going to be rich. I would sign him too. Don't bring Longyue Jie down. She's not the queen yet. On stage, Lu Ziming was in a daze, holding the microphone for a long time without speaking. Su Luo commanded, say thank you. Lu Ziming finally came to his senses, excited and nervous. Thank you, Teacher Yi. I will work hard. Su Luo lowered his voice. Send me a copy of the contract when you sign. I'll help you take a look. Lu Ziming asked in confusion. Luo, does Longyue Jie not trust me? Su Luo replied, you can't be too careful. Lu Ziming nodded. Okay. No need to be so troublesome. Su Luo. Let's add each other on WeChat. I'll have my agent send you the contract later for you to review. A cold voice that lacked emotion sounded, and the temperature in the studio seemed to drop several degrees. Su Luo turned his head to meet Yi Longyue's gaze, the latter staring at him with a blank expression. Su Luo averted his eyes and turned back to stare at Lu Ziming with an expressionless face. Did you forget to turn off the microphone just now? Sorry, Lu Ye. I forgot. Su Luo sighed. Don't call me brother. You are my brother. Yi Longyue's resentment value 200. Watching this farce unfold, the audience erupted in laughter. This is killing me with laughter. These two are whispering without any regard for others. Su Luo is really diligent as an older brother, even helping his younger brother with the contract. Oh no, Lu Ziming hasn't signed yet and is already speculating about the boss. He won't be shelved right after signing. Will he? Doge face. Am I the only one envious that Su Luo can add Yi Tianho on WeChat? After finishing her words, Yi Longyue didn't wait for the host to regain control of the scene and continued to look at the camera. I have another matter to clarify here. Due to personal reasons, I cannot continue to participate in the subsequent recording of the program. Here, I will resign from my position as mentor and will discuss the compensation for breach of contract with the program team later. Yi Longyue's face still showed no expression. Huh? The host was instantly thrown into chaos. This wasn't in the rehearsal. Too sudden. Ding Yifan couldn't believe that the goddess senior was going to withdraw. He said hoarsely, does the program team know about this? He had never felt this bad, even when Su Luo stepped on his head. Now he knew. Yi Longyue gave him a cold glance. Chapter 58 guests, I Am Angry ignites the scene. Defining what Cantonese rock is, Su Luo holds the top spot for 4 consecutive shows. Champion momentum, unstoppable despite dark schemes, Su Luo crushes the dark schemes with absolute strength. His angry shouts resound in the night sky when the 4th live broadcast of The Final Singer ended, even though the ratings were significantly lower than before. The content of this episode still generated a high level of discussion, prompting many viewers to record, share, and spread the news of what happened tonight. Related topics quickly topped social media platforms like Xiaohongshu, Kuaishou, and Bilibili, trending in hot search lists, entertainment rankings, and topic lists, sparking widespread debate. A friend told me that Su Luo ranked first again this episode. Is it true? Yes. Cantonese rock couldn't hold him back. The dark schemes are worse than not having them. It's already embarrassing enough to set up schemes and not be able to afford to lose. With the dual limitations of musical style and language, Su Luo still took first place. I suggest Star Entertainment and Ding Yifan terminate the contract and sign Su Luo directly. It's guaranteed not to be a loss. Su Luo ISNT from Guangdong, right? I watched the video. His Cantonese sounds pretty good. Can anyone from Guangdong evaluate Su Luo's Cantonese level? As a local from Guangdong, I guarantee that Su Luo's Cantonese has no issues at all. As of now, I Am Angry is definitely the pinnacle of Cantonese rock. This local from Guangdong agrees. Ye non publicly underhanded. All for him, Lu Ziming becomes the first artist of Yi Longyue's studio. Future Limitless Yi Longyue announces withdrawal from the Final Singer recording. Yi Longyue resigns as mentor. Suspicions of other reasons under the related topics about Yi Longyue, netizens are also expressing various opinions. Who said Yi Tianho was timid? Stepped forward, announcing her withdrawal during the live broadcast, confronting the production team head-on. I just want to ask, who else is not convinced? This is worth savoring. Think about it. When Song Yunchi released her statement to withdraw from the recording, Yi Tianho even liked Song Yunchi's Weibo, but later unliked it. Everyone thought Yi Tianho had backed down. Some criticized her, and some unfollowed her. Yi Tianho didn't say a word, and you say she is timid? She dared to announce her withdrawal in front of hundreds of millions of viewers in a live room. Is that still timid? I suspect that Yi Tianho only announced her withdrawal after filming the 4th episode, because she was waiting for Lu Ziming. Think about it. After Lu Ziming was eliminated, he might sign with another entertainment company, and Yi Tianho anticipated this, so she chose to act first. Of course, this is just my guess. It doesn't make sense. One Lu Ziming doesn't seem worth Yi Tianho going to such lengths for. Don't forget, Yi Tianho's studio has just been established and is in need of talent. Although Lu Ziming's creative ability is lacking, he has a strong vocal talent. And as long as he has a suitable song, like Big Fish, Lu Ziming can definitely surprise everyone. Personally, I believe Lu Ziming has great potential. Is Yi Tianho able to afford the penalty for breaking the contract? These aren't things someone earning $3,000 a month should worry about. With Yi Tianho gone, and Song Yunchi gone too, who else will watch this trash show? Whoever wants to watch, go ahead, I'm not watching. Here, essay joke. The Final Singer has no human affairs. At this time, an hour after the 4th episode of The Final Singer ended, Yi Longyue's Weibo suddenly posted an update. Netizens were eagerly waiting for Yi Longyue's follow-up statement regarding her withdrawal from the recording. After all, although Yi Longyue verbally stated that she would no longer participate in future recordings, netizens were more concerned about the contract termination. The onlookers quickly flooded into Yi Longyue's Weibo, and they were not disappointed. Yi Longyue did not issue the statement herself, but had her studio handle it, and she retweeted the studio's post. Yi Longyue's studio, to all the fans and viewers of The Final Singer who are concerned about Longyue. First, thank you to the production team for their care and cooperation during this time. After careful consideration and friendly negotiations with the production team, I have decided to withdraw from the role of mentor on The Final Singer effective immediately. This decision is not made impulsively. As a musician, I believe the criteria for judgment should be purely based on professional quality and stage performance. However, some phenomena in the recent episodes have deviated from my original intention for music competitions. Regarding the breach of contract responsibilities arising from the early termination by the production team, we will strictly fulfill our compensation obligations according to the terms of the contract. Omitted, after this statement is released, I and my team will no longer respond to any related questions. Ye Long Studio. When netizens saw that Yi Longyue's studio had issued a statement, they believed that the matter was settled. However, just as netizens were about to leave comments below, some noticed a prompt. The user you follow, Song Yunchi, liked this post. The user you follow, Lu Ziming, liked this post. The user you follow, Yuran, liked this post. The user you follow, Su Luo, liked this post. Some netizens who followed these 4 individuals received notifications that their followed users liked the post. Initially, netizens thought they had misread, but upon checking the comment section, they burst into laughter. Sister Yunchi liked Yi Tianho's post. Did you see it, Shifan? I saw it too. What a dream collaboration. Previously, when Sister Yunchi released her statement, Yi Tianho also liked her post, and now it's reversed. Ha ha, this is hilarious. Chiffon, go check Yunchi's Weibo. She updated her post a minute ago. Hurry, everyone go look. Chiffon is the fan name for Song Yunchi, and when Chiffon was curious and entered Song Yunchi's Weibo, they saw that Song Yunchi had just retweeted the statement issued by Yi Longyue's studio a minute ago. Not only did Song Yunchi retweet the statement, but she also added the caption, "Tonight's moon is brighter than ever." She even attached a photo of herself standing on a balcony, capturing the full moon hanging high in the sky. Back in the comment section of Yi Longyue's Weibo, discussions among netizens had already erupted, making it very lively. It's still Sister Yunchi? Not only did she like the post, but she also retweeted it. Song Yunchi is really bold. No wonder she is the young lady of Lionheart Entertainment. Don't overpraise Sister Yunchi upstairs. Her father is just a director at Lionheart Entertainment. And she isn't really a young lady. Did you see that Lu Ziming also liked this post? Don't be fooled by my son being so weak on the show. He is also quite bold, okay? Luo Dog also liked this post. What is he trying to join in for? Yi Longyue is withdrawing. Lu Ziming is eliminated. I can understand liking this post, but Su Luo has already advanced to the top 4, and he still has to record for the next episode. Isn't he afraid of being targeted by the production team? Although I'm not a Luo Dog fan, I really can't help but say, do you think Luo Dog wasn't targeted this episode? The dart schemes are not just aimed at Luo Dog, but at all the contestants. Our Ran also liked Yi Tianho's studio post, proving that our Ran is not like everyone said, in cahoots with the production team. She just had good luck. Ran is from Guangdong and learned Cantonese since childhood, so she has an advantage. Ran is doing great. Just for that, my favorability goes up. As a beneficiary of Cantonese rock, Ran also chooses to stand with Yi Tianho. No problem. Come on, everyone shout Ranga. Ranga is amazing. No one expected. Yi Longyue's statement received a lot of likes. Song Yunchi, Lu Ziming, Ran, and Su Luo all liked it, which clearly implies their protest against the program, also telling everyone that this show is a sham. I support Yi Tianho. Thanks to netizens' retweets, likes, and discussions. The topic Yi Longyue exits, final singer supported by many stars, also made it to Weibo's trending list. That night, the official Weibo account of Final Singer experienced a dramatic drop in followers, leaving only a little over 50,000 fans. One official account's followers were even fewer than Lu Ziming's. In the dormitory apartment, Lu Ziming was fiddling with his phone. Luo, go, besides liking it. Do we need to say something else? Su Luo replied off-topic. You should go cook a dish. Huh? Lu Ziming was a bit confused by Su Luo's train of thought. But didn't we just eat downstairs? Are you hungry again, Luo Ge? Su Luo naturally said. When guests come to discuss matters, shouldn't we serve a dish? It doesn't have to be too complicated. Just some cucumber salad, peanuts, or something easy will do. Forget it. I'll do it myself. Su Luo opened the fridge and glanced inside. There was only a cabbage and nothing else. Forget it. Eating air is the same. Su Luo closed the fridge again. Lu Ziming felt lost and didn't understand what Luo Ge was talking about. What guests? Who would come so late? Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Someone is actually coming? Luo Ge is really something. When Lu Ziming opened the door and saw the middle-aged man standing outside, he was shocked. Wong. Director Wong. Chapter 59. Revised. Only children make choices. I want them all. Lu Ziming never expected that the guest mentioned by Luo Ge would actually be the director of the show, Wang Xuejuan. Lu Ziming couldn't understand what could possibly make Director Wang come to his door so late. A current flashed through his mind. It seemed Lu Ziming realized something, and his expression suddenly became a bit flustered. Oh no. The director saw the scarf that Luo Ge posted and came to settle the score with him. Wang Xuejuan smiled and said, Lu Ziming, is Su Luo here? Yes, Director Wang. Lu Ziming swallowed hard. Your performance in these recent episodes has been quite good, knowing how to utilize your advantages. After entering Yi Tian's studio, the future development goes without saying. If I want to invite you for future programs, it may not be possible. It's all thanks to Luo Ge's good teaching. Lu Ziming was speaking the truth. It was Su Luo who helped him open his heart and gave him an opportunity to showcase himself, which meant rebirth for Lu Ziming. Later, Su Luo pointed out the direction for his creation, allowing Lu Ziming to be more clear about his future development path. Wang Xuejuan fell silent for a moment, frowning. You don't seem to welcome me? Lu Ziming quickly waved his hand. No, how could that be? Wang Xuejuan didn't speak. It was only then that Lu Ziming suddenly realized he had blocked the door. Sorry, Director Wang. He hurriedly moved aside. Wang Xuejuan's smile returned. After entering the apartment, Su Luo sat on the sofa, glanced at him, and smiled warmly. Director Wang, have you eaten? If not, feel free to grab something. We don't have any dishes here. Wang Xuejuan looked at the empty dining table and was speechless. What do you mean there's nothing? Su Luo said, Oh, Director Wang, don't be polite. Just treat this place as your own home. Be casual. There's a vegetable in the fridge. Just fry it yourself. You really are not polite. Wang Xuejuan's mouth twitched. How are you considering it? Wang Xuejuan sat down on Su Luo's right side, casually placing his leather briefcase on the table. About what we talked about backstage today, Wang Xuejuan chose to get straight to the point. And Su Luo didn't want to beat around the bush either. Su Luo reined in his smile and calmly asked, What are the terms? Straightforward. Wang Xuejuan opened his briefcase and pulled out 2 documents, just like what was discussed today. S-level resources, choose one from the Rose Show or Leisurely Country Living. He knew that Su Luo would agree to this. Wang Xuejuan always thought Su Luo was a clever person, and clever people would definitely not refuse. Su Luo's brow twitched slightly. He had heard of both programs. The Rose Show and Leisurely Country Living had one thing in common. Both had been running for several years and were not new programs. In Su Luo's impression, both programs were quite popular, having cultivated a loyal audience base through long-term broadcasting, forming a stable viewer group. Moreover, these 2 programs were not projects managed by Kiwi Video, so naturally, they had nothing to do with Starlight Entertainment. However, in this circle, these resources are mutually exchanged among major entertainment companies. Wang Xuejuan said, The Rose Show and Leisurely Country Living, although they can't match the peak data of The Final Singer, have the advantage of high audience stickiness. As long as you nod your head, the guest fee is $2 million per episode. Because both of these programs are recorded, to reassure you, they want to pull any tricks so they can guarantee that your screen time will be no less than 1 hour per episode. You have to know the entire program is only 2 hours long. Of course, all this is written in the contract, and as long as you sign, it will take effect immediately, so you can rest assured. They even said that after you make your final choice, you can see the guest list before choosing the schedule. And as long as the program continues, you can go anytime you want. To be honest, these terms are quite generous. Su Luo almost didn't hesitate. Only children make choices. I want them all. Greedy, huh? Wang Xuejuan shook his head. Really? Su Luo revealed a meaningful smile. Originally, your plan was to give me both programs, right? If I really choose one, wouldn't that be a loss? Which capital is so kind-hearted to let Su Luo choose for himself? Su Luo saw through this little trick at a glance. The air froze for 2 seconds. Wang Xuejuan suddenly laughed, showing no embarrassment. You've seen through it. Su Luo also feigned a sigh. I'm in sync with you, but you're trying to outsmart me. It's really disheartening. Also, $2 million per episode is too low. My current worth is at least $3 million per episode. What are Luo Ge and Director Wang talking about? What the Rose Show and Leisurely Country Living? I really don't understand. Lu Ziming's eyes were clear, and he was completely clueless about the content of their conversation. He still didn't know what Director Wang came to discuss with Su Luo. Even more, he didn't know that Su Luo had already made the decision to withdraw from the competition. Wang Xuejuan put away his smile and placed the 2 documents on the table. Actually, there's another option. Would you like to hear it? Go ahead. Replace Ding Yifan and win the championship of The Final Singer on the condition that you sign a contract with Starlight Entertainment, not as an artist, but as a music producer for Starlight Entertainment, outputting at least 3 quality songs for them each year. They can offer you the treatment of a first-line music producer and share in the profits. Su Luo interrupted. Director Wang, I think we should go back to the previous matter. He was feeling a bit sensitive about capital now. Wang Xuejuan nodded. I knew you wouldn't agree. Anyway, I passed on the message. Wang Xuejuan then took out a 3rd document from his bag. As long as you sign this termination contract later, you can post a statement saying that you voluntarily withdrew from the competition and need to clarify for our program group. stating that the previous adjustments to the program's rules were discussed and agreed upon by the contestants, and it was a collective decision with no dark motives. Absolutely not. I will post a withdrawal statement, and I will let everyone know that I have withdrawn. But a clarification statement is absolutely out of the question. If that is the case, then there is no need to discuss further. Su Luo's attitude was very firm. When Song Yunxi and Yi Longhua withdrew, the statements they posted were already obvious enough. The program group had dark motives, and that was already a well-known fact. Not to mention, look at how big the uproar online has been due to the dark motives and how harshly netizens have criticized them. Just look at the data for this episode of The Final Singer and how many followers the official account has lost. If Su Luo were to post this clarification statement, it would be helping them whitewash themselves, equivalent to denying the authenticity of the posts made by Yi Longhua and Song Yunxi. Su Luo would then completely stand against the vast majority of netizens, as well as the huge fan base of Yi Longhua and Song Yunxi. Originally, Su Luo hadn't cleaned off the dirt on him, and if he were to post this clarification statement, he could forget about standing up again. Clearly, the program group intended to push Su Luo out to attract the anger of netizens. Their intentions were truly malicious. At this moment, Wang Xuejuan was still trying to find a way to salvage the continuously declining data of The Final Singer. Sigh. All right then. Wang Xuejuan sighed and chose to compromise. Su Luo said expressionlessly, I have one more condition. Sign the contract first, and I'll post the withdrawal statement as soon as I finish signing. All right. I'll sign the termination contract too. Wait, signing a termination 1T require me to pay a sky-high penalty, right? I can't afford that. Su Luo picked up the pen and then put it down, looking very cautious. Wang Xuejuan helplessly said, How is that possible? You think too highly of us. Hee, the heart of capital is dark. You're quite straightforward. Wang Xuejuan shrugged, signaling Su Luo to take a look for himself. Su Luo picked up the contract for termination and read it from start to finish for more than 10 minutes. After confirming there were no issues, he quickly signed his name. The moment he signed his name, it represented that Su Luo would stop at the top 4. Wang Xuejuan emphasized, don't issue the withdrawal statement just yet. After you sign, we will announce a change in the competition format. And you only need to wait until the night the top 4 competition starts to release the withdrawal statement, so you won't need to come to the venue that day. Su Luo was curious. Isn't there a guest performance in the next episode? Wang Xuejuan said, besides the guest performance, our top 4 competition will also adopt a single elimination system, with the format being head-to-head matches, and the winners will advance to the finals. This means we will arrange a drawing segment, and we will have Jiang Yi as Ding Yifan's opponent in the next competition, while you will draw Yuran. Are you planning to sacrifice Jiang Yi to ensure Ding Yifan smoothly advances to the finals? Su Luo smiled ambiguously. But aren't you afraid Yuran will win the championship? Wang Xuejuan laughed silently. Yuran? A contestant with only 2.5 years of practice? He is not you. And don't forget, Ding Yifan has a company behind him. Su Luo scoffed. You really think highly of me? Su Luo paused and asked, what about the finals? What are you planning to change the format to? I mean, before, it didn't matter how you handled it. I can understand if you were worried that Ding Yifan would be eliminated before the finals. But if your targeting is so blatant in the finals, even if Ding Yifan wins the championship, it won't hold much value, right? Why are you asking this? Wang Xuejuan frowned. Su Luo shrugged, looking indifferent. No. Why are you so suspicious? I've already signed the termination contract. Just curious about what's going on? If you don't want to say, then don't. Wang Xuejuan didn't think too much about it. Since Su Luo no longer posed any threat, he spoke freely. Anyway, now that you've signed the contract, it doesn't matter if I tell you. Actually, as long as the opponent is Yuran, we really don't plan to target him. We'll cancel the themed creation, allowing the 2 contestants to perform freely, just like in the first episode, fair and just. Still, the only uncertain factor for Ding Yifan winning the championship is well known to be you. Others are not in the consideration range. Su Luo secretly cursed the old coin and sarcastically said, fair and just? Xinguang Entertainment has at least prepared dozens of songs for Ding Yifan as options. He just needs to pick any song with a flick of his finger. What about you, Ran? a non-signed amateur who has been struggling in other music talent shows for 2.5 years and still hasn't debuted. He only has a week to create a song. Su Luo didn't even raise his eyelids. You call this fair and just? Wang Shiwejuan chuckled. It's not as exaggerated as you say. All right, we've even been chatting for so long without noticing. I should go. You can sign those 2 contracts and bring them back to me later. Wang Shiwejuan felt that he had said too much and waved his hand, leaving with his briefcase. Lu Ziming stood foolishly in place. He had been holding back for a long time, and in a hoarse voice, he asked, Luo, go, are you going to withdraw from the competition? Chapter 60. Who says you can't win the championship if you withdraw? 5K, word chapter. Is there a problem? Su Luo said, placing his hands behind his head. Lu Ziming sat to the left of Su Luo, looking lost and despondent. How could you withdraw? How could you do this? In Lu Ziming's imagination, Su Luo would use his extraordinary creative talent to break through the narrow creative space set by the program team and ultimately defeat the capital to win the championship. He never expected to witness Su Luo sign the contract for withdrawal and confirm that he would be withdrawing from the next competition. But clearly, his idol, Brother Luo, shouldn't be like this. Su Luo said lightly, Lu Ziming, you seem very disappointed in me? Lu Ziming opened his mouth, hesitated for a moment, sat up straight, facing Su Luo, and with a bitter smile said, Brother Luo, you shouldn't withdraw. You're definitely someone who can win the championship. No matter how the program team targets you, you would absolutely be fine. You're my idol, Brother Luo. Really, I never thought you would withdraw. Lu Ziming rubbed his face hard with both hands, feeling very complex emotions. Before I answer your question, let me ask you one, Su Luo said. Why did you participate in this program? To prove myself, Lu Ziming replied quietly, his eyes dimming as if they had lost their light. I participated in this program for money. Why am I withdrawing? It's even simpler. The reputation of this program has already gone down the drain. Song Yunxi and Yi Hongyue have both withdrawn, and they will definitely take a batch of viewers with them. These people were originally watching the program for those 2. Although they will bring back Ma Tianai next episode to create a buzz, we can foresee that the next episode will definitely explode in popularity. However, while the program's data may seem to be warming up, in reality, once Ma Tianai leaves, the program will revert to its original state. So rather than struggling for a championship that has already lost its value, it's better to seize 2 opportunities in popular variety shows. Do you know what I mean? Lu Ziming shook his head. It means exposure. For someone like me who hasn't signed with a company, resources are what I lack the most. Once I lose exposure, I might as well retire. The entertainment industry updates and replaces quickly. So I have to fight for resources myself. When opportunities come, I must seize them. Earn all the money I can while I still can. Everything else is just empty. Su Luo respected the character of his previous life. But he didn't want to become that kind of person. He was a very realistic person, mainly because he was afraid of being poor in his last life. All right, I was too naive. Lu Ziming tried to understand Su Luo, giving a self-deprecating smile. Su Luo denied it, saying, no, you just need to grow. Lu Ziming sighed. I just feel like the championship is so close, and giving it up is really a pity. Su Luo patted his shoulder and smiled. Who says I'm giving up on winning the championship? What? Lu Ziming was confused. Lu Ziming lowered his head, looking perplexed, but Brother Luo, you already signed the withdrawal contract and agreed to withdraw, right? The penalty for breach of contract must be a lot, but if you regret it and decide to re-enter the competition, I can help you pay the penalty. Yes, I can just ask Sister Hongyue for an advance on my salary. Lu Ziming suddenly raised his head, clenching his fists, his eyes shining with excitement. What is this all about? Do you know how much the penalty is? Just saying that number might scare you to death. An advance on your salary? Are you planning to advance your salary for 10 lifetimes? Su Luo was both amused and helpless. Lu Ziming, if it's not a breach of contract, then what does it mean? Who says you can't win a championship after withdrawing? What does winning the championship rely on? Su Luo asked 2 critical questions in succession. Lu Ziming shook his head vigorously. I still don't understand. How can you win the championship after withdrawing? At least you have to be on stage, right? So what does Brother Luo mean by that? Lu Ziming frowned, deep in thought. His CPU seemed to be overheating. Su Luo revealed a mysterious smile. Let me ask you in another way. If you were me, would you choose the championship or withdraw and take the benefits. Two popular variety shows with a pay of $300,000 per episode. I'd choose the championship, Lu Ziming answered without hesitation. Su Luo recalled how Wang Shuejuan had posed the same question to him and how he had answered it. Looking into Lu Ziming's clear eyes, he immediately gave up on the fantasy of hearing the answer from him. Su Luo, feeling exhausted, said, "Only children make choices. I want both. Is there a way to gain benefits and win the championship?" "There is," Su Luo answered himself. "Once I get those two variety show contracts and sign my name, they won't be able to back out even if they want to." You think about it carefully. What Su Luo needs to do is to play the capital against them. If you're going to disgust me, I will disgust you too. Originally, he planned to stick with the intermediate treasure chest and not change it, waiting until the finals to bring out a song that fits the theme. However, after learning from Wang Shuejuan that they didn't take Yuran seriously, or, as Su Luo said, they wanted to raise the championship's value, he changed his mind. After all, there are only two people in the finals, and Yuran is still an individual contestant. If he creates a thematic work, it will look too awkward. Now, though it was clear that the finals would be free creation, it would be much easier. Don't forget, Su Luo still had a song that he hadn't used. Su Luo's lips curled up as he hummed a little tune. What seems harmless is often the most deadly. I really can't figure out. Lu Ziming held his head, mumbling to himself. So how can you win the championship after withdrawing? At 1 a.m., the official Weibo account of, which only had 400,000 fans left, published the latest update amid a sea of criticism. Announcement on the adjustment of the competition system for the semifinals. Dear viewers, participating contestants, and partners, according to the program's schedule and production needs, after discussions between the program team and contestant representatives, the competition system for the semifinals has been adjusted as follows. 1. Group rules. The 4 semifinalists will compete in 2 1v1 matchups to determine the finalists. The specific arrangements are as follows. Matchups. Semifinal Match 1. Contestant A versus Contestant B, Semifinal Match 2. Contestant C versus Contestant D2. New guest collaboration segment. In each 1v1 matchup, each contestant can invite one industry guest, singer-musician, to collaborate on a song. Note, to ensure the program's rigorous fairness in competition, the grouping method will be determined by drawing lots tomorrow morning, which will be live-streamed. We welcome your viewership. Although the program's official Weibo account had few fans left, some people still noticed this announcement when it was released. From thematic creation to guest collaboration. This is absurd. Is this about skill? It's about who has the better connections. The competition system gets changed again? Does the program team think 1v1 isn't exciting enough and have to throw in some guests to help sing? Help who sing? Help the royals get a free pass, right? I would call this operation One Night Without Conversation. The next day, at noon, Su Luo, Ding Yifan, and the other 3 contestants received notification to gather at the dance practice room downstairs the apartment building. In the dance practice room, cameras were set up all around. The program team's live broadcast was also underway. Netizens criticized, but they were also genuinely curious about the draw for the 4 finalists and who would face whom. Wang Shuejuan was also present. Wang Shuejuan instructed the staff to bring up a transparent lottery box. Next, according to the rankings, contestants Ding Yifan and Su Luo would come up to draw lots to determine their opponents for the next round. Seeing this transparent lottery box, the viewers in the live broadcast were uncertain. It looks quite formal. Since the lottery box is transparent, there shouldn't be any shady dealings. What if Su Luo and Ding Yifan meet in the semifinals? I've recorded it. If even the drawing has shady dealings, that would be invincible. Su Luo reached out and took a blue lottery ball from the box. Opening the blue lottery ball, there was a piece of paper inside with the name, Yuran. Ding Yifan drew Jiangyi. The results of a draw were exactly as Wang Shuejuan had said last night. After working hard for so long, being casually sacrificed as a stepping stone feels unjust. Jiangyi bit his lip, feeling unwilling about the result, but helpless. Yuran looked at Su Luo, his expression serious, feeling immense pressure. I didn't expect my final opponent to be you. If my opponents were Ding Yifan and Jiang, I would have a greater chance of winning, but it just had to be Su Luo. But there's one advantage. Both Su Luo and I are solo contestants, so we won't be able to bring in a top singer as a guest performer. The pros outweigh the cons. Yu-Ran couldn't afford to be the slightest bit lax. He had been struggling in various music talent shows for 2.5 years without getting a chance to debut. This was the closest he had ever been to debuting. As long as he defeated Su Luo in the semifinals, he could advance to the finals. No matter what, I absolutely cannot lose to Su Luo. Yu-Ran silently clenched his fist, involuntarily looking at the man who gave him a suffocating feeling like a python wrapping around him, only to find Su Luo winking at him. What does that mean? Is he teasing me? He doesn't even regard his opponent seriously. Su Luo, you jerk. Yu-Ran felt belittled. No matter what, he had made it to the semifinals based on his own strength. As an opponent, Su Luo didn't seem the slightest bit nervous. How infuriating. The results of the draw would be announced later on Weibo. The 4 contestants were asked to find suitable guest performers on their own over the next week, work hard on their compositions, and strive to present themselves in the best condition for the upcoming competition. After the event concluded, the program's official Weibo released the results of the draw. While the comment section was buzzing about the results, a keen netizen suddenly said, "Big news. Go check out Ding Yifan's Weibo post from 10 minutes ago. The entertainment industry is about to shake. No, it's a big earthquake." Another netizen chimed in, "I just got back, and it really is big news. You'll regret it if you don't check it out." The 2 comments above seem a bit like AI. Did Ding Yifan buy some bots? Although the comments above feel robotic, you've definitely piqued my curiosity. I'll go see what is going on. When these curious netizens returned, they all typed in unison, "Go check out Ding Yifan's new post. You'll absolutely regret not looking." What the heck? Can't you just say it directly? Fine, I'll go check it myself. And so it went. More and more curious netizens flocked to Ding Yifan's Weibo, where they saw the video he had posted not long ago. Opening the video, they saw a man, around 40 or 50 years old, well-groomed, with a gentle and elegant demeanor, smiling at the camera and casually greeting. "Hello, music fans, long time no see. Do you still miss me?" The netizens were shocked to discover that this man was none other than Mati, the king of love songs who announced his retirement 5 years ago. Surprise, excitement, and a mix of emotions flooded in. In the video, Ding Yifan was seen sitting opposite Mati across a tea table, the 2 chatting over tea. They discussed everything from music to everyday life. During their conversation, Mati expressed his unreserved admiration for Ding Yifan, calling him a very genuine and unpretentious young man with unique insights into music. A true new force in the music industry. Ding Yifan feigned humility, stating that he still had much to learn from his seniors. Moreover, during their conversation, they revealed a significant piece of news. Mati would be Ding Yifan's guest performer for the next competition. At the end of the video, there was a close-up of Mati who stood in front of the camera and said seriously, "Next Sunday, at 8 p.m., I'll be waiting for you on Final Singer. I will appear as Yifan's guest performer. Are you ready?" The video ended there. Ding Yifan's comments section exploded. "What? No way. Is it really Mati? Didn't he retire from the industry?" The production team is incredible. They even brought Mati back. "Ah, Matianya. My youth has returned. 5 years. Do you know how I've spent these 5 years? When is the next episode of Final Singer airing? I'm dying to know. I've never watched this show before, but since I heard Mati is participating, I'll pay any amount for a ticket to the next episode. It's like paying for my youth." Exactly. Paying for my youth, it's worth any amount of money. For Mati I'll be impulsive just this once. My wallet is ready. Among Tinya's fervent fan base, some rational onlookers spoke up, but I heard Final Singer has shady dealings. This matter caused quite a stir online earlier. Mati is clearly going to participate as a guest performer next episode, and with his status, no matter who he supports. It's unfair to the other contestants. What does that have to do with us? I hadn't even heard of this show before Mati We don't care who the champion is. We want to give our youth an explanation, and just for the name Mati my vote goes to Ding Yifan. I see people online criticizing Ding Yifan, saying they're shady business. I want to say, I trust Brother Tinya's judgment. From a video, I can see that Ding Yifan is very polite and humble. Exactly, I don't think Ding Yifan is like what people are saying online. The shady dealings are from the production team. It has nothing to do with the kid. Yes, Brother Tianai is willing to choose to return for Ding Yifan, which shows that Yifan must possess some precious quality that touched Brother Tianai. Thus, The news of Ma Tianai appearing as a guest performer at Final Singer quickly swept across the internet. The whole internet exploded. It was as if it had been prearranged. Immediately, music critics with millions of followers posted, "The last king of love songs in the Chinese music scene is back. His classic Moonlight Realm is still a masterpiece that no major singer dares to cover." This post has over 100,000 shares. The related topic "Tina is back" broke 1 million reads in 24 hours. Discussions related to Ma Tianai's comeback were trending wildly. Ma Tina is back soared to the top of Weibo's trending list, pushing Su Luo's "I Am Angry" down. This clearly shows how much of an impression Ma Tianai left on so many people when he chose to retire at his peak. 5 years have passed, and the influence of this king of love songs remains terrifying. Soon, in just 1 hour, Ma Tianai's video received over 1 million likes, and his follower count skyrocketed from 0 to 1 million in just 1 hour. How terrifying! The official Weibo account of Final Singer also saw its followers rapidly increase. The reputation of the production team and Ding Yifan's popularity among the public are slowly turning around because of this video. Phew! Thankfully, I didn't draw Ding Yifan in this round. Xinguang Entertainment is really willing to invest to help Ding Yifan regain his public favor. They even brought Ma Tianai out of retirement. Is this to pave the way for Ding Yifan to win and debut? Although Su Luo can't invite a top singer like Ma Tianai, his own talent should not be underestimated. I think it will be very difficult to beat him. Yuran put down his phone and sat on the chair, getting angry just thinking about Su Luo's expression today. Yuran was holding a guitar in his hands, humming a certain melody. He urgently needed to create a good piece of work. Knock knock. While Yuran was anxiously scratching his head over his creation, a knocking sound came from outside the door. A very annoying voice followed. "Open the door, community delivering warmth." Damn it. Yuran cursed and opened the door, wanting to see who was playing a prank outside. The door lock clicked open, revealing Yuran's face filled with vigilance. What came into Yuran's view was a handsome face that would make any man jealous to the point of distortion. "Hello, Brother G." Outside the door, Su Luo greeted him with a smile. Note, as for the content modification from the previous chapter, after you sign, we will announce the changes in the competition system. And you only need to wait until the night the top 4 competition starts to release the withdrawal statement, so you won't need to come to the scene that day. Chapter 61, The Wonderful Fate Between Good Brothers. 5K words chapter. Are you calling me? Yuran poked his head out, glanced around the corridor, and suddenly realized that Su Luo was talking to him. "What are you here for? Also, did you call the wrong person?" Yuran crossed his arms, his expression unfriendly. Crossing his arms is a form of self-protection, indicating a lack of security. "It seems you're feeling a lot of pressure facing me." Su Luo spoke rapidly, not giving Yuran a chance to respond, and quickly said, "Brother G, have you checked your Weibo? About the next competition." Yuran nodded, his gaze fixed on Su Luo. "Su Luo, what exactly do you want from me?" Yuran always felt that Su Luo's intentions were not pure. Meeting privately about the next opponent? Something is off. "I'm really here to bring warmth." Seeing that Yuran didn't believe him, Su Luo stopped joking and shook the beer can in his hand, saying softly, "What's the matter? Don't you plan to let me in?" "I came with sincerity. It's chilled, just for you to calm your nerves." Laughable. Who needs to calm their nerves? "Come in then." Yuran hesitated for a moment, fully opened the door, and stepped aside. He wanted to see what Su Luo was really up to. Su Luo walked into the room and saw several crumpled draft papers scattered on the floor and a guitar resting on a chair. "Your opponent in the next round is me. How confident do you feel?" Su Luo plopped down on the sofa, casually tossed a can of beer to Yuran, and opened one for himself, taking a big gulp. Refreshing. Su Luo wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, always wearing a calm expression. Yuran took the beer but didn't open it. Instead, he looked at Su Luo's relaxed demeanor, feeling disgruntled. "So, you came to show off that you drew me? This soft persimmon? After all, if your opponent were Ding Yifan, with Ma Tianai as a guest singer, you definitely wouldn't win, and no one could win." Su Luo said, "You've misunderstood me. What I want to say is, you will definitely make it to the finals." "What?" Yuran didn't understand what this meant. Su Luo didn't beat around the bush. "I've withdrawn from the competition. I've signed a contract to terminate my participation, and you should receive a notification before the show starts. I will also post a statement about my withdrawal on Weibo. You withdrew. Yuran was shocked. The most likely champion, Su Luo, actually signed a termination contract. He felt like he heard it wrong. Su Luo nodded. Yes, so you'll smoothly make it to the finals. And your opponent will be Ding Yifan. Yuran didn't absorb what Su Luo was saying. His mind was filled with one thought. If Su Luo has withdrawn, can they, as individual contestants, still win the championship? Brother G, let me ask you a question. If the finals have you and Ding Yifan pitted against each other, what do you think your chances are? I'll emphasize again. My name is Yuran. Yuran's forehead bulged with veins. Okay, Brother G. Su Luo nodded, took another sip of beer, and said, You still haven't answered my question. Yuran's resentment value 200. Yuran sat in the chair, his shoulders visibly slumping, his fingers unconsciously crumpling the beer can. In terms of singing and dancing, I'm not as good as him, and in terms of composition, I'm far behind. But I will get my all. Yuran suddenly raised his head, his eyes ablaze with fire. Knowing I can't win, yet still fighting to the death. Haji Ran, you guy. Su Luo shook his head. Let me help you answer that. Against Ding Yifan, your chances are only 10%. Whether in singing or dancing, you're not as good as him, and in terms of composition, don't even think about it. He has a company behind him, and the production quality of his songs, you can see for yourself. Your 10% chance can only rely on Ding Yifan getting a bad stomach and vomiting while dancing on stage. However, singers usually don't eat before a competition to maintain better performance. Yuran had a strange expression. He wanted to ask Su Luo, what about you? Wasn't it you who ate crayfish before the competition? But he also knew that Su Luo was indeed not wrong. However, saying that Ding Yifan's songs were all pre-prepared by Starlight Entertainment was just a suspicion. After all, the quality of the songs Ding Yifan brought out each episode was not bad, which even Yilongyo praised. Of course, just like he had suspected Su Luo before. But Su Luo was just an individual contestant. Just as Yuran was lost in thought, Su Luo suddenly said, What if I can help you win? Yuran's eyes flashed with surprise. What do you mean? Aren't you withdrawing from the next round? I did sign a termination contract. That's true. And I will officially withdraw from the next round. Su Luo said with a half smile. But that doesn't prevent me from helping you win. Yuran's mind was a bit confused. But why would you help me? Or rather, how will you help me? After pondering for a moment, Su Luo said, I can't say it's entirely to help you. Actually, it's more. Su Luo smiled. I want to give the capital a hard time. Su Luo certainly couldn't say that he was doing this to harvest a wave of resentment value. Just think about it. If Su Luo helps Yuran win the championship, and at that time, everyone knows how Yuran won the championship, how much resentment value would Su Luo gain on the finals night? Although the audience for Final Singer has seriously declined, being able to feed the capital shit before withdrawing and also earn a wave of resentment value. Why not? Just thinking about those people who worked hard to let Ding Yifan win, changing the competition system, exchanging resources, even going so far as to invite Mati and I out of retirement, using every means possible. After all this preparation, the final fruit was picked by an individual contestant who had only practiced for 2.5 years. Su Luo couldn't help but laugh. Of course, Su Luo could also foresee the consequences of doing this, which would be completely offending Starlight Entertainment behind Ding Yifan. But so what? Being repeatedly disgusted by the capital and the program group changing the competition rules, of course, he had to get back at them. Su Luo said, the competition format for that finals will not be a themed creation. It will be free play, just like the first episode, completely relying on the work itself. You know this, so how do you plan to help me? Yuran's eyes showed a struggle. He originally thought his hopes of winning the championship were slim, and making it to the top 4 was already difficult. But now he was told that Su Luo would withdraw from the next round, and he would securely enter the finals. Then the only opponent left was Ding Yifan. This was the closest Yuran had ever been to the championship. Su Luo took out a USB drive from his pocket and placed it on the table. Inside is a song called Is There a Song That Will Make You Think of Me? With complete arrangements and lyrics. Originally, I was going to keep it for myself. Yuran's breathing noticeably quickened. You want to give me the song? Su Luo covered the USB drive with his palm. Be more precise. It's just that the lyrics and composition will be under your name, meaning this song will be officially yours. However, you need to sign a revenue sharing agreement with me. You can use this song for commercial singing and any commercial purposes. But the revenue will be 90 for me and 10 for you. No negotiation. Don't forget, the rules of Final Singer are that contestants cannot sing their representative works and cannot cover other songs. They can only sing their unpublished original works. Even Ding Yifan, during the live broadcast, has to pretend that he's working hard on his compositions. Although his songs are not his creations, the credits are under his name. Starshine Entertainment is not a charity, and it's not hard to guess that these works are nominally under Ding Yifan's copyright, but privately, they must have signed a profit-sharing agreement. Not doing so would mean violating the program rules, which is considered foul. Although this show has lost its integrity, everyone still has to put on a bit of an act on the surface. Su Luo is not a philanthropist either. He can help you win the championship. But it's a matter of principle, and a profit-sharing agreement still needs to be signed. A 91 share. The room fell into a brief silence. Yuran looked worried. Aren't you afraid that even if I get the song, I still won't win? Su Luo shrugged. That's your problem. After a pause, Su Luo joked. If this continues after 2.5 years without debuting, the fresh meat will turn into old meat. Upon hearing this, Yuran was stunned. He remembered that this was what Su Luo had said when they first met. At that time, he had marveled at how this top influencer, who had collapsed the fastest in history, had a mouth like it was poisoned. But Su Luo was right. In order to fight for a debut opportunity, Yuran had already been through 2.5 years of ups and downs in various music audition programs. Only by debuting with the title of champion could Yuran negotiate a favorable contract with those entertainment companies. This was Yuran's long-standing plan. All right, but I need to hear the song first. Sure. Yuran carefully plugged the USB drive into his laptop and opened the only audio file. After listening to the 4-minute song, Yuran's back gradually straightened a bit, and he exhaled 4 words, still a masterpiece. When the second loop began, Yuran couldn't help but hum along with the melody. How is it? Su Luo asked with a smile. Yuran was pondering his words, and after a while said, if I had to evaluate this song in 3 words, it would be memory kill. Indeed, the emotional tone of this song is about memories. Music is a carrier of emotions. No matter how time passes, those shared experiences with others, friendship, love, family, will be awakened by a certain song. It outlines the emotional resonance people once felt because of music through memories and music. Yuran truly understood. Yuran couldn't help but exclaim, is there a song that reminds you of me? This song title. Even if I win the championship, the first thing the audience will think of is you. This move is really clever, Brother Luo. I once thought about ending it all, big fish dissolving worries. I am angry. These 4 songs are the most stunning musical works of this competition. It is also because of these 4 songs that Final Singer was brought to a height that didn't belong to it. Su Luo chuckled. You're quite smooth with your change of heart. Don't forget to mention me when you give your acceptance speech. Understood. Well, cheers, Brother Luo. This one S on me. Yuran pulled the tab on the beer can, and when they clinked cans, his kin was lower than Su Luo's. He was now very clear about his own understanding. Hey, I'm just a lucky dog. After chatting for a while, Su Luo got up to leave. I'll have Lu Ziming bring you the profit-sharing agreement later. By the way, come by when you have time to chat. I want to disturb you while you practice singing. The moment the door closed, Yuran heard Su Luo's last drifting words. Remember to drink more hot water and take care of your voice. After all, you're going to represent us individual contestants and give the capital a resounding slap in the face. Back at the dormitory, as soon as Su Luo entered, he smelled the aroma of food. The table still had 3 dishes and a soup. Today's boiled fish is quite good. Su Luo picked up a piece, but noticed that Lu Ziming was holding his chopsticks and hadn't moved for a long time. What's wrong, Brother Luo? Lu Ziming's voice was a bit tight. Starting tomorrow, I won't be able to cook for you anymore. Su Luo asked, are you leaving? Yeah. Sister Longhua plans to take me to the studio tomorrow to get familiar with it. That's a good thing. Where's the studio? Jiangcheng. All right. Then I'll come visit you when I have time. Lu Ziming sniffed, feeling a sense of sadness about their impending separation, and choked up. Then Brother Luo. Will we meet again in the future? I mean, recording programs together like now. Of course, don't forget that the entertainment industry is a circle. You'll bump into each other eventually. Su Luo patted Lu Ziming's shoulder, and the latter's small pearl immediately fell off. Besides, I haven't eaten enough of your cooking yet. Upon hearing this, the younger brother smiled again. That night, after finishing the program, Su Luo added, Yi Long Yue's green bubble. He also looked at Lu Ziming's contract and didn't see any problems. To be safe, Su Luo still reluctantly spent 2,000 yuan online to hire a professional lawyer to help with the review. Compared to contracts from other entertainment companies, Lu Ziming's contract is quite reasonable in terms of penalties and contract duration. Of course, this is also related to Yi Long Yue's studio just being established. After dinner, Su Luo returned to his room. Before he was about to start typing, he received a message from Wang Xuejuan, 137. This is the producer's contact number for Rose Show. Omitted. This is the green bubble of the assistant director of Leisurely Country Living. They've been informed. How to arrange it? You can communicate with him yourself. Received. After saying that, Su Luo put down his phone and searched for information about these two programs online. Rose Show is a comedic talk show centered around sharp critiques, inviting celebrities from various fields as guests to boldly roast and tease current social hot topics, new entertainers, and celebrity anecdotes. Leisurely Country Living, a slow-paced lifestyle experience reality show moving away from the bustling city to quiet rural areas, participating in farming activities, and experiencing the rural way of life, finding solace and relaxation for the soul in the fast-paced modern life. Leisurely Country Living sounds good. It sounds very relaxing, so that has settled. During this time, Su Luo has been busy writing and recording programs, and he was indeed quite tired. But fortunately, Female Tenant is about to conclude. Therefore, Su Luo preferred to record Leisurely Country Living first, as it's a good choice for relaxation. Subsequently, Su Luo added the green bubble of the assistant director of Leisurely Country Living. The two had a simple conversation, since they had communicated in advance and signed a contract. The communication went quite smoothly. The assistant sent Su Luo a document. Teacher Su Luo. Here is the guest list for all episodes after the 4th episode of our Leisurely Country Living Season 6. Take a look. They've already recorded up to the 4th episode of the 6th season. Su Luo opened the guest list and glanced at it. The number of flying guests varies from episode to episode, more or less. There are actors, singers, and athletes. However, Su Luo immediately spotted a name he was very familiar with on the guest list. The flying guests for the 6th episode are Fu Xingyao and Xia Xingwan. Has my brother's resources improved this much? Su Luo smacked his lips. He typed to ask the assistant, Can I ask when we will start recording the 6th episode? Just a moment, let me check. It's like this. The 4th episode is already in post-production, and the 5th episode is currently being prepared for filming, while the 6th episode will be in 2 weeks. 2 weeks? Su Luo calculated. In 2 weeks, isn't that the final night of Final Singer? Is Fu Xingyao skipping out? Not even attending the finals? Why don't we say we're brothers? This is fate. TSK, TSK, TSK. The assistant had heard some stories about the entanglement between Su Luo and Fu Xingyao, so her expression was a bit strange. Teacher Su Luo, are you planning to join the 6th episode as a guest? Su Luo, stop pretending. That's exactly my intention. The assistant cautiously said, Would you consider switching to a later episode? Su Luo asked why. The assistant replied, Well, Teacher Fu Xingyao and Teacher Xia Xingwan are coming to promote the TV drama Twilight Love in that episode, so it might cause some inconvenience for you. Su Luo thought about the entertainment industry's repetitive promotional tactics, where male and female lead appear together to promote a drama. And the title of this drama sounded like a fantastical romance. Combined with the assistant's hesitant way of speaking, there was only one answer. Su Luo tentatively asked, Fu Xingyao and Xia Xingwan are just creating a couple's hype, right? The assistant replied, Yes, so it's better for you to switch to another episode. It might cause some inconvenience. Su Luo was overjoyed. Convenient? That's perfect. I'll stick with the 6th episode. No changes. The assistant was shocked. Please calm down. The assistant meant that if Su Luo joined the 6th episode, he would be a third wheel. But unexpectedly, Su Luo became even more excited. So what if they were hyping a couple? Just because they were promoting a couple doesn't mean they're a real couple. Even if they really got together, so what? They aren't married. Love is free, you know? Also, isn't it normal for an older brother to check in on his younger siblings? Hee. Su Luo was already looking forward to the expression on his good brother's face when they met. Chapter 62. Su Luo. Your time was never valuable. System. How much resentment value do I have now? Su Luo thought for a moment and brought up the personal information panel. Current resentment value. 1, 305. 110. Seeing the resentment value. Excitement appeared in Su Luo's eyes. 130,000. This means Su Luo can exchange for the coveted intermediate treasure chest. The composition of this resentment value comes from the readers of Female Tenant and the authors in the online literature circle. Firstly, Female Tenant has reached 1 million words, and all aspects of the data are very good. With the system's recommendation and exposure, Female Tenant has already gathered a considerable reader base. The data for Female Tenant is excellent, with continuous increases in updates and daily earnings. However, although the data for Su Luo's book is quite impressive, the feedback from readers in the comment section presents a different phenomenon. The comment section is polarized. Rain-soaked umbrella-type readers, 5-star reviews. Absolutely a satisfying harem story. You'll regret not reading it. Every female character is fully fleshed out. The male lead is surrounded by beautiful women. It's so thrilling it makes my scalp tingle. New readers can dive in without worry. This book is best read at night. Remember to prepare extra tissues. The data for Female Tenant today owes much to the rain-soaked umbrella-type readers. Because before seeking a book, every reader looks at the title and synopsis. But they also check the feedback in the comment section. The rain-soaked umbrella-type readers, holding the mentality that they shouldn't be the only ones tricked into reading, frantically flood the comments section with 5-star reviews. Then, Su Luo logically pinned these comments from the rain-soaked umbrella-type readers at the top. This successfully packaged Female Tenant as a high-quality urban harem story certified by readers. However, if patient readers look a little further down, they will see the most honest reviews of this book, beneath the false exterior of an urban harem story. The bottom of the comment section is filled with 1-star reviews. The comment section is seriously harsh. Is this really a harem story? Did they really trick me into reading this? Prepare more tissues. This line is no joke. Don't let your tears soak the pillow. Smile, author. I'll quiz you on geography. Where do you live? I was deceived by the title and synopsis. After reading over 100 chapters, I realized something was off. But it was too late. Zhuo Dao, are you asleep? I can't sleep. When I saw Jian Wei jump into the river, I soaked 3 pillows with my tears. Whereas the promised harem story. This is a blade wrapped in honey. Every time I think I'm going to get some sweetness, the next chapter hits me with glass shards. You dog author. You're doing this on purpose, right? The male lead is such a fool. Every choice he makes lands him on the worst option. And Zhuo Dao is also a fool. My friend said this book is an urban harem story that's absolutely healing. I believed it, but now that I've read it, I found no healing. Just a load of depression. The relationship between the male and female leads is like a roller coaster. It's sweet for 2 chapters, then takes a sharp dive. I'm really done. Zhuo Dao now. Immediately. Change that be synopsis and title for me. Su Luo can see from the back-end data that these 1-star reviewers, although they curse and complain, are very honest in their reading habits. This is thanks to the perfect emotional pull between each character in Female Tenant, making it irresistible. Female Tenant will wrap up in another 1 million words, and on the day it concludes, he will gain another wave of resentment value. So, this 1,300,000 resentment value can be saved for a few more days. The more the better. Then he can directly have a satisfying draw. Achieving financial freedom. The resentment value provided by the author community remains consistently stable as well. Basically, every time Su Luo completes a 40,000 word update task, he receives greetings from the author community on schedule. To blend in and avoid suspicion, Su Luo would greet Zhuo Dao along with the authors. Until today, this part-time job as a web novelist has become a stable source of resentment value for Su Luo. However, Su Luo still feels that the resentment value comes a bit too slowly. It's been a while since he posted on Weibo. Su Luo opened Weibo, logged into his account, and before posting, glanced at his follower count. 102 million. Finally breaking through the 1 million follower mark, it wasn't easy. Su Luo said, with such poor public relations, to gain 1 million followers is indeed surprising to Su Luo himself. When he checked the private messages in the back end, he found that most of the followers who clicked to follow him came from the Yun music platform. These netizens had not watched Final Singer. Basically didn't follow the entertainment industry, but simply liked Su Luo's music works and specifically downloaded Weibo to follow him. I really like Xiao Cho. I hope you could bring more quality music works. I Am Angry is the most exciting rock I've ever heard. Can you reply to me? I hope you let the haters affect your mindset. We really like your music. Su Luo's lips trembled. Amid the flooded private messages in the back end, the simple support from fans still steadfastly encouraged him. It was truly moving, sob. Tears of gratitude flowed from the corners of Su Luo's eyes. But this did not shake Su Luo's attitude of accepting all. These are all fresh sprouts at chives. Cursing me won't necessarily get you muted, but not cursing is no different from being muted, right? 2 minutes later, Su Luo sent out the edited text, without a hint of guilt. On the other side, still at Binhai University, still in the girls' dormitory, still Li Mengmeng. Ding. The user you follow, Su Luo, has updated a new dynamic. Come take a look. Sitting in front of the computer, Li Mengmeng was writing a reflection on her frequent absences from class during this time. That night during the Final Singer Top 6 competition was the first time Li Mengmeng missed the live event. The reason was that she had been traveling across provinces every Sunday to attend a recording of Final Singer in Xingqing, which made her unable to return to school on Monday, and her late-night absences were discovered by the academic advisor and dorm supervisor. A deep reflection on skipping class for chasing stars. First of all, I want to apologize to the school and teachers. Li Mengmeng bit the pen. Looking at the 2 lines of text she had finally managed to squeeze out in the reflection, her brows furrowed. At this moment, her phone on the desk pinged with a Weibo notification. Luo Dog has posted again. However, this time I won to be fooled. 2 minutes later. Forget it. I'll take a look. Li Mengmeng initially didn't want to pay attention, but in the end, her curiosity got the better of her. Plus, writing the reflection was just too tedious. Unlocking her phone, she clicked on the notification, which redirected her to Su Luo's Weibo. Then, Li Mengmeng saw the dynamic content that Su Luo had just published. Su Luo, let me share a life truth with everyone. When you're looking at this Weibo, When you finish reading this Weibo, you have already finished reading this Weibo. Those who haven't seen this Weibo will never know what this Weibo is about, while those who have seen this Weibo are now pondering what this Weibo is saying. Actually, what this post wants to say is, those who are looking at the post are looking at the post, and those who are not looking are not looking. Those who understand have already grasped the essence of life, while those who do not understand are still on the path of understanding. It is recommended to pin this post to the top and read it aloud 10 times a day. You will find that you will discover nothing, because this is just a post after all. Congratulations on wasting your time, but it doesn't matter. Your time was never valuable to begin with. Chapter 63, The Semifinals Begin. Bang. Li Mengmeng slammed her fist on the computer desk. Writing a self-reflection was already frustrating, and seeing such content made her completely lose her composure. I can't believe I'm being punished to write 2,000 words of self-reflection just because I wanted to watch that loser get eliminated? Just for this piece of trash? Now I'm being toyed with like this? Thinking of this, Li Mengmeng felt even more infuriated, and there were many other victims like her. However, this time, it was more about new fans of Su Luo coming from the Yun music platform. Many were using Weibo for the first time. They had never paid attention to the entertainment industry, being seasoned music enthusiasts, and were very naive. When they saw their favorite musician post on Weibo, they clicked in immediately. They thought it would be news about a new song release, so they had no defenses whatsoever. When they saw the Weibo post by Su Luo, they were all taken aback. Scrolling through this Weibo during lunch break, I feel like my precious life is slipping away. You owe me 10 valuable minutes. Truly, listening to your words is like listening to nonsense. I actually finished reading such a boring Weibo. Do you think you're funny? Refund me. Give me back the money I spent on Xiao Cho. You don't deserve my music membership. You tell me Xiao Cho was written by this dog? Oh no, I become Xiao Cho. You're not human. You're truly a dog. Your time isn't worth anything. That last line really broke me. Grievance value 100, grievance value 200, grievance value 132, grievance value 213, grievance value 164, grievance value 148, The system kept ringing with grievance value and notifications. Su Luo glanced at his Weibo follower count. Then he saw his follower count drop from 1.02 million to 960,000. Whatever. Because this is the correct use of Weibo. Su Luo originally thought of capitalizing on the momentum and posting a few more Weibo updates to earn grievance points. However, when he finished editing the text and chose to send it out, he received a notification. System notification. Your Weibo has been reported by some users. After verification, according to Article X of the Weibo Community Self-Discipline Convention, rules for malicious discussion, false information handling, your account is now subject to a 7-day speaking prohibition. Damn. Su Luo. The next day, Lu Ziming left the contestant apartment with his suitcase. Su Luo personally saw him off. A nanny car was parked outside the contestant apartment. Su Luo didn't know if Long Yue was in the car. Su Luo didn't feel much reluctance to part with the little brother. As he said, the entertainment industry is just a circle. You'll run into each other again eventually. But to be honest, the little brother's cooking skills are really good. Su Luo signed 2 contracts with Yuran. One was the copyright transfer agreement, and the other was the revenue sharing agreement. A dual agreement. The copyright transfer agreement nominally transferred the song rights to Yuran, ensuring the legality of Yuran's original work without violating the program's rules. However, besides Su Luo, every contestant had signed a coercive clause with the program group, which stated that the copyright of songs created during the competition belonged to the program group. The program group obtained the copyright through this coercive clause, but it did not automatically cover revenue distribution. The key lies in the revenue sharing agreement. The revenue sharing agreement is an independent contract that belongs to the debt rights agreement and does not become invalid due to copyright transfer. Therefore, even if the program group obtains the copyright, they must abide by the revenue distribution already signed by Yuran. Even if the program group holds the nominal copyright of Will There Be a Song That Reminds You of Me, they cannot monetize it. The program group must also adhere to the revenue terms signed by Yuran, otherwise, it constitutes a breach of contract. The penalty for this breach is an 8-digit sum. Su Luo first signed the revenue sharing agreement and then signed the copyright transfer agreement in a couple of days. Even so, Yuran was still not at ease. What if the program group discovers that the revenue is under your control? Su Luo, they have no right to check your private contract. You're only transferring the copyright to them, not the revenue rights. Yuran scratched his head. What if they forcibly commercialize it? Su Luo pointed to one of the clauses. Then they would be in breach of contract. The program group obtains the copyright under your name, while you have already transferred 90 of the revenue rights to me through the revenue sharing agreement. Legally, I can sue you for breach of contract at any time. Do you think the program group will help you take the blame? Su Luo could sue Yuran for breach of contract, and Yuran would have to compensate, with the program group bearing joint responsibility. So, that's the situation. Su Luo added. Also, you don't think the coercive clauses required by the program group for all contestants are legal, do you? Yuran read carefully, his face showing a bitter expression. Luo go, why do I feel a bit tangled? Also, are you playing word games with the program group? Su Luo shrugged. This is called reasonably exploiting loopholes in the rules. Do you really think those songs by Ding Yifan were written by them? If it comes to a legal dispute over copyright agreements, they won't gain any benefits. So, as long as everyone saves face, it's fine. Note, just stacking some armor first. That's all. Everyone can take it easy. The little brother left. Su Luo didn't know what to do alone. The recording for Leisurely Country Life would also take 2 weeks. So, during this time, Su Luo had become so bored that he started typing to pass the time. This led to the serialization of the Female Tenant reaching 1.7 million words. With just over 300,000 words left, it could be announced as completed. A few days faster than Su Luo had anticipated. In the reader group of the Female Tenant that Su Luo created, a wealthy user named Shiwang Yuta Tongping Xian Tiao, with her financial capability, became the admin of Su Luo's general reader group. She was discussing the upcoming content with Su Luo. I tipped a total of 50,000 Zhuang Dao. Don't forget you promised me to write a perfect ending where the protagonist ends up with me Kai. I want that kind of perfect ending. Shiwang Yu Ta Tong Ping Xian Tiao. User saw that the Female Tenant was already reaching its conclusion. She believed the author would surely write a satisfactory perfect ending to win her favor as a big brother. Su Luo, sure. In reality, not a chance. Hee hee. Chapter 64. 2,800,000 resentment points. Overnight wealth is here today. Revised Su Luo. I can't send the withdrawal statement anymore. Wang Xuejuan. Wang Xuejuan. Are you going to breach the contract? What about the penalty? Su Luo. My Weibo is banned. It will be unbanned tomorrow. So can you help me post it first? I'll send the withdrawal statement once my Weibo is unbanned tomorrow. Wang Xuejuan. No way, wait for me. I'll get Weibo to unban you. Suruo, arigato. Sunday, 6 p.m. At this moment, there are still 2 hours until the 5th episode of Final Singer airs. Ding. The phone on the table lights up, showing a new Weibo notification. The user you follow, Su Luo, has updated a new post. Come check it out. Li Mingming picks up her phone, feeling down. The competition is about to start, and Luo Dog still has the leisure to play abstract. Li Mingming is destined to miss the 5th episode. It's not that she couldn't get a ticket, but her instructor has already listed her as a key monitoring subject. She can accept missing the last 2 episodes, but she absolutely cannot tolerate missing the finals night. Li Mingming doesn't even realize that subconsciously, she believes that as a contestant, Su Luo also won't miss the finals night. Li Mingming quickly shakes her head, scolding herself for believing in Luo Dog so much. Shouldn't she be happier if Luo Dog is eliminated? Luo Dog should have been eliminated in this episode. Yes, that's right. Eliminate him, Luo Dog. I just wanted to see you get eliminated from the start. Yes, that's how I feel. Li Mingming thinks to herself, deceiving herself thoroughly. In her daze, Li Mingming clicks on the notification, and her phone screen automatically jumps to Su Luo's Weibo page. Li Mingming immediately wants to close the Weibo background. No matter what, she won't fall for Luo Dog's tricks this time. Then, as she exits, Li Mingming instinctively glances at her phone. Just a glance, and she is stunned. She saw the title of the Weibo post about the withdrawal statement from Final Singer. Withdrawal? Li Mingming thinks she must have seen it wrong. So she quickly reopens Weibo and types in Su Luo in the search bar. The screen transitions. Li Mingming sees the withdrawal statement. Su Luo. After careful, actually not that careful consideration, I have decided to withdraw from the subsequent competitions of Final Singer. The reason is very simple. I'm bored. So I'm withdrawing. No seat, just that simple. About the fans, thank you to those who truly love my music, although you might want to scold me now. Also, thanks to the little black treasures, you let me know that my existence can break so many people. Finally, I'm out. You 1T miss me too much, right? Right? There aren't really people who like me, right? I'm out. And the little black treasures 1T celebrate on the surface, but secretly shed little pearls, right? All right. Since you all will miss me so much, I promise you, we will meet again soon. Just like that. Let us meet next time. Lastly, I'm just withdrawing, not quitting the industry. Highlight this. Li Mingming sits in her seat, staring blankly. The phone screen has already gone dark. Luo Dog, he really withdrew? How could he just quit like this? At this moment, Li Mingming's mood is very complicated. She says that she would be happier if Su Luo is eliminated. But when Su Luo really chooses to withdraw, Li Mingming feels an emptiness in her heart, including tonight's 4th battle of the top 4 in Final Singer. Li Mingming has lost interest in watching the live broadcast. Even if the king of love songs, Ma Tianai, returns, Li Mingming has no interest and can't feel happy at all. The most important thing is Li Mingming never thought that Su Luo would actively choose to withdraw. With Luo Dog's personality, he shouldn't be the type to stick around until the finals, right? Who would want to drive him away? Withdrawal? Who allowed you to withdraw? Luo Dog. Li Mingming grits her teeth. Even if you leave this show, it should be us who send you off. Li Mangmang Rao Ben's Beiwu. Want to invent a few words. However, she can't help but read Su Luo's withdrawal statement again. After reading it, Li Mingming is both angry and amused, self-indulgent. Who would miss you? You withdrew. We can't express how happy we are. Li Mingming scrolls down to the comment section. She wants to see other people's reactions. Wow, Luo Dog withdrew himself. No way, I need to sleep for another 2 hours. It's a celebration. Luo Dog finally. Wait, did he really withdraw himself? We didn't get to send him off ourselves? Little Black Treasures, team building tonight. Half an hour later, Why does it feel like something S missing? After all this time cursing him, he just ran away? What is the difference between this and punching cotton? Who would miss you? Good riddance. 5 minutes later, damn it, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. You withdraw if you want, but what do you mean by throwing shade at us at the end? Who? Aloud. You. Too. Withdraw. Did you withdraw with our little black treasure's consent? There are also onlookers who smell the drama. On the surface, celebrating Luo Dog's withdrawal. In reality, secretly shedding little pearls. Can you black fans unify your narrative? Feeling that Su Luo's withdrawal means this program has lost at least 99 of its entertainment value. Sigh. There will be no more fun to watch in the future. Li Mengmeng suddenly realizes, what does Luo Dog mean by saying we will meet again soon? The release of Su Luo's withdrawal statement caught everyone off guard. No one expected that just 2 hours before the show airs, Su Luo would announce his withdrawal at this moment. Su Luo's Weibo has gathered an unprecedented number of netizens, and the post about his withdrawal has far more shares than likes. Therefore, the topic Su Luo withdraws quickly occupied the top spot on Weibo's trending searches. The comments from netizens are also quite real. Huh, he really withdrew? This is too sudden. Without Su Luo, what is the point of this show? Su Luo? Who is that? Why is everyone discussing this person? Because a contestant withdrew, and the show feels meaningless? 666, if you don't watch it. Can you sell the tickets to me? I don't know Su Luo. His withdrawal doesn't concern me. I came for Brother T and I. 1. I really don't know Su Luo. I've never heard of him. Some netizens' comments are quite funny. This episode has Ma, T and I. Whether Su Luo stays or goes. No one really cares, okay? Laughing and crying. Su Luo? Getting old. I don't know these young, fresh faces. I don't know this person. But I've heard Drowning My Sorrows. I didn't expect it was written by him. I can only say that the song is indeed nice. But it's still far behind Brother T and I. Su Luo's withdrawal statement did not cause too much impact on Final Singer. Thanks to the production team spending the last week marketing the topic Ma, T and I returns to generate hype. The previously declining various data for Final Singer unexpectedly broke historical peaks tonight. Of course, everyone understands that this is just the final brilliance. Ressent.100, ressent.156, ressent.123, ressent.165, ressent.201, ressent.206. Looking at the continuously refreshing resentment points, Su Luo fell into deep thought. Who can explain the situation? When Su Luo clearly checked the source of the resentment points, his mouth couldn't help but twitch. The source of these resentment points actually came from his little black fans. With 960,000 followers on my Weibo, a lot of them have a bit of an M attribute, giving off a feeling of I can torment them 1,000 times. And they still treat me like their first love. As for my haters, they belong to the type that talks badly but acts honestly. When I was still around, they used to criticize me with fresh insults every day. Now that I've withdrawn from the competition, they've turned around and criticized me. Why did you withdraw? Who gave you the right to withdraw? What am I supposed to watch if you withdraw? Sigh. The situation is quite complicated. Su Luo couldn't help but rub his forehead. Ding. Su Luo's Weibo backend suddenly received a private message. Song Yunxi, it was the production team that made you withdraw, right? Su Luo was taken aback. He really wanted to ask this girl, are you living on Weibo? How do you find out about every little thing so quickly? Su Luo didn't hide it, yeah. Song Yunxi, what conditions did they offer? Su Luo, leisurely country life and roast show as flying guests. Song Yunxi, wow, that's more generous than I expected. It's actually good that you withdrew. I was going to ask you what your plans are after withdrawing, whether you want to consider signing with Lionheart, but it looks like you won TB unemployed for a while. Su Luo, it seems that way for now, but I still have to thank you, Teacher Song. At least even if I were to be unemployed, I wouldn't have to retire from the industry. Song Yunxi, if you really find yourself without a job, you can consider Lionheart Entertainment. Song Yunxi, to be honest, withdrawing to swap for leisurely country life and roast show, 2 S-class variety show resources, is definitely not a loss. Don't be fooled by the crazy hype of the Final Singer tonight. Once Mati and I leaves next episode, this show will revert back to its original form. For you, winning the championship is completely unnecessary. By the way, since you've withdrawn, the personal contestant named you, Ran should be solidly advancing to the finals, right? Su Luo? Yeah. Song Yunxi. What a pity, Yu Ran is quite capable, but in the end, he is just a personal contestant. The championship is already predetermined for Ding Yifan. But being the runner-up isn't bad. I feel like they could sign Yu Ran. Su Luo, has Yu Ran refused? Song Yunshi, no. There are many companies wanting to sign Yu Ran. Do you think the other entertainment companies are fools? They say Yu Ran is at least a solid runner-up, and his popularity isn't low right now. However, Yu Ran is quite clever. He hasn't shown any intention of wanting to sign yet, but he hasn't refused either. I suspect his original plan was to win the championship and then sit down with those entertainment companies to negotiate a better contract. But he is too naive. He absolutely can't win against Ding Yifan because this isn't a simple 1v1 showdown. The waters are deep, and you personal contestants can't grasp it. Su Luo chatted a bit with Song Yunshi and then stopped. He was quite curious about what Song Yunshi had been doing since she withdrew from the final singer. She seemed rather free. As for the depth of the championship, it was indeed very deep. They don't think highly of you. You must strive to do well. Su Luo sent a message to Yu Ran. Good luck in the finals. Yu Ran, who had already arrived at the recording studio, replied instantly, I won't let you down. Luo Gu, I'm already studying my finals opponent. At 8 p.m., the fourth episode of The Final Singer officially began with the top 4 battle. The number of online viewers in the live room broke the record again. Ma Tianya's name was being frantically spammed. The show started. After the host droned on for more than 10 minutes, it was time for the mentors to appear. The original mentor lineup, Fu Xingyao, Song Yunshi, and Yi Longwei were all gone. Replacing them were 3 completely unfamiliar faces, all quite famous. The 3 unfamiliar mentors took turns singing their signature songs to fill time. Then, the host returned to the stage, looking regretful, and announced that contestant Su Luo had withdrawn from the competition due to personal reasons. And it was a pity that he would be saying goodbye to the stage of the final singer. In short, Yu Ran successfully advanced to the finals. Now, only the interpersonal competition between Ding Yifan and Jiang Yi remained. Jiang Yi's guest performer was a 4-line singer whose name nobody had heard of, claiming they were friends. Ding Yifan's guest performer was the king of love songs, Ma Tianyi. The moment Ma Tianyi appeared, there were even signs of lag in the online live room. Ma Tianyi's name was being spammed continuously when the camera scanned the audience. Sharp-eyed viewers would notice that the overall audience age for this episode was about 10 years older than previous episodes. They were all fans of Ma Tianyi. After Ma Tianyi took the stage, the host conducted a personal interview with him that lasted over 10 minutes, covering why he withdrew at the peak of his career and various mundane life details after going silent. After dragging it out for quite a while, they finally announced the start of the competition. Unsurprisingly, Ding Yifan and Ma Tianyi's group defeated Jiang Yi's group with an absolute advantage of 2 million votes and advanced to the finals. When the show ended that night, the topic The Final Singer, Ma Tianyi's triumphant return, quickly dominated the hot searches on various short video and social platforms. The hot search for Su Luo's withdrawal was pushed down. After that night, the public opinion of Ding Yifan and the production team began to turn in a positive direction. 3 days had passed since the end of the top 4 competition of The Final Singer. During this time, The Female Tenant had concluded. In the original work, the ending of The Female Tenant had me, Kai, embracing the so-called Zhaoyang. However, Su Luo made a slight modification to the content. In the ending of my 26 Female Tenants, there was no such plot. Su Luo only wrote about Zhaoyang leaving Suzhou. Of course, Su Luo still respected the original work. He didn't make drastic changes to the plot. He simply made a segmented treatment of the original work's grand conclusion. The part where Mi Kai embraces the so-called meeting with Zhaoyang would still be included, but that would have to wait until Su Luo has earned enough resentment points. And then he would supplement it in the form of an epilogue. This could take 3 years or 5 years. Who knows? In short, the readers of The Female Tenant would have to be patient. Hee. Ding. A chat box popped up on Su Luo's computer screen. Shi Wang and her heartbeat in sync. Shi Wang and her heartbeat in sync. Don't play dead. Speak. Shi Wang and her heartbeat in sync. You dog. Didn't you promise me you'd write a perfect ending for the main character in Mi Kai? Zhuo Wang Dao. I promised you I would write, but I never said I would write it now. Serious face. Shi Wang and her heartbeat in sync. Ha 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 ha. Shi Wang and her heartbeat in sync. Okay. So that's how we're playing it. Ha ha. She wong, and her heartbeat in sync. Deathly smile. You better not get caught by me. If I catch you, I'll make you fly. Resentment points, 100. Resentment points, 200. Resentment points, 100. Resentment points, 156. Resentment points, 205. Resentment points, 201. Resentment points, 102. The various reader groups Su Luo created for the female tenant exploded. Su Luo's account had already been bombarded with mentions. This forced him to log out of his account. The constantly accumulating resentment points also reflected the reader's true emotions. Therefore, Su Luo decided not to read the reader's comments. Su Luo inwardly inquired, how many resentment points do I have? Current resentment value, 2, 805, 210, 2,800,000 resentment points. It's time to collect. First, let's open 2 intermediate treasure chests, and then do 8 consecutive draws of beginner treasure chests. Get rich overnight. Today is the day. Chapter 65, 10 consecutive draws. Leisurely country living begins recording. Songzi, let's start with 8 beginner treasure chests to warm up. Solo, holding dos. 8 million resentment points, spoke more confidently. Open them directly. Ding. Acquired attribute reward. Singing skill, 10. Ding. Acquired attribute reward. Appearance 1. Ding. Acquired attribute reward. Acting skill, 10. Ding. Acquired special reward. Physical enhancement potion, 1. Ding. Acquired culinary skill. Basic Lu cuisine, cooking technique, ding. Acquired entertainment reward. Songworks fairy tale. Acquired entertainment reward. Songworks brotherhood. Acquired entertainment reward. Songworks lovely woman. Su Luo felt that he had been strengthened in every aspect. He was now terrifyingly strong. His singing skill increased by 10 points. Su Luo was confident that if he sang Xiao Chou again, it wouldn't just be a little tipsy. However, he felt he needed at least another 10 points to be able to sing Big Fish independently. Big Fish really requires singing skills, but the appearance aspect seems unnecessary. Su Luo pulled up his personal information panel. Host, Su Luo age, 22 appearance, 91 singing skill, 61 acting skill, 30 skills, voice in the scene, basic whistling technique, basic painting technique, etc. Su Luo's appearance was already close to the maximum, and the attribute reward only added 1 point. That 1 point did not change his facial features. Su Luo carefully looked in the mirror and found that the 1 point was added to his eyes. Now, his gaze seemed electrifying, like the kind that looks at dogs with deep affection. Su Luo's acting skills were worse than his singing skills before. Even now, with an additional 10 points, his acting skills were still miserable. With 30 points in acting, he could probably only play those emotionless roles that don't require expressions, like Wu Zhu or the aloof, domineering CEO type. Fortunately, Su Luo hasn't yet encountered resources in the film and television industry, so he didn't need to worry too much for now. This is because young idols have a poor reputation in the film and television industry. Unless it's a project that urgently needs investment, directors generally don't choose to cast young idols. So far, many young idols have become popular, receiving a lot of variety show resources, and some have transitioned to the film and television industry, but few have achieved significant results. This has left a stereotype in the audience's mind that any drama featuring a young idol must be a bad movie. Except for brain-dead fans. No audience is willing to pay for it. Variety shows are different. They don't require acting skills, just that the guests are familiar with the process. And most variety shows finish while playing around. The program Leisurely Country Living only informs Su Luo about the main content of the show, but they wouldn't interfere with how to do it, as they only needed to ensure that the flying guests wouldn't deviate from the theme. Content control is mainly the responsibility of the 3 resident guests. Those 3 resident guests are veterans. Opening 3 songs at once is not bad. Fairy Tale, wow, this is a classic song. It's a huge profit. Su Luo focused on the 3 songs he drew, his eyes showing excitement. Do you know what it means for a song to last a lifetime? Fairy Tale is the best example. This doesn't mean that the quality of singer Guang Liang's later works is poor. Rather, Fairy Tale started at too high a level. The popularity of this song was unprecedented at the time, making it a phenomenon in the Chinese music scene and a collective memory of a generation. Once this song was released, it swept all major music awards, and the lyric "The stories and fairy tales are all lies" even became a popular saying. widely used in school essays, youth novels, and film and television lines. In an era dominated by R&B and upbeat tunes, Fairy Tale forcibly opened up a new track for pure love songs, truly a godly song that evokes deep emotions. Back then, I was just a little kid, not knowing how many times it made me cry. Su Luo's mind was already flashing images. Lovely woman, Su Luo vast. This is true youth. This song is Jay Chou's representative work and also the starting point of the Zhou style, included in his first album, Jay. In that era, Jay Chou emerged out of nowhere, and Lovely Woman quickly captured the ears of young listeners like a musical experiment. The lyrics jump out of the sad love trope, focusing on the delicate psychology of boys in love, very relatable to young people's views on love, and became a sensation on campuses. Jay Chou once graced the cover of Time magazine, thanks to Lovely Woman, hailed as the new king of pop music. This song represents many layers of meaning, representing the fresh vitality of that era and the cultural collision during the early rise of the internet. Lovely Woman is also regarded as a groundbreaking work that reshaped the landscape of Chinese music. It is the first cornerstone of Jay Chou's music empire, laying the foundation for a shy young man in front of the camera to become the undisputed king of pop music. Lovely Woman as a whole leans towards the excitement and exploration of a boy's puberty, generally sung to a girl he has a crush on. Su Luo was jolted awake from his reverie, his gaze crystal clear. No, system, what do you mean by giving me this song? And let me ask you, was it intentional or accidental? The system remained cold and silent. One song evokes deep emotions, and another is healing. I can understand that. But what does brotherhood mean? This one's a bit complicated, right? You knew I was going to record a show with good brothers, so you prepared this song for me, right? Okay. Let's play it like this. Su Luo was very familiar with this song. It's one of the representative works of brotherhood-themed songs in the Chinese music scene. I believe most people have heard this song at barbecue stalls, roadside eateries, karaoke, etc. It's quite a nostalgic song. After many years, Su Luo could hum a couple of lines with his eyes closed. Su Luo's mind even had a scene. A few middle-aged men with their arms around each other's shoulders, bare-chested, drinking and eating barbecue, reminiscing about the bittersweet memories of years, unable to hold back tears, then inevitably shouting a few lines with their good brothers. It was just too on point. Today's luck was exceptionally good. Songzi exchanged for 2 intermediate treasure chests. Open them for me. Su Luo was fired up. The intermediate treasure chests looked much more advanced than the beginner ones. Ding. Acquired comic reward. Comic work slay. Crimson Eye ding. Acquire performance reward. Comic collection. Guadi Gang's comic collection. Wow. There, essay knife. Seeing the word slay. Crimson Eye. Su Luo didn't know what to say. Su Luo didn't read comics. He watched anime. It was only about 20 episodes long. After watching it, Su Luo felt uncomfortable for a long time, to the point where he stopped watching anime for a long time. The aftertaste was too strong. At first, Su Luo thought it was a very exciting battle anime. After all, the Imperial tools were really cool. Then it started to get dark. One person dies in each episode, and each member of the main character's team dies more tragically than the last. The person the male lead likes dies. The person who likes the male lead dies. And in the end, even the male lead dies. This is indeed suitable for earning resentment points. But won't the resentment be too heavy? Su Luo felt that he was still too kind and hesitated for 3 seconds. But it was only 3 seconds. After all, he had also been caught in the rain before. The manga strike. Crimson Eyes has a total of 78 chapters. This manga is in black and white. And Su Luo has basic drawing skills, so replicating it is quite simple. In fact, Su Luo could even create a colored version of the manga directly. It's just like the Female Tenant. The content is already in his mind. As long as he has hands, he can replicate it. So it's the same formula. Find a suitable manga platform, save the drafts first, and then he can start creating the work. Manga is definitely more labor-intensive than novels. A novel can describe buildings, streets, and other environments in 1 minute using words. However, to draw according to the text description in a manga takes much more time and effort. After completing the drawing, he also has to add colors, text, and so on. However, for Strike, Crimson Eyes, Su Luo is quite confident about the anger value aspect. As long as he sends it out and someone sees it, there will be anger value. The advantage is that it works faster than the Female Tenant. After all, the Female Tenant is a long novel with 2 million words. If Strike, Crimson Eyes could also be adapted into an anime in this world, that would be a dual benefit of money and anger value. However, Su Luo doesn't know much about manga, so he still needs to do some research first. The collection of Guodi Gang's crosstalk, the intermediate treasure chest, did not yield a specific work from Guodi Gang, but rather a collection of highlights for various works, such as I Want to Resist the 3 Vulgarities, Dream of the Western Expedition, Offering Wife and Child, Uncovering the Tiles, etc. It includes various original crosstalks by this founder of the Yun Society, as well as classic adapted crosstalks. Guodi Gang's crosstalk skills should not be underestimated. He has won numerous awards, and his unique style of humor is indeed exceptional. However, the evaluation of Guodi Gang in the industry is quite polarized. Some crosstalk masters say, without him, there would be no today's crosstalk theaters. The Diyun Society founded by Guodi Gang is also praised as the hope of crosstalk, truly bringing it back to its grassroots origins. However, some critics argue that Guodi Gang's approach is overly commercialized and harms the purity of the art. Su Luo doesn't listen to much crosstalk, but most of what he has heard is Guodi Gang's work. His disciples are just not at the same level. The point about excessive commercialization is somewhat true. There's indeed some excessive commercialization, but the latter part about harming artistic purity is a bit too much. How many crosstalk practitioners has Guodi Gang helped feed? If crosstalk actors can't even earn a living, what is there to say about artistic purity? The people saying this have a significant personal bias against Guodi Gang himself. In terms of status, contribution, and strength, there is definitely nothing wrong with the intermediate treasure chest yielding Guodi Gang's crosstalk collection. The key point is that Su Luo never thought about developing in the crosstalk field. However, this lottery draw was still a net gain overall. Now Su Luo's anger value is basically empty, with only a little over 5,000 anger points left. The Female Tenant is still providing him with a steady stream of anger value. Su Luo believes that he needs to develop a few more side jobs to expand his channels for acquiring anger value. So he can only focus on Strike, Crimson Eyes, and the upcoming recording of Leisurely Country Living. Su Luo is feeling a bit anxious now. He took a moment to check his bank card balance. Originally, Su Luo had a meager one, 48 million. Adding the payment for the 4 episodes of The Final Singer at 500,000 per episode totals to 15 million. Of that, 2 million is Su Luo's payment, and the extra 150,000 is his advertising fee. The ad for Jin Xiao Xiao and Kong Shuifu's green tea were not free. These 2 sponsors were quite generous with his advertising fees. Once I thought about ending it all, Big Fish, Drowning My Sorrows, and Anger. These 4 songs have all been released on the Cloud Palace music platform. Because Drowning My Sorrows and I Am Anger were released more recently, Cloud Palace Music sent Su Luo 36 million this month. The Female Tenant also performed well. The Infinite Reading platform sent Su Luo 120,000 in manuscript fees this month. Based on the data, Su Luo judged that next month's manuscript fees would at least double. All amounts are after tax, with minor details omitted. In total, Su Luo's money now, rounding up, is 113,150. In soft currency, 11,315 million. Seeing the balances card made Su Luo even more anxious. With nothing to do, Su Luo also spent some time chatting in the author group. The conclusion of The Female Tenant is undoubtedly great news for the online literature circle. The group has been celebrating every day for the past few days, and today is no exception. Duck, my 26 Female Tenants, has finally concluded. Joy to all. Digging a pit and not filling it. Sitting Forgetting the Way, bye-bye Yang. I was also following his daily updates during serialization, and now that it's finished, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Who says otherwise? During the serialization of Sitting Forgetting the Way, the entire online literature circle was criticizing while also following the trend. My tendinitis has worsened during this time. Sitting Forgetting the Way is truly something else. A 2 million word book, and how long did it take him to write it? Just about a month, right? Can you believe it? 2 million words. If I were to write it, it would take me a year. The key point is that he wrote it so quickly, and the quality was not affected at all. My 26 Female Tenants was still topping the charts even after it finished. You guys think? Sitting Forgetting the Way won't just finish and then start a new book, right? All the authors unanimously. Shut up. 2 days later, Su Luo was no longer living in the contestant apartment. He had moved to a hotel outside. For the subsequent creation of Strike, Crimson Eyes, Su Luo spent 10,000 yuan to buy a laptop. A desktop is not convenient. He is preparing to participate in the recording of Leisurely Country Living. 2 days before the recording was set to begin, the assistant had already sent Su Luo a message. Upon learning that the recording location was in Yuntsong City, Su Luo immediately bought the earliest flight of the day. After 2 weeks of idleness, he finally had work to do. Just thinking about meeting his good brother soon made Su Luo's mood quite excited and surging. My good brother, I'm coming. Chapter 66, this car, is quite unique. Every season of Leisurely Country Life changes its filming location to showcase the different rural landscapes of summer country. For the 6th season, the production team chose a small village in the outskirts of Yuntsong City in Bian County. As noon approached in Teotihuacan, the air was filled with the damp smell of earth. The small path at the village entrance was muddy. Director Yin Ming received news in advance that this episode's flying guests, Fu Xingyao and Xia Xingwan, would arrive in 20 minutes. Therefore, Yin Ming directed the crew to set up the equipment early at the necessary point on the mountain path. Sang Fanju, named for the small courtyard, sat on this quiet hillside, but under the harsh weather, it appeared somewhat desolate. Yes, Sang Fanju is the name of the small courtyard. Start filming. Yin Ming communicated orders through the earpiece. Around the corner, in a close-up shot, the muddy tires of the van rolled through a puddle, and the chassis brushed against the slanted wild grass, shaking off raindrops that hadn't yet fallen from the grass stems. The camera followed the van as a drone began to trace its ascent until it became smaller and smaller. In a wide-angle shot, the van slowly stopped at the village entrance, and the door opened automatically. A bony hand reached for the door frame, the bracelet at the wrist glinting coldly. Fu Xingyao leaned over, peeking out halfway, and the camera zoomed in for a close-up of his 80-point looks. With the help of his manager, Fu Xingyao successfully took out his suitcase and frowned slightly at the umbrella handle. This terrible weather. He couldn't help but mutter quietly, as he had gotten up an hour early to style his hair. Hello, everyone. A girl followed him out of the car, her face radiating youthful smiles as she greeted the production staff. She had a highly recognizable face, with slightly curly hair cascading down, wearing blue gem earrings. Her face had a hint of a diamond shape, but remained rounded, with a full forehead, a cute rounded chin, lively almond-shaped eyes, a structured nose, and petal-like lips. Xia Xingwan wore a blue-cropped knitted cardigan, paired with a white short-sleeved t-shirt with lace trim at the neckline and white high-waisted wide-leg pants, complemented by white flat sandals with crisscross straps and a light blue canvas bag. The moment she appeared, all eyes were drawn to her. Of course, Fu Xingyao was also dressed up. Fu Xingyao and Xia Xingwan were there to promote Twilight Love, and the CP marketing for this star couple had already begun. They got out of the same car. Fu Xingyao even held the umbrella for her, tilting it towards Xia Xingwan, saying, "Be careful not to get wet." Xia Xingwan understood and didn't tea refuse, smiling as she said thank you. After their managers instructed them briefly, they let the driver turn around and leave. They would only return after the recording of the 6th episode was over. The recording would last 3 days. Under the rain canopy by the roadside, the staff asked, "What do you have in your suitcases?" "Snacks and such need to be surrendered." Xia Xingwan replied, "Just some clothes and toiletries. Do we need to open them for inspection?" Fu Xingyao also stated, "You can check." The staff waved their hands, "No need." According to the show's routine, the production team routinely checks the guest's luggage, but since it was raining today, they would just go through the motions. Xia Xingwan softly asked, "Excuse me, how long does it take to walk from here to Sang Fanju?" "About 2 kilometers," was the reply. 2 kilometers? Fu Xingyao took a deep breath. He had just styled his hair. In fact, if it weren't for the rain making the path muddy, they could have driven directly to Sang Fanju, but now they could only walk. Fu Xingyao glanced at the path, which even had some small puddles. A careless step could splash mud on his clothes. And he happened to be wearing white sneakers today. After all the effort he put into dressing up, it was raining and windy. Fu Xingyao's mood was not great. On the other hand, Xia Xingwan maintained an optimistic and cheerful attitude. Xia Xingwan asked, 2 kilometers isn't too far. Can we use a vehicle? Because the wheels of the suitcase might get stuck. It really is beautiful here, the staff thought, then replied, you can look for a vehicle on your own. Xia Xingwan raised her hand to shield her forehead, squinting around, then pouted slightly. Fu Xingyao gently said, let's walk in, one. I can help you carry your suitcase. As long as I'm with you. 2 kilometers isn't far at all. We'll be there in no time. Plus, the staff are still working hard in the rain. They have it tough, so walking a bit isn't a big deal. What do you think? Xia Xingwan nodded. Then I'll listen to Teacher Fu. Wow, so sweet. The star couple must be a real CP. Several young female staff members revealed smirks. In reality, Xia Xingwan wasn't that delicate. She came from a rural family and was raised by her grandmother. Director Yin Ming suddenly interjected, you can also choose to wait. Another guest is arriving soon. Another person? I didn't know about that. Xia Xingwan and Fu Xingyao both looked puzzled. Xia Xingwan obediently said, Teacher Fu, then let us wait a bit. Fu Xingyao responded with a hum. To be honest, he was feeling a bit down. He had spent the whole morning on his makeup, only to find it was raining heavily upon arrival, and the wind had ruined his hairstyle. Plus, this outfit was worth 6 figures. He really didn't want to get dirty. If possible, he would rather wait for the rain to stop. But after arriving, he was suddenly told that someone was cutting in line. This meant that he and Xia Xingwan's screen time for this episode would be compressed, which made him very unhappy. Fu Xingyao maintained a calm exterior, but internally he cursed. Who is such a big shot that they arrive later than me? Xia Xingwan smiled slightly. The environment here reminds me of my grandmother's house when I was a child. Fu Xingyao lowered his gaze to hide the turbulence in his heart, then looked up, a soft smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Really? I thought you were a city girl, one. With your aura, you must have been nurtured by the spirit of the mountains and waters. I really want to meet your grandmother sometime. Fu Xingyao didn't notice that Xia Xingwan's smile had faded, and she bit her lip without speaking. Suddenly, a noisy engine sound came from afar, interrupting Fu Xingyao's desire to continue the conversation. The two looked in the direction of the sound and saw a 3-wheeled vehicle with a canopy appearing in sight. After descending the slope, the 3-wheeler drove along the village path towards them. This is, one, a means of transportation. How lucky. We can borrow the villager's tricycle. Don't worry, I can drive it. I'll go talk to the villager in a bit. Fu Xingyao squinted his eyes, suddenly looking excited. Xia Xingwan nodded. Just as Fu Xingyao had already thought about how to borrow the vehicle, the oblivious 3-wheeler suddenly stopped, its tires rolling through a puddle, splashing mud perfectly onto Fu Xingyao's pants. Oh! Xia Xingwan let out a sound of concern. Fu Xingyao mechanically lowered his head, looking at the glaring mud stain on his pants, his forehead twitching with anger. A perfectly good pair of high-end casual trousers was ruined just like that. Do you know how much these pants cost? You couldn't sell your broken tricycle to cover it. You blind thing. Just as Fu Xingyao was cursing inwardly, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Boy, are you two getting on or not? This voice. No way. Fu Xingyao's pupils constricted as he abruptly raised his head to look at the driver who was soliciting passengers. In an instant, his heart raced faster than his recognition of you. That was Zhongling's face, one that could drive a man crazy with jealousy, dressed simply yet inexplicably good-looking. Fu Xingyao felt that the makeup he had meticulously applied all morning was instantly rendered powerless. Every feature of that face was flawless, especially that mouth, which could socially kill someone the moment it opened. It was also because of that mouth that Fu Xingyao gained the nickname Human Fountain. Not you, man. I actually ran all the way here, and you still won't let me go? You're really chasing me down. Teacher Suluo. Xia Xingwan's expression was equally captivating. She had heard some stories about Su Luo and Fu Xingyao from people in the industry. Of course, the version she heard was not Fu Xingyao's own bullying narrative. She had heard her seniors say that Su Luo was quite a hard-working person, a typical case of someone who relied on their looks to break into the entertainment industry. Of course, it was only about looks. Although he worked hard, it seemed that fate had allocated all his attributes to his appearance, leaving his singing and acting skills utterly abysmal. the kind that could never be understood no matter how hard he tried. However, ever since Final Singer aired, everyone had changed their views on this top-tier celebrity whose downfall was the fastest in history due to his looks. For songs, each a masterpiece, he seemed to be on the verge of regaining his status as a land god. Unfortunately, the online rumors were still rampant. The fact that he could still mingle in the entertainment industry and receive offers for shows was already a miracle. The entanglement between Su Luo and Fu Xingyao, from Final Singer to leisurely country living, was inherently a huge topic. It's no wonder that the director of Leisurely Country Living, Yin Ming, agreed to let him cut in. Things were starting to get interesting. In an instant, Xia Xingwan thought of many things. All the cameras were focused on Su Luo, Fu Xingyao, and Xia Xingwan. However, Xia Xingwan felt a bit superfluous. Su Luo got out of the car, smiling and greeting, "Hello there. Teacher Su Luo. I really like your song I Am Angry, and once I thought about giving up, I like those too." Xia Xingwan took the initiative to shake hands with Su Luo. Su Luo nodded, "Well, you have good taste." Upon hearing this, Xia Xingwan chuckled. Then, everyone's gaze silently shifted to Su Luo and Fu Xingyao. "Long time no see, Yao Di." Su Luo opened his arms warmly. "Since when did we have such a good relationship?" However, the camera crew was filming the two of them. Even Xia Xingwan wore a gossiping expression. Fu Xingyao hugged him awkwardly and forced a smile. Luo go. Hee, what are you doing here?" Fu Xingyao felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten something disgusting. And the key was he still had to call him. "The program team invited me. I didn't expect to run into you here. You can't say we aren't brothers. This fate can't be blocked." Su Luo put his hand on Fu Xingyao's shoulder, his face full of smiles. "I don't believe you. This dog is definitely doing it on purpose." Fu Xingyao could only awkwardly smile. After all, the two of them had already made the most hasty reconciliation in history in front of the audience during Final Singer. No matter how displeased Fu Xingyao was, he still had to call Su Luo ge. Su Luo suddenly sighed. "You really are something. You just withdrew from the competition without a word, not even giving your bros a heads up. It's truly disheartening. Real heartache isn't about making a big fuss." Fu Xingyao hurriedly explained, "It wasn't a withdrawal. I couldn't help it. It was mainly a scheduling conflict." "Oh." Su Luo elongated his tone. "So it was a scheduling conflict? I thought it was something else." "What do you mean by that expression?" Fu Xingyao's mouth twitched. Beside him, Xia Xingwan blinked her watery apricot eyes. Although she couldn't understand what teacher Su Luo was saying, it was so interesting. By now, the three flying guests of Leisurely Country Living had all arrived. The staff, following the usual practice, asked, "Teacher Su Luo, what do you have in your suitcase?" Su Luo casually replied, "My luggage is in the truck. Just a laptop, some clothes, and a speaker. If you want to see, I can take it out, but it might be a bit of a hassle." The staff glanced at him and nodded, not really asking Su Luo to take it out, as it was indeed inconvenient in the heavy rain. "Teacher Su Luo, where did you get this car?" Teacher Fu and I were just discussing how to get to the dinner place. Luckily, we chose to wait. The heavens don't disappoint those who are earnest. We finally waited for you, our great savior. Xia Xingwan looked at the unique three-wheeled vehicle with curiosity. Su Luo said, "Well, I saw it was raining so heavily, and the road up the mountain is small, so I figured a sedan would have a hard time getting in, so I specifically borrowed this from Villager." Just as the two were chatting, the rain outside became heavier, the wind howled, and the dark clouds seemed to press down to the ground. "This rain is getting heavier. Let us get in the car first. As for the luggage, let us put in the truck," Su Luo said loudly. Xia Xingwan nodded. "Wan, I'll help you." Fu Xingyao quickly said, moving both his and Xia Xingwan's suitcases into the truck. The truck was lined with a layer of clean straw. Xia Xingwan showed no hesitation, directly striding in with her long legs, then very obediently holding onto the handrail and sitting down. There was no more space in the truck. 3 people's suitcases were piled inside, just enough for Xia Xingwan, who was petite. Fu Xingyao felt a bit dazed. "Then where do I sit?" "You can sit in the front with me. We 2 big men shouldn't be that delicate," Su Luo said, taking the driver's seat, leaving a spot on his left. However, Fu Xingyao looked up at the truck's canopy, which had a large gap, and an ominous premonition arose in his heart. Once he sat down, that ominous feeling intensified. because he was seated directly facing the direction of the rain. This made Fu Xingyao even more convinced that every time he encountered Su Luo, nothing good came of it. He even suspected that this dog was doing it on purpose. If you're not delicate, then why don't you switch seats with me? Fu Xingyao forced a smile. This car is quite unique. Chapter 67. Fu Xingyao. I should be under the car, not in it. This road is quite bumpy. Hold on tight. Go, let's go. Vroom vroom. The tricycle started again. The engine noise was very loud. The filming crew had already set up 4 or 5 fixed cameras on the tricycle. Moreover, Xia Xingwan had brought a handheld camera specifically to capture footage of the tricycle in motion. During the ride, a drone filmed the panoramic route from above. As the driver, Su Luo was very focused, taking a deep breath. The air quality here is really good. Xia Xingwan nodded and exclaimed loudly. The scenery in this village is indeed beautiful. She looked around like a curious child, not forgetting to take pictures with her handheld camera. Su Luo felt the cool breeze mixed with a bit of light rain. Invigorated. Teacher Xia, are you comfortable in this vehicle? Pretty good. I used to travel like this when I was young. Just call me Wan. Sitting in the back of the tricycle, Xia Xingwan closed her eyes, her slightly curled long hair flying in the wind. No need to be so polite. How old are you this year? I'm 20. Then I'm 2 years older than you. Just call me Luo Ge. Luo Ge. Are you cold sitting in the front? It's okay, quite cool actually. Su Luo and Xia Xingwan were having a good conversation, keeping the dialogue flowing. One was focused on driving, the other leisurely enjoying the scenery. Can we go a bit slower? A trembling voice came from beside them. Su Luo turned to look and was startled, almost driving off the slope. Wait, who are you? Fu Xingyao wiped the rain off his face, looking very resentful. Fu Xingyao's resentment value. 100, sitting on the left side, Fu Xingyao was suffering. Every time the tricycle went over a bump, he would bounce up, and rainwater kept pouring in through the holes in the canopy above, soaking his collar. It was incredibly uncomfortable. You two are chatting away? Can you be a little concerned about my feelings? It's raining too heavily. Fu Xingyao's hairstyle had already become a barcode from the rain. And before they set off, he had specially applied waterproof mascara, which now had turned into panda eyes, with foundation mixed with rainwater running down to his chin. The key was that this embarrassing appearance was being captured by the fixed cameras on the tricycle. Black history. While Fu Xingyao was trying to wipe his face with a tissue, he was fuming, the tissue in his hand already a soggy mess. Ruined. All the makeup I worked hard on this morning is ruined. Teacher Fu, are you okay? Should I switch seats with you? Xia Xingwan held up the camera, struggling to suppress her laughter. Fu Xingyao gritted his teeth. I'm fine. Fu Xingyao wished he could kick Su Luo out of the car. This tricycle was definitely doing it on purpose. Why is it only leaking on my side? And she even asked him if he was cold? Why is no one caring about me? He is not cold, I am. Su Luo wiped the rain off his face, glanced at the hole in the canopy above, and slowly reduced the speed. Yao Di, it seems like there's a leak on your side. It is a bit. Are you cold? Why are you shivering? It's okay. Fu Xingyao forced a polite smile, but with rain pouring and wind blowing, his teeth were chattering. Are you blind? This is a bit of a leak? What you just noticed? Can you stop asking such stupid questions? Fu Xingyao's resentment value. 200. The rain kept getting heavier, and even rain was blowing into the front. Yao Di, I have a plastic bag here. You can put it on your head. It might help a bit. Su Luo handed over a black plastic bag. What about you? Fu Xingyao didn't decline. A trash bag on his head was better than the current situation. Anyway, this part had to be cut out. Me? I'm fine with whatever. Saying that, Su Luo rummaged under his seat and then put on a raincoat. Feeling much better now. Fu Xingyao. While putting the trash bag over his head, Fu Xingyao paused, staring dumbfounded at Su Luo's raincoat. Is this right? You call this casual? Fu Xingyao secretly clenched his fists, suppressing the urge to kick Su Luo out of the car. How about we switch? Su Luo sped up and said loudly, Actually, the effect is the same. No need to worry about me. Who the hell is worried about you? I'm talking about myself. What is the penalty for breaking the contract on this show? Can someone get this crazy person away from me? Fu Xinjiao waited inwardly, silently putting the trash bag over his head so that he wouldn't be filmed while crying. Fu Xingyao's resentment value. 300, sitting in the back of the tricycle. Xia Xingwan looked in pain, struggling to hold back her laughter. Finally, in the midst of suffering, the tricycle slowly stopped in front of a quaint courtyard with a sign that read Tsung Fanju. The filming crew had been waiting there for a long time. When Fu Xingyao pulled off the trash bag and breathed in the long-lost fresh air, he heard a chorus of "What the hell?" The photographers instinctively took a step back. "Wait, is that Fu Xingyao? Wan, I'll help you take down the suitcase." "Thank you, Teacher Fu. Luo Ge, you brought more stuff than we did. Just computers, speakers, clothes, and so on." The three of them unloaded the suitcases from the tricycle, and while holding umbrellas, they dragged the suitcases along the cobblestone path and pushed open the wooden door of the courtyard. "Teacher, they're here." In the courtyard, a young woman sitting in a lounge chair immediately stood up and hurried over. "Hello, I'm Xia Xingwan. Nice to meet you. My name is Ji Xiaoyu. Nice to meet you." The two women shook hands, marking their acquaintance. "Oh, finally meeting you. You've worked hard on the way here. Welcome to Tsung Fanju. This is my student Ji Xiaoyu." Hearing the commotion, Su Feng, the former legal program host who was busy feeding chickens, and Huang Su, who was chopping wood, put down their work and greeted them warmly. Su Feng was previously the host of a legal program on Yangshi, and beneath his seemingly serious exterior, he was actually quite a fun person. Currently, he hosts many popular variety shows. Huang Su is a veteran in the film and television industry, having debuted early, and is currently a teacher in the acting department at the Shanghai Film Academy. In recent years, he has taken a liking to cooking, as many of the roles he plays in film and television are of the domestic husband type, showcasing his culinary skills on screen. And people in the industry call him Chef Huang. Ji Xiaoyu is Huang Su's proud student, a new generation of talented actress, who starred in a hit web drama right after graduating with notable acting skills. Moreover, her looks are not inferior to Xia Xingwan's. Both are in their 20s. Ji Xiaoyu is slender, with gentle brows and eyes, fair skin, natural makeup, and her long, smooth hair casually draped. She wears a simple white shirt paired with a light blue A-line skirt, white ballet flats with bows, and a pearl silver chain around her neck, showcasing a fresh and elegant, quiet demeanor. Huang Su suddenly asked, looking puzzled at Xia Xingwan. "Hey, where's Xingyao? Didn't he come with you?" Chapter 68. Ginger Soup is here. "Teacher Huang, I'm here." Fu Xingyao awkwardly raised his hand. Su Feng exclaimed, "Wow, your makeup is all smudged. You must have had a hard time." Huang Su also felt a bit awkward. He didn't recognize Fu Xingyao in this state since he had never seen him before. At that moment, director Yin Ming came over and called for a stop to the filming. "Let's pause here for now. Teacher Fu, please go tidy up in the room. The bathroom is on the left." Makeup artist, costume designer. Yin Ming instructed the staff to take Fu Xingyao to clean up his makeup. Huang Su said, "Let's take our luggage inside first." Okay. Su Feng and Ji Xiaoyu also came to help. The latter suddenly leaned closer to Xia Xingwan and lowered her voice. "What's up with Teacher Fu? He looks like he was dunked in water." Before Xia Xingwan could respond, Su Luo took the initiative to explain. "It was raining too heavily, and the canopy of the tricycle we borrowed from a local had a hole right above his head. Brother Yao is a real man. He stayed silent even though he was soaked through." Ji Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh, then quickly covered her mouth. Her eyes crescent-shaped. "You guys really nailed the show effect. Does Xiao Luo usually work out?" Huang Su observed Su Luo, who was carrying a suitcase in one hand and a laptop bag in the other, along with a phone box supposedly containing sound equipment, and felt a bit surprised that he wasn't even out of breath. Occasionally, Su Luo smiled. The reason he had this physique was due to a strength-enhancing potion he had taken. After drinking it, his six-pack abs had emerged. Huang Su became interested. "That's impressive. I also work out often. There are many nuances to fitness. As the saying goes, 3 parts exercise, 7 parts diet. How about this, Xiao Luo? I'll take you to work out tomorrow." It was clear that Teacher Huang had some experience in fitness. Su Luo glanced at Huang Su's big belly, and the corner of his mouth twitched. After placing the suitcase in the living room, Su Feng said, "We can only split into rooms after completing the meal ingredient task for today." At that moment, Fu Xingyao came out of the bathroom. He had taken a shower, changed into a new set of clothes, and his hair was still wet. In the living room, everyone was chatting while drinking tea. The camera lights turned red, signaling the start of the second recording. Su Feng asked, "Is this your first time participating in a lifestyle variety show?" Xia Xinguan nodded obediently, "Yes. I don't even know the program flow. My agent just shoved me into the car." "This is our first time meeting." Su Feng casually steered the conversation in that direction. "By the way, I heard that one and Xingyao recently filmed a TV drama, right? What genre is it?" "A fantasy romance. Talking about a parallel universe where a mysterious dimension called Twilight Realm intertwines with the human world. I play." "The director is Xie Jun Huang." Su remained calm. "Oh, Xie Jun. I'm familiar with him." Su Feng added, "Teacher Huang is a performance teacher at the Magic City Film Academy, and Xie Jun just happens to be studying directing there." Fu Xingyao smiled ingratiatingly. "Director, Xie mentions your 3 realms of performance every day on set. Just some superficial insights." Huang Su waved his hand, then took the opportunity to indulge in his teaching instincts and began lecturing everyone. "But since we're talking about performance, we must mention the 3 major rules of film education. It's actually just like the principles of being a good person." Fu Xingyao and Xia Xinguan were there to promote Twilight Love, so they ended up discussing this topic in detail for nearly 10 minutes. By the end, it was unclear how many minutes of footage could actually be cut from it. Su Luo felt that Su Feng would be a great sidekick, always steering the topic towards Huang Su's areas of expertise. As for Huang Su, he was indeed experienced but had a tendency to teach, always eager to lecture people. When it came to discussing performance, he would also tie in some life philosophies. Fu Xingyao was also flattering Huang Su. Rather than just flattering, it was more like fawning. He listened the most attentively to Huang Su's life lessons and even took notes on his phone. Fu Xingyao's attitude successfully won Huang Su's favor, and Huang Su patted Fu Xingyao on the shoulder, suggesting that since Fu Xingyao was so interested in performance, he should definitely come audit classes at the Magic City Film Academy. Fu Xingyao looked pleasantly surprised and promised to cherish the learning opportunity. Su Feng made sure to include everyone, chatting about various topics to help everyone become more familiar with each other. When it was Su Luo's turn, Huang Su suddenly asked, "Xiao Luo, you're the closest to Xingyao here, right?" Su Feng explained with a smile. Xingyao and Su Luo came from the same talent show, the LM Boy Band. "Teacher Huang should have heard of it, right?" Huang Su nodded, seeming to understand, but it was clear he hadn't followed it closely. "Achoo!" Fu Xingyao suddenly sneezed several times, apologizing as he took a tissue and stepped aside to blow his nose. Huang Su expressed concern. "Xingyao, have you caught a cold?" Fu Xingyao sniffled. Su Luo looked apologetic. "I'm so sorry, Yao. It's all my fault for making you catch a cold." Fu Xingyao felt irritated at Su Luo's fake concern, but could only pretend not to care. "I just didn't wear enough. Luo Gu, don't blame yourself." Huang Su stood up. "I'll go make you a bowl of ginger soup. Just wait." "Teacher Huang, Xingyao's cold is partly my fault, so let me handle it." "Xiao Luo, can you do it?" "Absolutely. As long as Xingyao drinks this ginger soup, I guarantee he'll sweat it out, and his cold will be gone." Su Luo confidently patted his chest. Huang Su nodded and pointed outside. "To sweat out a cold, you should go ahead. The kitchen is over there." "Hey, don't let him." Fu Xingyao reached out to stop him, not believing that Su Luo would be so kind. Watching Su Luo's busy figure as he headed to the kitchen, Huang Su remarked, "Xingyao and Xiao Luo have a really good relationship. It's nothing like what people say online." Su Feng agreed. There are always exaggerations online. Besides, who hasn't made a few mistakes when they're young? Recognizing mistakes and correcting them is how we grow. Huang Su said seriously, "Xingyao, I've heard a bit about the situation between you and Xiao Luo. As young people, don't take it too much to heart if he did something wrong before. You can see he feels guilty about your cold. Once we're in this house, we're all family. Let bygones be bygones." Huang Su continued to play the role of peacemaker. Fu Xingyao could only grit his teeth and nod, feeling a sense of foreboding rise again as he watched the busy figure in the kitchen. Director Yin Ming, monitoring from behind the camera, sincerely admired how thoughtful teacher Huang was. This was indeed a very topical moment. 5 minutes later, Su Luo's figure appeared at the door, wearing an innocent smile. "Ginger soup is here." Chapter 69, Stewed Green Beans. What's meant to come has finally arrived. "Come on, Xingyao, drink it while it's hot. I added extra ginger and brown sugar on purpose." Su Luo brought the ginger soup to the table. Fu Xingyao stared at the bowl of reddish-brown liquid, with a few slices of ginger floating on the surface, smelling distinctly sweet with brown sugar and a sharp ginger scent. But he didn't believe Su Luo would be so kind-hearted. Fu Xingyao knew Su Luo too well. On the surface, they had reconciled in front of the camera, but in reality, they could never truly reconcile in their lives. Huang Su nodded appreciatively from the side. Little Luo is thoughtful. Xingyao, drink up. Sweating will help with the cold. Su Feng echoed. Yes, Su Luo cooked this herself. Such a rare gesture. With Huang Su and Su Feng urging him, and the camera focused on him, Fu Xingyao knew he couldn't refuse, so he took a deep breath, picked up the bowl, blew on it, and took a small sip. The moment the ginger soup entered his mouth, cough, 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 Fu Xingyao couldn't help but hiss and coughed a few times. Huang Su asked, "What's wrong?" "This ginger soup is a bit spicy." Fu Xingyao said again. Huang Su didn't think much. "Oh, that's the old ginger I bought from a local. They grow it themselves. And it's known for being spicy." "Really?" Fu Xingyao looked skeptical. Su Luo blinked from the side. "It's supposed to be spicy. That's how you sweat." Fu Xingyao's hands trembled slightly, but under everyone's gaze, he could only brace himself and continue drinking. After the second sip, beads of sweat had already started to form on his forehead, and his breathing became rapid. Gulp. After the third sip, Fu Xingyao felt like he had swallowed a fireball, and uncontrollably, tears and mucus began to flow. Wow, the effect is so obvious. Xia Xingwan looked surprised. Teacher Fu has already started to sweat. "I told you so." Su Luo lifted her chin. "This is my secret recipe, guaranteed to make you sweat." Fu Xingyao now felt that the floor was a bit hot for his feet, and he unconsciously started to stomp. While cursing Su Luo in his heart about how she made this ginger soup so spicy, he thought about finishing it quickly. With each sip, his expression twisted a bit more, unsure if it was the heat or the spiciness. Sweat began to trickle down Fu Xingyao's cheeks, and with each sip, he had to tilt his head back to wipe the sweat and sniff. His whole face was wet, even more disheveled than when he got caught in the rain earlier. When Fu Xingyao lifted his head again, everyone's expressions turned strange. Huang Su asked with concern, "Xingyao, are you okay?" Su Feng also looked puzzled. "Your face is so red." Hiss. "Teacher Huang, the ginger you bought really works. It's too spicy. I feel like after finishing this bowl of soup, my cold will be gone." Fu Xingyao wiped his sweat, not forgetting to compliment Huang Su. Huang Su had a strange expression. The effect of old ginger usually isn't this exaggerated. Ji Xiaoyu laughed out loud. "Teacher Fu, you look like you just finished a sauna." Indeed, Fu Xingyao's hair was sticking to his forehead, and sweat was flowing like a flood, unstoppable. Xia Xingwan secretly glanced at the culprit Su Luo, feeling like Su Luo's smile was a bit mischievous. Su Feng, who didn't he know how to cook, thought this was normal. Sweating is a good thing. You need to sweat out a cold. When Fu Xingyao finished the last sip of ginger soup, he looked like he had just been pulled out of a pond, completely soaked. When Fu Xingyao put down the bowl, his hands were shaking, gasping for breath. "Water. Give me water." Fu Xingyao's tone had become very weak. Ji Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, but still reminded. "His mouth seems a bit swollen." Xia Xingwan bluntly said, "Teacher Fu seems to be a bit dead." Saying this, she hurriedly handed Fu Xingyao a bottle of mineral water. The filming crew quickly captured the rare interaction between the two, while also ensuring to get a close-up of Fu Xingyao's face. Whether it could be edited into the final cut was up to the director and post-production to consider. Their crew was just responsible for filming. In fact, Xia Xingwan knew she should be wiping Fu Xingyao's sweat for their CP marketing, but she really couldn't bring herself to do it. At first, Xia Xingwan disagreed with the CP marketing of the star couple. But the company said that after Twilight Love airs, they could clarify, and she didn't need to actively market. Fu Xingyao knew what to do regarding marketing. Xia Xingwan just needed to cooperate as much as possible. Gulp gulp. Fu Xingyao took the mineral water and gulped it down, stopping only after drinking half the bottle. Fu Xingyao kept gasping for air, forcing a smile. "This ginger soup is too powerful. Teacher Huang, can I take some ginger home?" "Yes, you can." Huang Su was baffled. "Is this really because of the ginger?" Fu Xingyao still hissed. "After finishing this bowl of ginger soup, I feel much better. My whole body is warm, and I've sweated a lot. That's right, but my mouth feels a bit numb. Saying this, he drank a few more sips of water, trying to cool down his mouth. What does it feel like after finishing the ginger soup? My mouth is getting spicier, and it hurts a bit. Is this old ginger really that potent? Numb? Huang Su was confused. This is ginger soup, not hot pot base. Thank you, Luo Ge. Fu Xingyao also didn't forget to mention Su Luo, or else it would be too obvious. Su Luo looked pleased. No problem, as long as you like it. Seeing you sweat so much, my few spoonfuls of chili powder weren't added in vain. As soon as this was said, the living room fell silent. What? Fu Xingyao's eyes widened in shock. Xia Xingwan and Ji Xiaoyu exchanged glances and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Huang Su suddenly realized, "Are you saying you added chili powder to the ginger soup?" Su Luo said earnestly. "The ginger soup is meant to make Xingyao sweat. So I thought, why not add chili powder to the ginger soup? This way it would be spicy, hot, and induce sweating, definitely driving away the cold. Just like when it's cold outside, eating hot pot is the same principle. Hot pot drives away the cold by being hot, spicy, and numbing. This idea has been in my mind, and this is my first attempt. However, seeing Xingyao sweat so much shows that it works well." Upon hearing this, Huang Su's face showed a thoughtful expression. Su Feng, holding back laughter, said, "I thought so. This bowl of ginger soup is not that powerful. You." Fu Xingyao was about to publicly accuse Su Luo of taking revenge on him under the guise of cooking. Look, this person isn't even pretending. A person like this shouldn't be blacklisted. But Huang Su was clapping his hands in admiration. "Genius. Genius. Little Luo, I didn't expect you to have such talent in cooking. That's right. Adding chili powder to ginger soup is indeed both sweat-inducing and cold-repelling. We need to have such imaginative thinking in cooking. Xingyao, don't you want to say that this bowl of ginger soup is very effective? Look at how much you've sweated, and your complexion has improved a lot." Huang Su patted Su Luo's shoulder, very appreciative, feeling that his culinary knowledge had finally found successor. Ordinary chefs wouldn't think this way, but Huang Su was not an ordinary person. He always had his unique insights into cooking. With Huang Su saying this, Su Feng also put away his smile and began to think seriously. Then he followed Huang Su's lead. Adding chili powder to ginger soup seems to make sense. This sweat is the best proof. Not knowing how to cook, Teacher Huang is right. Huang Su said seriously, "Xingyao, just say how you feel now. The effect is indeed very good." Fu Xingyao forced a smile, gritting his teeth. "I was wondering why my mouth feels spicier after finishing it. Adding chili powder to the ginger soup is really over the top." Xia Xingwan looked at Fu Xingyao's disheveled appearance and couldn't help but laugh again. "Teacher Fu, your makeup is all smudged. I need to touch on my makeup." Fu Xingyao stood up, unsteadily making his way to the bathroom, feeling that if he stayed here any longer, he would really lose it and want to punch Luo Ge. Huang Su said, "Go ahead. I see the rain outside is about to stop. Not sure if it will rain again." From Fu Xingyao's resentment value, 300, we still need to go do the task to exchange for ingredients to meet the eating requirements of you 3 flying guests. "That little Luo, what dish did you order?" Su Luo replied, "Stir-fried corn with meat." Huang Su asked, "Wan's ordered scrambled eggs with tomatoes, right?" Xia Xingwan nodded obediently. Huang Su recounted, "Xingyao ordered braised meat with potatoes and green beans. I remember that." "What? Green beans?" Su Luo thought to himself. "Oh no, the inevitable has arrived." Chapter 70. He.S. using all my words. The rules of a show Leisurely Country Life are to meet the guest's needs, and ingredients must be earned through labor. As the big brother, Huang Su immediately assigned tasks. While the rain has stopped, I, Teacher Su, and Xiao Yu will go to the cornfield to pick corn, which we will trade for pork and tomatoes. Xiao Luo, Xingyao, and Wan, you 3 are responsible for picking green beans. This is the team lineup that Huang Su arranged based on the director's next instructions. Before going out, Fu Xingyao stopped at the yard's entrance, wearing an expression that said, "2 people are enough here. No need for you to worry. I ordered the green beans, and just Wan and I are enough. Luo Ge, why don't you help Teacher Huang and the others instead?" After all, it was hard to have some alone time with Xia Xingwan. And Fu Xingyao wanted to quickly send away the extra person, Su Luo. Su Luo took on the role of the big brother. "There are 3 people over there with Teacher Huang. They don't need me. Besides, don't you like green beans?" I can help you pick more, ensuring you have enough to eat. Well, okay. In front of the camera, Fu Xingyao couldn't say anything more. He cursed Su Luo inwardly for deliberately causing trouble, believing that he had made his intentions clear enough for Su Luo to understand. CP marketing, huh? You better not mess it up, thumbs down. It was hard to catch a chance. So Su Luo wouldn't easily let go of his good brother. Remember? Don't forget how the previous one ended up, when the previous one collapsed. Fu Xingyao was the first to eat the blood bun. He bore at least part of the responsibility when the previous one fell. Reconciliation? Go tell that to the previous one. 5 minutes later, the trio of guests arrived in the field. There, they met the owner of the green bean field, Aunt Wang. After learning of Su Luo and the others' intentions, Aunt Wang, following the program's arrangements, suggested, "It's boring just picking green beans. Let us have a competition. The winner can choose their bed for tonight and be exempt from tomorrow's morning task, with the best room having a private bathroom. The loser will have to wash everyone else's dishes and get up early to feed the chickens." They would pair up and draw lots to decide. The two gentlemen could draw. We'll see which group can pick more and better green beans, avoiding the old ones and those with bugs. A staff member brought over the lottery box. There were 4 people: Su Luo, Aunt Wang, Fu Xingyao, and Xia Xingwan. However, Fu Xingyao looked extremely confident, not worried at all about the drawing outcome. "Luo, you go first." Fu Xingyao's expression clearly told Su Luo that there was something fishy about the draw. "Then thank you." After all, Su Luo had come out of the final dark horse. No, the final singer in Scathe. He had played this little trick before. Su Luo reached into the lottery box, felt around, and secretly thought to himself, just as expected. So, Su Luo's lips curled slightly. And when he took his hand out again, he was holding a lottery ball. Opening it revealed a slip of paper with the name, Xia Xingwan. The confidence on Fu Xingyao's face instantly vanished. He shot a look at the director's team, implying, how could he draw that? The staff members exchanged glances, feeling helpless. Should we redraw? While hesitating, Director Yin Ming spoke into his earpiece. Don't waste time. Let's get this part over with. There was no choice. This part had to continue as it was. Su Luo teamed up with Xia Xingwan, while Fu Xingyao paired with Aunt Wang. Su Luo asked, "Teacher Xia, how long has it been since you've been in the fields?" Let me think. It's been 3 or 4 years. Xia Xingwan tiptoed to reach the tops of the vines for the beans. Su Luo smiled apologetically. "Then I might cause you trouble. I'm a novice and don't know how to pick these beans, how to tell which ones are tender and which are old. It's very simple." Xia Xingwan bent down, demonstrating while speaking softly. "You have to gently snap them off from the base like this. Teacher Su, the beans on my left are tender and the ones on my right are old. See, it's quite obvious, right? Oh, so that is how it is. Teacher Xia is really amazing. Teacher Su, don't call me teacher. I can't live up to that title." Su Luo tentatively suggested. "Then how about little teacher Xia?" Xia Xingwan tilted her head in thought, finding the title a bit more pleasant. Meanwhile, Aunt Wang was a quick-working farmer. Fu Xingyao, coming from a well-off family with educated parents, had never done this kind of work. So, he was either criticized for this or that. "Young man, you're picking the beans wrong. You can't take the old ones. Hey, be careful. Don't pull the vines too hard." As soon as she got to the field, Aunt Wang seemed to forget they were filming a variety show. The beans she grew were dear to her heart. Fu Xingyao awkwardly said, "Auntie, I'll try my best." Suddenly, while Su Luo was focused on snapping off a green bean, he heard Xia Xingwan's surprised voice. "What is wrong? Little teacher Xia?" Su Luo immediately leaned over. "Something got in my eye." Xia Xingwan blinked, with half a piece of grass stuck on her eyelashes, and the corners of her eyes reddened from rubbing. Xia Xingwan instinctively raised her hand to wipe it. "Don't use your hands. Our hands might have dirt." Su Luo gently grasped her wrist, slowly releasing it, and asked seriously, "Do you want me to blow it out?" Okay. Xia Xingwan's eyes began to uncontrollably tear up. Su Luo leaned in closer to her face, and the distance between them diminished. The breath brushed past. Her eyelashes fluttered. Su Luo blew carefully, as if handling something fragile. The warm breath swept over her nose. Xia Xingwan instinctively held her breath, tightly gripping the hem of her clothes. At such a close distance, she couldn't help but want to observe Su Luo's features. Teacher Su's gaze, so gentle, Xia Xingwan felt the temperature rising. She lowered her eyelids to look at her toes, trying to distract herself. Little teacher Xia, don't move. Fu teacher, why are you in a daze? You've turned this basket of green beans into mush. Even a big star shouldn't waste food like this. You don't know how hard it is for us farmers to grow crops. Aunt Wang yelled, annoyed, and even thought, if you can't even pick green beans, how could such a clumsy person become a star? Is the threshold for becoming a star this low? Fu Xingyao stood there, his face alternating between red and white, following his gaze to see what Su Luo and Xia Xingwan were doing. Did they get the script wrong? He asked using all my words. I'm the one who should be paired with Xia Xingwan. Shut up. An inexplicable surge of anger rose within Fu Xingyao, and he shouted at Aunt Wang, throwing the bamboo basket to the ground. He was no longer in the mood to complete the task. Hey, who do you think you are? Just because you're a star, you think you're great. Aunt Wang was startled and immediately got angry too. Hey, don't shout, don't shout. Calm down. Seeing this, the staff quickly stepped in to pull the two apart. Such a scene would definitely be cut. Director Yinming watched this unfold with a sense of helplessness. Rumors about Su Luo being unpredictable were indeed not unfounded. You know, the CP partner is still watching. Let us tone it down a bit. But to be fair, the chemistry between Su Luo and Xia Xingwan seemed quite sweet and could be considered for editing in. Fu Xingyao's resentment value. 300, Chapter 71. Contradictory personality. 1. The result of the competition was as expected. Su Luo and Xia Xingwan emerged victorious. Meanwhile, Fu Xingyao not only had to wash the dishes, but also needed to wake up early to feed the chickens the next day. When Su Luo and the others returned to the dining area, Huang Su and his group were just coming back with corn baskets. Su Feng joked, "You three are the easiest to deal with among the flying guests." The more expensive the dishes Su Luo and the others ordered, the more corn Huang Su and his team had to pick to exchange for ingredients. After exchanging for the ingredients, Huang Su suggested cleaning and stringing the green beans, and this task was assigned to Su Luo and the others. Fu Xingyao was quite enthusiastic. He specially moved a low stool to sit next to Xia Xingwan. Cleaning and stringing the green beans was a simple task. When Huang Su brought the prepared ingredients into the kitchen, Fu Xingyao stood up again, saying, "Teacher Huang, you are working too hard alone. Let me help you." Huang Su replied without turning around, "No need, you all can just sit." Su Feng followed closely behind Huang Su and turned around with a smile, saying, "I'll help Teacher Huang. You are the guests and have worked hard today, so take a break." Xia Xingwan said, "Thank you, Teacher Huang, for your hard work." The two girls, Xia Xingwan and Ji Xiaoyu, sat in the courtyard chatting. Su Luo, with a smile, said, "Since we're idle, Xingyao, let's play a game." Fu Xingyao initially wanted to refuse. He was still seething with anger and didn't want to play games with Su Luo, thinking their relationship wasn't that good. Game? Is it League of Legends? Ji Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. Xia Xingwan nodded. "All right, I remember teacher Su brought a laptop." Su Luo couldn't tell that this girl was also a gaming enthusiast. "Xiaoyu, do you play this game too?" Ji Xiaoyu excitedly replied, "I don't play, but I've watched your live stream of Yama Summons. So can I watch you play?" "Sure," Su Luo said. "Let's go watch Luo go play the game, okay?" "Oh, good," Xia Xingwan said, a bit confused. Ji Xiaoyu linked arms with Xia Xingwan, and the two followed Su Luo into the living room. "League of Legends? What a coincidence. I can play that too." "Luo go, can I watch you play?" Fu Xingyao couldn't sit still. It was hard to finally sit down and chat with Xia Xingwan in front of the camera, but now the plan was all disrupted. He thought Ji Xiaoyu could watch by herself, but why did she have to drag Xia Xingwan along? Su Luo didn't mind and said, "Of course. It's more lively with more people." Seeing this, Fu Xingyao quickly followed them in. He couldn't let Su Luo and Xia Xingwan be alone together. Just in time for Su Luo to play the game, he could take the opportunity to talk more with Xia Xingwan. In the living room, Su Luo took out his newly bought laptop, charged it, and connected the keyboard and mouse. He had already installed League of Legends when he bought the laptop. Fu Xingyao, Xia Xingwan, and Ji Xiaoyu moved their stools to sit on Su Luo's left side. "Xiaoyu, what does Yama Summons mean?" Xia Xingwan thought for a while, but still couldn't figure it out. "It's this. This video went viral on Kuaishou." Ji Xiaoyu recalled and couldn't help but laugh. She took out her phone, opened Kuaishou, and searched for Yama Summons, bringing up a video. Su Haolong, still farming in the jungle. That was Su Luo's voice. Then came the panicked voice of the jungler, Su Haolong. This is too interesting. Xia Xingwan's eyes curved with a smile, soft and gentle. Right? I told you. The reactions of the other teammates later were even funnier. Wait a moment, let me find it. Seeing Xia Xingwan and Ji Xiaoyu getting excited about their chat. Fu Xingyao intentionally leaned in. Xingwan, do you play games? No. Xia Xingwan shook her head. She was raised by her grandmother and was a rural child without a computer or time. Although she didn't understand games, Su Luo's video was still very interesting. This game is quite fun. I play it too. If you're interested, I can teach you. Thank you, Teacher Fu. Since Luo Gu is playing, I can ask you how to play this game. Fu Xingyao glanced at Su Luo's gameplay and deliberately guided. The hero Luo Gu is playing now is called Yasuo. It's clear that Luo Gu really likes to play this hero, but the reputation of this hero's players isn't very good. Why? Both Xia Xingwan and Ji Xiaoyu became curious. Fu Xingyao lowered his voice and pretended to be mysterious, because players who play this hero usually only care about their own enjoyment and don't pay attention to their teammates' feelings. Their stats of 0.8 or 0.9 are common. After all, this game is a 5v5 game, and Yasuo players don't care about winning or losing, often giving away kills, which leads to a growing economic gap for the team, causing teammates' mental states to explode. So, there's a saying online that Yasuo players are quite selfish in real life. Don't get me wrong, I'm not talking about Luo Gu, I'm talking about the game. I believe Luo Gu is definitely different from those Yasuo players. Besides, games are meant to be fun. How could anyone confuse games with reality? I have always scoffed at that saying. Fu Xingyao was quite ambiguous. Ji Xiaoyu and Xia Xingwan were half understanding. At this moment, Ji Xiaoyu pointed at the screen and asked, "What does legendary mean?" "What legendary?" Fu Xingyao hadn't reacted yet. The system's female voice announced excitedly, "Legendary." Fu Xingyao's eyes widened, and his face almost touched the screen. 15 minutes. 8 kills. Fu Xingyao was in disbelief. "No way, you really can play?" Su Luo smiled modestly, "Just luck." Xia Xingwan became interested. "Isn't that impressive?" Fu Xingyao forced a smile. "It is quite impressive, but in this game, getting kills sometimes involves a bit of luck. The number of kills doesn't really mean much. Some unskilled players will specifically use skills to steal kills." He quickly emphasized, with an expression of "I'm not implying anything. Of course, I'm talking about some people." Ji Xiaoyu was not confused. "So, Luo Gu is still very impressive, right?" Just then, after Su Luo achieved a legendary status, the opposing team exploded in frustration and surrendered the game after 15 minutes. Seeing that it was still early, Su Luo started another game. This time, Su Luo chose Victor, a mage hero. Su Luo curiously asked, "Xingyao, you said you also play this game? What rank are you?" Fu Xingyao looked up, "Platinum." Su Luo's mouth curled up. "Oh, come on over. I'll teach you how to play." "Teach me? You still want to put on an act, huh?" Fu Xingyao scoffed but still moved over. Xia Xingwan and Ji Xiaoyu also sat a little closer. Chapter 72. Contradictory Personality 2. Entering the game screen. Su Luo controlled Victor and walked to the lane. He glanced at the enemy and ally lineups, but didn't learn any skills. "Since you're a platinum player, let me ask you, do you know what Victor learns at level 1? As a diamond player, Su Luo took on the role of a master minter. "I learned Q at level 1. "Wrong. It's E." After the minion waves collided, Su Luo became serious. "Watch my E skill release." Su Luo clicked the mouse, pulled it back, and pressed a key. Victor shot a laser from the ground. Su Luo said mysteriously, "Did you see that?" Fu Xingyao frowned. "Isn't it just pushing the lane and harassing with minions and champions?" He thought to himself that as a platinum player, Su Luo's questions were too childish. Fu Xingyao also wanted to show off his understanding of the game in front of Xia Xingwan. In terms of gaming, he believed he wasn't weaker than Su Luo. "Wrong. It's 2 minions plus a champion," Su Luo emphasized with a finger. Fu Xingyao was momentarily stunned. His brain couldn't quite process it. Was there any difference between 2 minions plus a champion and what I said about minions and champions together? Having just been ganked by the jungler, Su Luo's state wasn't great, and he was currently recalling under the tower. Su Luo asked again, "Now the question comes, if it were you returning home, what items would you buy?" Fu Xingyao thought seriously. Boots, I feel Victor's movement speed is a bit slow. Wrong. It's sorcerer's shoes. Without hesitation, Su Luo bought the item and then headed back to the lane. Fu Xingyao fell silent again. Come on, is there really a difference between boots and sorcerer's shoes? Bang bang. After Su Luo returned to the lane, he immediately engaged in a fierce battle with the enemy mid-laner. W to control. Flash to dodge the skill. EQR combo executed perfectly, securing a solo kill. Clap clap. Impressive. What does that mean? It means Luo Gu won against the opponent. Did you see the kill notification on the screen? Ji Xiaoyu and Xia Xingwan acted as the atmosphere group, applauding Su Luo's stylish solo kill. Xia Xingwan didn't understand, while Ji Xiaoyu carefully explained it to her. So how do you say this? Su Luo took a sip of water and posed a fourth question. Fu Xingyao had to admit that this solo kill was somewhat cool, nodding as he analyzed. Good, dodged the skills, reacted quickly, and skill combo was proficient. Victor has some potential. Wrong. Su Luo put down his cup. Fu Xingyao's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. I said your Victor has some potential. Is that also wrong? Su Luo said seriously wrong. It's not my Victor that has potential. You should say my understanding of the game has some potential. Fu Xingyao took a deep breath, suspecting Su Luo was targeting him, but he had no evidence. After buying his items, Su Luo controlled Victor to come out of the fountain again. Earlier, we couldn't engage in team fights, but now we can. We definitely couldn't win that last team fight. Do you know why? Why? Ji Xiaoyu and Xia Xingwan listened more attentively than anyone else. Fu Xingyao answered without thinking. Because your items are now complete. Su Luo denied it again. Wrong. Just hearing the word wrong made Fu Xingyao's head hurt. However, he felt he had grasped Su Luo's thought process. Fu Xingyao quickly answered again. Because you bought the ice staff. Wrong. Because I bought the Rylai's crystal scepter. Su Luo denied it while providing the correct answer. You. Fu Xingyao couldn't take it anymore. The ice staff and Rylai's crystal scepter are the same thing. And you still say you're not targeting me. Dude, do you have a contradictory personality? Don't talk. We need to engage in the team fight. Su Luo's gaze was particularly focused. Watch my positioning. Up, Echob. All the good teammates are dead. It's our turn to go in and harvest. 3 seconds later, Su Luo stared at the black and white screen, lost in thought. 4 low-health opponents, he only killed 1, and then was instantly taken down by a LeBlanc with flash and ultimate. Su Luo sighed and turned to Fu Xingyao. There's nothing we can do about this. As squishy mages, what we fear the most is this, you understand, right? Being burst down? Fu Xingyao answered this time with extra caution. Wrong. What we fear the most is being approached by others. Su Luo still denied it. This time, whether it was a sudden burst or being approached, they both mean the same thing. Fu Xingyao was getting heated. It wasn't even in playing, but he was the most frustrated one. Fu Xingyao, filled with resentment, angrily asked, So whatever I say is wrong. It's all my fault, right? Wrong. Su Luo pointed at him. That statement of yours is correct. Silence. Fu Xingyao was quiet for 3 seconds. During those 3 seconds, Fu Xingyao pondered the meaning of life, where we come from, and the ultimate goal of life. Am I right or wrong? Fu Xingyao's CPU burned out. He was completely broken. Truly a contradictory personality. Just let me be right once. Will you not die from it? Fu Xingyao frantically cursed Su Luo's entire family in his heart, only to suddenly realize Su Luo was an orphan. Fu Xingyao became even angrier. Fu Xingyao's resentment value. 500 puff. Looking at Fu Xingyao's face turning red at a visible speed, even Ji Xiaoyu and Xia Xingwan, 2 girls who didn't understand the game, noticed. Su Luo was really messing with Fu Xingyao. Xia Xingwan quickly waved her hands, her face flushed and adorably. Sorry, Teacher Fu, I wasn't laughing at you. Ji Xiaoyu laughed so hard her stomach hurt. I just thought of something happy. Puff. Who? Fu Xingyao glared angrily in the direction of the laughter. The tense photographer hurriedly made amends. I thought of something happy too. Fu Xingyao felt his anger had no outlet. What happy thing did you think of? The first photographer replied, My wife gave birth. Puff. Fu Xingyao went crazy. What happy thing do you have? Tell me. The second photographer, inspired, blurted out, My grandma gave birth to my dad. All right, you're something else. Fu Xingyao felt like a monkey in a zoo. with everyone watching him laugh. Even the photographers were laughing, and he truly couldn't stand it. Fu Xingyao stood up, took a few deep breaths. He felt he would suffocate if he stayed here. So, Fu Xingyao used the excuse of checking on the food to hurriedly escape the place. He vowed he would never watch Su Luo play games again. Absolutely not. Ha ha ha. He. Once Fu Xingyao left, Ji Xiaoyu and Xia Xingwan immediately laughed until they couldn't stand up straight. Teacher Su Luo, it's such a pity you're not a game streamer. It feels like after this episode airs, your gaming videos will go viral again. Chapter 73. The green beans are delicious, so eat more. After finishing the game, they just heard Huang Su shouting in the yard, dinner time. Su Luo and the others walked out in response. Huang Su was bringing a pot to the table. Su Feng, holding a pair of chopsticks, called out, "Come and try Teacher Huang's cooking." Su Feng wanted these flying guests to experience the prowess of Chef Huang. Su Luo peeked into the pot and saw the vibrant green beans, tentatively saying, "Teacher Huang, these green beans aren't cooked yet, are they?" "Not cooked." Su Feng stepped forward as well. Su Luo twitched his mouth, realizing that Su Feng hadn't tasted them yet. Evil gardenia. When someone questioned Huang Su's authority in cooking, he became anxious. "They're cooked, definitely cooked." "Su Luo, I can see you don't cook much at home. Teacher Su, you should try it." Huang Su gave a knowing glance to his loyal follower. Su Feng was taken aback. "Huh? Oh no, it's directed at me." Su Feng, holding the chopsticks, was at a loss. This was the toughest decision he faced in his years of hosting. He hesitated, saying, "Teacher Huang, these green beans seem a bit tough. Shouldn't we stew them a bit longer?" Su Feng had to commend his own cleverness. However, someone wanted to show off even more. "This dish was ordered by me, and I've been craving it for a long time." Fu Xingyao realized it was time to show his loyalty. Without hesitation, he grabbed the chopsticks on the table, picked up the obviously undercooked green beans, and stuffed them into his mouth. After chewing for a moment, Fu Xingyao swallowed, his eyes wide with surprise, giving a thumbs up, eagerly wanting to share his opinion. "It's so delicious. Who says these green beans are tough? They're fantastic." Huang Su was very pleased with his reaction, smiling as he asked, "Are they cooked?" "Definitely cooked. So delicious, truly delicious." Saying this, Fu Xingyao picked up another bunch of green beans and stuffed them in his mouth, continuously praising how exquisite the cooking was. Suddenly, Fu Xingyao looked up at a 45-degree angle, and the photographer quickly zoomed in, capturing the moment when a tear slid down Fu Xingyao's cheek to his chin. Fu Xingyao looked at the camera, choked up, saying, "This dish reminds me of my grandma's cooking. It's her favorite dish to make, and it's my favorite dish to eat. Since my grandma passed away, I haven't tasted this flavor in a long time. Ugh, don't film anymore." Fu Xingyao's theatrical side kicked in. Covering his face with one hand while blocking the camera with the other, tears streaming down his face, unable to speak. Ji Xiaoyu and Xia Xingwan watched in astonishment. Xia Xingwan slightly parted her rosy lips, bewildered, wondering when Fu Laosher's acting skills became so good. Clearly, during the filming of Twilight Love, when she was lying in his arms, that scene was so intense. Fu Xingyao needed to portray pain, anger, and sadness. But when the director asked him to cry, he had trouble squeezing out a single tear and ended up laughing while crying. Now, Xia Xingwan doubted whether Fu Xingyao was acting or truly expressing his feelings. If it was the former, then he was unbeatable. Ji Xiaoyu pursed her lips and turned her head slightly. She wanted to laugh. How could she not know her teacher's cooking level? If it were that exaggerated, she wouldn't have sneaked out in the middle of the night to eat instant noodles after a day of filming. Su Feng fell into deep thought. He was done for, encountering someone even better at buttering up. Su Luo genuinely admired, "My brother Yao, what a real man." Huang Su set down the pot, gently patted Fu Xingyao on the head, and comforted him in a paternal manner. "Kid, if it's delicious, eat more later." Fu Xingyao was sobbing uncontrollably. What a good kid. Huang Su really wanted to suggest to Yinming to keep Fu Xingyao as a regular guest. Su Feng looked at Fu Xingyao with a hint of pity. He was still young. Seeing this, Su Luo silently mourned for his good brother for 3 seconds. "You chose this idol. Let's eat." Huang Su handed Fu Xingyao a tissue. "Thank you, Teacher Huang." In the middle of the yard, a wooden frame had been set up as a shade. It was already May, and dining outside while enjoying the breeze had a charming pastoral feel. Fu Xingyao successfully won Huang Su's favor. For this meal, Fu Xingyao replaced Ji Xiaoyu's original spot, sitting to Huang Su's right, while Su Feng sat to Huang Su's left. Looking at these two prominent figures, Su Luo secretly sighed that the entertainment industry was indeed tough. Come on, Xingyao, eat more. Huang Su even thoughtfully picked food for Fu Xingyao, continuously adding green beans and potatoes to his bowl since he heard Fu Xingyao liked them. Fu Xinjiao, not refusing any food, tried to please this veteran in the film and television industry, saying he liked cooking. He tasted all the dishes on the table, then declared that the stewed green beans were the best, reminiscent of his grandma's cooking. If it's delicious, eat more. If you don't have enough, I'll pack some for you to take home before you leave. This kid must be having a tough time filming lately, huh? If you have time, come by more often. Just let me know in advance. Huang Su looked at Fu Xingyao with a heart full of compassion, thinking how considerate this child was and how come he only met him now. The show Leisurely Country Living was a project he invested in with Su Feng, directed by Yan Ming, who was the best at filming lifestyle variety shows. Therefore, deciding who to invite or not was just a matter of Huang Su's word. Thank you, Teacher Huang, Fu Xingyao said, feeling rewarded for his efforts. While focused on eating the green beans, he raised his head and showed a sincere smile to the camera, as if worried that his good brother wouldn't get enough to eat. Su Luo thought about whether to advise his good brother to eat less. He hesitated for just a second. In the end, Su Luo chose to set aside his desire to help and respect others' choices. During this meal, Fu Xingyao became the center of attention. Su Luo focused on the stir-fried corn with meat. As this dish had its intricacies, he had studied it before coming. The corn could even be eaten raw without any issues, and it wouldn't be toxic if not fully cooked. The downside was it wouldn't fill you up. Xia Xingwan, being an actress, needed to maintain her figure, so she didn't eat the green beans and only had some scrambled eggs with tomatoes and vegetable salad. Hardly touching the rice, Huang Su was observing everyone's reactions. Only Su Feng and Fu Xingyao had the most exaggerated expressions. Xia Xingwan commented, "The scrambled eggs with tomatoes are quite good." Su Luo had been silently eating without speaking the entire time. He hadn't forgotten about Su Luo and Xia Xingwan. Huang Su smiled and encouraged, "Try the stewed green beans. Don't just stare at the dishes on your plates. There's so many dishes, try a bit of everything. You can't just eat the scrambled eggs with tomatoes because I made them." Oh no, Su Luo thought inwardly, this is bad. Chapter 74, Eat Up. Here comes you. Wan, you're too thin. You need to eat more meat to stay healthy. I know actresses need to look good on camera, but you can't eat nothing at all. I had a student before, just like you, who didn't touch any meat, eating only boiled vegetables every day. On screen, her figure was indeed great, but off screen her arms and legs were too thin, and she often got sick. Her health was always poor. Huang Su spoke earnestly like a concerned father. All right. Xia Xingwan smiled politely, not dismissing Huang Su's good intentions, only picking up a piece of potato to eat, as she didn't like green beans. Su Luo pretended to be embarrassed and said, "The other dishes are great. I can't stop eating them. But I'm just not destined to enjoy the stewed green beans. I'm allergic to them." Su Luo didn't expect that staying quiet throughout the meal was to lower his presence. Huang Su seemed to point out trouble for whoever he focused on. But unexpectedly, even in this state, he would still be targeted by Huang Su. Wait a minute. What does that possessive look on your face mean? You don't really think I'm going to fight you for the green beans, do you? Su Luo glanced at his good brother, put down his chopsticks, and felt quite pained at the hostility on his brother's face. When there is something delicious, the brother usually leaves it for the younger one. Yao Di, you should eat more. I won't fight you for it. Su Luo didn't say anything, but he believed his good brother understood his gaze. As expected, Fu Xingyao had a face that said, "I see you're sensible," and after lowering his guard, he picked up his bowl again and continued to eat the green beans heartily. "Oh, in that case, eat more of the others. You young people digest quickly. Otherwise, if you get hungry at night, you'll have to settle for instant noodles. There is still rice in the pot. If it's not enough, just help yourself." Huang Su served Su Luo a piece of meat. "Thank you, Teacher Huang." Su Luo said this sincerely. To be honest, Huang Su was a good person. As an elder, he really took care of every guest who came here, trying to satisfy them in terms of food. He He would do the harder work himself and assign the easier tasks to the guests. However, he did have some shortcomings when it came to cooking. Of course, this wasn't Huang Su's fault. Dishes like scrambled eggs with tomatoes were quite delicious, and he had a lot of experience with home cooking. But unfortunately, surrounded by sycophants, no one pointed out the problems when he didn't do well, and instead, they just flattered him. Over time, Huang Su developed a habit of only listening to sweet words. At first, Huang Su's attitude was, "Please point out my problems, and I'm eager to learn." After being flattered, it turned into, "What problems do I have? Is this my problem? Why do you have so many questions? Are you getting too much face?" When Su Luo asked if the green beans were not cooked, Huang Su's reaction was a bit defensive. Huang Su's transformation couldn't solely be attributed to Su Feng's constant flattery. Huang Su held a high position in the entertainment industry, having debuted early and coming from a prominent family background. Even older artists didn't dare to call him by his full name, referring to him as Teacher Huang instead. Whether it was Su Feng or anyone else, as long as they recorded a program with Huang Su, they only dared to say nice things, fearing to upset him. Fu Xingyao was the best example. Phew, this meal was amazing. Su Feng put down his chopsticks, supported himself with his hands behind him, and looked up at the stars. Su Feng casually asked, "Hey, Wan, when will the TV series you shot with Xingyao air?" Xia Xingwan wiped her mouth, feeling a bit sweaty from the meal. "At the end of this month, I think." Huang Su bluntly said, "I remember this TV series is a fantasy romance. Do Xingyao and Wan have any kissing scenes?" Xia Xingwan pursed her lips, looking down, and chuckled. "Let Teacher Fu talk about it." This was deliberately trying to create difficulty, giving the impression that this cannot be said. In fact, there were no kissing scenes between the two in the show. Fu Xingyao looked at her with a doting expression and said, "This little secret is best left for the audience to discover when the show airs." Oh, the people at the dining table made strange sounds, like classmates in school teasing, and they all pretended to have expressions of there something going on between you two. Su Luo, participating in this variety show, also had to play along. Clearly, such questions were intentionally asked. Fu Xingyao and Xia Xingwan were stirring up a CP, couple, vibe, and these questions were all scripted, including some follow-up games designed to show their chemistry. This was meant to convey to the audience that these two were in a romantic relationship, creating a sense of emotional value that they were sweet and flirty. However, you couldn't ask about their private interactions,